All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully
Good afternoon,
everything
indeed.
hopefully everything goes smoothly. I might be messing around with the layout throughout the stream as we add people on Discord, but we'll see how that goes. I'll just have to do it on the fly, I guess. Well, here we are.
Yeah,
Let me know if all the audio levels are looking good or sounding good. And
yeah. Here we are for now and 12 more hours.
Yep. Yep. It looks like I guess we started a little bit late, so now we got to go to 12:20.
12:20. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I kind of have a goal of this is going to be the length of 3 backloggery streams. So I'm saying a somewhat possibly ambitious goal of maybe I can beat 3 games today. We'll see. Get 3 games marked off my backlog. That's what I'd like to do anyway. I don't know what Corey's plans are.
Someone's saying the audio is being repeated. It shouldn't be, as far as I know.
Do you have your stream open or something?
No, it's not playing. It's never mind on my end. Okay, good. Oh, there's gonna be bathroom breaks. So there'll be, there's enough people that are gonna be coming and going throughout this that there'll always be something happening. We shouldn't have to like go to like a please stand by screen. I mean, knock on wood, as long as we don't have any problems. But yeah, we're gonna play some games, and I'd like to introduce everybody to Joey Versoza, who is the high school teacher that we are doing this in support of.
Hi, everybody.
Joey's been on the stream at least once before. He was on our last marathon stream.
Yeah. Well, that was he showed up. I think you showed up at my old house at it was like 7 a.m. or something like that with coffee and stuff.
Yeah. Y'all beat Joe and Mac, didn't you?
No. You're thinking Ricky and I beat Joe and Mac. I think that Joey was there when I beat Bonk's Revenge.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And then we did something I brought over some arcade boards, and we beat Bad Dudes and Final Fight and Kid Ash. Right. I don't think we beat Kid Ash, but we played Kid Ash.
We didn't beat Kid Ash, but we definitely
no.
tried to.
For some reason, it took me a moment. I'm like, Kid Ash, what is that?
Pokemon spinoff.
Yeah. Kid Ash.
So as we've explained before, that this is in support of Joey's class, the art history of the video game, and you want to buy some equipment for the class. So we thought it was a good idea to help you achieve this. You want to tell us about the class and what it's taken to
absolutely. So I teach art at the high school, and I've been teaching there. This is my 5th year, and it's amazing. It's kind of a dream job. And this year we hired an additional art teacher because visual arts is getting really popular at the school, and the classes needed to kind of expand a little bit because the classes were getting full. And I was approached by my awesome assistant principal, and he's like, you have any other classes you want to make? And I was like, I want to make like a really good art history class. And he was like, I was like, no. I mean, it's going to be like a really good one. And he thought about it. And then I just remember him coming back to me, and he was like, what about the history of video games? And I was just like, I mean, dude, you want me to teach the art history of video games?
Does he know of your video game obsession?
So when I first got there, and this is kind of the impetus of why I wanted to teach this course. I originally taught a version of this a semester when I was teaching at an art college. And when I first got to the high school, I wanted to do something, video game oriented, because a lot of the stuff that was going on, I just wanted something that the kids were involved with, they were into, and it wasn't trying to bring them to something that, like we did in high school. It's like, no, I do something contemporary for them. And so I wanted to do like a huge video game event, because we have like this big kind of like theater, smallish theater right in the center of the school. And so, I looked around and there were all of these giant CRTs, like the big hulking ones that, they're all in the regular like high school media carts. And I mean, we had like 10 of them. And one of my coworkers was also into video games, and it was just like, man, let's just bring in every console that we can think of, and let's just like hook it up to these things, and let's just see what happens. And needless to say, man, it was crazy. Like the place was packed, and I remember the moment that a thing that I've always believed about video games, like came to fruition in this incredible way. It was just this instance where a student who was a senior, never really talked to anybody, um, very much kept to himself. And I remember looking over, amidst everybody, saying hi and what game is what. And I looked over at where the Sega Saturn set up, and there, playing Virtua Fighter 2, like laughing and conversing, is like this student and like the star basketball player, just like and they were taking like we're going around and just for like the newsletter, just taking photographs,
Mhm.
and it just happened to be that instance was in the frame. And I remember that student's like mom emailing me and just being like, I never imagined this photo ever existing, ever.
That's
And I was
awesome.
like, man, like this does something that art has struggled to do always. And I mean, I'm an artist. I love art. It had a career, and but it did something to me that was incredibly heartwarming. And I don't know, there was like this energy around it that was so positive and so fun and interesting and engaging. And I was just like, man, I all of that coming together when he said, "What about the art history of video games?"
Yeah.
Like my mind kind of exploded.
See,
And
that's so fun to me, because that is not at all how I expected the story of how this came about to go. Because like you are, you've always struck me as the kind of person who's like not afraid to ask for something stupid that you really want. Like you're
yeah,
like,
no,
I
that makes
want this.
sense.
I'm just gonna ask about it.
Yeah,
Hey, I want to teach an art history class about video games. I just you are don't strike me as the kind of person who would be ashamed or afraid at all of
well, no,
just point blank asking for that. And so
oh man.
I imagine that this was completely your idea, and you probably had to like really convince some people. But it sounds like that wasn't necessarily the case.
It wasn't the case. I mean, I still feel like there's this place where I have to kind of not necessarily defend it, you know what I mean? But
Hmm.
it involves video games, so I think it's still. And what I told my students in the class, and I think they got really energized about. It's like we're kind of getting to piece together the history of this thing in a way that like we can do the research and collectively come together and pull together this information and see how we can move it all forward.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing this.
And
I mean, this is the first time you're doing this class, and it's like hopefully going to be a long running thing. So
it would be amazing. I have some donations that just came in, guys.
yeah.
It's
Well, why don't we
thank
go
you so
ahead
much.
and start playing our games too? Like
Yeah, well, I
let's
mean,
Yeah.
I just want to get it. I just want Joey to talk about like why Mister is like such an important
Oh yes.
part of
So
this class.
this no definitely. So this for me, I mean, and this development kind of came, late in the summer, because I've been building the course all summer. And, I kept coming to the thing. It's just like, well, maybe I could bring in this system, but man, maybe I'll only have like 10 or 15 kids sign up for it. And the class is full. It's like 28 kids. So it's just like when I saw the roster, I was like, okay, I've got to figure some things out. So it all kind of came together organically. And I've got the way the classroom is laid out is that there are like 7 teams of 4. And they're all at these separate little round tables. And in my mind, I was like, man, what would be amazing is that as we're moving through this, kind of even starting early arcade, early PC, excuse me, is that I could have a Mr. Station at each table for each team, and then I could put mine up on the big screen and say, okay, go here, go to this game, and I want you all to kind of continually be playing this game and then writing down, looking for these things, because we've set up these formal things to look for to kind of analyze video games. I wanted to kind of have this full rounded, how to recognize and talk about the artwork, how to think about the code, considering the gameplay, and that the Mister, of course, because when I first got mine, I mean, through you, Corey, and Try, and thinking about it and being excited about it, I was like, man, I've got all this stuff, and it didn't click until putting together the class. I was like, this is an art museum. Like, this is the museum, and I can bring the museum to the kids.
Well,
and
that's
they
what
can interact with it.
that's what Smokemonster said when we interviewed him. At that event we were all at in the end of 2019.
Oh yeah.
He said it is a museum in your house.
It is, absolutely. And the history, I mean, and just to be able to, I mean, and it's so much better than like a book or even going online. I mean, it's truly like being in a museum and getting to see, a Van Gogh next to a Monet, or getting to see a David Hammond's piece, next to a Damien Hirst. I mean, it's like you get to put these things and they get to sit next to each other in a way that I feel like the students can cohesively, analyze these things, compare and contrast them, which I think are great soft skills to have, because it involves research, it involves investigation and trial and error. And yeah, I'm just, the moment I came to that, I was like, man, this is the idea. This is the thing. This is going to be kind of like the core of the class, is having this available to us and to that capacity. And I mean, I'm hoping, I appreciate, like I said, anybody, thank you even for just showing up on the stream. It means a lot. Because I know you all love Try and Corey as much as I do. And it means a lot. It really does. And also too, it's just like, I guess in the end, for me, it's like one of the, it's the biggest media, in terms of entertainment and culture, that, I mean, it's like ran laps around the music industry and the movie industry, and why this can't be presented to my students as a possible career is ludicrous. Like, they have that. Like, this is accessible, especially, when you look at something like Nintendo, where they just literally came out, I don't know if it was for the Tokyo Game Show or what it was, but they were like, oh yeah, we're not showing any first party stuff. It's just all indie stuff. And that alone, I was just like, man, this is the moment to begin helping provide a history, and an excitement for things that were before. So it's like, one of these students has the opportunity to push that thing even farther and make something we've never seen before or interacted with before. And, and I think that's important to know what has existed, and, the restrictions around things technologically speaking, and the creativity bred out of that, I think, is just such an exciting thing to interact with and think about. But yeah,
and I think it's important, as we said, in the the post that we made about this, a lot of this technology, it's important to to teach the younger generations about it, so that they can pick up when we're too old or we're dead. And it needs to be, this information needs to be passed on. And it just seems like, especially for for high school kids and stuff like that, it seems like the idea of getting involved in this is, I guess, I don't know how popular it is, because maybe they just don't have the means to do that. And that's what I think is so cool about devices like the Mister, where they can be like these museums that can show what was done, and like how, like what these games look like, like in the most accurate way, like possible, in a very small and portable package. I feel like so. My audio is soft.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, and to have it all there is just, and like I said, the development and the I mean, I didn't know what an FPGA chip was until, my gosh, Tim
Oh yeah, right.
was developing. Yeah, and I had no clue until you did that interview, and I was like, oh man, this thing seems like the possibilities seem infinite for this thing.
Yeah.
So real quick, so
Oh, you're gonna. Yeah, there's been a
yeah,
number
just like
of.
we're getting a bunch of.
And unfortunately,
crazy.
we just because of the way that it's, we're doing this like directly through the school, so we don't we aren't able to have our usual like overlays and stuff.
Right.
So
Right.
Yeah, and this even too financially is already arranged by our director of development. Like it's going right to a specific space for the art history of video games class within the school. So
yeah, when we first decided to do this, I felt it's very important for it to be, as by the books as possible, especially since it's it's involvement of a school, and all the information is on the classy .org website. Like a lot of the stuff is tax deductible and stuff like that too, because it's going to a school. Anyways, so Joey, you're gonna read the donations, and I'm gonna.
Yeah, so there's so we're at $1,000 already. Thank you so much, everybody. So
thank you.
We've had some anonymous. We do have an interesting. This name just makes me laugh. It's Terse Gentleman Robot. Donated $26.25. Thank you so much, Andrew Fior. Willie Smalls, thank you so much. That's absolutely incredible. Kevin Coleman. Kevin has this incredible, left this incredible comment, if you don't mind me reading.
Oh, yeah.
He said,
by all means.
Kevin said, my grandmother got me into Japanese RPGs when I was 4 years old with the game Dragon Warrior on the NES. Oh. She wanted me to be enthusiastically wanting to learn to read. When I would come back from kindergarten, I complained that I couldn't get to the next part of the game because my guy wasn't strong enough. I taught her how to level my characters. Mm-hmm. She became hooked. The art form of video games are incredibly important to me, and I hope this donation helps future generations appreciate that the history that I lived through. Thanks for all you doing. Thanks for all you are doing. Thank you so much, Kevin. And like, what an amazing story, man. That's absolutely incredible. We have Ryan Winter, thank you for your donation. Christopher Frank, hey guys, Chris Fratt's here, and I'm happy to be donating for this. I wish I could stay for the whole stream, but being at work sucks. Keep doing what you do, and I hope the class goes well when all is said and done. And I hope the stream goes great. I'll make sure to tune in later when I get off work at 4 p.m. and maybe I'll donate later. Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Jose Argumedo, thank you so much, donating during the MLiG stream. Appreciate it. Lee Dowdle, thank you. Drew E. from Inez and Drew, happy to support a great cause. Thank you. Martin Donlan, thank you so much. Amazing. Jonathan Henson, MLiG and Mr. FPGA forever. This is just
thank you.
Overwhelming support. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is incredible. I'm speechless.
Heck yeah. So Troy, you're playing Bonk 3, or you're playing PC Genjin 3.
I'm playing PC Genjin 3 because that's the version that I do own. I own the Japanese version of all the Bonk games.
And I am playing Mickey Mania for the Sega CD.
All the PC Engine Bonk games, anyway.
You know, if anybody is familiar with our normal live streams, you know that we generally try to play through the game. And Try is definitely going to be doing that. I'm going to try and do that as much as possible. But I'll be probably doing less finishing of games than versus Try.
You just because you think you're going to be too busy managing the stream and stuff?
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. I mean, it would be nice, but we'll see what happens.
You know, I wonder why they didn't just use the same sprite for Small Bonk and Bonk's life counter. See, seems like wasted hue card space.
You're gonna have to ask Mom. I will not right now, buddy. My kids will likely be in and out throughout this.
Oh,
I know you do. I know you want to play Spider-Man, but not right now, bud. He wants to play Spider-Man. I'm gonna switch to the. So I want to say that, like, I'm using the 5x scale on this. You probably can't see it, but oh yeah, you can. And that crops a little bit of the top and bottom of the screen. And you can turn it on and off.
Oh yeah, I think I'm using it too. When it first released, I think there was like it was kind of involved in activating it. How do you do it now?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I've had it done on here. But for anybody who is interested in a Mister, later on, probably around like 8 o'clock tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time, I bought a Mister and I'm going to be building it live, and we're going to be setting it up just to kind of show everybody how easy it generally is. I think that some people will feel that it's much easier to set up than they expected, especially with so many automatic things that have been created for it. I mean, it is amazing. Like, since I got mine, how much it has changed. Because I think I did a stream several years ago with Smokemonster, and it was like it was still pretty new, and it just like took me all day to get it set up so that I felt like I was ready to use it during the stream. But now, you know, we're gonna probably start from scratch and be set up and going like probably like less than like an hour.
It's definitely easier than the Sega Naomi I've been trying to set up in my candy cab.
I'm in the middle of something though, buddy. And like, he really wants to play Spider-Man. I might need to go set him up on that.
Go for it.
Yeah. There was a really good question in the chat. Let me see if I can find it. By Spider Slip. Is there any way to play Mister with friends online who also have a Mister, or by connecting into your home network? Like, is non-local multiplayer possible?
I see. There's no online multiplayer as of yet. I'm not sure if it's something that could get added later, which would be really cool.
Mm-hmm. That would be amazing, actually. I mean...
All right, I'm going to set him up on Spider-Man. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously when it comes to any, you know, type of emulation, hardware emulation, software emulation, I mean, I think there's always kind of, you know, maybe conflicting goals among the developers of, you know, some people purely see it as a means to play games, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and others see it more as preservation. And, you know, I think, you know, the features of, you know, like, you know, hey, let's play online together. That, you know, I think for a lot of people that may not really be the main goal, but like to the end user, that makes a lot of sense, you know?
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense.
But I'm sure it definitely could be possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like how those two things would intersect, though, like preservation and then like on
Yeah, well, I mean,
Well,
I think one of the that fish ate me, and now I'm inside the fish. I mean, I think one of the biggest examples that most people would probably be familiar with would be, RetroArch. RetroArch is all about
yeah.
sort of unifying the emulation experience through a front end. But it's it's not the emulators themselves, and I know that there's been I think some debates and maybe mixed feelings between the developer side and the the emulator developer side and like the front end developer side of that, where it's like, well, we want these features because it would be easier to play, or this isn't exactly how the original hardware worked, but wouldn't it be cool if we had this feature? But I mean, those things sometimes intersect in weird ways, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even know how to begin to predict what would, I mean, something could happen that could spawn such an intersection, and it's limitless in terms of what it can do.
When this game came out, it was really, really well regarded, and it's just a really great looking game. But I can't tell if I can why I can't, like, where I can jump and what I can't jump on, like what are platforms.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the problem I have with a lot of those games. I mean, that's one of the reasons that I don't love Genesis Aladdin that much.
Yeah.
I like the Capcom one better because I feel like the Capcom one is just much more visually clear.
Well, that's a Sony published, Sony ImageSoft.
Yeah.
Yeah, the animations in this are beautiful.
Yeah.
But I remember I remember a
at the ring. Oh, I see.
A scout troop that I briefly attended. I remember them having that game at their house, and it took me so long to figure out what game it was that started off with like black and white Mickey.
All right. So once I do that, now,
are you playing the Genesis version or the Sega CD version?
I'm playing the Sega CD version, which is the version that I own. Oh, there we go. I was debating on what I should play. I spent so much time getting set up that I didn't even think about what I wanted to play until it was too late.
I don't know why Bonk 3 like.
No, I'm envious of that choice. It's a really good choice.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know why it struck me as like, that's what I'm gonna do today.
I think it's interesting to see side by side these two kind of like extreme differences in like animation styles and like art direction.
Well, I was convinced for a while, and I've not found any evidence to support this. But a lot of the Bonk character designs, especially like, the flowers that like, well, there's one right there. You see the flower that like chases after you and has got these like jaggy teeth. Like, have you ever played the Mario and Luigi games?
Yeah,
like,
on the DS?
On the well, there's one on GBA and then DS and 3DS. I actually don't like them that much. They're like my least favorite branch of the Mario RPGs. But that like grin looks just like Fawful, which is like one of the main villains in a couple of those games. And like just in general, like I was thinking like, man, I bet I bet one of the art people for Bonk went on to work on those games.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, I see a lot. I just feel like there's a lot of some of the original character and monster designs in those games look kind of like Bonk, but I've never found any evidence to actually confirm or deny that there's any shared art staff. But
Yeah.
yeah, I guess Alpha Dream did close down. I mean, you know, I wish I liked their games a lot more than I do. Like I kind of stopped playing the Mario and Luigi games after the third game because I was just like, I feel like I should be having fun with these, but I'm just not. Like, and it's even more frustrating because as much as I love the original Mario RPG, I mean, that one, you know, a lot of Alpha Dream staff was from the Mario RPG team.
Yeah. Yep.
So like I feel like I should like I should like those games a lot more than I do, but
All right, back at it. Well, I wonder if you'll.
oh, look at this caveman CRT here.
Oh,
That's
looking at the
incredible.
chat. Too much. I hope this game has unlimited continues. So what? I'm not sure how familiar a lot of the people in the chat are with the Mister. I think that they will probably learn a lot about the kind of cool stuff that you can do with it. But I guess there's no Sega CD cheats, but there is, you know, cheats for different cores, you know, like the Genesis games, like there's cheats just like built in, you can toggle them on and off.
Mm-hmm.
There is a number of different filters, you know, there's scan lines, composite blend, you know, if you want to do get different looks for it, and you can set all that stuff as a base. If there's like a filter that you really like, you can set it up that it applies to all the different cores, or you can just do it.
Yeah, like
on a per basis.
On mine here, I just have the interpolation sharp set for every core, and it looks, you know,
my preferred one. Yeah,
looks great. I've not played with the scan lines much. I do like the scan lines on some of the the Game Boy cores, like the grid based scan lines are really good on the Game Boy cores.
Yeah. Another thing that might interest people is that if you build your Mister with the analog I/O board, you can do simultaneous HDMI and output to a CRT in RGB or component. Which is a pretty awesome, just, you know, base level feature. You know, in my opinion, especially if you're going to be using it to stream and play on a CRT at the same time.
And also, it's here. Let's see if I move Bonk over here. You can see. There's one of the coolest things, and Artemio I know was involved with this. So let's see, is it in here? Colors. So on the TurboGrafx core, there's colors. There's original. Oops, hang on. I just hit. Okay. Now here's raw RGB versus original. Now, what's so interesting about this? You know, the TurboGrafx has RGB on board. You know, you look at something like the NES, and Artemio can correct me in the chat if I'm characterizing this wrong in any way. But like the NES does not generate RGB, for example. So that's why we've got color palettes for NES when we're using the NES and RGB, or, you know, even when you're emulating it, because, you know, emulators need to work in an RGB color space. So you have to interpret what those composite colors would be in RGB. And because those colors might have looked very differently on a lot of different TVs, people have all kinds of different opinions on how NES colors should look. So that's why there are so many different NES color palettes. And for the longest time, this was something that was really ignored on PC Engine / TurboGrafx, because the TurboGrafx does generate RGB. You can access the RGB from the rear port of the console. It's just that there was never an official way to use it. But since the system does generate RGB, no one really bothered to focus on converting the composite colors, which were the only ones that were officially supported. So Artemio and a team of several other people were involved with creating a color palette based on those composites. And what's so interesting is, here's the composite palette. They just call it original. How to put it? Like there's different lookup tables, I guess you could say. I guess is what it's called. Like there's different values, like a completely different values. Like this color corresponds to this value in the RGB table and this value on the composite table. And some of those, like there's a famous example with Startling Odyssey 2 that people have shown as an example where there's a gradient in the sky, and two of the colors are so similar on the RGB palette that they may as well be invisible. But really, a lot of colors are really different, as you can see when I toggle back and forth between them. Like it's just, the bricks look a lot more saturated on the RGB palette. They look a lot more, kind of more like a natural brick color, really. And that's what the artists would have been choosing. They would have been choosing it for how it looked on composite, because that was the only color palette that was actually shown. And you can just look at Bonk's skin, like the colors that were used for skin tones in games, very different between RGB and original. And this RGB, I mean, that's what RGB mods are based on. And I would love, I don't know if Voltar is watching. I would love for some real hardware mod, like one that you could use in an interface unit or a duo unit. I would love for that, because like right now, I almost feel like Mister with this composite palette is actually almost the more accurate way to play TurboGrafx, at least visually.
It's true for like other things too. I mean, Mister, like most of the cores have been developed using MD Fourier to like make sure that it's as accurate as possible. Artemio will go into that a bit. I mean, I
honestly should have waited to have that conversation when Artemio was actually on the call.
Well, he'll be in a little bit here.
I think it's so. I think it's one of the most interesting things in the whole Mister to me personally is just the RGB palette or the composite RGB palette.
Right.
I just think it's just for me personally, I just think one of the coolest things in the whole system. There's also stuff like, you were talking about MD Fourier being used on, for quite a lot of the audio throughout Mister.
Right.
I just got a couple of Sega CD games. I don't have a lot of Sega CD games, but I got a couple the other week. And, Sega CD is I don't enjoy using the actual system very much. It's one of the few times where it's like, maybe I don't want to play the original hardware. And I'm assuming I'm supposed to not wake these guys up.
Yeah, I can understand, especially for a lot of these older disc-based systems. I can understand it.
Yeah, so I mean, I see myself more likely playing my Sega CD games, I much prefer to focus on playing games that I actually own. You know, I don't feel the motivation to play through it unless I own it in some capacity. So the fact that I could play everything on Mister doesn't, you know,
It's not the
aside from
point.
like, oh, like it just gives me access to more things to record for
Yeah,
the
exactly.
show and stuff. But for my actual playing for fun, like what we're doing right now,
Okay, so I get it now.
I do prefer to play games I own. So I do see myself focusing on playing the games I own for Sega CD, more likely on either Mister or the Mega EverDrive Pro.
Right. For me, a big part of the appeal is the arcade games.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was really the thing that got me the most interested off the bat. Although, you know, there's a lot of really, really cool stuff like that's pretty fully featured at this point. And something that, you know, one that I have not spent any time with that I really need to is the 486 computer core, which, you know, like I haven't set it up, and I should have by now, but you know, it's basically like, I don't know what the specs are in the computer computer hardware that it emulates, but I mean, I think it doesn't install like a really like a lightweight version of like Windows 95 and stuff like that. It did at one point. I'm not sure if it does anymore.
Yeah, I know basically nothing about that side of it. I loaded like a computer core once or twice. I had a little. From what I've seen, they're set up a little differently than the console cores.
Yeah.
And just in general, I'm not as well versed in PC games in general, so I guess I haven't tried too hard yet. I did load up like MSX2 to get like some Metal Gear 2 and one of the Analog Frontiers episodes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, there was in the chat, Ace 9921 was just talking about like that like anxiety around if you have that hardware. And it's true. It's like I feel the same way with like my arcade boards. You know, it's just like it's not a matter of if, it's like a matter of when those things will start to kind of like, you know, short out, or, you know, it's something is going to happen to that thing. You know, there's energy moving through them. So they're bound to, you know, short out, or a cap is going to leak and hit a trace. It's something, and especially if it happens, as he had said, to these like proprietary chips that just aren't replaceable. You know, and I've got, you know, it's like my 68,000 is just like every time I fire it up, just like my fingers crossed, you know, that nothing happens, because it's just there's just like this anxiety built up around it, and I don't think it has anything to do with like money necessarily. It's just like I love these objects.
Yeah.
Just like, you know, and I'm like, man, I don't want this thing to fall apart on me. Yeah, because obviously now that we have, with having the Mister, it's a different. I think it changes this idea of like what you have, not necessarily if you even want to refer to it as your collection, but like the objects that you kind of like obtain that you're interested in. And you know, it's like when I went to Japan, it was just the Mega Drive stuff, just because like the box art. I just remember just being absolutely enamored with, you know, the box art of a lot of the Mega Drive games. So I was wound up starting to get like Mega Drive games just specifically for the art.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I guess I've in general not been super focused on the systems that have really worrisome, you know, reliability, I guess.
Yeah, no, totally.
but I mean, but yeah, the Mister can help a lot with that. But of course, it's always it's important to remind people that just because it's on Mister or just because it's FPGA does not mean it's perfect. I don't know if anyone would any of the developers would claim that any of the cores are perfect yet.
Right.
It takes a lot to get there, but they're so close in a lot of cases. So I mean it's it lets you get that much closer with it's certainly not inexpensive hardware, but it's low powered hardware. I mean, our Artemio said in our interview with him.
There he is.
I gotta reframe everybody. It's okay though.
Oh, okay. But that an FPGA could do as good as a computer or a software emulator or vice versa. If you had enough power, and that's what it takes. I mean, to have a satisfactory experience for most people, software emulator on a low power PC is already there. But like, I mean, if you're really concerned with a lot of the minutia, you do need a lot of power to really get all the way there. But with the hardware emulation, you can really just be as powerful as the original hardware and pull it off.
Hang on, I'm deciding. I feel like I was hearing what sounded like talking from an Animal Crossing game.
It does sound like that. I'm not sure where that's. Is that Artemio? Is Artemio have like a sound filter on by mistake?
I shouldn't have.
Oh no, there you are. Oh no, I do hear something.
Yeah, I heard it too, but I don't know what it was. It was funny though.
Is that Joey? Who's?
Here, I can mute to see if it's me.
I'm not sure.
Do you?
Alan might be sending like a different audio source because it looks like he's muted right now. But then,
okay.
Yeah, it's like I don't know why it's sounding like that.
Yeah, it's just some sort of chipmunk talk that I'm hearing.
So, how are you guys?
Doing okay.
Doing good.
Doing all right. It's like a Splatoon voice. It is kind of like a Splatoon voice. Sorry, I'm just getting everybody's camera so they're in their right spot. But it's like this should have all been done before, and then I had a realization that I had it set up wrong. The way I was trying to do it. So
it's live. That's the way that they can tell. So don't worry about it. These things always happen, no matter how experienced you are.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true. Okay, so it's so weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Unless it's like sending the.
I mean, some microphones have like voice masking.
No, this is like it seems like it's almost like sending the wrong like rate or whatever.
Yeah, I believe so too.
Wow.
Man.
I mean, it could always be the kind of thing that just corrects itself by trying to reconnect or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Artemio, while we're waiting here, while I'm getting these cameras repositioned, do you want to like explain the color palette, composite color palette?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, minus.
Thing is that several people noticed Turbo X-Ray, his current handle right now, had mentioned that the PC Engine TurboGrafx 16 has a very different color palette, as you mentioned. And he'd been mentioning that for almost a decade or more. And when well, somebody could have paid attention, but what could be done? I mean, I'm certain that a lot of things could have been done back then, but thing is that when you shout out in the internet and say, "I noticed this is wrong," somebody has to jump in and fix it, right?
Yeah.
But how? Imagine how if you're in a void. How is somebody going to fix it on everybody's emulators or everybody's TurboGrafx modded systems, right? That's not something feasible.
Yeah.
And well, David Shadoff, Risha, and of course a lot of other people. Mike G also jumped in. Furtek made a lot of the work. The thing is that David Shadoff brought us to the table with TurboX X-Ray. And they had a solid example this time. This solid example is the game that you mentioned, Startling Odyssey 2, right?
That kind of makes it clear to a lot of people. But I think honestly, almost every game, like, I mean, you just toggle it back and forth even in this game, as I was showing before. Like, I think it's a pretty stark difference that it's clear to me, I think, why the artist chose the colors that they did, for composite.
Yeah, of course. The thing is that how were you going to know that from a composite video capture from an obvious video card, right? How would you tell if it wasn't your video card that's making the issue? You'd have to demonstrate that you were capturing proper NTSC colors and comparing them with RGB. And how would you know that your RGB was properly set up for capture? It's a difficult issue.
Yeah, well, I mean, just how Cal with Firebrand X's NES palettes. I mean, he said so many times that he was done, and then he decided, well, no, I'm not done. It was just
never finished.
But that's it's interesting that you bring it up because NES is completely outside of NTSC color. It simply isn't in the range.
Interesting.
So if you see, there's these things that are called vector scopes. I have one here and another one here, and those are used to measure how the color is in spec to NTSC or PAL or whatever your vector scope is, and it shows the colors as lines going to specific vertices, and those vertices show how close to the real color you are. Okay. And when you plug an NES to this thing, it shows a very nice and symmetrical pattern, but it's completely outside range. It makes no sense. Okay.
Interesting.
You can see a photo of that, or I can share it with you later on. But it's beautiful. It's a beautiful pattern, but it's completely out of whack. Okay.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Yeah. So. The thing is that colors are not properly within NTSC range, and to add on top of that, the colors on the NES are non-existent as RGB within not even the chips that generate the colors, but in memory. They are just a table. Right. They are color 1 to 54, okay, or 56. I don't remember exactly. So, and each TV could decode them differently, and the PPU is the one that does that to composite. So there's no exact mapping.
Yeah, well, I mean, just like the classic, is the Sky Mario, like a deep blue, or is it kind of a bluish purple? That's the classic.
So on the PC Engine, it's different because the chips do generate RGB internally, but that RGB is pre-processed to go through composite and RF, which are the official supported and the only ways that the hardware does output the color signal. And it goes through some process, And this process does have a table, a conversion table, and some math. So it's intentional, and it's done by hardware. This conversion after the RGB. Okay, and when we tap RGB mods on our systems, they are tapping
Oh no.
the unfiltered or unprocessed signal. Yeah. So that's the big issue here. And Fartech decapped this chip, got the tables out, and presented it to the team. Risha was working a lot into making a digital vector scope where you could just grab a frame buffer, well, a PNG from the video memory from Mister, and you can get a vector scope traced out of that mimics or behaves in the exact same way as an analog vector scope here.
Interesting.
Mike G was doing the math to a mathematical script to decode mathematically perfect palette from the from a test ROM and using a datapath E1S, so he could digitize that stream and apply the math as he does with the RetroTink and get the colors decoded as NTSC. So there was a lot of work. Bernard was working with the video editors and to get the color scopes and measure and grab each color pick it and map it. And I was doing vector scope measurements. David Shadoff was doing ROMs, programming custom ROMs that could output the whole palette to the system, and doing measurements on the systems. It was a lot of work.
It's amazing how much work it was. I mean, the average person would probably think it wasn't that much work. It's like, oh, you just like capture each color in composite, blur it, and then like sample it in Photoshop or something,
Yeah, that kind of thing. But in reality, what Risha wanted is get a mathematical method that was consistent with the hardware, not just like grab a palette and do it. No, it needed to be done by a process. It needed to be approximated or the best way that it could be for any of the colors generated.
And to your knowledge, it's still never been like by default implemented into any emulators, right? Like I've seen pictures of people using it in Mednafin, but they're like doing that themselves, right?
That's right. Mednafin was prepared for this. It was prepared in a sense that it has the option to load the palette. Okay. Mm-hmm. And Risha published a GitHub recently that has the palette files and the documentation for anybody to use. So there's already a GitHub that has this data, and you can just download it and use it. And Terra Onion hardware, the new version, does have the option to use palettes. So you can just grab the Mr. palette and use it there.
Nice.
We saw Alan for a second. Now let's see if his audio is better.
So you're just doing a much different layout now.
I spent all day changing it around, and you know what? It is what it is. I think that's okay, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, it is. How are you doing, Alan?
Do I sound like a chipmunk now?
No, you sound great.
No, you sound great.
You no longer sound like a chipmunk.
I made the mistake of upgrading my Linux box last night and trying to stream.
I panicked a little bit this morning when I saw that I turned on my computer and it's like, Windows updated for you. And usually I have that turned off, and it must have just been something really minor, but luckily it didn't screw anything up. Usually at the very most it like messes with my audio.
So hopefully headphones, I turned off the Coke machine, which was loud, so we should be good.
Everything sounds good.
So Alan, how are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah. Things are good. I'm just moved back home to San Francisco, so just trying to get settled and fix all the stuff that's been broken since we've been gone for a year. And hoping to, starting to work on Color Computer 3 again with Master S, who's been invaluable and getting it to work. Without him, there's no way I would have gotten it. I tried and tried for the last 3 years, maybe 2 years, something like that, and I got it to the point where I could, I don't know, not very far. And then he helped me in like a couple weeks. We have it booting, and that's really nice.
Wow.
For those in the chat that might not know who Alan is, Artemio, do you want to give some background on him, or Alan, if you want to like give some background on yourself, obviously.
Yeah, sure.
The WX in my name is weather, and I started a weather company a long time ago, and computer engineer as my degree, and I do like arcade games and built MAME system for the office a long time ago. Have one actual real arcade game and a Mr. Do cocktail with a tiny CRT in it. It's pretty funny. I mean, shipped that way, but it's like in reality, I think it's like 11 inches or something. And I would have more, but I try to collect one of things and not 100 because I'm a terrible hoarder. And on Mr., I just saw the project online. I started soldering together parts, and they were the perfect present for all of my techie friends who have too much money and have like every possible thing they could want with Amazon, but they didn't have Misters.
That's right.
And then I started doing some maintenance on I really started with Donkey Kong, which had the dip switches hard-coded to some strange values, like a lot of lives or something. And I talked to Sorg, and he said, go ahead and fix it. And that was a really good way to get into Verilog, because it was a really simple, well, it took me a while, but it should have been a really simple fix of putting it in the OSD so you could change the number of lives. And that's how I got started maintaining all of the arcade games, and did that for a while until Jimmy Stone and Black Wine and a few other people have come to do a lot of the heavy lifting of just lots of little things.
And a lot of the documentation for what you have to reference for that, I assume is all right there in MAME as well, right?
Well, MAME is fabulous and horrible at the same time. Yeah, so the dip switches were in MAME.
But the core that just came out yesterday, right? Like there was the one that Yotego released yesterday, right? With like a lot of help from other people. And there was certain things that they said that they found in this chipset by Konami that like MAME didn't have to use or something like that. So it's not like documented completely. Or am I completely off?
Yeah, so the MAME, especially with the graphics, because it's an emulator, you can get the sprites and the backgrounds drawing, but it doesn't mean you have any idea how the graphics chip actually worked.
I see, right.
And as someone else said, like earlier on this stream when I was watching it, maybe it's accurate, maybe it's not. I mean, all the cores are different. So the interesting thing about the Coco 3 core versus the Coco 2 core that David Shadoff, Pierco, and I wrote is that, which is also based a bit on the PACE core. I found in PACE is an old multi-emulator system or multi-FPGA emulator system, and there was some code in there that we lifted. But we tried to build the Coco 2 based on chips. So the original Coco, when you look at the schematic, this is a Tandy Radio Shack computer I learned to program on it in some class my mom sent me to at page 10. It had a processor and a video chip and an IO chip and a few other things in it. And then you look at the Color Computer 3 code, and when it was written, instead of having like a chip, there's basically a huge lookup table of, when the programmer writes to this address, put this value on the bus. But that's not how the original chip computer was. When you write to this address, it would pick a chip select, as they call it. Like there'd be some decode logic that says, when you hit this address, I need to turn on the IO chip, or I need to read from the keyboard. But this one's just written more like an emulator. So this is a long way of saying that the MAME stuff, some of it's really good and it documents a lot of things. Like the dip switches are perfect, almost perfect in MAME. That's just a great table lookup. The dip switches usually correspond to a ROM, not to the hardware, if that makes sense. So you put two different ROMs in a video game, and the dip switches could potentially change because it's software. So the software.
I mean, my experience with that stuff is limited, but like I guess that's kind of like how I was using the Neo Geo core in Mr. a few weeks ago, and you have like you have to go into like the soft dip or the hard dip setting, depending on the game, or depending on what you want to change, I guess.
Yeah. Gotta adjust them dips.
Yep. That soft dip.
What you were referring to with the MAME and it not being perfect documentation for any core, it's an excellent basis to get started with, because you get the general layout, you get general memory maps, you sometimes get documentation on how the board is connected, what's in there. But as Alan said, MAME being an emulator just copies the frame buffer in a way, or draws to using the computer hardware or memory, instead of doing it how the original hardware did, or going through those processes. So that's the difference. In Mister, they try to use the original method and hardware and connections that were used to simulate the same way that the graphics were done.
Right. Now of course,
audio,
for the playing side of Mister, like you can have incomplete information, but like even still, doesn't MAME, in theory at least, like to have information that goes beyond simply what it would need to replicate it in software. Like it's still, in theory, wants to document.
As a PCB arcade owner, if you have your PCB damaged in some way, you have to refer MAME. In general, that's what has been for like 20 years.
You hope that it's correct.
And it's documented. You hope it's documented. That's the thing, because usually when people think about MAME, you just think about playing the games. But if you open the source code, it's an amazing place, because you find a lot of documentation. You have ASCII art of the PCB and the chips and how everything's going, and that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting better too. Also on some of the MAME stuff, and we from Mister have fixed a bunch of bugs in MAME and try to push them back. And one of the crazy ones was Space Invaders Core, which you think is just ancient. And there's one, I'm not even going to remember the name of the game right now, but there's one game that was like I think it was some European like knockoff third party that hooked the output of the video in some strange way to turn the grayscaler black and white into some color overlay, and it looks really weird. And there's like one document online that's like a bad photocopier scan. And Mike in UK, who I've been working with on the Space Invaders, he figured it out. He like trial and errored and then got it. And the main one was just black and white. So we sent it back over there. I think they added and there's many more examples of that where, just looking at the hardware as much as you can and fixing little bugs, which may or may not be important, but it's all about preservation. So the more we know, the better.
And it's also because when they were documented back in the day, sometimes the MAME developers or even Mister developers don't own the original board, and it's someone remotely doing the documentation. It's a back and forth. So having somebody check those documentation again and verifying is really important, and I believe that's something that needs to be done way more often.
The 7800 core that, I really did very little other than connect Russia with a developer in Canada who wrote this Atari 7800 BASIC, which, by the way, if you ever want to write a game for the 7800, it is such a cool platform. It is so easy to use and write cool games for the 7800.
So I guess that's why Ninja Golf looks so amazing.
So I don't know if it was written in that, but it's anyway. And it's basic. It's like super easy. It might be fun for your class at some point as extra credit, or it's just really neat. Yeah. But anyway, and they're good demos, and you can just extend a demo. But so the author of that, I sent him a Mister, and he wrote demo after demo after demo to try to figure out every corner case and, this doesn't look quite right, or this isn't working. And it was wild because when we started, we didn't pass, we couldn't run any of his simple hello world things correctly. And by the end, it was fun being on these super long email threads where, it would be like, can you write a test to see what happens when this happens? And then it was like some, bit of assembly that was really obscure to test, exactly what happens when some timing thing. And as you're saying, that's when it just was amazing. And so that, I think 7800 core might be one of the most compatible, accurate.
Because you were
things
what you were
on
doing
this or-
to recap what you just said. You were comparing the original 7800 behavior to the Mister with a specific code built to not break but check corner cases, and you were comparing that both of them gave you the exact same result, right?
Sorry, exactly. You said it better. And we've seen this for other platforms. I think Game Boy Advance definitely had some tests. Usually when people start writing the software emulators as well, like the first thing to do is write a test suite. But that's going back to what you're saying. I mean, that's the way, especially, you have to run it on the original hardware. And I have almost no original hardware anymore. And yet I've worked on a lot of these cores. So that's bad on me, but.
No, it's not, because you get some experience that's really important, right? Because you don't feel hand-tied when you don't have the hardware. You can deal with it.
I mean, that's how people are going to have to be working on this stuff in the future, right? So.
And it's more common than you imagine. For the X68000 emulator that Midget does, I do the tests remotely, so it's very common that happens.
I'm just
and
sorry.
No, sorry.
No, it has nothing to do with what you're saying. I was just going to talk about this MX500 game that I've never played until right now.
Oh, nice.
This is like this is the Konami game I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
They was just released, and I've never even heard of it, and it's kind of awesome.
I love those tiles. They kind of give it an effect of like the terrain being raised.
Yeah.
What year is it?
Oh, I just missed it.
It's late 80s, no?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, I mean, it's cool though, because it totally switches into you kind of go into all range mode when you fight the boss. When you fight a boss.
Oh, so is it kind of like Thunder Force 2, like overhead levels?
Yeah, but it's just one screen fighting the boss. It's kind of cool.
You also have worked in the MRA files. Can you, now that we were talking about MAME, could you describe that for us?
Sure. I created that format originally because, so Bruno Silva did an amazing amount of work with all the ROMs and the MRAs, especially the beginning ones, and he had this amazing but crazy script that he wrote to generate. Okay, so let's go back. So originally, you have a MAME ROM file, and the MAME ROM file is a zip with a bunch of parts that, again, going back to trying to document the original, tries to really have one file for each ROM chip on the board. And now with merged files and everything else, it's a little more complicated. So what happened is on Mister originally, and a lot of these FPGAs, you would concatenate together, all the files from that zip into one long file, and then you'd put it as like boot.rom, or it used to be a.pacman.rom or something. And then the Mister would know to load that and send it to the core, and then the core developer would then usually unpack those sequential things and put them back like the original thing into separate ROMs. Internally, maybe not, but usually. So what happened though is, you have something like Pac-Man. Well, originally, Pac-Man core was, I think, 15 cores. So like eyes and all the things built on a Pac-Man board were tons of different cores, because each one had to have a different name in the OSD so it would load the right ROM.
Oh, okay.
And then we later added an open ROM feature so we could have some of the alternate ROMs. That was still a little bit ugly. And then the real problem was, if someone who wasn't super technical wanted to build, or even, someone who already had MAME or had all of the MAME ROMs sitting on their machine, like, you can't just copy the zip files. You used to not be able to just copy the zip files, and you would have to then run a script on your Windows box to convert each of those zips into a Mister style ROM. So just a hassle. And I had this sort of vision of, I just want to use the MAME ROMs as is, no change. So that's how MRI started. And then when we're doing it, it allowed us to do a couple things, like merge together all of the Pac-Man hardware, so that, and the Williams hardware, basically all of these game boards And Tego, of course, putting out like CPS 1 and 2. I mean, in the old days, he would have to put out a core for every single game, which is just crazy. Now it's still like there might be 2 sound chips based on, which game or something like that. And that's fine. So in the MRA, we can pass a little extra data and use that to determine what hardware to turn on and off. So it may not be a complete, again, this is where emulation versus, if you think back to like Space Invaders had analog soundboards. So if I wanted to change my Space Invaders to 280 Zap or whatever, this car racing game, I might be able to use the same board. I'd have to put new ROMs in it, but then I'd have to maybe rewire the controls. I'd have to rewire, maybe take off the soundboard, put on a new soundboard. So there'd be a lot of hardware changes. So in the MRA, we pass a flag 1 for 280 Zap, 2 for Space Invaders, and then it just sort of reconfigures it. But it's not exactly, 100% original. But the MRAs are great. And then Alexei, Sorg moved the dips in there, and that was super smart. And the other big problem, especially looking at these cores, sometimes take 10 to 20 minutes to compile. In the old days, like I would goof a dip or not understand it, or the documentation would be bad, or name would be slightly wrong, and it would take forever to change. But now that a lot of that data is moved to the MRA, you can just rewrite the MRA, in an editor. And just
what's the MRA in terms of a user? It's just a text file that contains XML, right? Or
correct.
Oh, okay.
And some of them, basically, originally it was just, it tells you the dips are in XML, so it has the dip information from the OSD is there, and then it has, the name of the zip, and then the order. So the order of the ROM is just random based on the author of the core. So no one could make an MRA without being kind of in the head of the author or looking at the way the code is. Because again, originally, ROM 1 doesn't really come before ROM 2. They were separate chips. So the author decides that this one's first, this one's second, this one's third. So you sort of need to know the order. And then later we added the ability to do patches and to put data. So like a lot of the sound data for Space Invaders is right in there. Overlay data for the Space Invaders cores where, you might have, or back, you had a mirror or something, so there's a graphic under or over. So that goes in the MRA. So some of the MRAs have gotten big because there's kind of binary data in there as hex.
Yeah, so basically it's a way to reconfigure the arcade cores to follow the Mammoth standard and make it easier to manage, and also easier for users because they can just use their own dumps that comply to the MAME standard, and that makes it so much easier. And the configuration from the point of view, imagine it's like a Voltron, right? You have different parts and you can assemble them with the MRA instead of doing it on different cores.
That's a good
it's
a
huge
good pitch for it.
It's huge, and it'll be interesting to see if it makes it back to the consoles. So far, consoles are really simple and everyone wants to keep it that way, but I think the MRA format could be extended in Mister for some other things eventually.
Yeah, like turn on or off specific variants of the hardware, right?
That would and if you wanted to be able to launch by game instead of launching by core, then it would be a way to sort of like have a macro that opens the Sega to specific game.
No, that's interesting. Yeah. So you can just run the from a menu the game directly, right?
Yeah. That's one way to do it.
Yeah. And also you had to deal with something else regarding the arcade cores, right? Because maybe you haven't noticed it, but there's this mode where you flip the CRT on arcade games, and that was non-standard because you could rotate it clockwise or counterclockwise. And this is something that you also dealt with, right?
Yeah, and Black Wine really stepped up because there were a bunch of games. I tried to put a flip. So some of the original arcade hardware had a flip in the dip or a flip in hardware. Some of them had cocktail mode, which for the second player would automatically flip it. So some of them were And sometimes the cocktail mode worked half hardware, half software, or all hardware, all software. So some of the cocktail mode was easy to kind of hack. But as I got into it, so you basically want a vertical flip so that you know, when you're especially using Mr. Kate or something in a candy cabinet, you don't, you're not having to, you know, stand on the ceiling or something. And it's interesting. And again, it goes back to, you know, when you build an arcade game, that's just, you know, you build it for one cabinet. It doesn't really matter to you which way you mount the monitor.
Right.
But for Mr., it's a big hassle. So I went through and started doing that because I got a note from Porkchop saying, you know, hey, this would be useful. It's also good for debugging because, you know, I like to, anyway, because I have usually two monitors hooked up, one to the VGA, one to the HDMI. But anyway, and the amazing part of Mr., of course, is the HDMI output and the scaler.
Yeah.
That Grabulosaur wrote, which is unbelievable. And the fact that it flips just perfectly in the scaler is just great. So normally it's not an issue because the scaler itself, when you go and write an arcade core, you just put a flag like counterclockwise or not, and then it just magically works. But it was a problem if you go VGA out to your 15 kilohertz, you know, arcade monitor. Then you're getting the native, no latency.
I forget if it was the Pixel FX Morph or the OSSC Pro. I think one of those was talking about having like a Tate mode, like scaling mode where it would like automatically like, you know, scale it correctly within, you know, whatever size that would be, but you know, you could leave your TV, you know, straight. I assume this is probably doing something like that, maybe.
Yeah, it's just an option in the OSD, and so
I haven't tried it because I mean I don't play a lot of games in general that would require that flipping anyway. So I'm just not as familiar.
Yeah, so what's been fun recently for me about the arcades is one of the things that bothered me for a long time was not saving high scores, and so MAME has a plugin that's a high score plugin. And I don't think it's used anymore because now MAME has the ability to basically just save the entire state of the game, like a save state for every arcade, which they can do by just, you know, a library, you know, they just build it in once to each part and then it saves. But they had this really Lua like high score saving thing and more importantly, a database of that. And it's interesting. So maybe this is too technical, but the way it worked on, if you wanted to put it on the original arcades as a like add-on hardware board or the original versions of MAME, you would know that Space Invaders stored the high score in memory at a certain location. And so this file basically lists the location of all the scores, the start and stop. And sometimes it's not contiguous. And so there's this huge file, which is just amazing that someone did all this work, or a lot of people contributed to it. So I pulled out Verilator, this software simulation of Verilog, and it's something I like was on my to-do list for, again, like a year or two. And I found I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this. And so I wrote a really simple version and then wrote it again until I got it working on Centipede, because I had a version of Centipede that I could run in the hardware emulated in software. It's kind of all backwards, but it made it really easy, and Centipede ran reasonably fast. I think it's like half speed or third speed. So it's pretty fast. And so you can almost play it. And so more importantly, like you could load up Centipede with this high score module, hit save, and then see if the scores popped out. And so I did this for a while. And the funny thing is the Centipede still doesn't work right, because it turns out that Centipede has two sets of high scores. It has actually a chip, like an Atari chip, to save high scores in the original arcade, which we didn't implement. Maybe we have now, but for a while that wasn't actually implemented. But it was kind of cool with battery backup and whatnot. But anyway, so I started that. I got it into a couple of cores, and then Jimmy Stones popped out of nowhere, and he just was looking for something to do. And he took that, and he's written like version 2, version 3, version 4. I don't know what version he is on that high score code. It doesn't look anything like what I wrote, which is great. And then he went through every arcade game, I think, and put it in, and then went back and put in pause. And so now the arcades are awesome because you can pause them. When the OSD pops up, they pause automatically. you can save your high score. I think he just rolled out autosave, so the high scores will save automatically. What a difference. And what I want to do, there's also a script that lets you take these MAME high score files and you can actually dump them as text, like JSON. And I really want to build a server so we can have kind of head-to-head games and a leaderboard, which I think would be fun. But we haven't gotten there yet, but we should. And if someone's listening who's a web programmer who wants to crank it out, I used to be a web programmer, but we could do it. It just would require a simple script on the Mister in Python or something, and then a backend to submit it to.
It sounds like you should be doing some work for Digital Eclipse. They're out there in the San Francisco area. They do a lot of classic game compilations and stuff like that.
Now,
software emulated, of course, though.
You also worked on Atari Vector games, right?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of the cores, porting them. So I'm not going to remember his name. James, I think it's James Sweet. After I did my progression was after I got the dips working in most of the games, I started just porting everything I could find on GitHub, just doing crazy Google and GitHub searches to see what old games were out there that were from some other platform. And there was someone in Seattle, James, who had some great classic games I grew up playing in the pizza parlor, which was the original Sprint.
Oh yeah.
And he had a version of Asteroids, I think. Lunar Lander. And a bunch of those original Atari games, Dominoes. Wow, this has been a while. The one with the blimps where you drop the bombs. Anyway, there are a bunch of really cool black and white Atari games, Key games, basically, when the Atari bought Key. So I helped him port those all over, and that was fun. And then he had some of the Vector ones, so we started going through the Vector stuff. And then I also ported, there was a cool, and he used the Vector games on a like he made his own Vector monitor, and he had a really cheap, low-cost PGA board, and that was his thing. Like he put the Atari games and the Vector games.
That's what I wanted to ask. Like, can you run the vector-based cores on a vector monitor and it actually works the way it should?
You could pretty easily. It would take some recompilation of it, and I think Ash has done that. And there's a whole, I don't know, I'm on some Discord about vector monitors, so I think a bunch of people have. I think the Battlezone one, which was my most recent one, which isn't quite released yet. Dukes, I don't know how to pronounce his name. There's someone, hold on, look it up. Yeah, I have, Super Deuce, he's been doing the sound. He's an amazing audio engineer, and he's been doing sound for that. So he's almost got Battlezone sounds working, and then we'll launch that game. But Battlezone was written by a college team, and they didn't really do the hardware. It's more emulated, so I don't think that one would work as a vector without maybe tearing it apart. But then Black Widow was the cool one. So Black Widow was done as like a project online, hooked to a vector monitor someone did. And so ported that, and then took the asteroids, and I hacked the asteroids to turn it from black and white to color. So we got, I think, 2 or 3 of those color vector games working, which is neat. And then later, the most fun thing is, like, I learned about Vectrex on Mister and played a few games. And then before the pandemic, drive around and go to these old game shops on vacation, especially in Houston, I saw 2 or 3 of them, just gorgeous, way too expensive Vectrexes. And so I hacked in the overlay support on Vectrex, which is super cool. It actually makes Vectrex on Mister unbelievable. Nice. So I would suggest if you go set up Vectrex and pull down the overlays and get that named and set up correctly. So yeah, anyway, Yeah, the Vectrix, I mean, it's so much better with the overlays. And it's kind of a problem because if you collect Vectrix, there are people making, third-party new overlays, but if you have a multi-cart and don't have, 20 overlays, it's just, it's not going to be great.
I mean, it's like Odyssey, right? I mean, you can't, you would have no clue what you're doing in that without there. I've never played Vectrix, but.
The overlays are not for the controller, the overlays are for the screen.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, so like you'd have no idea like what was even going on in the game period, pretty much.
I mean, it's playable. Like pole position's an interesting one. Like, it's pole position. You can play it. It looks like the original black and white pole position. But when you put the overlay on it, it's just it's beautiful. It's just gorgeous. And it's a little bit of a problem because the original. Yeah, does it look like the original? I may have taken some liberty to make it look nicer.
Yeah, well, but I mean, it's going to be based on pixels rather than DPI, right?
Right, the vectors don't look as good as they do on the original, but I think the overlays and the way I did the alpha blending, I think is pretty cool. So,
did you do anything with the Space War core?
Ooh,
because I haven't played with that one.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering because I mean that one's kind of vector based too. I'm trying to remember if it had actually had trails, like sort of like CRT vector trails. I think it did, but it's been a little while since I messed with it.
And that's the challenge, and I hope someone makes a better rasterizer. I would say that I've just hacked on other people's work. Yeah, how much do you? And again, Grabulos, who wrote the scaler, he has a Vectrex, and he has a couple of tries at making a rasterizer with what's the word I'm looking for? Persistence, and it's hard to get the persistence right. And there's nothing like original vector monitor. I would love to make a run of 1,000 vector monitors. Like we have CRTs, it would be super cool. And I've talked to Ash about it, but it's just. I mean, how do you get CRTs now? If there was a way to get 1,000 identical CRTs that were reasonable size, maybe we could do it.
So regular CRT can be converted into one, basically. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, but you need a different chassis.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that we can cover. They ask you if you can load custom overlays.
Yeah, you can. Your own overlays, sure.
And sorry, I interrupted you regarding the CRT to vector monitor.
Oh,
I'm not an expert in it. It's just search on YouTube. You can watch people do it. But you need a different board. You need to take the back off and change the magnets, and you basically move the beam in an XY. It's pretty, lots of people do it. It's like a very
I had no idea that was possible. That's pretty neat.
Yeah. You can do it with a cheap and you do it with a cheap black and white TV, so it's not even like you're ruining.
Yeah, that's true. Although I feel like you're less likely to find a black and white TV that works than that color one.
RetroRGB says RetroRGB says that he could help with the CR vector thing, so maybe it's interesting to contact him. Sorry.
There's a ton of people who do it. There's parts, there are boards. I mean, it's. Yeah, how many hobbies can we have? So.
That's true.
There's less time than hobbies.
This is kind of an interesting background for TurboGrafx.
There we go.
Now, oh wow!
Looks a little choppy on the stream, but looks cool.
Animated tiles. I didn't realize it could. Yeah, that's impressive.
Oh, and I should say, if some people are asking if they can make custom ones, if anyone wants to make one that's awesome or fix something or make it look better, just email, put a PR up on GitHub, put an issue. We can put more in the pack too. There's a bit of I don't understand. I don't have mine set up correctly. Like I wrote it, and I haven't played Vectrix since. So I think there's a problem where you need, I think, the ROM name or the cartridge name to match the name of the overlay. And I think people have solved that. I think my game library is not in sync. So for me, it doesn't work, but I think someone else made it better.
And maybe some of the audience are lost about what we are talking about. What's a vector monitor? And it's when you have a CRT, you can use it to rasterize, as Alan said, and that means drawing from top to bottom, left to right. That's rastering and covering the screen that way. But a vector monitor is like an oscilloscope in the sense that it it can draw from XY like an etch and sketch, that kind of movement. And the electron beam that draws on top of the phosphor can be made to draw the shapes on screen, and they are very brilliant. It feels like they are floating in empty space, right?
Yeah. They're like, practically infinite resolution. Is almost what it looks like. It's drawing straight lines in multiple directions rather than just drawing straight lines in one direction. Like, that's why we have the skin line effect with old games, right? But if it's drawing vectors, it's just, it's just a straight line and basically as much resolution as you want. I mean, essentially, but except when I say resolution, there is no detail because it's only black and white, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
There were color ones. The Black Widow.
The types of. Well, it was I'm trying to think. Was Robotron based on was that a color vector?
That's raster.
That's raster.
Okay, I thought either Robotron or some game similar to it was a vector game for some reason. I am no expert on old arcade games.
Have you tried
the list?
Have you tried using these vector games on a good quality PC CRT using 480p? Persistence is really nice. It's not the same thing as a vector display, not in 100 years, but it's nice enough if you don't have a vector one.
I haven't. I only think I have 2 CRTs left, and one is in the Mr. Do. I
Mr.
just
Do
remember breaking my back carrying them, and so I really. There's we have to at our vacation place. There's a transfer station, and we have to take our trash there ourselves. We don't have garbage pickup, and they have a big container full of old TVs where you dump your TVs, and it's been really hard not to pull one out. But I haven't found one that's RGB yet. If there was one that was RGB, or especially a Sony, I would have pulled it out. But that wasn't going to break my back. But I have resisted getting a CRT. But maybe one of these days. It seems crazy. I just spent my whole life trying to get rid of CRTs.
I have too many CRTs.
You just got another one too.
Yeah, I did. I mean, it was nothing special, but I mean, like, it was in really good shape. I mean, it's only got RF, but like sometimes you want to shoot B-roll shots of something very era appropriate, and it's actually a very nice TV, I think, for RF only. It looks good. But I mean, $10. I can't say no to that.
I have my grandparents' original washing machine round tube, big blonde wood, 1950s or 40s TV, whenever it was.
Oh, wow.
Which I had recapped and rebuilt once, but it's been probably needs to be recapped again. I haven't plugged it in so long. It's hard to get a signal into it too.
Yeah.
I definitely got in so over the pandemic, I wound up just like, I think Artemio and Corey and Tribe told you this. So I kind of put together an arcade in my garage because people were just selling cabinets so cheap, and I was like, heck, I'll take it and see. And just you look up enough resources online, and you just kind of like experiment a little bit, and it turns out it's like I got to the point where I would look on like the local like neighborhood posts and stuff, and it'd be like giving away 19-inch CRT, and just being able to take it and like repurpose it and just have it as an extra monitor, to like fit up with a chassis to measure it to make sure it would work. And I mean, 9 times out of 10 is repurposing the old television tubes and pairing it up with a doable chassis would just gets incredible results. And it's been amazing. Just even learning how all of that works has been really, really fascinating.
Speaking of which, you've been working with Mr. K Jamix and other jam adapters, right? Al?
Yeah. Yeah. So my current thing, they were talking about, and Corey was saying, building a Mister is a lot easier than like it seems from looking at the hardware. It's like it is. I was telling people it's definitely easier than putting in a Naomi set up in a candy cabinet, because that's just like I I finally got around to fixing the stereo amp. I mean, it's just, I never imagined. I mean, I kind of put together all the parts separately over time.
Yeah.
But never in my wildest imagination realized what the inside of that cabinet would look like once I put it in there.
Well,
It's
yeah,
insane.
and Naomi is
It's great.
probably the worst example of setting up an arcade inside a cabinet, because it's a monster. If you have the GD-ROM, it gets even worse.
Oh yeah, I've been looking at, instead of doing the GD-ROM, doing the NetDim kind of workaround with the Raspberry Pi, and I think I'm going to venture down there. But man, the DIM boards are just so fragile. I did not know getting into it that just post after post on message boards, it's like, yeah, this thing's fried. I've got to do this, or it's something simple like I just had to change the BIOS chip, in the motherboard, and that was it. And then others, so that one definitely is a lot more fickle.
Yeah.
Than those. But and going back with talking about MAME, when I started collecting arcade boards, that's when I've really, I had known what it was, and I never really used it to any degree until I started getting boards and buying, especially going online and buying boards that weren't working, or non-working boards, and then figuring out that I just have to go on MAME, download, like you were talking about, Alan, download this particular file for this particular ROM and switch it out, burn it, and drop it in, and then it's just fixed. And I really became fascinated by just looking up all of those parts, and I think part of my curiosity really piqued because it was, for me, in almost a childish kind of way, it's just oh my gosh, it's what I couldn't really grasp because of its plug and play structure, what I couldn't grasp what was happening inside of a cartridge, I can see visibly so much better to try to understand on this board, and following traces, learning how to look at a schematic, learning exactly where the sound comes from. And that has been such a rich experience for me. It's just fascinating, and it never gets old. Anything that I look at, even working on the Naomi, it's I've got a slight video signal problem. Look at the schematic. Where do I have a burnt trace somewhere? And yeah, it's I kind of, I almost love doing that more than I do playing the games. I want a game where it's me repairing our keyboards.
Oh yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah.
It gets addictive,
Dude,
and
it does,
and you end up not playing at all.
Yeah.
Right.
I find the same way of learning about these old systems and trying to write the Verilog to make them work. It's the the Handy Color Computer 2 for me most recently was pulling the whole schematic out and tracing it and looking at each chip and then reading about the chip. And sometimes they're documented. The Tandys are pretty well documented because they're so maker friendly. And it's so fun. And then just it's neat.
It's you get done and you're oh well, fix the Simpsons board.
Yeah.
You play it for 5 minutes and you're like,
isn't
all
that,
right,
that's
what
what
else
you
is
just got,
broken?
right?
Yeah, too hard. Move
Joey,
on.
didn't you just get a
it's
Simpsons board that you were able to fix or something? Didn't you just get one? Or
What's
did
that?
you get one a while ago?
Oh, the Simpsons board I got last summer.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, that was just a ROM
That's good.
that needed an EEPROM that needed to be replaced.
That's wild. I never realized it would just be ROMs. You buy a dead board and you just replace the ROMs. That's amazing.
It's
Yeah, and
it's uncommon but probable.
right. And and Artemio, you helped walk me through with my Captain Commando.
Yeah.
Because it had suicided with the battery, and then having to, I can't even begin to remember the process. It was pretty painstaking and interesting. And it's one of those things where that tension happens where you're doing it, and you see you're in step 50, and you're just there's no way this is even going to work. This is just impossible. This is crazy. And then all of a sudden you plug it in and it fires up, and you're Artemio, and you're taking pictures of your screen. It worked. And he's of course it did. I was just oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, but that's the first time that you do it. It feels different than the
Yeah.
50th, right?
Right. Well, it feels like surgery. You know what I mean? Like you like holding
essentially,
open, like
yeah.
because it's like you have all of those little. You have to attach the small little clips on certain legs, and then those legs have to be attached to certain. And it feels like surgery.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it's rewarding, but it's also frustrating when you're repairing PCBs. I started buying like PCBs, and when I first found out that I could repair them, I started on purpose buying damaged PCBs,
Mhm.
and
Yes.
and that can get bad really fast because
they're so much cheaper, or what?
yeah they are cheaper, but the thing is that I was in a run and I repaired like 15 PCBs in a row without failing.
Wow.
And it was like damaged traces, missing ROMs, damaged connectors, blown up TTLs that made the video or the inputs or whatever.
Yep.
But then just strike this custom chips.
Yeah, I was gonna say the proprietary stuff.
Yeah, and the game just stops, right?
Yeah. And it's just like, oh, it's this, 1,000-legged, surface-mounted proprietary chip, and the legs are like the size of like a human hair, and you're like, there's no
there's people that can do stuff around that, and Mister can certainly help in that sense because you could, in theory, Alan, you can just like take Mister's code for that part of the PCB and create a board that has an FPGA and solder it to replace that part. I know it's not as easy as I'm saying it, but in theory, it's one path that could possibly happen, right?
I don't think it's not possible. I think that people are already selling FPGA parts. I mean, that's a big thing. And the audio boards that Yatego made, or his schematics turning into audio boards, or his Verilog. No, I think it's huge. And Ace also, I think that's one of the big reasons he's doing it is feels like there are a lot of these chips that are just going to die. I think, what does he say? I forget which ones he's doing. Is it Konami or?
Chips or...
Yeah, and so I think it's super exciting. And the nice thing is, Mister's a huge expensive FPGA, but most of these things we would, I think, just re-swiggle a little bit and burn it onto a tiny little FPGA and something we can just put on a daughter board to, re-socket in the same socket. And there's a lot of that. It's gonna be even more. The more we get done with Mister, for sure, and computers too. There's some crazy projects I love just looking at where there's someone who keeps making brand new, I mean, I guess people don't for Amiga, but I've seen these Macintosh, like Mac Plus, I want to say, or SE30 boards where they just like completely redid the schematics and they make brand new boards you can buy. And then you're supposed to, I guess, move these parts over, especially if you had some battery corrosion leak or something. But it's just wild. But it's wild to think, okay, well, now we could start replacing some of these custom chips with other custom chips, but our Mac right now does not support a bunch of the custom Apple hardware we have. It's interesting when you go from Mac Plus to Mac SE, there are a couple chips that haven't been decapped that I just don't think anyone has any clue what's in it. Well, I shouldn't say anyone. I did work a summer at Apple and they did have the schematics, but anyone outside of Apple, I don't think has any clue.
And it's interesting that you mentioned this, and I just want to grab certain concepts as we've mentioned. And Retro RGB Bob says that Stephanie did the JM sound chip based on Jategos. Yeah, we worked on that. Well, she worked on that, and they brought it to the MD Furia to check out on replacing real chips and real hardware. But you mentioned decapping, which is part of the process by which most of the work is done. Because you can approach different ways. You can think that every chip is a black box and you can simulate inputs, outputs, and create a simulation that does the same thing in hardware. Just please correct me if I'm wrong after this, Alan. You can decap it and see how it is and re-implement it. Of course, it's dependent on the ability of the people that decapped it, documented it, and reinterpret it as an FPGA implementation. And you can also just try and replace it by what you already have, right? What can you tell us about this and decapping in general, Alan?
Okay, so someone, I don't have the YouTube open, but someone should drop Furtek's
I will.
Patreon in there. Furtek has just been doing amazing things. So decap, you basically, I guess you acid wash or something, you or mechanically file down the chip until you can see it. Yeah, or laser until you can see inside the chip and the traces. You take a really high resolution photo of it, you trace it, and then someone like Furtek understands the original process that went into making it. So he can sort of look at it and go, oh, this looks like a RAM based on the way it's laid out, or this looks like a gate. And then he actually makes, before even the Verilog that Yotego or someone would make, he actually goes and makes a schematic of what the chip looks like. And so some things, like if you have a huge chunk of the chip as RAM, then you kind of see the same repeating pattern. So the nice part is once you see the repeating pattern. There's another person, a student, who did the, was it the AY, whatever, the original Pong chip. And he also did a reverse engineer that, and he wants to do some AI to auto take these pictures and turn them into Verilog, which is pretty cool. But once you have that, then yeah, you have the original chip, you know what's going on inside. And then sometimes you can get the schematics of the original chip. For the 7800, there was a person who had the dumpster drop of all the schematics, and he was hanging on to the 7800 one chip, graphics chip, the Maria. But we finally convinced him that we would do an open source implementation. So he sent us schematics. Otherwise, as you're saying, you're sort of guessing, and then MAME a lot of times, for a graphics chip would just ignore it and just do it. On computers, like on the Mac, you have no idea what's inside. Like the Bob Bailey, I think, is the IO chip that I think that's what it's called, named after someone who worked at Apple. I don't think we really know what it's doing, but because you write Mac software and you can poke at it, what the addressing looks like. You just don't know physically how they did it. So with computers, especially because people had to write software for them, you can figure it out.
And speaking of which, many people think that everything inside Mystery Code is already perfect in terms of decapped and there's no guesswork. What would you go in terms of a percentage that you think that is and isn't? Because I'm saying this because I want people to understand that supporting these projects makes this kind of documentation progress for everyone else. That's my way of thinking about it. That's why I am asking this.
Well, I would say supporting it is huge, and I'd say it's getting better and better, and it's been really fun. And I try to open my stuff as quickly as possible because it's been just amazing having other people hop in and either fix bugs or make things better. And in general, most things are based on CPUs is kind of the beginning of it. And so we watched like that new 68,000 come out a year or two ago for the ST, the FX 68K. And that is huge because that seems pretty cycle compatible. And then the Robotron and whatnot, I'm not going to get the right thing. I think it's a 6809 maybe. Recently, someone went through and made it more cycle accurate to fix the sound on a bunch of those arcades, which of course then helps all the other computers and video games based on that chip. So it's really what's great. I mean, in software we used it. We think we reuse chunks of code, but it's really hard. But the nice thing with this hardware is once you have like a 6809 or a 68,000 CPU, if it matches almost pin compatible to the data sheet that was made originally for it, then it's really easy to reuse it. And so that's what's really cool about the project. So if someone does a really good job with just that one part, even if they don't do a good job with the rest of the computer or video game, then that part is used to make other things possible. And so it's also fun if you see a new system or a new arcade board, it's like, okay, well, this has this processor and this graphics chip and this RAM, and you can pull those parts together very much more erector set than any software thing I've ever worked on.
Something that I found to be surprising when I, first started talking to people about what the reverse engineering process and stuff, me being a total outsider to that kind of thing. I think I would have imagined that the so-called black box approach where, you're figuring out how it works based on data you feed in and data that pops out. I would have believed as an outsider that sounds tremendously difficult. That sounds like a lot of work. Whereas decapping, like, why don't you just do that with everything? Like that just, but I know that it's not simpler now. I mean, not that I have experience, but I mean, just based on what people say.
It sounds right. Yeah.
It sounds like that would be the easy, like, why don't you just reference what it is?
I think because you can take so many shortcuts. Like, it was interesting. I quickly read Yotego's latest post, and he said, okay, the Konami had 2 of the same graphics chip, but he couldn't understand why they had the second graphics chip, and it was used for, I didn't quite understand, but some or something, and he replaced it with, like, 1 line of code. And so I think the answer is that for a lot of this stuff, especially in arcade board, you only have to run the 1 or 2 ROMs. And if you think about even something complicated like a 68,000 processor, like, there's a lot of the processor, maybe not a lot, but a chunk of the complication of the processor that may never be used. Even recently, one of them, it's a silly acronym, but the SEX, I think it was ACE or something, found that the SEX instruction, which I think is kind of funny, was broken in, I'm not gonna get it right, maybe the 6809 or one of the processors. And he came across it, but I mean, that processor we've been using, and I can't even tell you how many cores. And either it was in the Coco too, right? But I put the fix in the Coco, and it didn't fix anything. So either just no one was calling it, or it didn't cause a bug that was that big a deal. And so I guess what I'm saying is, if you really want Space Invaders to work, you get it, you run it, and it works. Like, you don't actually have to implement all the hardware. And so I think that's where.
So in that case,
you just have to implement enough, right?
Right. So if you could there be situations where if there's so much of it that is unused that it would actually be kind of the determining factor of whether this particular hardware would fit on this FPGA, or if you need a larger FPGA? Like, can you save FPGA space in that way, or would that not really be a preferred way to do it?
So it's funny because, sometimes when I talk to other developers, they're worried about space, but almost everything, except for some RAM issues, RAM is usually the space issue, putting RAM on the FPGA as opposed to SDRAM or DDRAM. But,
sorry.
But the built-in RAM in the FPGA is limited. But other than that, like, almost everything we're talking about, until we get to PlayStation and 486, the resources are really, the board's so big, it doesn't matter. So if you're running Space Invaders, does it matter if you use twice as much space?
Right.
I mean, to me, it just doesn't seem worth worrying about.
Right.
So I don't usually. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't care.
And if we're talking about PlayStation or other more complicated systems, like, I don't know if they have that situation that you're talking about, like, where there's just so much of the silicon or certain functions that just aren't even used or something like that.
It probably is. I mean, it's a lot of complicated chips. So, but the library is huge. So who knows? But and sometimes people put in some features that never really get used.
Well, then there's stuff like
they don't document.
There's stuff like the overdrive demo, for like the Mega Drive and stuff, where like it's always like a sign of how well emulated something is if it can run some of these things that, or the homebrew community managed to do something with it that would never have been, that was never done on a retail game.
I was going to go into that area.
It's usually timing more than anything.
I was going to go into that because I've encountered that as a homebrew developer, that not in Mystery but elsewhere, I found out that I strike some things that are not implemented in the emulator because they are not used in games, and you sometimes use it. And one could argue that you broke it in a way, and one could argue that it wasn't necessary. It's a strange situation because it's supposed to run everything that the original hardware did, right?
Right.
But for that to happen, you need more software and more test cases and decapping and more stuff, right? So if we went back and we implement like MD Fourier for the Space Invaders hardware, right? Maybe we strike things that weren't supposed, that do run original hardware and don't run on emulators, and you find it sometimes the other way around. You write code in MAME, it runs, you bring it back to the PCB and it doesn't run.
Right. Well, just like we played we were playing the new Mega Man 4 Super Nintendo port on the stream. I guess it was last week, and Voltar was in the chat, and he was talking about how kind of unrelated, but there's also that was it Mega Man 4X Infinity or whatever it's called. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but there's that Mega Man 4 port. Or not port, but like fan hack / enhancement. That he was saying that that ran on emulators, but he had to make some hardware to make it work on original hardware. So sometimes that stuff is designed around the emulator, or that may have been a case where I'm not sure if it was using like an imaginary mapper or something like that. Or when I say imaginary, I mean like a newly created mapper. I'm not sure if that was the situation with that or not, but
I think we're supposed to remind everyone that we're supposed to be collecting donations. So
I mean, Joey, what's we haven't checked in on.
I'm gonna interrupt. This is fascinating. No, it's amazing. We're at 1,548.
Nice.
Thank you so much. There have been some incredible messages. I don't want to necessarily read names. Maybe I'll just like first names, perhaps. But we had donation by Dustin, and Dustin said, "Education is so important to game preservation. Very happy to donate to this worthwhile cause." Appreciate that so much. Let's see, another donation by Race. It's as a former teacher and video game history enthusiast, I cannot stress how much it means to me that such a program exists for students today. Just want to say thank you to everyone involved. Amazing. And then we got a donation from RGT85.
Oh.
Appreciate that. Amazing. Big fan. Another by Navid. Video game preservation is important. This is human history and culture. And let's see. Yeah. And that amazing.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, this is a really, I thought this one had a really nice sentiment to it. It's from Scott. And he said, as someone who didn't take school seriously when I was younger, I applaud you for creating such an interesting class. My love for technology and video games inspired me to go back to school and pursue an electrical engineering degree. Something like this class might have motivated me to finish my degree in my 20s instead of my 40s. I also like to thank Corey and Tri, along with all the amazing contributors to the retro gaming community, for helping me realize my dream. Thank you all. That is really quite beautiful. Indeed.
Well, thank you.
Now, could you restate our goals here and why we're doing this, so maybe people that just joined the stream can know what we are about?
Absolutely. Corey, would you like to do that since you're...
He's busy playing, right?
Yeah, I'm on the last level of Ghouls and Ghosts arcade version.
Yeah.
I can do it for sure. My name's Joey. I'm a high school art teacher. I've been given this opportunity to teach this class in which I've created called the Art History of Video Games. And for this class, one of the things that I wanted to focus on that became almost to me kind of this core emphasis of the class was to provide misters for each of my students. In the beginning, I thought the class was going to be maybe 15 students, but it is 28, so it's a full class. I have the class broken up into like 7 teams of 4, and they each have their own kind of table that they sit at. And the thing that I wanted to kind of, like I said, with the class, to emphasize this idea of both preservation, but to also use the Mister as a museum. I mean, as an actual interactive, usable museum, and that the students can then see these games side by side, compare and contrast, and do work on soft skills and engage with something that they're all kind of both interested in and fascinated by. And the goal of 4,000 would definitely get us our 7 misters with the 512 gig thumb drives and some
controllers, monitors.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I remember when when I was in school, long time ago, You know, I was a slow worker. You know, you sometimes had a computer in the classroom, like a computer in the classroom, and I like, you know, it was always the same students who were like on the computer because they were the ones that were fastest at getting their work done. I was always so slow and meticulous, and, you know, making sure I like read everything right and understood everything right and did everything right. And I was always like the second to last person done my work, you know, when I was in elementary school. I never got to use the computer, you know, so like having more, you know, being sure that everyone has a chance to use that in the classroom, you know, I think is really important.
Yeah, and to give it as a tool that it's not something that, you know, like you said, like it's not this kind of reward of like, oh, you finish your work really quickly. You know, it's like one of the things about the fact that like the way the art courses work is that, you know, an art credit is required, but like the students sign up for those classes. These are not classes where it's like they have to take them. And providing that opportunity is like, I teach, you know, all level of learners from every grade level, from 9 through 12. And I think one of the most interesting things about this class that also is one of those things that I believe in relationship with video games, as I had kind of told the story earlier about the video game event that I held at school my first year there, is that, and even students, you know, we did a kind of meet the teacher night. And it is in terms of learners, grade levels, gender, and race, it is literally the most diverse classroom in that school. And I think it's fascinating. We had started off the discussion talking about like this idea of like the structure and foundation of like formal qualities that make up a game, and really hitting on this idea of like this agreement of rules and how it kind of equalizes everybody once we commit to signing up and doing that. And it's been interesting seeing that exercised in such and honestly in such a beautiful way.
Can I ask a question about the curriculum?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I was just wondering what projects you're going to be doing. What are the students going to be producing?
Yeah, so our first project that we worked on is the first lecture was mostly just about like pre-digital programming. So we looked at like Heron of Alexandria, and then I kind of tied that into Rube Goldberg. So we kind of like they had to design their kind of like own Rube Goldberg machine to basically with this kind of, they were given this list of objects that they had to use. And then, you know, they had to kind of come up with the task that they find mundane and repetitive that they do just kind of mindlessly throughout the day. And so I wanted to give them this idea of eventually like talking about the structure of like how, you know, a machine works, but ultimately like how the coding kind of tells, you know, something to do something. And then doing it in this kind of like almost humorous, like absurd way. I mean, it's kind of in the same way of just like, well, we've got all these parts and all this space and not all of it's used, but like, you know, finding ways to use it. So they came up with these elaborate, beautiful, like little engineered drawings. The next project we've got is that the group of four were covering this lecture is kind of just talking about the invention of like the cathode ray, how light kind of plays into this idea of interacting with code and with these machines. And they have to come up with a game that they have to kind of structure these very like limited rules, and it has to involve light in some capacity. And it's up to their kind of creative interpretation of how that light is used. And so they have to come up with a scoring system, and then they have to actually like perform the game as almost like a kind of like a performance art piece. Another project is we start to look at like Roberta Williams, and we're going to go into text-based adventures. And so I'm having them very simply at first, in terms of a graphical element, there's a way you can use Google Slides. It's really fascinating, where you can drop in and create like your own hyperlinks and kind of attach them to like either groups of text or objects. So I'm going to have them kind of create like a literal kind of virtual room of their surroundings to kind of like think about how they have to describe that space. We're like coming up with our own code to make a drawing, kind of if anybody's familiar with like the artist Sol LeWitt. It's so it's like we come up with this code as a class, rolling these dice, and so they'll make this kind of gridded drawing, kind of like dipping their toe into like this idea of code. Yeah, and so the projects go on from there. I mean, they're very. I wanted them to be tactile in that regard in terms of the output, and then later we've got more tech-oriented. So it's like actually having them use a program to write a text-based adventure for like a small interaction. Yeah, but that's kind of where we are.
That sounds amazing. Yeah, wow, I'd love to take that class. Are you
I'm excited.
Are you going to share the curriculum as well? Is this going to be an open course, or have you thought about that?
Oh, that's a good question. I've not thought about that actually. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, like the first, I think I threw a lot of them for a loop because I thought it would be important to like bring up Plato, like Plato's like Republic, and talk about his interpretation of art and how we're with video games, this idea of entertainment. I mean, he looked down upon art pretty poorly, as given in the Republic. So it's like at its best, it's entertainment. At its worst, it's dangerous. And I kind of liked bringing that out as we started a discussion based around this author Jane McGonigal's like question of like what exactly is a game, and talking about those formalities, and then building on how if we thought about it from those formal aspects, like what would like the most like open like perfect game be, and then that one like really threw him for a loop. It was good. There were good results. Good results.
That's great. Yeah, the text games are fun. I took some kids who are used to not playing text games, of course, and we played some Zork on the Commodore 64 on the Mister, and it was just super fun.
Well,
I think like, text-based game is such an interesting. I mean, I don't play a lot of PC games, but I've always been fascinated by old school text-based entry. Is your main point of interaction like King's Quest or whatever? Because I mean, you basically, rather than being limited to what interactions you can do with just a few buttons and how you move your character, like any action that you can conceive of that the game also understands, like you can ask it to do. One of my absolute favorite memories with any sort of game like that is it wasn't the original version of King's Quest. It was I forget what you call it, but there's like a what is it, like the VGA version, or there's like it's still old, but there's like a old remake of King's Quest 1 that like I want to say it looks more like King's Quest 5 or something like that. I forget. There's this.
There's a game.
There's this
Last Gauntlet
goat in like a fence, and
I remember you telling me this story.
Huh?
I remember you telling me this story.
Oh, have I told you this story before? Yeah, I was just like completely stumped. I had no idea what to do, and I just like typed open goat, and like King Graham like literally like walks up to the goat and like stabs it, and I'm just like, this is amazing that through text-based entry, just like some phrase that I imagined in my head, to actually see the game like play that out is kind of amazing. Like
totally.
There's just something so satisfying about that. It's not so much bound to, and with if you were to scale it back even further to just like a text-based game, you could perhaps in theory envision even more outcomes because you don't have to do the animation. Things like animations and and voice acting and things like that. In some ways, when they become so complicated to a certain level, like can constrain your ideas for
Absolutely.
what the game can be. Like, for example, I always think about how you think like Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy VII, like those games had like optional characters that you could recruit to the party. And then, but it's kind of weird in Final Fantasy VII because that kind of starts to get into the area where you've got these sort of pre-baked scenarios through the FMVs where it's like, oh, but these two characters that are optional, they don't appear in those FMVs because they might not be there. And those had to be like pre-baked. And I feel like in a lot of ways, and then after that, they kind of totally gave up on that concept because that's just that's a scenario that's too difficult to consider when building something of that high of a production value. And I feel like voice acting can, in some ways, constrain your story as well. So there's like definitely like a lot of like give and take, I think, with some of those visual and audio advancements, like versus your gameplay idea. Like how important is this and that, and how you balance the the sound and visual part of the art with the game design part of the art,
Absolutely. And it's interesting you bring that up because that's exactly kind of the point that we start hitting on. It's like, what I tell them even in art classes is that, you're making work that you're addressing something that is widely known, but you address it and you kind of pour some of your experience into that, but you also leave it open enough. And I just kind of I refer to it as like openness. So leaving it open so that a viewer can kind of step in there and it's not just like looking at you, but it's like they start looking at themselves a little bit and seeing themselves in the thing. And I think that's exactly what, like you're talking about. It's like making those games. It's like how much, because I think that's what makes me fascinated about my interest in making the course was that it does this thing where you're both like, I don't know, it's both recreational, but like also like passive and active at the same time. And the more you can kind of do both rather than one or the other, I think it really instills this kind of unique experience that to me, I feel like have always like just saturated my imagination and like my memory a lot more than things where I was either like completely passive and watching a movie or, completely active and doing some other activity. It's just, there's something that happens about having that open space while you're doing kind of both passive and active decision making or what have you. But yeah, that's one of the things that I've certainly, and I think text-based games do that. There's that openness, and it does something interesting with language that I think is fascinating. That some students, just in terms of like if how they were surrounded with like reading growing up, it's like they can have these incredible interactions with language that they wouldn't have otherwise. And they can see almost this very malleable way that it works. And like, I think you said, like the moment like this thing matches up and your imagination, boom, hits that language and they kind of meet up. It's like, oh, whoa, it's this kind of,
and
overwhelming.
While I was growing up, the first kind of games that I could code were text games because I didn't have a computer. I grew up and had these programmable calculators, and I made text games for these.
Amazing.
And it's really interesting because, as you say, you can, with little memory or little resources, you can give a lot of liberty and a lot of freedom to the player, right? And foresee a lot of situations. And I think that it's usually not considered, but it's a great starting project for a game, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's where that start at that ground level. It's like give them where they have exactly that space. And I think too, Artemio, you like hit on something about this idea of when you're limited in your resources, you're definitely enacting this thing. It's almost like a survival instinct of like creativity. It's like you have to make it, like you have to imagine it because it's not going to materialize in this way unless you do. And there's this French philosopher Gaston Bachelard, and he kind of makes this thing. It's like this analogy about dreaming in the mansion and then like dreaming in a small a smaller space like a hut, and he's like, you know, in the mansion you have everything, so there's no room, no desire for you to have to imagine anything because it's all there for you. You just go to it. But then, like, you know, when you're in that smaller space, your imagination opens to this place where each room is just, you know, an endless possibility of the most wonderful, you know, like the most wonderful things you can imagine. And, you know, it's funny that you say one of the first days we were kind of asking the students, you know, I was like, you know, what games do you play? What are you interested in? What would you like recommend to somebody? And there's this sophomore, man. She's like one of my favorite students. She's tiny, and like this is kind of blue bangs, and then she gets up and she's like text-based games, you know, like visual novels, and like everybody's like, huh? And I'm like, yeah, no, like visual novels.
I love visual novels, man.
Oh, they're incredible. But it was just so great, you know. It's like there she is, and then there's our like 6'7" star quarterback, and she's like, you should play visual novels. And he's like, okay. You know, it's just amazing. It's like, otherwise
probably
that
just not
would never
like
happen.
a game genre that he even knew existed. He may
yeah,
have
not a lot of people. They're just like, I don't know what this is. Yeah. You know, and then on the other side of that, you know, there's other things that seem obvious, but aren't, you know, to other experiences. It was just, they get to do this exchange and
I don't know
collaborate.
if you ever played a mod, massive multiplayer dungeon, multi-user dungeon that's text only.
Oh, yeah. My wife was big into mods.
But the thing is that online gaming with only text has so much possibilities in terms of self-expression, because in these games you just type. It's like a Sork but multiplayer, and and you type something like, and you can emote, right? And that emote shows like narrator text to the rest of the users. And also, if you speak, and if you're an elf and you speak Elvish, only the other elves can understand you in text, and the others get gibberish. Or if you shout, everybody in like 9 rooms around you can hear you, but nobody else in the outside. And that works so good with just text. And it's very difficult to replicate with current systems, right?
That's really interesting. No, I never thought about it from that perspective, for sure. Let me see. It's just, who did that? William Barry, right? Yeah. Danielle Barry. Mule. Does Mule qualify as kind of like a mud? Is like an early...
I would think so.
Right? Because we're definitely going to be covering and discussing Mule for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of ground to cover in text-based games, and also in terms, I'm sure that there would be quite easy to implement with current languages.
Mm-hmm.
Because you
I wonder if
can
there's yeah, is there? That's it. I was just thinking, like, is there a library to make these text games, and the multiplayer text game would be really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and maybe every year it would be neat to every year if you can teach it more than once to like be able to add more and more to the MUD. That would be kind of a cool thing. Yeah,
and that's the thing when building the course. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking because like it'd be neat. Like next year you wouldn't start from scratch. The MUD would start doing things, and it's just like making it better and better. You know?
Absolutely, cool. And that's the thing. It's just like this is kind of the trial run. I mean, the overwhelming sensation of sitting down and being like, "But I want to talk about this. How do I get to this?" And it's like, no, man, you have like 180 days. It's like there's not enough time.
You have to limit yourself. That's the hard part, right? It's not that there's no material.
Absolutely.
I've been just dipping my toes into teaching some high school classes, and been teaching these applied AI classes, and it's and I just keep it's like shrink. You know,
yeah, man,
it's just around of time. It's fun. It's fun, but it's you got to edit down.
Yeah, absolutely.
And realize like if these kids love writing games, then that is all that matters, right? Because then they'll go do something cool next, and they'll either do it themselves online, or they'll go to university and take a class, or change their career path. Right? It's really cool.
Absolutely. You know, we're going to do a project with specifically with like Atari box art in relationship to like the actual game.
Oh my God, yes. Oh, that's painful. Don't do that to me.
I'm trying to think of that amazing comedian's name. He's out west. I'll think of it in a minute, but he does this bit where he's like, you know, talking about the relationship between like the person doing like, you know, that has the idea for the game and like the programmer. And the guy's like, so, okay, you know, like you've disappointed your 2 children. your one has been kidnapped, and he's just like, well, what can you do? And he's like, well, I can give you a blue dot, and then another blue dot. It's like the rest of the stuff you can fill in the manual.
Go on YouTube and find the ads.
Oh yeah, the ads are incredible.
For me, growing up, for Atari 2600, the game that I like saved up like 3 birthday gifts for or whatever, or birthday, Hanukkah, whatever, was Barnstorming. What a terrible game. Terrible. But you watch the ad, right? And the ad is just unbelievable.
The best thing ever.
I feel so bad for you.
And the artwork looks so good. And the game is like such a train wreck. But I still play it.
Yeah.
That's what I turn Mr. on 2600 and I play it.
Well, absolutely. And I think a lot of it, we're going to be talking about that relationship of kind of like looking at abstract art in this interesting way of just like, well, what do you bring to it? It's like that same thing we were talking about, that space. It's like you have to use your imagination in this way that like kind of charges all of that stuff. And I remember, man, I'm trying to remember what game it was. Is it Wizard? Oh, I remember playing this Atari game at my grandparents, and I remember the narrative that I like. Not as well now, but like I had this narrative that every time, that going throughout the course of the game, I kind of like controlled what was going to happen and what was, in terms of a narrative, in terms of the story.
You made your own story for a game that's just like 3 pixels, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was just it was fascinating, and I can't remember it exactly, but when I see images or I hear a certain sound, it like charges it back a little bit. Oh yeah, I remember that.
The funny thing about Barnstorming is the graphics, because I was just helping, with the 7800, and we were trying to get it. Eventually, we'll get to run 2600 games, and the Barnstorming graphics are not bad. The gameplay is terrible. It's the gameplay is horrible, right? And so, yet there could be a game like some of the 2600 games have terrible graphics, but the gameplay is good. So that's also, I'm sure you're going to talk about that, but that's also interesting to me. Like, and that's I think what grabbed me and why I wanted it was like the graphics are. I mean, it looks like an airplane, looks like a barn, they look like windmills. It's good, but the game's horrible. There's no point to it.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the things.
I can still hear that original sound on the TV. Oh.
And before we get away from that topic, you can plug the keyboard in Mister, and that's a great advantage for this, for the text adventure games. And
absolutely.
And there are many platforms that have those, that are already in that have chords, right?
Yep, yeah, that's exactly what
the Commodore 64 is a great one. There's so many great games on that Commodore. But I mean, I grew up with an Apple II. Of course, it has to work. But yeah, you probably want to use one of the cores that's more mature. Yeah, I mean, Zork is so good. It's such a good game. Yeah, it was wild watching my son just play for hours. Like, it was just crazy.
I mean, my in-laws tell this story of just like that was one of the first games. They just fell in love with text-based games. And they that was their thing, just playing Zork together.
It's so good. It's just so good.
And
that imagination, right? It's all in your head. So it's like D&D.
I've never checked it out, but can you run Colossal Cave Adventure on the PDP-10?
I hope so. That would be amazing. I mean, there are definitely things that you can like play versions of it that people have played like actual online, like in the web-based browser. But man, if we could play the actual one, that would be amazing.
Yeah, it would be very, very interesting, and it also has a very rich history behind it, and from the people that made it, there's been very well documented in a recent book, I believe, and yeah, that's a great story and a great game also.
Oh, absolutely, and I love that. I mean, just literally kind of south of us, it's just inspired by some of the structures of Mammoth Cave in Kentucky were a lot of the inspirations for the layout of the Colossal Cave.
Oh, really?
Which
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
I just went there last couple months ago.
Nice.
Or maybe.
Dude, you were playing Colossal Cave.
It would be fun too if you want help. It would be nice to have if you want to document anything and get it back into the Mr. community. It would be fun too. Like if you figure out how to play Colossal Cave, and we could put it in the wiki, and everything would be cool.
That would be
And the students could definitely get their some of their work out published.
That would be
Just
awesome. Most definitely. Yeah, I'm excited for them to get their hands on some things. Like I said, like that initial doing some text-based adventures and having them write them and having them visualize them through the Google Slide project. And I'm really excited.
Did you
looked
at the NESmaker stuff? I had my son build a game in that. I think it's NESmaker. Is that it?
Yeah. No, I was going to think about getting. I didn't know if I mean, I just felt like a whole course would have to be given to having them write because one of my things I was like, man, we could just get everybody. We could buy licenses for Game Maker. Because it's kind of like a watered down, I guess, version of C++. So it's I could get them to and there's so many resources online that we could, walk through and build some basic things. And, but then when I was looking at it, I was like, man, this is an entire course by itself. It's
yeah, I mean, there's lots of published games are in Game Maker. I mean, it's no slouch.
Yeah. And it's fun to mess with. Like I said, I'm kind of learning a lot through that, and it's been fascinating. I never realized how the concept, just being when I was making a lot of art, it was very much a conceptual based artist. So it's just I never realized that making a game would line up so well with writing code. With concepts, with it's unbelievable. I was just fascinated that, just to have something, it's if you're, if you have an obstacle in front of you, is there enough room to go underneath? If not underneath, then try going over the top. And the code to write all, I was just fascinated by the complexity of all of that. And it took me back to the Rube Goldberg machine kind of idea. It was just I just wanted to jump. This whole stream of code. Oh, Corey.
Oh boy.
I beat him too, and then I got stuck with that stupid axe for so long.
Dude, the worst.
Yeah, it is. I just
at least it's
busted
not the torch, but it's basically about as bad.
I just posted the link to the book and the information regarding how Patricia, I believe, Patricia Crow, and the book is called The Untold History of the Women and Broadband Internet.
Perfect.
And it's really great read. So if you want to know the story about how the Colossal game came to be, that's really interesting.
This is great. Thank you. This is awesome. I'll definitely include this in.
I beat one game in 2 hours, so I'm ahead of schedule. If I want to beat 3 games today, we'll see. I'll know. I have no idea how Mystic Defender will go. I'm on the Genesis core now, where I can hear the tones of Artemio's childhood Genesis.
Yeah. That's right. It's right here.
The one and only truly authentic sounding Genesis, as we all know.
Yeah, right. Well, the thing is that we found out that most Genesis from Model 1s sound really, really close. We're talking plus less 1 dB off from each other, so they are pretty consistent.
Wait. Oh, the channels? Left and right?
No. The balance and the equalization and everything is so close between any random Genesis that you grab, if it's not damaged and if it's from the same kind of Model 1 between 2 and 6 revision motherboard. they are so consistent, and all Genesis batches are consistent. That's what I mean. So grabbing one representative, I know that Try is joking about my Genesis being the one true and only one. But they are so consistent that you can grab any one of those and model something after it, right?
Incredible.
Oh man.
Yeah. Unlike Mike Coates is reminding me that I think it's Galaga. A couple of these arcade boards, everyone is different. And then everyone always complains that the emulation's wrong. It's just don't listen. They're all different.
That's
because they had analog stuff, right? They had analog components. They probably degraded.
Yeah, I mean my Genesis like has like one channel it's like less than a 1 decibel difference between it.
Oh, you mean between stereo and
yeah.
left and right? Okay.
It's just when you said yours is like that, I was like, oh, well, so is mine.
I've been having trouble lately, weirdly, with the
Oh, are you talking about the
M30 controller?
Right, the USB one, right?
Well, I mean, I'm
The
using
Genesis
it
Mini
wirelessly, the 2.4G.
Yeah. So
have you too?
No, but like I don't know. It didn't used to happen, but the minus button and the menu button used to function differently, even on wireless. But it seemed like recently they've combined the functionality, and it seems so. I had to change my my menu button to be a button combination.
Well, no, it's just I'm just going. I mean, because I can play this with the TurboGrafx controller worked, or the TurboGrafx style controller worked great for Bonk. So there's no.
Well, you'll need the third. You'll need the A button now. You need jump.
Well, yeah. I mean, I put it on select because it's just changing your weapon.
Yeah, still.
But I like it. It felt like there was. It felt like I was getting some unresponsive.
Do you have the USB, the fast USB polling? Did you run that in your in your scripts?
It means between the scripts, because in Misters, just in for the public listening, you have an ini file. That's a text file that defines the options that you want to have in general for everything. But there are like scripts in the main menu that you can run to toggle switches in the ini file, so you don't have to mess around with a text editor or opening the file.
Right.
It takes care for you, and he means toggling the fast pull option for USB in the.
Is that default on or default off?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I mean, we'll see how this controller goes. But it was actually a different M30. But I was, everyone who saw the projectors episode will know that I was doing that episode at my parents' house, and for some reason I don't know if it was maybe just the Model 2 Genesis I was using it with, or the environment, or if it's just the controller's going flaky on me or something, but it was almost unusable. But that was a different controller because it's. I don't know. It was just so strange. I don't know why I was having trouble, but just now I was, this is a different one. It's still a 2.4G one, but it's a different one. Because, it's the one that's USB to go to the Mister rather than the actual Genesis. But yeah, I don't know why it seemed like I was having some interference issues. I don't know what the issue is. Normally those are some of my favorite controllers.
It could be something in your environment, because it's wireless and you can have interference in that range. Hopefully you don't, but it's something that you can't precisely control.
Yeah. Because I never had it, here at my house I'd never had trouble, but it was crazy how difficult. So eventually I just went back home and grabbed a wired Sega controller so I could actually record Sega stuff. Because I was, it was, but yeah, I mean, it's weird because it's a different one, but it's still the 2.4G. And I was actually using Mister with that M30 controller at my parents' house with no trouble. I actually beat Legendary Axe 2.
Nice.
The other day with it. It wasn't, it worked fine.
Now that you mentioned controllers, what do you think about controller mapping and how dynamic it is and how it works? Could you tell us how it works that on Mister?
Well, I mean, it's pretty easy. I mean, you just, you saw me do it, I'll do it again. But so I mean, it can be a little tricky the first time you do it, because I think you will need a USB keyboard to at least get to the controller
Yeah.
mapping function if you don't have a controller you want to use, but you have to do it like in the main Mr. menu. And so basically you just confirm, where left, right, up, down, RL, AB, and then you choose what you want for confirm and cancel as well for menu. And that applies across all cores, including, so like for right now, like it doesn't matter what I have set for Sega Genesis A and B buttons. Like when I'm working in this menu, it knows what button I want to be confirmed and what button I want to be canceled. So then I can navigate the Genesis specific core menu here, and then I can define buttons for the Genesis with any controller that I plug into it. And then if you want to do 2-player, you just have to turn on another controller that you have mapped and have its buttons defined. If you end up in the wrong player order, you can just reset player assignment, and then the order that you turn on the controllers, works that way. But yeah, I mean, you can do it any way you want. I'm not sure if like the controllers that I use with it have like a controller level turbo function. I'm not sure if you can can you turn on like turbo just like through Mr. itself?
I don't know. Do you know?
The what?
Good question. I thought.
One thing that the Foxbot mentioned, Corey, the M30 2.4 USB dongle has 3 modes. If you hold palm and down, left or right for 5 seconds to switch, one of those has X input mode and has the minus and homework
even
separate.
with the USB one, like the Genesis Mini one.
Well, like they're like you can set to like be recognized by the switch, or set to be recognized by X input devices.
Mm-hmm. Then that changes the mapping of the buttons.
Hold home and down,
Man, I
left
didn't know
or
that.
right. Do you know which
That's
one
cool.
is X input? Because I'll do that right now.
I hope they can tell us, Foxbot, which one of those is X input.
The analog mapping is always what I think is confusing in the OSD. So if you don't, it asks for the analog stick in the beginning, but then if you don't go calibrate it kind of halfway through, then you think you've calibrated it, but you haven't.
I've never really used anything. I've never used that kind of controller on the Mister, so I'm not really sure about the process.
Okay.
Yeah, the analog is needed for some arcade cores, some of the computer cores, and that's the biggest thing. And so, Jimmy Stone built that input tester, which is really cool. So
Postbox says that maybe it's down, but it's not sure. And Cormac tells us that Mystery has built-in turbo. Yes. Hold the button and press menu to toggle. Hold left, right, and press menu to increase frequency.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't need to do that.
What does Mystery not have? That's crazy.
Yeah, there's.
I usually like for systems like Sega Genesis, I'm usually like kind of unsure, like should I use it or not? But especially with TurboGrafx, it's like I feel like it's an official like feature of the system.
Depends on who you ask. I have my official controller here that doesn't have turbo.
Yeah, I have one too. Yeah, I have one of those as well.
I remember we were discussing about nerdy differences between controllers and so many of them. You made a video on that, right?
Yeah, I think that was included in a video one time.
I think so. I remember watching that. Yeah. So yeah, some of those turbo controllers do have switches and some don't. And what story you have with Mr. Vendor that you chose to try?
I told him to try.
I mean, none really. I mean, it's
I
just
said he'd like it.
Okay.
I own it. Like I say, I like to I like to focus on games that are on my actual backlog. Games that I own. So I just chose it because I thought, well, I didn't want to like pick games like since Mister can play so many different systems, I just thought, well, I'll play some just one game for various platforms. So this is kind of what I had in mind to do for Genesis today. I have no idea how it'll go. I feel like I'm struggling a bit in the early game here, but we'll see. I mean, one thing that's interesting about this game, this is one of the Genesis games where I believe the American and Japanese ROMs are the same. And that the regional differences are reflected by the hardware that you're running it on. So, like, I believe the main character's outfit is a little different in the Japanese version.
It's the Japanese version. It's like a Kujaku O or whatever sequel, and he has like a garb on, like a. I don't know.
Now that you mentioned that, would you mind showing us what the options are for people that don't know Mister? What can they change, and which are the hardware options? I know that the arcade core that Corey's playing on has a different set because it's an arcade PCB, right?
Right. I mean, I'm curious here. Like, so, like for region.
No, I'm not saying that you change region. I'm just talking about the other options like video, audio, and just show them around.
I mean, I looked a little bit at those in the Turbo Core, but yeah, as you can see, they're different here.
There's the region priority that you mentioned, right?
Yeah, where you can force it to the Japanese version, because like that stuff is just on the ROM in the American, or it's like, in the American ROM, but it just uses the region.
Yeah, Super Shinobi has that same difference that the Shaw mentions, and that's true. But you have those options, right? What's the aspect ratio that changes the way that pixels are mapped? And this is especially useful for HDMI output, right? For the scaler.
So like here you can see like the 320 pixel wide games. It right here it's calling it original and corrected, where I like to err on the side of, okay, this is how a CRT would have displayed it anyway. The fact of the matter is, a lot of games, like you can see with these windows down there, those are probably meant to be basically circular. But, when you're actually displaying in 4:3, they're skinnier. But a lot of people prefer to play Genesis with square pixels, especially if it's a 320 pixel wide game. Which makes total sense because very, very, very often, I mean, if not most of the time, if not almost all the time, the artwork is not drawn really with the CRT squish in mind. But I err on the side of, whether the artist was really thinking about it or not, like this is how the game was displayed.
Yeah, that's what the TV showed, right?
Right. So I mean, that kind of gets into this area of like artistic intent versus the reality of what the art was. Like the artist may have not fully understood, like when they were working on it, like what it would look like in the end. And our artistic intent may not necessarily be the gold standard to seek out when it comes to a situation like this. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but the thing is that you have the option to choose between those. Because there's so many arguments on any side of the matter. You can just grab the 240p test suite, use the monoscope pattern, and see this is the proper NTSC display on a CRT. Or you could say, like you said, the artist didn't know this and they were drawing that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is options, and I think that's really important for Mister, that it gives you options for different hardware configurations, right? That are not possible in some other scenarios.
Speaking of Turbo, I just realized why the pause button was being very fiddly. It was because I accidentally turned on the Turbo that you were talking about earlier. So there you go.
You got Turbo for pause, for start.
Yeah. Well, slow-mo, is like some of the old Turbo controllers would call it.
Yeah.
Like the Super Nintendo ASCII pad and stuff like that.
Heck yeah. All right. Well, Alan and Artemio, thanks for hanging out and fielding so many questions and just talking about so much stuff for the last couple hours.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was great having you on here. And, we only just got started talking for the first time yesterday. And I'm really happy that we, got to have you on here. This is great. And Artemio, we'll probably see you a little bit later.
Yeah, sure.
And all right.
Great. And good luck with your fundraising, and thanks for having me on.
Thanks for joining. It was great.
Yep.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, best of luck, and thank you very much. I'll be hanging around, and you can just call me whenever you need me.
Heck yeah. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, Artemio. Thank you so much, Alan. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. Just a second. Well,
there's a thing in the chat, and it's just like that same sentiment that we always talk about. So I was just like, why is Artemio like the coolest person in the world?
It's true.
Yeah, it's a good question. Good question. That's the question.
I mean, he would never admit to it, but he literally is like the greatest human being of all time.
Yeah, just getting to talk. Yeah, he's it's awesome.
All right.
He's such a great resource too, man. Any of the projects I've worked on, he's always been like so open and would, make time to talk to me. It was really great. Walk me through something I didn't understand, or
I mean, he has time resources that no human being should have. I mean, I know he is like
are you talking about time management
all the time?
Yeah, I have no idea like how he manages his time so much, like so well, because it seems like he's doing so much, and then if you ask him for anything, he's like, just a minute, and then he does it for you.
Yeah. Like Harry Potter stuff, like the hand where he just gets to turn back time.
I mean, he is just Artemio is the best. I mean, I cannot overstate what a wonderful human he is.
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Indeed.
We cannot see you though. We're just seeing an OBS icon.
We'll get that fixed right now. There it is.
There it is.
It's all good. How's it going? This afternoon? Is it?
Yeah. Well, it's
3:11. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right.
But we're not feeling down.
There's my partner in crime joining as well. Almost. There he is.
Welcome, guys.
I should be here, at least in the same universe.
You are
Exactly.
a little quieter as usual, but
no, it sounds good. I think it sounds good here.
Or
it sounds good on your end.
Do you know my career here? Try. It is by now a trademark for me to be quiet.
Your career is soft talking Norwegian,
or just being Norwegian.
Ooh, start with a sneeze. All right.
Yeah, perfect.
So
that was our secret calling.
First of all, we've been watching the stream. Seems like it's going pretty well. And of course, it's good to see you again, Joey. Since it's been a little while.
John. Yes, it's been a while. It's good to see you too.
Thanks to a certain deadly virus spreading around, I have not been able to visit the United States for almost 2 years.
No, man. This arcade's waiting for you, man.
I can't wait.
I was just telling Artemio, I just struggled with installing a Naomi 1 motherboard into my Atomis Wave candy cab, and dude, it is not a clean or a simple task.
No.
It is unbelievable. I couldn't believe it.
Well,
but it's done.
So that's good. But the real reason that Audi and I are here tonight is we thought we would continue the eternal struggle, and maybe you guys can help us decide this: Chuck Rock versus Wonder Dog.
Oh man,
there is no struggle here.
There absolutely is. All right, we're
Wonder
gonna start
Dog
with Joey.
is a fictional fake hero. No, I will not have this atrocity continue on a fundraising stream. Wonder Dog is not real, John. But
Well,
Chuck
neither is
Rock
Chuck
is.
Rock.
I see him every day. He is my neighbor. I see him in his underpants in his yard
Oh.
every single day.
Do you see his son out there as well?
I absolutely do. He's crawling around there.
Well, let's Joey. What do you think? Wonder Dog or Chuck Rock?
It's funny that you bring this up because Wonder Dog was the last time I was in Japan was one of those 100 yen like purchases. I was just like, I got to get Wonder Dog. It's literally like less than $1. And the other day, I have to admit, man, I had spent like 3 hours like playing Wonder Dog.
Yeah.
And actually having fun, which is odd. I was
could have been playing Chuck Rock and had way more fun.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. I could have been celebrating the year of the caveman, but I just
No, that was
I
1991.
don't know. There was something about
Every year is the
something
year of
about the
caveman.
abandoned dog.
In fact, in some ways, we probably regressed back to cave times in the recent years.
Yes, but okay, your
But-
turn.
Yes, it is
Isn't
true. We are
the
here.
real
Sounds like
answer
Joey
to this
went with-
Wild Woody?
Well, no. That's better than both.
Do you see
But,
that little red button there
It
to
is.
try? You see that button that has like the X on it in the phone? Just click that.
Wait, what is the topic?
Oh,
I
I mean,
missed it.
I
I was-
honestly
topic.
am not positive I've
Fundraiser?
booted up either game. I might have, but you might need to sell me on this here.
Okay, Corey.
Well-
so let me fill you in. We're essentially discussing Wonder Dog versus Chuck Rock,
oh,
and
well,
Joey went with Wonder Dog. I'm going with Wonder Dog.
I'm gonna say
I'll just
Wonder
have
Dog.
Wonder
too.
Dog.
Just stop persuading.
I mean,
him.
if
He turned
I
over
were
Chuck Rock.
if I were to
I clearly
base-
heard him say, "Yeah, I could play Chuck Rock and have more fun." So I don't
If-
know why you made him Team Wonder Dog out of nowhere here.
I
Joey is a grown man and he can speak for himself.
Joey.
No, I would-
You
I
don't
would
need
pick
to
Wonder
say,
Dog.
say anything, Joey. We know you meant Chuck Rock anyway.
I own them both.
Wonder Dog. So do I.
You own them both.
Yeah.
I own 2 copies.
Well, aren't
of
you the
Wonder
party
Dog.
pooper here? I mean, we can't continue the conversation if you have both.
I'm pretty sure Wonder Dog looks a lot better than Chuck Rock.
Then you're wrong. Chuck Rock has that wonderful, like, human quality to it. Wonder Dog just looks
The
like a
Earth
pretty
Beast.
beaten down Amiga game.
I pick Wonder Dog because the spaceship is the shape of a bone.
It's pretty cool.
Bone.
Good points there.
There it is.
Well,
Uh,
guys,
in this-
What if we throw Chuck Rock 2 in here? Then
Chuck Rock 2
So,
Sun Chuck.
Chuck Rock 2, I'm pretty sure I have booted up Chuck Rock 2, and it seems abysmal.
it's kind of like that Son of Mask situation, where it's just like, whenever you throw the kids in, it's just no more fun.
I can't believe in this era of reboots and revivals that Chuck Rock has not been brought back.
Doesn't need it. We already have Chuck Rock. You saw what happened to Boogerman when they tried to reboot that. Didn't work out too well for them.
So, all
Guys.
right, Audi, you were going to say something much more important or interesting.
Yes, generally I do. Well, of course, we joined this fundraiser because, not just because we're friends, but I have to say that the Joey's cause really, I felt was quite special. And it's something we talked about a lot in Digital Foundry recently, is kind of creating a welcoming experience into video games for students and younger people who want to get into development, people who want to learn about the history. So when I saw this, I would have said yes anyway, because I think it's such a wonderful cause to just allow students to get to learn video game history, but also create their own history with video games as they grow older. So I really have to say that it's a wonderful cause you have here, Joey, and I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Audie. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. It
And
means a
we
lot.
haven't met before either, so it's very nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you
It was
too.
a
I
very-
remember.
It was a very intense meeting. We had to discuss some serious
Yeah,
things.
I mean, we had to draw the line in the sand, but it's all
Yeah,
good.
It
I
happened.
mean,
It happened.
It's funny because the
these
first
are the
time
kind of conversations we have every day at work. So
it's good. That's good.
Joey
Those are
was
good
there
ones.
the first time that I met John in person. We went to buy
Dude, oh my gosh, that's
PVMs
right.
and CRT PVMs.
Oh, that's right. That
is
was
right.
the first time, all those years ago.
That was.
You basically pulled up in a van, opened a door, and said, "Get in. We're getting CRTs."
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's
That was
actually what happened. Like, no joke.
Come
Yeah.
with me if you want some CRTs.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
And we
yeah.
got CRTs.
We
Your
met
own
up with
little
that dude
tech-noir.
with the basement full of CRTs, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yep.
Oh, was it?
Now you live in a
what
house
was
full
his
of
name?
CRTs.
As Ross.
Ross. Yeah.
Ross.
I bought my NEC monitor from him.
Yeah, I got the Ikegami. That 19-inch Ikegami.
How's that going?
Oh, dude, it's
Still good?
gorgeous.
Good.
Well, yeah, it's funny. It's one of those things where it's like, one of the games that I wound up getting with the Naomi was like Guilty Gear X, and getting that installed and playing it, and then I was like, you know what? I went in and play it through component on that through the Xbox on the Ikegami, and man, the difference is insane. I mean, that thing just sings. It's one of the most beautiful monitors I've ever seen in person. Like it just, yeah, I don't know. It like cuts your eyes. It's just beautiful.
Oh man, what kind of TV line count does it have? I forget.
750.
That's a good
750 or 800.
I feel like 600 to 800 is the sweet spot.
Yeah.
If you go too high,
Mhm.
it starts to get a little bit too razor sharp.
Yeah.
If you go
I
too
agree.
low, it loses detail. So like, yeah, 600 to 800, perfect.
Yeah, and
Like too high a line count doesn't look great for 480i as well. Like I feel
No,
like it like does this thing where like the scan lines kind of become these pairs that are then separated from the other pairs.
Yeah, exactly. So that's.
So I see
that's
you
something.
entered Gigerland here.
Yeah.
Looks like it. I mean, this looks like it could be the last level, except it's the third level.
Yeah.
So,
This looks like a
yes.
Right?
both
It doesn't-
Turrican and Contra.
have either of you guys beaten this or played much of it?
Yeah, I have.
I've played
It's a good game.
Kujakuo, which is the Japanese version, which I thought, oh yeah, that's gonna be the same game. It's not exactly.
isn't.
I mean, it is,
Well,
but it's not.
The Japanese version, though, isn't it on? Like, so we were talking about this with Artemio. Like, if you like this, this game, like its regional differences
So
are depending on the region of the system.
no,
No,
I know this because I was watching your stream and I was like, I'm gonna pop that game in right now, and I changed my console to USA, and it still boots up. It's the Japanese version, so. This is one
really.
that
I think
doesn't
the
do
US
that.
does the US
Well,
version
because
just have
Corey
it?
showed this in a video before, where like at the very least, like the opening cinematic, like the character's clothing is different.
Wait.
Maybe
So,
it's
this
just
is-
maybe it's just the
My
US version that
guess-
has the
sorry,
Japanese
I'm
version
sorry.
on it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Maybe it's the Japanese version was finished first.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the
I mean, it was-
localization changes.
It had to have been because it was a launch. It's like a launch window game in the US.
Yeah,
Could be.
so that's probably right. So
See-
what's the fundraiser out right now? We should.
Oh, yes, we just got a donation, and we're at $1,651, so $1,651.
Very cool.
Nice.
Nice.
If
Yes.
So we were discussing. I think if we actually get beyond 4,000, I think the special treat is that Bob will drive to Ohio. He will cosplay
Tonight.
as Chuck Rock, and Try will cosplay as Son of Chuck.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be very difficult for him, for Bob.
And then and then they compete in a CRT lifting contest. It only has to end with that, right?
Hasn't that been
I'm-
Bob's life since he just moved? I think his CRT weightlifting has basically been his everyday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
Bob would have a
wow.
big advantage there.
I didn't actually
Oh, don't
ask
cut
Bob.
yourself
Did-
short.
did he
You've
move
lifted a
those?
CRT or two.
Did he move those by himself?
I mean, I feel
I
like
don't
some
know.
of them may have kind of been like I think some of his CRTs were like stored elsewhere. So
Well,
Well,
still would require
yeah.
him to lift them. Try.
Still need to
yes,
be lifted.
See,
I mean, we've all lifted CRTs plenty, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
of course. I mean, just look at this, right?
Look at his
It's
guns.
made for lifting CRTs.
Where do you move
But guys,
the CDI one?
Yes, well, that then I require help.
The
but-
Bang & Olufsen CDI,
Yeah.
Yes, the BO.
the B&O.
Yes, I need to get that. The A500, I think it is, or A50,
let's
which
do
has
this.
a built-in CDI into the CRT television with quite good image quality.
It
So,
looks
that is the
amazing.
TV made for me.
I would love to have a Bang & Olufsen CRT, but they aren't.
Like
They're not too
So-
Really
common
around
up there,
here.
are they?
Yeah.
The thing about them that's really interesting is they're relatively shallow compared to a typical CRT. Like, so the depth is low. Like, you could get like a 32-inch or like 27-inch, like a larger size, and it's actually way less deep than like a 20-inch PVM.
Really?
Yeah. So like you can fit a big screen in a small space. With
Yep,
those B&O
they're
sets.
really usually has like motorized stands,
Yep.
really good sound,
Yeah,
yeah,
huge
it's,
speakers usually.
fantastic design.
But
It's
yeah,
like
I
the
guess they weren't-
Volvo of TVs.
They weren't sold in the U.S., were they? Not really.
I
I do
mean,
think a few models came over to the US.
I mean, they do something here. Like my mom's laptop, which was like, not an expensive laptop or anything, has B&O sound.
Well, that's different. I mean, they do have products in the U.S. and license stuff out, but I think specifically for these high-end like luxury CRTs they sold.
Yeah.
I don't know how common they were.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm having
they
a huge
hardly
issue with the
existed at
stream
all.
right now. I'm just gonna say right off the bat, I'm seeing 2 good games on these CRTs. Why are we playing good games, guys? We should be
Actually, that's-
playing the worst to show how perfectly Mister can replicate
Mm.
first
Try-
experiences.
Do you have Awesome Possum on there?
I'd say
Anybody?
yes. Thank you, John. I'd say one TV plays Awesome Possum, the other plays what's another equally great experience here,
2.
John?
Bubsy
Bubsy 2 is bad, but is that bad?
The thing
Could
is that
do
Bubsy
Wonder
2
Dog.
is actually pretty bad.
it's not Wonder Dog.
But it's especially bad if you've not played Bubsy 2, right? Like it's actively
why
worse
don't-
if you've not played it.
See, I would like to make an incentive here because I know these guys want to finish games and whatnot. But this stream is not about you guys; it's about the people watching. So I'd say that we play terrible games, and then if people don't want that, we have to reach $2,000. Only then can people enjoy themselves again.
Well,
I know-
I
I
have
know
to beat this. I have to at least beat the first thing. I made it to the last level without using it on one.
Are you playing the arcade
point.
version?
Yeah. If I was
Oh,
playing the
so what do
Genesis
you-
version, I'd be done like with the
What
second
about
loop.
the Super Graphics version?
Super graphics
that one
version
has-
is tough.
Is
'cause
there a
it
Super
has-
Graphics core?
What?
Is
Yeah,
there a
you
Super
can
Graphics
play
core?
Super Graphics.
Okay.
It exists.
Yeah, the Super Graphics version is tough
Whoa.
because it has limited continues.
I guess that's a one-time use spell. Whoops.
Oh, I think our good friend Thomas Nickel is watching the stream, and he said he just checked. Playing the PAL version of Mystic Defender on a Japanese system switches it to Kujaku 02.
Ah.
So it looks like the Western versions do that. I mean, I don't know. I'll try it again, but I just had my console set to US region, and it definitely did not start the US version. So of the Japanese card.
That's right. It's Kujaku 02 because the first one is Spellcaster.
Yep.
Yeah, which I have as well.
Which is not a bad game.
It
It's
seems
more
really
like
neat,
action
actually.
RPG esque. It has like
Yeah,
these graphic.
it would be a difficult game to stream, I think. But
Okay, Try. Since you're there, we should just stop playing Mystic Defender.
but
and
good
we
game.
gotta put a bad
Uh-huh.
game in.
We can't always play good games, Try. That's
Come
not
on,
how
Try.
the world works.
Bring up your menu.
It's gonna make him just.
Wait.
I know. Try. Do you? You probably don't have it on there. But Thomas is suggesting the Autofance.
What is that for?
Yeah,
It's for
that,
Mega
well,
Drive.
for many things, but
Is
Game
it-
Boy,
is it a-
Mega Drive.
Is
It's a
it
European
a
game.
European game? Let's see.
See if you got it, because I want to see what Try
Well,
can do
well,
with that.
what
Okay.
was it?
Oh, you might have it.
Oh, there it
So
is.
It's under the O's.
Okay, do I need to switch like my system region for it to run at the correct
my
speed or
gosh.
something?
Probably,
Probably, but
That's-
who cares? If it runs fast,
Yeah,
no big deal.
There is no right way to play this.
There's no right way to play this. All right, here we go, guys.
It took a weirdly long time to load.
Because it's an epic, huge game. It takes a long time to boot.
It has to unpack all the data. Try.
Why does it say it says
all,
no
the
signal now?
umlauts.
Oh, wait, there it is. It
It
works.
took a while. It took a while.
Well, I'd say that
I've
if
never,
he's
I've
playing
never heard of
Multifunction,
this game in my life.
then Corey should
The
be playing
Autofix.
James Pond Aquatic Games.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
got a password system. That's pretty good.
I would play.
Or
I'd
you-
play RoboCod.
Play Robocop then.
Well, Robocod's not bad. That's the thing. It's
I have to
fine.
finish this though. I'm so at least the first loop. I got to finish it.
All right, all right.
I've been so
then
close.
all eyes are on Try's
It's stupid.
TV.
I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with it. I got stuck with that axe and it threw me off completely.
The house. That's
All right, here we go.
So is this based on like
it's-
a European property or?
It's based on
Yes.
at least the European Nightmare, but this is still using like the. This is using that classic European gaming design of like large household things and
Yep.
nonsensical level design. So I'm already a fan.
it's a good recipe.
It's a huge open level of nonsense where you collect.
Nice.
Look
And
at
by the
look at
way,
his.
you
He looked like the Homer Simpson when he jumped.
Come on.
yeah, he does.
I don't understand.
Oh, wow.
Why?
Also, try. This is a game where you can't exit the level until you collect all the items that you need for it. I think that percentage
No.
up there. Yeah, it says 10%. So you have 10% of the 12% of the
Oh.
items.
You just
need
gotta
to
get
complete.
all the things.
You have to get all the things.
Wow.
I can get all the things.
Look at that character.
It's
You know,
absolutely
European gaming design like this is kind of like going to the store to buy groceries. It's just a grocery list of things you have to get before you can go home again.
Yeah.
Except like water kills you.
Yeah, you gotta have the drops, right?
So, Corey, when
I
you're done with
haven't
this,
seen any yet.
there's Tense in the chat is saying, "I will donate even more money if you play Experts for the Genesis."
Experts.
Ooh, that's
okay.
connected to the Eternal
So-
Champions series.
Oh,
You-
interesting.
you-
I
once
think you know.
beat
I think
this-
I knew
Once you
that.
beat this,
I think I
It's
knew
gotta
See,
happen.
this is just gonna be 2 hours of absolute great times.
we're gonna be finding the worst games. We got to think of more terrible Genesis games for Try Audi.
Oh, there's so many. Oh,
There's-
so many.
there
Let's,
really are.
let me look at my own personal collection, John, and find some of the worst.
Oh, perfect.
Look
Open
at
it
this
up on
thing's
Collect
face
Wars.
when I slide down this slope. It just it
Oh, it's
bothers
horrible.
me. It bothers me.
That's one of many things that bothers me.
Well, games are all about getting an emotional reaction. Try. So, is that really
True.
a bad thing?
So here's a fun fact, Try. The Autofans Master System game is significantly better than this one.
Yeah.
There's also Autofans Pinball. Oh yeah, the carpet kills you.
Is that how Americans say it? It's Tutti Fonten.
No.
I mean,
Yeah, it's Autofan. Well, it says the Autofans in English on the packaging, but it is the Autofans.
Guess they did
in
localize
German.
it, huh?
They did. They had 5 language support.
it looks about as nice as something horrible looking could look. You know.
Yeah,
It's a nice way of looking at it.
It's a bad Amiga game, basically.
Yeah.
That's what this is. Joey, have
come
you
on.
ever heard of the
On.
Autofans?
No, this
Now
is a
we
first
have-
for me. This is
Good
incredible.
Lord. Like this guy's like not. He's not even that hard. It just like I've built him up now in my mind so much that I can't.
It's because your brain shifted over to like James Pond mode. So
Yeah.
you're playing Ghosts and Goblins as if you were playing James Pond at the moment. And that doesn't work. It's like putting a subtitle from one movie over to the other. It doesn't make sense.
If Joe's watching, he's going to be very disappointed, Corey.
That's true.
Let's just all pressure Corey even further as he struggles with this game.
You actually have to get all the things in the level, or
yes, it's European.
40% or 100% is actually, that's a good question. Is 100% actually 100% of the items? That's what I don't know.
Is that kind of like a
I'm
question
really
like, can you hear the
curious,
tree
like
falling if you're not
what
in the forest?
what made
Exactly.
people decide that this is an appealing character?
Well, I think German state law.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you know, I mean, honestly, like I've never even understood. You know, this is much worse. But I've never understood the appeal of like Rugrats either. Like, why do people like Rugrats? I have no idea.
This does look like
It's
a
like
Rugrats
a daily life
character.
charm. You know, it's transplanting a lot of adult situation onto the babies and seeing it from their perspective.
Well, yeah, that pretty much sums it up, actually,
Yeah.
Audi. That's actually like spot on.
Well, look, I don't
you're
think I
saying we're gonna
collected
play
all the things.
Rugrats?
I went into the other Autofant's nose, and there was like an
Come on.
explosion of gummies, and
Oh,
now
so
I'm at
what?
another level that looks the same.
I was gonna
No,
say
so
that
you-
exact same
you-
situation happened to me last time, where I was about to get to the boss and I got the stupid axe.
The axe, and it messed up your whole game.
For crying out loud!
Yeah, I'm watching the stream, so it's delayed. So we have to watch Corey's reactions to know if he wins or loses.
Oh,
Like I'm not. It's not even that hard. I just like am.
Okay, try. You're
Try.
welcome to load up another list.
what
yes,
list?
let's do what we mentioned earlier. Let's do aquatic games, another European classic.
Okay.
What's
I had to
that
play.
for?
Audi, you put that on
That's from
my
Genesis or Mega Drive.
on my
correctly.
grab bag that one time.
Yeah.
What was
I
it? What was
agree.
it again?
It should be the aquatic games, or it's James Pond in the
James
aquatic
Pond
games.
in the aquatic games. Yeah, and
When he's
I
not.
like where we're going. We got to make Try play a bunch of bad European Mega Drive games.
I think that's the purpose of all this.
Is it? Is it?
And the more money you donate, the more he will be playing them. Should be on top. Aquatic. Isn't
I think you said it was James Pond.
Look at A first. Aquatic
Right
games. AQ.
Under, no,
Oh,
wait.
I think I saw it for a second there. Was it?
Oh man.
There it is.
Finding this game is a game in itself.
That's
A
more
bad
fun
game.
than the game. I think.
Oh, Electronic Arts.
Don't let that fool you.
A Vectordine game?
They made James Bond. Classic developer.
Okay, I have a full list of games that were exclusive to Europe for the system, so we can go through them.
Oh no.
Oh, Mr. Nuts
We have
is on
time.
there.
We have 2
I have
hours to
that.
get through the entire list.
But Mr. Nuts is pretty good. That's the thing.
That is a good game, yeah. We can skip that.
Yeah, yeah. The Aquabats.
So I'm just like hitting a button and it's just like cycling through these games.
How good are you at triple trout Try? Like in real life?
I don't know.
You seem like a man that would be triple trouting in your daily life.
Oh, is this?
Man, I wish
is this
somebody
like
would
an
do a
alternating
you know-
running thing?
a Sega CD patch for this with actual the Aquabats music playing.
Oh yeah, that would be a good idea.
I mean, I feel like ska would go all right with this game.
Yeah, why not?
It would work.
You are doing pretty well
Freaking
at
finally.
triple trouting.
Oh, Corey did it.
Oh,
Oh, did you beat it?
Sponsored by Penguin.
The first loop, but I'm not going to do the second loop.
No, now you can start playing some really bad games.
Penguin is a British, or was a British chocolate bar, I believe.
Oh yeah. Oh,
So even using the turbo buttons, like it doesn't. The meter is not going all the way, and I didn't even win.
Are you cheating?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if what would happen
for students. Are you cheating? What message are you sending your kids? Try.
Okay, so let's come up with 3 games for Corey to potentially play. Corey, you do have the ROM list on there, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so you can chip in on this as well, try, of course. So, number 1, he could do Yogi Bear cartoon capers.
Is that bad?
Actually, I don't know. I'm just it's Yogi Bear and it's Europe only, so it's probably not good. I think Tantan au Tibet is very bad.
Up. Plus.
It's not great, no.
They made Addams Family Values.
It's not terrible.
I didn't realize that even came out on the Mega Drive.
Do I go?
No, there were actually some good exclusives, to be honest.
Why don't you? Corey should be playing Toxic Crusaders on Genesis.
All right.
Isn't that the McDonald's game?
No.
Try. You think the Toxic Adventure was the mascot for McDonald's?
I thought you said Toxic Crusaders.
Yeah. Why would
Toxic?
Yes,
the movie was Toxic Adventure.
Well,
the Toxic Crusaders was the cartoon.
What's that McDonald's game that has like the
Magic Land?
No, not McDonald's Treasureland Adventure.
It's the other one from Dave
shiny.
Perry.
Yeah. I thought it was called like Toxic something.
No.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
So
I mean, I think that's considered pretty good, but I don't really like
the Global Gladiators.
Yeah,
Global Gladiators.
I don't really like those shiny entertainment games or the Virgin Interactive style Dave Perry games.
I like Earthworm Jim.
I wish I liked Earthworm Jim, but I
love it.
I kind of don't.
Audie's seen me play that game pretty well, I think.
I mean, I've seen you play it too. You've streamed it a good bit, I think. Yeah, I think you've streamed it.
I probably did, because of course.
So we've had some good donations come in.
Oh yeah,
perfect.
We're at 1,687. We had a nice shout out here. 23 euros donated in honor of the Digital Foundry crew. So shout out to you guys.
Ah,
cool.
So am I playing? It's like, what is it? Not X Mutants, right?
The Toxic Crusaders.
I'm playing.
What am I playing?
Oh,
Quest list so far for Corey was experts.
Experts.
A dash.
Oh yeah, that's experts.
And then Toxic Crusaders. Well, Try. We have to find a new game for Try. So since he's playing Toxic Crusaders,
I actually
Try,
have the
why don't you
cartridge
do
of
the Tick?
Toxic Crusaders.
The Tick.
European version
let's get the Saturday
or
morning. No, the US version. It's the same. You don't need to go 50 hertz.
I think a friend of mine had the Tick for Genesis.
And are you still friends?
Oh wait, what if Try played Strider Returns?
It's another good one.
Ooh.
I was going to also suggest that
Wayne's World.
Yes, Wayne's World. We need to do that as well. We just have a great list coming up here. But I was going to suggest that Try should be playing Beavis and Butthead on Genesis while Corey does the Super Nintendo version of Beavis.
Well, how about I play 3 bad games and then I get to do another run of Mystic Defender, and then that's my motivation for doing good in Mystic Defender.
Your motivation for doing good is reaching $2,000. Try.
when we get to 2,000, you can play Mystic Defenders again.
God, please, people, save me.
You could tell them where can they donate. Try.
They can donate from the link that I assume Corey put in the video description.
I'm looking for experts
That's
here.
right.
I'm not.
It's X.
Oh, there it is.
No,
there it is.
no, no.
It's also
no,
on the
X
stream
Perts.
itself.
Experts, yeah.
X dash.
Oh, that's some good animation there, though.
So this is a spin-off of Eternal Champions.
But somebody in the chat, Tooth Rot, of course, says the Asterix games weren't too bad, right? And
No,
I
they were
tend to
fantastic.
agree. They're pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, well, I mean, isn't the like the Game Gear one's not one of the Game Gear ones isn't too good, but like the
Yeah,
Master
so those are
System
the
ones
core
are pretty
designs
good.
ones. Yeah, so the Master System
Yeah,
ones
yeah.
by Sims or Sega are
Yep.
really good, and then there's a couple bad ones from core design, and then once the Infogrames people, Bit Managers. Bit Managers was the same company that Alberto Gonzalez worked for, the composer.
Yeah.
And those games are fantastic. They did the Smurfs, Asterix, and games like that. So for the most part,
Look
Asterix
at it,
games
it
are
has a
quite
built-in
good.
video
Yeah.
test pattern.
So there's an interesting thing that Audi just mentioned there. He was talking about Asterix games, noted that the bad ones were made by Core Design. Core Design made Chuck Rock and Wonder Dog, I believe.
Can't
Mm.
always be
Yeah.
bangers.
I
Outside
knew
of
that
Rock.
though. I knew that Core did that. They also did Soul Star on the Sega CD,
Wow.
Which is good.
which it's
So
it's an
we
impressive
are
looking
now-
game.
We're now at 1,792 with a
Oh,
huge donation from Scott as a
Oh.
$100 donation. He said, "Good
Thank
luck
you.
with everything. Be safe and healthy, and make a dope curriculum." Which I'm trying my best. It'll definitely change over the next couple of years. I think, with this being the first time doing the curriculum, I'll definitely always open and flexible to finding like new ways to implement. If things have changed or something that gets recently discovered, always trying to make it as challenging, or at least make it entertaining, where the kids to the point won't feel, I don't know, will be encouraged to be challenged.
Speaking of entertaining the kids, Corey, how are you feeling about the game you're playing?
I think the character animation looks pretty good.
Yeah.
There is definitely like some lag when he starts running or walking, but like I like how
Yeah.
the screen kind of slows up. Like when it scrolls, it speeds up and slows down based on his speed he was walking.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, I forget what the 3 pillars of the brawler are, but I'm pretty sure this game doesn't have them.
Oh, it's not on a pillar. It's just underneath a bridge somewhere.
Yeah, his arms do look like they're pretty long.
Looks like Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. He looks like some
that's-
Stretch Armstrong that's been played with.
A little too much.
Did you guys have a Stretch Armstrong as kids?
I didn't have
Uh,
one,
I didn't have one.
but they do. They still make them.
They still make them, but I remember I had one. And if you stretch it too far, it would start like leaking this glue type
Oh.
like like substance.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was not pretty.
So I gotta.
We just had another $26 donation. Make it
Oh.
we're at 1,819.
Ooh.
And Terse Gentleman Robot said that this $26 is for having to suffer through experts.
Experts.
Appreciate that.
So,
you can.
like, so there was like a level on top of a truck, and then there was a bonus level, and then I fought a boss.
Look at this.
And now in this area,
Look at this
and now I did another bonus level, and now I'm fighting a boss in the same place.
the jump.
It's
Well, the
incredible.
thing is, you know what? I feel like in some ways that might be the most accurate depiction of a human jumping. There's like somebody who
I know.
probably can't jump very high. That's like a pretty
Human
good accurate.
jumps do not look cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
looks
no,
like-
that's what it exactly looks like.
You know when George Costanza gets those shoes he wants to show off to investors, he jumps like that.
yeah. It's like kicking him up. Ooh,
Try
we
what
can
is
do-
happening on your end here.
Everything and nothing.
Something like that, yeah.
See, I think you guys are learning something valuable about fundraising here is that misery breeds sympathy, and sympathy breeds donations.
Is this so?
I never realized how similar these games were.
Because you hurt too much when you play them.
Try doing the kick. If you both do kicks at the same time,
it'll break the universe.
Yeah, right. I mean, The Tick was a good show. A very good show.
Pretty sure, I mean, I've never seen it, but I'm pretty sure that's why I'm pretty sure my friend had it because he gave me all of his Genesis stuff, and I sampled everything that he gave me, and then I kept some and gave some to another friend.
What are you talking about? Me.
Yes, on stream.
I literally.
Say hello.
Hi. I just ended it like a 1 hour still left us playing Run just to come here.
Good.
Are you melting?
I don't know how to proceed here. Okay, so
you have to use computer or something.
I'm trying to, but
I mean, if you want to change to Toxic Crusaders, that's fine.
You can.
So I'm starting to think that what's going on here is that
I have Toxic Crusaders.
This is the level, not a bonus level, and then if I fall off the buildings, I'm forced to fight a boss.
It's just like Rondo of Blood.
Just like it.
Just like it.
Just like it. Yep. See, I fell off the building. Now I'm at a subplot.
I think that's where Bob moved to, right? Greasy Heights.
Oh no! Wow, this is man.
You know what this is like. This is like the precursor to all of the open world games that have these like stupid like little side things that come up where it's like, oh, like there'll be all these random missions that come up that are different every time.
You're just confused.
So what you're saying is that this is just like Assassin's Creed.
I can press.
Yes, where because I fell off the building, now I am experiencing something different by fighting this same boss again.
Realistic in that sense.
So, does X-Men work correctly on the Mister? I assume yes.
It should, yeah. Because you
can just do the soft reset kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean that is a simple trick. It's just that the platform being played on needs to actually be able to do the soft reset.
Exactly. Like obviously the Nomad can't do it by default anyway.
For example. Now, can anyone in chat or in this chat room that we're inhabiting, does anyone remember what the Tick's battle call was? What his catchphrase was?
Spoon.
Yes, correct.
Oh, I think I finished the level.
There was a live action show that I guess was pretty good too. There was
2 of them. Yeah, there was the one with Puddy from Seinfeld.
Oh.
And then there was a new one on Amazon recently, which I think only was 1 season, but that was also quite good. So yeah, the Tick has been pretty well represented overall.
I'm kind of feeling like I want to
video
add
games apparently.
I kind of want to add WWF Royal Rumble to Try's list just because I want to see him play it.
Man, it's not a good one.
No,
it's sculptured software.
I don't quite understand how this works. Like
I'm using my limited understanding of wrestling as it is.
You're from Ric Flair country. I don't understand.
You always say this.
Well, you eat Bojangles, you play video games. Ric Flair could basically be your father.
Does Ric Flair eat Bojangles?
He has to. I can't imagine he wouldn't. It is pretty high rolling, Bojangles.
Oh yeah.
So
computer active.
Yeah. Oh, I
What is Corey even doing at this
I'm trying to figure out how
I've
this
got
even works.
a brawling option now.
Recon main room. And it does that. I don't even understand what it's trying to get me to do.
Is this the Tix version of Casey Jones?
I think I'm enjoying watching Corey slowly understand why Experts is considered a bad game.
You
went into this like, yeah, animation's pretty good. Wow, this looks kind of cool.
The jumping is realistic. That's just like me jumping.
Just like me jumping.
Tashiel active.
They don't even know what you're trying to do.
Yeah, that's the thing about Experts is really it's just.
And you're on the first screen of the game, right, Corey?
Yeah, I don't get it.
You're at the very beginning.
I've never made it past that either.
Do you think
Chat,
anybody has? Like maybe it's not even possible.
Yeah, let's ask the chat. Hey, chat, help Corey beat the first stage of Experts. He cannot change the game until he does so. So you either have to watch this for the rest of the stream or help him out.
Is beating the first stage just getting off of this scene?
It's either that or turning off the game. It could be either or. So someone's saying you need to be an expert to play it.
Yeah.
That doesn't help you much. An
expert at what? Have expert patience. Be an expert of having nothing better to do.
Exactly.
So yes, people, if we hit $2,000, we can play good games again.
Well, we reached 2,000 so quick that why don't we make it 3,000?
Wait, we didn't reach 2,000, did we?
No, we got 140 or $39 left. Okay, so elevator is an invalid target. Occupied levels are invalid. Complex control. Move to level 6W.
Riveting.
I've not actually played this tick.
Hey.
Have you never played this far into the tick before?
No, I've only loaded it up.
Initiated.
I didn't like it.
Raising force fields on the
I mean,
5 minutes.
I feel like I'm starting to
routing the power
like
energy generation. Number 1.
Not like it, but like be like passively okay playing this right now.
The Corey's getting into the lore of Experts.
Well, while we're still going through this, maybe Joey, you want to talk again about the whole donation thing, essentially, because I think some people are actually wondering about the cause again. So go ahead and. Oh, you're muted.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. So I created this art history of video games class. It was brought to my I don't know. I had an idea to create an art history class. Because the visual arts at our school was like really starting to expand, and classes were getting full. So we got another art teacher in addition to myself, and it kind of opened up this ability to have us make new classes. And my assistant principal, who's amazing, came to me and he's like, "Hey, you should think about other classes." And I was like, "I would love to do an art history class." And he was like, "Okay." And I was like, "Well, no, it'd be a really good art history class." And he's like, "Uh-huh." And then finally he says, "Well, why don't you, make something like the art history of video games or something?" And then I was like, "Oh, that's kind of a perfect idea." And so when kind of building this course and writing out the curriculum, it wasn't until late summer that me kind of messing around with my own mister, I was like, man, this would be amazing if because it was going to be a very small group at first. I thought maybe I'll get 12, 15 students to sign up for it. And it's a full class at 28. And I want to give them access to the library, the museum, essentially, that the Mister is, for them to be able to do, it's very simple soft skill, like compare and contrast situations, and being able to look at things, analyze games, looking at gameplay, looking at code, looking at, and even from a visual standpoint, looking at graphics, considering, what advancements were made and, the limitations that certain, developers had to work within, and the creativity that was kind of born out of some of those limitations. And giving them access to that, I think, was, for me, one of the core elements that became later one of the core elements for me, building the rest of the curriculum. So a lot of the fundraiser is for, I've got the class set up it's 28 students. So there's 7 groups of 4. So they work in teams and collaboratively, but they also do independent work. And the idea was to have they have their separate tables in which they meet and talk and, listen to lectures and so forth. And for me, it was to have their mister there at their table for them. So, when it was time to access a particular game after a lecture was over, or, in between kind of studio time, that they would be rigorously kind of playing through a game and taking down notes, doing analysis. And that's kind of where I saw all of this. And, I know there were a couple of things in the chat. Yes, they do have Chromebooks. They are woefully underpowered. Our Wi-Fi signal is
also
not the greatest.
They kind of suck, if I'm honest. But
it's
all right for what it is. But
yeah, I've spent the first couple of weeks trying to do things, but implementing stuff, certain things that are there's no way these are blocked, or working with my IT person 3 days ahead of the class and being so they need access to this. Will they be able to access this website? Yeah, sure, it works. We've done a test. And then,
And then
you're done with your lecture, and the next moment in these, 85-minute blocks, it's okay, so now it's time to open up your laptops, go to this site, and then all of a sudden it's we can't, it's blocked. So then spending another, 10, 15 minutes with IT trying to get that done, the class is over.
That's fundamentally the big issue, I think, with doing that kind of stuff with a lot of computers at once, all on a network like that, ensuring that everything just works smoothly. It does not often work smoothly.
Right.
No, it hasn't. In the 3 times that we've attempted it, it has not at all. And it's it's one of those things where trial and error, and I didn't know if I was going to be able to get these devices for the students to be able to have access to.
So, have you thought about the displays you're using?
That would be one, if we go beyond the goal, that is definitely a stretch goal. Right now, we just have some old, what are they? I'm trying to think of the brand. I think they're old Lenovo, just LED, LCD computer monitors. So I'd have to figure out some sound.
Definitely try to get some.
But, that would
get some
start.
CRTs for them.
We do have CRTs. I do have some. So that's what I was telling the story
not even
about.
Expensive ones. You can get dirt cheap computer monitors, for instance.
Oh yeah. No, that's definitely true. That's something I'll definitely, because I think we have 1 or 2 in the school still. I know they definitely got rid of a lot of stuff, just recycling things out over the
one advantage I see for you with over say using MAME or something is that with Mister you can at least get the original output resolution and refresh rate running on a CRT as it should, and you can do that with MAME, but having done that before, it is extremely difficult and very fiddly, I find. It's not a great solution, I think, in a case like this.
Yeah, and time is of the element. It's 85 minutes when you're going through a class, if anybody's ever taught. It is kind of a firestorm. It's very fast.
And real quick,
if there's any hold up.
If you look in the chat, Mitch B says he'd even donate some 9-inch PVMs, and having just picked up a 9-inch PVM, actually,
that's amazing.
They look amazing, and they're really nice and portable, and I think that actually would be a perfect fit.
That is awesome. That is an amazing, man. That would be incredible. Absolutely incredible. I was telling, a story when we got on. I think it was when I first started the stream and talking to Alan and Artemio. My first year there, I really was looking for something fun for the students to do kind of collectively that was kind of contemporaneous. It's something that they were engaged with. It wasn't just let's have a field day or I wanted to give them something, that they were talking about constantly, that I was talking to them about. And so I was like, we have all these CRTs, and I had a gentleman who no longer works there at the school with me, but he was also kind of a passionate gamer. And collectively, we had a decent amount of consoles between the two of us. So we just, these old, 36-inch CRTs on the old media cards that you'd have in school, and just lining them up in the center and putting up, Saturn, Super Nintendo, Genesis, etc. And, not really sure what to expect in terms of what the turnout was going to be, but it was packed. And, in those moments, it was something that one thing kind of stuck out to me that really registered, and something that I always believed video games could do, and that does, and that art really kind of often struggles to do, is, there was this moment looking over where the Sega Saturn was, and, Virtua Fighter 2, and there was this student who often kept to themselves, never spoke to really anybody. There he was with the star basketball player, and they were playing Virtua Fighter 2 and just having an incredible time. And I just couldn't believe, they had taken a picture, to put in the newsletter. It's like, oh, they did a video game event and all the students showed up. And in that moment was captured in one of the photographs, and that student's parent emailed me and was like, I never imagined this photograph ever existing, ever seeing anything like this. And cool. That's what I can say too. Our school is relatively diverse, but that the classroom for the art history of video games, with it being an elective course, students have to sign up for it, and it's not something that they have to take. And by that, it's I get, it's not an AP course or a college credit course. I teach a diverse range of learners from every grade level, from freshman, junior, sophomore, senior, and diverse in relationship to gender and in terms of race. And by the time I'll get in there and get to work, it's by far one of the most diverse classrooms in the entire building. And I think video games just does that, But yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell. I know it's a lot, but
Great. So let's flip back to Corey real quick, who seems to be
Yeah,
having
I've been laughing
serious.
the whole time.
I knew the audience was being
I was
quiet
not
because he was probably
laughing
just
at Joey's
sitting there
wonderful
dying
story, 'cause,
watching
yeah,
me.
it was
I'm
Oh,
trying
no,
to
no,
remember.
it was very nice, but I was just looking at Corey's stream, seeing him try to figure out how to beat this first screen of this game.
So Corey,
And then
like,
there was a comment in the.
fun.
I just have to. There was a comment that perfectly
Yeah.
illustrated this. It was someone who said look at Try over there flexing, beating the first stage of the tick." Which
I'm
made me laugh.
I'm like 3 or 4 levels in now. I'm just
I'm
just settled into this game's mediocrity.
Oh, you're settled in? Well, let's
See-
change that.
The thing
Yeah,
is, I see what
Corey, it's like the Lost Vikings. Tense is saying you have to switch to other characters. Somehow.
Right, but I can't switch to other characters. I can select them, and then when I try to leave the menu, it just shows me this computer. And it just says the airlock, the door is secured. I assume so Zachary is down here on level 4. I cannot open the door, and Tense is saying, Corey, you basically have to switch between characters telling me to open this door, but then I get to this door and it says elevator access restricted. How do I open this door? And I see certain things here, like system coolant, temperature 17 degrees Celsius. I can't do anything with it.
Are we having fun?
It's funny.
Look at that guy's arms, though.
Stretched arms, right?
You press some buttons to open the door. What? Not only that, but if there was any other button that I had that maybe it's this one that has a big life support is powered.
So I'm wondering what Joey, do you have a bunch of computers like ready to go that could run MAME in a way that's usable that all the students could have access
Absolutely
to?
not.
Because I keep
No.
seeing somebody suggest that MAME is free, but
Chromebooks
MAME
are all
requires
we
a
have.
computer. MAME isn't really usable on a Chromebook.
Yeah, we
So
don't. I wish we
I'm a
had.
little
I
baffled
mean,
by
if we
that.
had that, if we had that, this would definitely not be happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like we would
And
have.
you can't, when
we have-
teaching a course, you can't say, "Oh, students, you all need to bring your own computers to class so we can
No.
install MAME on it." I don't
Yeah.
think that would work. And no, Chromebook does not run MAME well. I don't even know if there's a native version for it. I mean, the hardware in those things is very low end anyway. But I don't think MAME exists for that, or if it does, it's like it's pretty
Be a
bad.
web?
From what
I want to take a
Web
moment to
editor?
recognize how bad this lady's animations are. The lady who's helping me out, like
Yeah, just look at the
everything about her
experts, how good that is in
animations is
comparison.
like,
her sprite has like no shading. It's
like
Look at it,
It looks
actually
like
like
Electra,
the
like a yellow Electra from.
yeah, like
it's very bad.
the player characters actually have like less deep shading than the enemies in general.
So
Focus points.
I just want to say that like the class would be possible to teach like without the misters. We're just
Of course.
trying to do what we can to make the class better.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not always about just like, can you do this simple thing? It's also about like authenticity of what you're showing off.
And also
user-
MAME what does MAME handle old early computers in the same way? I mean, you just get, it feels like you're opening the can of worms as far as like using such a wide range of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then you've got a lot more controller config stuff to deal with, and there too, and stuff. I feel. I mean, not to downplay the importance and usefulness of MAME, but and two, you've got such easier access, just like you were saying, John. Like if you want to actually, give a CRT experience on some scale, like it's much easier to achieve with Mister.
And again, this isn't just about arcade games either, is it? I mean, there's a
right.
lot of
It's
other
it's
things.
it's about a huge
All of this stuff
range
can
of-
be done with software emulators,
about-
no problem. But
Right.
one, they don't actually have that hardware either, so it's like, okay, then fundraise for computers that can run.
And,
on
and it's a whole
emulators.
lot easier for the school to store and stuff as well. Just the
Right.
size
Yeah,
of
Small,
it.
Form
they're easy to
factor, small.
You can essentially
That's-
duplicate the same configuration across all of them from a single
Yeah.
card
Easily,
in a way
yeah.
that, as somebody that's done a lot of IT stuff in the back, that's all obviously quite feasible with computers. But as far as using just a single SD card to image everything exactly as you want it, that's very, very simple.
And also, too, I think when you think of something as hardware, I think it, just like I always think back to when, I took like a, film photography course in college, and a lot of the students just didn't understand the point of it because like professional photographers were still using film at that time, but like, it was clear where the future was. And a lot of students were just
Right,
like,
right.
oh, this is stupid. Why are we learning film photography? And fundamentally, yes, you could learn the same principles of like how a camera works, how exposure works, how you balance the aperture and the
Right,
shutter
right.
speed and the ISO and all that. You can learn that on a digital camera, but I feel like when you learn it from closer to its origin point, when you learn why the camera behaves this way in a more analog sense of film, I feel like that just made it so much easier for me to understand and appreciate the fundamentals of photography and how to play with the light and stuff like that in a way that doing it with digital, some people didn't understand the point of that, but I really saw the value in learning to do it that way. And I feel like when you're thinking of hardware versus software as well, like if you can really clearly explain to the students how this device works and that,
Right.
it's, how they're using the functions of the hardware to to create the results that you're seeing here. Like, I feel like that helps you understand why the game is designed the way it is, why it looks the way it does.
Sure.
All the considerations that go into it. I just feel like that, it gets it that much closer to its true roots in a way that might help them visualize it better.
Well, again, and ultimately for this is just about the fact that they need something, right? And they don't have hardware to just do software emulation as is, so there needs to be some solution. So you can't just say, oh, just use MAME, it's free. Well, the hardware is not free, and they don't have the hardware that can do that. So I do think that's important to keep in mind with this stuff. And as Artemio also said, and what we were saying is the fact that Mister is very much, it has no upkeep. It's a turnkey solution. I mean, there is some upkeep if you want, but you don't have to. I mean, with managing PCs, you definitely have to worry about that.
Right.
Now.
I mean,
so
if
this is technically going to be cheaper or in the same ballpark as the cheap PCs, and even as it said there in the chat, it probably is the cheapest overall. Really,
well, and
if you're starting from nothing for that.
Relating it to my own experience working, at a college, and obviously we're talking older students there, but like I installed Linux on some of the computers, like computers that were meant for doing very specific functions, like teleprompters or this or that, because like if you just have like, a standard computer, like students are just going to do whatever they want. They're going to install what they want. They're going to mess it up. And like Mister, like if you don't have it connected to the internet, if Joey just gets it set up the way he wants it to be, then like the students can't really mess it up. You know what I mean? Like
it would be hard to mess up the Mister like once it's set up.
It would be
once it's set up. So like it's not something that it's you know what I mean? It's like it really is a little bit foolproof against tampering with,
and it's
in that sense.
And that is something I've always struggled with like a Raspberry Pi that's set up. Like it's so easy to like mess up something and I have no idea how to fix it. Like there's just one time where I wanted to get rid of like a forced border.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm cracking up here because I feel like every time I glance at Corey's screen, he's either walking back and forth across his platform, or like in a menu.
Like using the computer is up
This
and
is
Y.
gonna be this way with every game. It's like I have to beat Ghosts and Goblins. I have to beat this first stage of.
All I need to do is just like I just want to open the door. I just want to open. I just want to get to the next screen. That's all I care about.
Game facts. Is there a game fact for this game?
Can you imagine like
you need a guide to open
having
the
like
door
bought this
on
game
the
at
first
full
screen?
price?
Like, can you imagine making this game and not having this revelation that no one knows how to proceed past the first screen?
Oh, lots of people in the chat say it's very easy. You just have to change character.
But
the manual
saying,
probably
like, up and
explains
Y,
how to
but
do
I
it.
don't think that like Y. I don't think this is not a 6-button game.
It should
Is
be.
it not?
Unless I
have legitimately no idea. Hey, try.
Yeah,
I think we've seen enough of Tick. Why don't you play a bit of Squirrel King?
Squirrel King?
Yeah, it's an unlicensed game.
I put it in the.
I don't know if I would have it on here. Is it
sure
Genesis?
Yes.
Unlicensed. Okay, I've got an unlicensed here. Squirrel King? There it is. Okay.
Audi, what was the game that we recently discovered that had that Australian release with like the worst cover art ever?
Was that the basketball game?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was
Dick Vitale.
Dick Vitale's Awesome Baby.
Awesome Baby.
Basketball.
Dick Vitale.
It got a wild looking Australia only release with just it's the basically what it is. They took the template for the American box art, they overlaid the European / Australian Mega Drive logo over the red part vertically, but there's no transparency on it, so it's just
There
like a
it
big
is.
black block.
So is the
Did you
game not
open the
possible
door,
to
Corey?
beat with a 3-button controller then? I had to reset the game, and now I can
Possibly.
use the computer by hitting up and Y. So I literally
Wait.
would have been there forever.
So Corey's playing expert still, and Try's playing Chippendale, it looks like, but not actually Chippendale.
Look at him. Look at him use the
It's
computer.
working.
Corey mentioned this to me in Audi's grab bag before.
Oh.
So I
What is
was
Squirrel
I
King?
prefer the term colostomy bag. Just so.
Oh, no.
so I was having
What's going on, Try? Why aren't you
I-
playing the game?
What's going on?
Talk to us.
Try.
I've been having trouble with this M30 controller, so I've been using a TurboGrafx styled one. But the button mapping was not playable, so let me
What? You got a gun.
try this one again.
Look at him turn around. He's like,
Oh, look at that.
He's a true expert.
He's just stiff. He's like Steven Seagal.
he's like, I mean, it's very
Yeah.
Terminator-esque, but it's almost like he's on a rotating.
The size of the sprite and the level of animation is actually, and also the color depth
Yeah,
is pretty
you know,
good for Genesis.
Like I have it on the CRT here, and it
Yeah.
looks pretty good on the CRT.
It's just that it's infested by that 3D rendered nonsense
Yeah, well,
of that
and
era.
Yeah.
the gameplay, obviously.
And the gameplay's
But
bad.
yeah, for the
Dude, the like, you think about, like, during that period, we had these games coming out with, like, obscenely good animation. Like, whether you liked Aladdin or not, or Earth from Jim and them, and various others like that, like, what they were doing with, like, hand animated sprites was, like, extremely
And
beautiful.
cells.
It looked
Oh,
incredible.
sure.
And then at the same time, Donkey Kong Country kicks the door open and sells a lot. And I like Donkey Kong Country a lot, but its success caused everyone to be like, "Oh, we gotta do computer graphics." But
Donkey
most
Kong
developers-
Country's graphics, I think, really hold up though.
So that's the thing
different.
is the way Rare did it was great, but most developers of that era trying to do the same thing did not have their chops. Let's just say.
Yeah, they just
And-
want to simulate 3D and 2D, basically.
Correct.
Which Rare,
It's bad.
that was only a very small fraction of what they were doing. So
As an aside, though, Audi, so Squirrel King here, this background and stuff, it looks like a weird combination of Chippendale and Valis.
it does, right? It looks like Valis,
Oh wow, you're totally right.
Steve Valis.
It's SD Valis with Chippendale.
The crossover we've been waiting for.
like the characters look kind of like
oh,
they look kind
They
of
look-
sinister in this, honestly.
They look, you know what they look like? They look like bears trying to cosplay as chipmunks.
Maybe they just they look like they're up to no good, you know.
That's the
Trying to
amount of
make trouble in
frames,
your
though.
neighborhood.
The frames of animation on experts right now is insane.
Also, just look
They-
at her dress. It would
That's
not
what I
be
mean.
very battle friendly, would it?
So
You would just get tangled
so
and like
insane
fall
that
over.
the stream isn't even loading for me right now.
Then refresh.
ooh. Oh, she's got like a
Squirrel
wrist
King.
cannon.
Wasn't it
Oh,
one
yeah.
of
You know,
the-
she walked
wasn't
out
he
of her
trying- who was,
jail
like,
or her
into
holding
Chippendale?
cell like with this gun like already on her. Like her walking animation, she just like she seems like she thinks she's just way too cool for for being in this game.
Do you think she
Like
has an
you?
attitude?
Yeah.
So we want her to like check herself.
Well, look at her. She's just like, yeah.
Well, she's beating up robots in a dress. What are you doing, Corey?
That's true. That's true. I want to see what they. Oh, I did something with it. Oh my.
So, Audie, what's the story behind the existence of this game? Can you tell me about the developer?
I forget who the developer is. It is a Taiwanese game, I think. In fact, these days, most of the bootlegs for Genesis is produced in Russia, and it's still going on. They still produce games.
Yeah.
Oh, how old
I'm
is
not
this?
homebrew
bootleg?
games at this point, though, like Demons of Esterborg and stuff. That's different, but I'm talking like bootlegs.
Exactly.
With,
There's a lot of bootlegs out there.
reverse engineered engines and whatnot. But yeah, I think this is just. It's certainly not Hummer Team because they didn't do anything on Genesis. So I don't remember who it was, but this is one of the higher quality bootlegs on Genesis. There's another one called Super Mario 64, which I think is the same developer.
Sure, why not?
Why not?
Wait, there's a Super Mario 64 for Genesis.
I wish it was
Yeah, you
Super
probably
Mario
have it.
64
Check.
3 or something. That would have been great.
I
Or
need to-
Granddad 7.
I need
Granddad
to,
7.
Let's
Yeah.
see your unlicensed list.
Super Mario. Yeah, there's Super Mario 64.
Then we know
Let's
what
look-
we're playing.
Let's look at it.
Oh my goodness.
And let's just
Please,
mention
people,
that the
donate to
Mister
get
is
us to
playing.
$2,000 so I can play Mystic Defender again.
We're
Oh, look!
close. We're $2
It's
away.
a good year.
Oh
though.
man! Look at
had
this
some
title
amazing
screen though. I
vendors.
kind of like this title screen. This is just
Yeah,
like
right?
it like the colors are pretty good except for the Goomba is blue for some reason. Oh, look at
The
this!
Genesis version.
Oh, it's like a slow-paced Super Mario World.
Is there? Okay, yeah, like running is totally just like on the D-pad.
Like
Yeah.
you look at this, and it's actually I was gonna say you look at that conversion of the Mega Man X on Genesis, and you can see
Yeah.
that actual Super Mario World could be ported over very nicely, and it would look great.
Probably.
The
Oh
only
yeah,
issue,
well I
guess,
mean
with
Super Mario World
is-
does not use a lot of colors.
No, exactly. The only problem, I guess, Mega Man X works well on Genesis because that the music conversion actually sounds a lot better than the Super NES. But
Yeah.
Super Mario World might be an exception to that. I feel like you could probably make the music work, but I suspect it would not be amazing.
I think it's
Like,
important to point out
this-
that
All
the
right.
Mister is playing these bootlegs perfectly.
Oh my god.
That's how powerful the Mister is.
I mean this. Oh, okay. You do gain some speed by holding.
Before
the
you
A
open the
button.
door, we
What? Did-
just keep
I've
tabs.
officially
I
made
just
it
fell through that Koopa tree.
further than anybody ever who has played this game.
Yeah, the weirdest thing about Super Mario 64 on the Sega Genesis is that it has
is that it
has
exists.
it has a large bounding box around Mario.
The
I think
controls
somebody
are
else-
horrible. It looks great, but the controls are just amazingly bad.
Well,
You say that
gentlemen,
right as
I
I'm
think
watching
Joey
Corey play
has,
Experts.
I think Joey has
Oh.
a milestone that he has reached.
Milestone.
We
Oh.
are at 2,000. Thank you all so very much.
Thank
It's
you.
amazing.
So now
Well-
we did agree, all of us, that 3,000 was the next goal for try to actually play good games, right?
No.
Well,
I get to
basically,
play-
what we
I get to play
actually
good games
agreed.
for a little
No,
while.
we agreed that one of them would get to play good games again. So Corey, you can go play.
Yeah,
good
Corey,
games.
why don't you
It's
ta-
been
you know, you
longer.
open the door.
I finished. I switched to bad games before Corey was
Well,
done with
try-
Ghouls and Ghosts. Ghosts and
Try, but
Goblins.
Corey was stuck walking back and forth for a half hour, trying to
Yeah,
open
he
a door.
didn't even get to play anything. You've
He didn't even
had
have
so
any
much
fun.
fun. You've been on top of buildings, on top of a bus, in someone's backyard. You met women, you met ninjas. You played Super Mario World, which is one of your favorite games of all time. Look at Corey. He's been playing Experts.
He's playing
he-
Experts.
He was obsessed with continuing it for his own self.
Would
He-
you
he
not
was
have done the
determined.
same try? Would you not have sat there and been like, I will also open the door and find the secrets beyond? I think one cool thing that you should do, we should do like a Japan versus America here. I'd say that Corey should play Shinobi and Try should play Sword of Sodan. And then we contrast that type of game against each other. How did Japan do it and how did the West do it.
Sword of Sodan, though, like it was. There is that screenshot that you can cut giants' heads off in this game. That was. I guess before Mortal Kombat, like having like that kind of straight up blood. I feel that like in the console space, it was like Sword of Sodan and Techno Cop were the ones that had really like a lot of gore.
And I have my Japanese copy of Sword of Sodan.
And it has a really cool box art, doesn't it?
What does the audience say? Chat, let us know. Should we do a Japan versus US Sword of Sodan versus Shinobi?
I am completely unaware of this game. So
try. You're playing Sword of Sodan, and Corey's playing some.
This is the Genesis game we're talking about.
Yeah,
you're still Genesis.
It's an Electronic Arts game.
Genesis for our time here.
Let me
published at least.
Switch to one of the Bluetooth M30s, but wired, because
he's got to get ready to play Sword of Sodan. But
he does need his reflexes.
The funny thing is
he's in the 10-second window.
He's gonna fire it up and immediately think the controller's broken, but it won't be the controller. Oh, the Simpsons Bart's.
Look what this guy's doing behind me. Look at this guy.
Doing nothing.
He's like, I can't even get to him.
I like the idea of Street Fighter Championship Edition versus Shaq Fu.
Yeah, I'm kind of into that.
That was good too.
That's a good one.
He goes right back.
And then we should do Mega Turrican versus Universal Soldier.
Oh,
ooh!
But that's like the same thing, basically.
No, try. Sorry, Corey.
It isn't though, or it is.
It's not even. I mean, it's based on the same source. Mm-hmm. But it's two different developers and two very different ways of doing the same template.
Also, while we have Try after Sword of Sodan, Try should try. Well, I don't know. Have you played the Genesis version of Battletoads yet? Try.
Oh, you
not much of it,
because I think that's the best version of Battletoads.
We were going to we were considering doing that for our.
Well, the problem with that is like,
yeah, you're playing on
Battletoads
through OBS.
Yeah. Whoever said Universal Soldier is the same as Mega Turrican has to play Universal Soldier.
Yes. So when we do that battle, is Corey.
Well, I know it's not the same as Mega Turrican, but isn't it like?
Wait.
Isn't it like the? Wasn't it supposed to be like Turrican 2?
No.
Wait,
like Universal Soldier?
Universal Soldier is conversion.
Man, I need to connect.
Yeah. What happened to Joey?
There he is. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe he just had to step away for a second.
It's okay. When he'll come back,
What's going
on
your
fire.
end now, Try? What's going on your end?
I'm trying to connect.
What I was going to play... Am I able to just play basically like anything I want right now while we're waiting?
Whatever you want. That's a tough one. Should we give you that choice?
Well, hang on. I think it's just I'm just gonna play. I was gonna play the Sega CD version of Demolition Man.
All right. I mean, why not? That's a game to play.
Yeah, it's a pretty good game.
I like the 3DO version of Demolition Man.
Yeah, there's something pretty awesome about that version, I gotta say.
Well, it is bespoke. And they filmed new scenes for it with Stallone and Snipes.
I like how we got a Battletoad on screen.
Yes, we got it whether we wanted to or not.
Universal Soldier, it's like Turrican 2, but bad. This is going to be interesting.
I can't wait for Sword of Sodan versus Shinobi.
I can't wait for Sword of Sodan, period, to be honest.
I know. When you have two screens, this is what you gotta do. You gotta put games against one another.
Sword of Sodan versus Gods.
It's 2 different games though.
Ah,
but God's
okay.
boring.
So I need to go Genesis. This is right.
Yep,
Oh,
Genesis.
You're ready? Sorry, Corey.
I'm ready.
You only got to the loading screen until Try was ready for this game.
It's okay. I just wanted to hear him say, "Send a killer to catch a killer."
That's right.
All right, so
And then he kills an entire busload of kids.
What Shinobi game am I playing?
Let's do Shinobi one. Let's just go basic. Or it's a Mega Drive, so Revenge of Shinobi then?
Yeah.
The Super Shinobi.
The Super Shinobi.
All right.
All right. Yeah, are we going to like coordinate here, or
yeah? Why not?
Just go.
Oh, let's coordinate just so we can see the difference in speed, length of levels, all that stuff. Let's compare them.
Should I play the Super Shinobi?
Yeah.
Super Shinobi. Yeah.
Try gets to play Sword of Sodan.
I don't know who gets lucky in this case. I mean, we have 2 very.
You ready for me to load it?
Games.
Yeah.
Have you ever played this? Try? Because I'm really
no. I know nothing about this.
Oh, this is going to be wonderful.
Oh, Electronic Arts.
This is a special.
We got a battle of the ages here. We're pitting continent versus country. It's a pretty cool effect on Try Screen, though.
Yeah,
wavy.
Look at how many heroes with no second E I can choose.
I'm kind of surprised that they put their company logo at the start of this game.
Oh, so I was trying to select. So I don't even know. I don't even know who I chose because of that was weird.
Doesn't matter.
I think it was just a left-right thing, but I'm not even sure what. I was just like pressing buttons.
Sword of Sodan was before they were officially licensed to release games, though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Try discovering.
Oh.
So here we have 2 side-scrolling action games. One having, the fabled ninja, of course, from Japan, and the other being a valiant knight, or knightess, I guess, in this case, from, the Scottish Highlands?
Yes.
When you say action game...
Yeah.
We use that term loosely.
What was I... Are these guys bad? Like,
yes.
They aren't hurting me.
I just want them to get to the part where you can cut somebody's head off. Like, that's the reason to play the game. When you get to fight a giant, you get to slice their heads off.
You cannot do in Shinobi.
I forgot to define Genesis buttons for this controller. That might help minimally.
I see an interesting chat going on regarding retro PCs. And this is something I've spent a lot of time on, and it's true. If you're basically between 95 and like early 2000s, there's not really good solutions for playing a lot of those games on a regular PC, on a modern PC. PCEM is a good emulator, but I find that it's not great when you get up to the more modern or like the later 90s stuff. And the thing about that era is that's the era of 3D graphics cards when they first arrived, and they're all so different that just being able to play the game isn't even enough, and there's just that you miss out on if you don't have access to the different graphics cards and such. I feel that's a really interesting time, but it's a difficult one to revisit without actual vintage hardware.
It's interesting.
I see that Try is using chivalry and just stabbing people in the crotch.
Well, it's the only way I can even figure out how to fight people, because if I crouch, I seem to be safe from these guys. But you walk, like, you don't change directions unless you have to like swing your sword and continue holding the button to like actually change which direction you are facing.
So you're suggesting then just push the back button and you turn around?
How about that? I didn't know you could do that. I just discovered something that I never knew about Revenge of Shinobi.
No, you have to, like, as far as I can tell, you have to hold the button And there's no music, by the way. There's just like birds chirping in the background.
Yeah, that's my favorite kind of effect. I love it when games
so,
do that.
so Corey discovered something new about the Super Shinobi, and Tri discovered a lot new about Sword of Sudan.
Yeah.
But did you guys know that you could,
Sudan.
if you have no more shurikens left, you can't. If you attack, you can like parry their, like not send it back at them, but you can block their throwing stars if you like attack them like right before they hit you. You know what I mean? Instead of like,
Yeah.
I didn't realize you could do that.
Ooh, Shellformer proposed, and this is an interesting one. Pulse Man versus Flink.
Yeah, that's a good one. So we have Mega Turrican and Universal Soldier, and then Pulseman versus Flink.
Yeah.
Pulseman versus Flink.
Man, Mega Turrican's good.
So,
is this one of EA's unlicensed games, or is this?
I think it is.
Yeah, it's one of their unlicensed ones.
Because it feels like an unlicensed game.
What were there's like 4 of them. There was Populous, Centurion, Zany Golf, and this maybe?
Yeah, something like this.
This is
we should let Joey read the donations he got in.
Oh, okay.
So we've had some awesome donations come in. We're at 2,161. We had a donation from Wrestling with Gaming. Thank you so much. I jumped on a stream, I believe, with you once when on one of Jimmy Hoppa's streams. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Had a huge donation from Classic Gaming Quarterly.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Your channel is definitely one of those things that inspired a lot of what I'm going to be covering in some of the curriculum.
Yeah, do a big thing on PC Engine golf games.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's good that Wrestling with Gaming is here, because I kind of feel like Sword of Sudan could have been a CDI game.
Yeah.
Throw that on there, but put some
if it ran worse.
It plays about as smoothly as a CDI game.
Yeah, I mean, if the scrolling were like 20 FPS, then it would actually be
exactly
legit.
But it would have much more realistic birds chirping in the background because it would be CD audio.
Well, the background would have actually just been like a photograph.
Just like
yes.
This is one of the most profoundly bad things I can think of, having played in a long time, and I just played some bad things. This is profoundly bad, though. Profoundly.
Well, we're gonna give you Mega Turrican, and we're gonna give Corey Universal Soldier.
Mega Turrican's very good, but
I don't think Tri has played it though.
I have played it. I mean, not much of it, but it definitely strikes me as the best of the Turrican games that I have played.
I think it's probably it's like one of the best like Western made action games on the whole system.
On the whole system, yeah, it is up there. So, what do you say, Corey? Are you ready?
I'm ready. Are
you ready for Universal Soldier?
Not doing great here.
I can't take any more of this.
It was too profound. He said.
Yes.
Did he ever get to cut anybody's head off?
No, I mean,
no.
I stabbed many people in the crotch, but that's all I could do.
Yeah, we got a lot of crotch stabbing, which I think makes up for the lack of decapitations.
Okay, so Corey, what's Corey
I just wanted
playing?
to beat that guy.
Corey is playing Universal Soldier.
All right.
Tri is playing.
I was wondering how to fit this sort of question into the curriculum, because I think it's interesting. It's like, what do you feel like are the fundamental things that separate like Western, especially I think this period, like 16-bit 90s era, like, you know, games from Japan and games developed in the West? What are some of the fundamental things that stand out for you that like create this like dialectic? You know what I mean?
So the main thing. Oh no, Audi, you go first. Actually, please.
I was gonna say that I think in this age that we were just playing, Japanese game design was much more about overall balance from difficulty level design experience. It's just the whole balance of experience. Whereas American development was much more about pushing graphical intensity, so like larger
That's
sprites,
a ballistic
more
game.
detail, more realism, whatever, and then the gameplay could be very much secondary to that. It's just, Swords of Dan is all about the size of the sprites, right, and the detail, whereas Shinobi's
So-
all about the balance.
I think
that's
with
just-
Japanese games of that era, it was more about sort of refinement through simplicity. They would really hone in on relatively limited but polished mechanics, and then the level designs and encounters would always seem to be very carefully crafted
he's
around
off the jump.
that, right? Whereas
Yeah.
a lot
I
of
agree completely with
Western
that.
games from that era, they're so focused on just like putting as much stuff in there. Like there's just tons of things happening, and the levels are often huge, and they go in all directions, and it kind of felt like they were of the more is better mantra, which I don't agree with necessarily, versus Japan, which was more like less is more. You know what
Right. I mean, I always thought that. I always thought like, I mean, I think one of the reasons that Nintendo always appealed to me so much was it always felt like Nintendo's games were built around very limited mechanics, whereas a lot of other developers, I mean, even within Japan, want complex mechanics. And I always thought Nintendo's brilliance was in how logically simple some of the moves were to do in their games, and to me, like I felt like there was definitely a period where people were like, oh, this is so simple and too easy to play. And I'm like, but being easy to play is like not a weakness. That's like that takes like a lot of planning and consideration,
So
to really pull
it's
that
really-
off.
Exactly. And what I think is really interesting here is looking at Mega Turrican here. Mega Turrican is one of the Turrican games that was very clearly designed with the Japanese inspiration. And we know it was, talking to the developers about
I was
that.
gonna say, yeah.
Like, it was essentially them taking Turrican in a more Japanese like direction.
They
And
wanted
I
to
think
make Contra, their own
Yeah.
Contra.
And that's why this game doesn't have like much exploration in it. Like Turrican 1 and 2 is just a lot of gigantic open levels that can be a little bit daunting versus Mega Turrican, which is very straightforward, which is why some of the original Turrican fans didn't like Mega Turrican as much, because it's not like that.
No.
Yeah, see, that's one thing that's always turned me off a little bit about some of the Turrican games. It's just like,
Oh,
it's just a big level and I'm just getting a bunch of stuff, but why?
This game is not like that at all.
Super
Yeah,
Turrican is
I
also
think
streamlined.
that's why I've kind of sensed, even though I've not played much of it, I've kind of sensed that like this one, it feels like something I would like a lot more. But
This one is so good.
I mean, talking about American versus Japanese, like or Western versus Japanese, I feel like European developers started trending in.
Hey, try real quick, hit down and like attack or something, or jump. One of the
Down,
Oh,
jump
oh
or
yeah,
something.
where that's always a mechanic that's always like freaked me out in these games. Like I don't quite get it.
It's very, so just think of it like a Mega Man slide. Like in some of the bosses later, you can use
Then
that.
like it like bounces around like crazy.
No,
and
but
stuff.
like in the boss stages, when it's closed off, it doesn't do that.
I
right.
see.
So you use it to quickly get under a boss, and then you pop out of it, attack, and then the boss comes back, you use it again. Just think of it like that.
Yeah. But I kind of felt like Europe started going more in a general direction that I enjoyed sooner than American developed games.
Yeah, maybe so.
Let's look at when we look at Corey's screen though, in comparison, I mean this is based on Turrican, the original Turrican
Yeah, Turrican
series,
1, that's
and
right.
So he's playing
this
a
is the two.
pirate version of
No,
Turrican.
this is
No, it's
originally
not
released. It was
Pirates.
released by Ballistic.
so yeah, it's Ballistics, and then it was released by Accolade of Bubsy fame during their unlicensed, also unlicensed era, because they were another one that did that, and it was converted to be tied in with the Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren movie. So if you pick up the '88 films release of Universal Soldier, I'm the one who's doing the audio commentary on that. And we actually talk about this game on there.
Oh, nice.
That's cool. Yeah, you see with on Try's side, it's like, you know, you're getting some different encounters, you know, it's mixing things up. So I always, after finishing this recently, I went to Super Turrican 2, which is also pretty awesome, but I just don't like it as much as this one. I feel like it's a little looser in a way that's slightly less satisfying.
It's more of a
to play.
treasure game style experience, though.
Yeah,
but not as tight.
Right, and it, you know, it has like a lot of variables of the gameplay. I do like the I guess the grappling hook is in Mega Turrican too.
Yeah, it is. Also, Super Turrican 2's music, while good, is a big step. I mean, obviously, it's a stylistic change, but I think Mega Turrican is much more enjoyable to listen to.
Oh yeah, because it's just so
there's so many great tracks in there.
Like,
and
it's
they sound
so
good.
well
They
done
sound
for the
great.
system. The percussion is almost better than Koshiro's.
It is. It's incredible. I actually do think Mega Turrican is the best sounding Western game on the Mega Drive. I don't think there's a single Western made game that sounds better than this.
Yeah, what would the competition there be?
Exactly.
Gems doesn't compare.
I feel like we've looked at this before, and really, there's a few that sound good as well, but there's not that many. I mean,
it's like NBA '98.
Japanese games tended to sound pretty awesome in general on the Mega Drive,
Right.
but
Western custom
games
sound the
did
drivers.
So why was that?
What's that?
Why was that? Why do you feel that?
Gems is one reason. Basically, when you're making a game for these systems, you use kind of an audio driver that you would use to interface with the hardware and different software packages and stuff. I think in the West, from what I understand and remember, a lot of so Gems was like something created specifically to allow for I guess converting certain types of music to work on the Mega Drive. It's like a whole.
When you hear people say that
SDK,
the
I
Genesis
guess.
sound chip sounds like farts, it's because of Gems, essentially.
Yeah, Gems.
Ah, gotcha.
But a lot of those tunes, I think you want to shoot the eye. Try. You have to use the grappling hook. Use the grappling. hook
the grappling hook on with the ceiling
on the middle ceiling part. But I feel like a lot of Western games were converted. They were composed on MIDI or something, and then converted over to the system. And Gems facilitated that. Whereas I think a lot of Japanese games, the developers would write their own sound drivers specifically. And
it is possible for games to sound good with Gems. I think that somebody pointed it out to me recently that there's a soundtrack that was kind of mind blowing that it was made with Gems.
And you're right. So it isn't just Gems isn't necessarily the entire fault. We can't entirely blame Gems because, as somebody else rightfully pointed out, some of the sound drivers in Japanese games were actually more simplistic. But there was a different sort of style for composing music in Japan at the time. I think just the hardware that they were used to and the decisions made on that front. And you can really see it. So with the Roland sound hardware, I have one of the MIDI modules here, and you listen back to a lot of PC DOS games that use MIDI, and they do sound pretty good on there, but they don't. You can tell it still feels like, I don't want to say it in a negative way, but it has that MIDI-ish sound, if I can describe it. But then I started checking out a lot of Konami stuff that they composed for the SC-88. And I was shocked to see how good it was. I think I sent the one file to you guys where I was playing the Snatcher soundtrack on my Roland, and I was like, wow, that sounds pretty much like the Mega CD audio tracks.
Right. And at the beginning of Snatcher, it says made with the Roland sound.
It's like the Roland Sounds.
It's like RSS or something like that.
Yeah, Roland Sound Space, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I think that refers to some kind of surround technique that they use for just using stereo channels. But either way, those devices can be used in really interesting ways, and Japanese composers did it a lot more than the Western composers.
And
Yeah.
as Artemio
But then there's
pointing
Chris
out,
Holzbeck, who's his own. He does his own thing.
Artemio points out that it says in Japan they are used to the X68000 arcade PCBs
Yeah.
with the YM2151 PC88 Sharp.
Yeah.
all had FM
Yeah,
synths, so they had
continuation
years
of
of
that.
composing
Mhm.
using FM behind them, creating patches.
It's really interesting
Wow,
then that
Chris.
I guess it was there. It was creating patches, and just like having. Oh, also what in the PC space, I think one of the problems was like OPL cards and stuff like the AdLib were popular for a while, and a lot of games were composed with that in mind. But what you could do on like a Mega Drive, for instance, is you could use like the PSG. You can play like a digital audio sample as
Yeah.
well as use the FM, and you can use all this in tandem to create the music. Whereas on the PC, I don't really feel like, I don't know if it would be possible to use like the Sound Blaster's digital side combined with like the FM synth to create music together. Maybe, but I don't feel like it was done at all. Artemio would know better than this, I think.
This
but it is
game
interesting.
has seems to have some sort of signal interruption between screen transitions, like
It's because
bloodlines.
So the game is 320 pixels wide, and the sub screens or the middle screens are 256 for some reason. I don't know why.
Megaturk can
Sandy's
have that
staring at
interesting
me like it's
system
dinner
as well,
time.
where that Chris told
It's
us about,
not
where
yet.
it's tapping into the Master System hardware to make use of extra PSG, right?
I don't remember exactly what it's not just the PSG channel, because PSG was used by tons of Mega Drive games for sound, but they were doing something with like
Yeah, they were
Master
using
System
the
hardware in
C80
there.
or whatever.
Yeah, they
on
were
the
doing
Master
something with the
System side.
Z80 that Sega didn't like necessarily.
Really?
Going to the
It
bathroom.
was to enable more sound and to get some extra channel or something. And Sega told Chris and the crew, Holzbeck, that like, okay, this can go for a lot check, but they weren't too happy with it because they were planning on removing the Master System compatibility, I believe, later on, which they never did.
Yeah, there was some kind of concern over relying on that aspect of the hardware. That's right.
So
That is
what are
pretty
we
cool.
what are we doing now? We get to $3,000. Can I play Mystic Defender again?
We're not there yet. Try.
Yeah, this is what.
What was
so
next on try? He has to put the
Pull average
WWF
to
game.
Flink.
Oh no.
Oh,
WWF game. Yeah, Royal
Yeah.
Rumble. Go for a try.
Royal
Oh, yeah.
Rumble. So
That's
WWF
that-
Royal Rumble try.
That's a good one.
Is that US or what?
Of course, it's the US. It's WWF, brother.
I don't know. There's some weird stuff localized in places you wouldn't expect. Royal Rumble, this one?
Huh?
Royal Rumble?
Yeah, WWF
yeah.
Royal Rumble.
All right.
There is only one.
There you go. Oh yeah.
A point. Blind Edge. Oh, where have I seen that logo before?
That's usually a logo you don't want to see.
It claims like
look at these
Genesis is
digitized
like-
photos.
Yeah.
So realistic.
Can you name any of these wrestlers?
I saw Hulk Hogan.
I saw
Well, beyond
Bret
him.
the Hitman Hart. My favorite, The Undertaker. Well, I'm behind try anyway, so because I'm watching the actual YouTube stream.
What mode should I choose?
Their mode.
Royal Rumble mode.
Okay.
Try who's your favorite wrestler of this era?
I would have no clue. Who does Audi see me as playing?
Oh, that's a good question.
How good does your Macho Man impression sound?
Well,
That was pretty good.
it goes about as
You know what, Try? I could see you being the offspring of Hacksaw Jim Duggan. So why don't you go with Jim Duggan?
Did I already pass him?
He's the guy with the 2x4 and the beard.
You know, I don't even know who I would pick for my favorite wrestler.
Man,
Okay.
I mean, as
I'll
a
go
as
with
a
it.
kid,
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I always
Oops.
thought that the Ultimate Warrior was the
Cancel that,
coolest.
guys.
Ooh,
Just not beyond the ring.
Exactly.
no.
But yeah, I think other than that, you know, I didn't really have any particular favorites. I think that Macho Man is probably the one that I think, looking back, is probably the best. Just because I think that he was... I think he was probably the funniest.
Yeah,
I'm not
watching
sure if it was
Macho Man
ever
promos
intended to be
at
funny.
It's just... it's like tapping into an alternate universe where everything and nothing makes sense. I love watching Macho Man videos.
Oh, they're the best. It's truly, yeah, they're incredible. There's one where it's like an interview where he's on like the Arsenio Hall show.
Yep.
Oh man.
And Arsenio Hall is like, you remind me of like a psychotic lizard. Like Macho Man's like, that sounds about right. That sounds about right.
What is it? I'll play WWF Rage in the Cage.
I like that it's suggested
Sega
that
CD.
Try would be Ric Flair.
Well, of course he would be, because he's from Charlotte, or he lives in Charlotte.
I love though
He's
that
like-
you look at. Oh, I was just gonna say, you look at like Hogan, you look at Ric Flair. These are guys that already looked very old when they were young and in their prime.
They had like receding hairlines in their teenage years.
It's incredible.
Look at this logo. At the
Yeah,
beginning
it's the Christopher Lloyd syndrome, where they already looked old by the time they were like 20.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
seeing them now, it's not like that
It's
much
totally
of a shock.
true. I
Like
never even
Christopher
thought
Lloyd
about
looks
it.
like Doc, still.
I don't know, Christopher Lloyd looks extra old to me now, though.
But I mean, he
He
looked
sounds
old when he
older.
was in.
Well, he
He's,
is.
yeah, he sounds old. His voice is not as strong.
How
as
old was he when he was on Taxi? Because I feel like he looked old then.
He would have been in his early 40s, late 30s, probably. He was in his 40s during Back to the Future. So it's like mid 40s at that point.
I mean, I'm
He
almost
was
the
in his
same
50s
age
when
as
he was
he
in
was
Toonstruck?
in Back to the Future. Then.
Man, Toonstruck, that was a game.
I have
was.
no idea what's going on right now. I mean,
So
I'm not
Christopher
sure.
Lloyd's 82 right now, so I like
82?
watching Try play wrestling games.
Christopher Lloyd was also in Suburban Commando, starring
Oh my
Hulk Hogan.
God. We watched that. That's incredible.
Of course, we watched that.
Is the referee wrestling now?
No, that's IRS.
The IRS.
Yeah.
That's the wrestler.
Oh, okay. I don't even. Where am I? I lost track of who I even am. Okay.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
There's Hulk
The blue-
Hogan. I
with the blue
recognize
pants.
him.
Is he
You
playing the
can't
arcade
always
game?
be Hulk Hogan. Try. That's not,
I
that's
just-
not how life works.
Oh, I think I just got thrown out of the ring. Am I done?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
saw.
Oh, you're still
I'll play
there,
this,
aren't you?
Yay.
wrestling with a game
No,
you
I'm
mentioned.
not.
Rick
I'm
the Model
gone,
Martel. I'll
I
play this.
think. I'm
You
not.
gotta be-
Model Martel.
I don't think I'm controlling any of these guys.
Then you just sit back and relax and watch the mayhem,
Bam Bam Bigelow.
Oh, okay.
or reset the game.
Oh, the $1 Million Man.
Why would I want to do
Oh,
that?
yes.
And Razor Ramon's in this too.
Yeah.
$1 Million Man.
Lex Luger.
Rage in the Cage has a good roster. It's just still the
And there's
terrible
IRS.
gameplay.
Wait,
You know what,
is Try
Try?
playing the same thing as I'm playing right now?
No,
Okay.
try. Load up Saturday Night Slam
It's the
Masters.
head shrinker. The head
Oh,
shrinker.
I mean, I've played that before.
Yeah, well, let's get US
The
versus,
arcade version,
Japan back.
or
No, the
Oh, man.
Genesis version.
Why didn't I get a Japanese Mega Drive release? I prefer Muscle
I
Bomber.
know.
The body explosion. as
Muscle
it's called.
Bomber, the body explosion. When I talked to one of the people who worked on Slam Masters, I interviewed them about the creation of that game. And I forget what the full reason was, but I actually asked that specific question. It had something to do with Mega Drive sales. So I think it just wasn't. Capcom at the time had slowed down their output on the Mega Drive. So unfortunately,
he's playing.
didn't get it.
I don't think I realized that there is a Genesis version of this game.
It even has an exclusive mode, the Deathmatch, that is not in any other version of Slam Masters. Someone
Remington
mentioning that
Chin is
Suburban
asking
Commando
that.
had an Amiga game. I have it
that's
boxed.
right.
What?
I
Let me go
remember
get
What
it.
mode should I
It's
play?
based on the first 5 minutes of the movie.
Only on the first 5 minutes.
Should I play single match or death match?
Deathmatch.
What was the difference?
So Mitch B. Okay, here's an important offer coming in from Mitch B. He says, "So this is an important offer first." But go ahead. You got it.
I gotta be
It's a little
Hagar.
blurred, but it rules.
Oh, is it blurred? Come on.
Oh my gosh, it's a NVIDIA broadcast.
Me turn.
Oh,
after
I
blur
think
for a
this is
moment.
versus human only.
Oh,
Okay,
That
okay.
is
So Mitch, do
versus
you want me to play?
Wow.
I will
That's
absolutely
horrifying.
play X-Men.
Audi, that is
I will
terrifying.
give
Yeah.
a solid effort to play X-Men right now.
So yeah, Mitch B saying, if Corey or Try give a solid effort in X-Men, I'll figure out how to mail a 9-inch PVM to Ohio. Been
Solid
trying to beat
effort,
that kind of
huh?
stuff.
Nice, a solid effort.
And
The
I
first
would-
X-Men, it's okay. The first one, right? Not
yeah.
the clone.
Normally, I would say
the second one is-
mailing PVMs is a very bad idea, but I think when you get to the 9-inchers, it's actually feasible.
Yeah.
But trying to like mail any like a 20 or up is just that almost never ends well.
I think most people would be happy to unbox a 9-incher.
Can I play on amateur? Is that all right? Or do I gotta play on hero or superhero?
Do amateur.
Yeah.
I really
we're-
detest these X-Men games.
Gambit, Nightcrawler, Wolverine, or Cyclops? Let's start with Gambit.
Man, Muscle Bomber looks great. Sorry, Saturday Night Slam Masters.
Which
it has
which
the colors are
version
worse
do
in
you
this
consider
version.
your favorite? I mean, is the arcade version the best or what?
Of the original.
Oh, I didn't know
I'd
there was a
say-
sequel.
Yeah, it's arcade
There it
only,
is.
and it's
It's
one of the
2D.
best Capcom sprite work of all time.
Yeah.
it's real good.
And it's more of a
I-
fighting game though, right?
Yeah,
yes. Yep,
All
it's
right,
a
real
traditional
quick.
2D fighting game.
So we're at
Uh,
2,266 with a huge
Nice.
donation from Mr. Lynch, who is currently in the chat. Made a donation
Thank
of
you.
$100. Thank you so
Thank you.
much in memory
Thank you.
of the Sega 32X. We appreciate that very much.
Is that on? Is 32X?
32X is
on,
not
Mister?
supported. I'm not sure if it's like even
Oh.
possible. I mean, I feel like it would eventually be possible, but
Yeah, what's the holdback there? Does
I don't
Artemio,
know.
you know?
I'm sure
I mean,
someone
it's
else.
probably just that it has to. It probably has to like replicate so much hardware. Plus, I mean, it's 32 bits. I mean, we don't have any other than GBA. Do we have any 32-bit stuff? Or is it Wonder Swan's 32-bit? Isn't it?
I think I don't know, but you know, there is Saturn and PS1 are like on the way.
Well, they're pretty,
I know they're on the
I've
way, but we
seen
don't
Saturn.
have a lot of 32-bit stuff yet.
Wait,
Right.
did somebody say on the way? Great games today with more on the way. Or bad games today with more on the way.
Yeah, that's that. Oh,
So
That was pretty good.
just in that instance, we're already back up to $2,371 with a
Wow.
very generous donation from Remington Chin of $100. And he
Thank
says,
you.
"Supporting a good cause. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it very much."
Thank you.
His name sounds like an aftershave. That would spell good.
Remington was asking earlier, like, what is the best way to get a PVM nowadays without paying scalper prices? And
Cool.
that's like something I have no idea at this point.
I don't know anymore. I mean,
I've always recommended people look at like medical equipment reseller warehouses, but I have no idea how viable that still is.
I
I
don't
mean,
think
because
that
I
that's,
haven't
like,
been to one since
Not
it was-
anymore. It's not.
Or-
I don't think it
or
matters.
if you have like a local
Not anymore.
university, that does like from here we had a local university that opened up, their warehouse, the University of Cincinnati, and it was everything that they would kind of get rid of, and they'd have these big sales. And I mean, I've got I remember getting my 2030 for like $30.
Yeah.
Just like and they had like stacks of them, and I mean they had since, I think they've kind of closed that operation for like the last, I think it's been 5 years now, but in its heyday, I mean they had tons of PBMs that people would go get.
Honestly, I feel like the best bet now is live in a country where English is not the primary language.
Yeah,
because you can still I still find deals here in Germany for this stuff.
Yeah, you just got
one. There's just fewer people speaking about it in languages that aren't English.
Yeah, I have amassed a number of them now, just out of fear of failure. But I have 320 L4s sitting here, and then a BVM 20G1, and then a 20 M2. And then one of the 9-inch ones.
Nice.
And
These
I
enemies
got
make
all
the
of
most
them
horrible
for
sound when they
200
attack.
or less.
That's
so.
incredible. Well, I think the way I got ours when I picked you up in the van to look at the basement full of CRTs is Ross had done one of those huge like government ran auctions, and he's like, I bought the whole lot, and just took a truck up and loaded it up. And that's how he was able to, do all of that. And yeah, I don't know. Around here, it's definitely harder.
Interject, because we posed the question to Artemio earlier about the 32 on Mister, and he says that the 32X needs CH2 CPU support.
Yeah, the SH2, yeah. That's
so that would be the same as like Saturn?
Yeah, it's a little slower clock though. So the thing about 32X, I remember when we talked to Kevtris about this. You guys remember that?
I remember talking about 32X with him.
His concern wasn't just about the SH2, but also the way that video works on the 32X, like the hardware, how it essentially mixes analog signals.
Right. I mean, would it actually be like more intensive to do that?
I'm just wondering how that would work if you're simulating the hardware in that way. Like, how do you? I don't know. I mean,
you would have to have something like that's not necessarily part of the original hardware. You just have to like make your own original thing that is doing that. I mean, it's a chroma key, right?
It's basically that, yeah, kind of, yeah. As far as I know, which is really unique. But that's something I would like to hear. Like anybody that's investigating this stuff, I'd be curious to hear more about how that might
tunnel
work.
on switching the tunnel. Okay.
I would like to see Jaguar come to the Mister.
The what?
The Jaguar? I wonder if that's feasible because it's got a lot of processors in there.
Right.
Yeah.
That's like those kinds of things, like CDI to a certain extent as well, but like Jaguar, whatnot. These systems that are like the original hardware is so finicky and prone to failing. That kind of support is great to see on these secondary devices.
Yeah.
Well, what do I play now? What's going to be the game that's going to bring us to 3,000?
No.
I think we're probably not yet. But I think we're probably getting closer to the end of this segment, right? I don't want to encroach on the schedule too much, but
no, you're okay.
Corey
we have somebody scheduled for 6, but if you guys are more than welcome to keep on hanging out if you want to.
Let's do one more game with Try.
Let's do
that. I have a suggestion, John.
Do
if
it.
I may.
No.
Please.
Let's do Dark Castle.
Oh,
on Genesis.
That's I guess that's not a Dark Castle. For some reason I was thinking of Galahad. But Galahad has a pretty good soundtrack.
Sounds a little familiar. Dark Castle.
Why don't we return to Castle Dark Castle and find out?
This game. As soon as we mentioned this, Richard immediately knew.
Yes, he was very
Electronic Arts again.
Well, it's been a day.
Did Electronic Arts make anything good other than Road Rash?
Yeah. I can't actually answer that. I mean,
what's a game that I've not played more than a few minutes of, but the look of it kind of intrigues me, is Risky Woods. Is it is that considered at all any good? Because like I don't know, like playing
Better
it for
than
just a
Dark
little
Castle.
bit seems like this could be interesting, but I've not done more than that. Also, I don't even know how to start this game.
I see Retro Tink has joined the chat.
Oh, welcome.
Retro RGB is a blue screen with the Retro Tink turned upside down.
Oh wait, somehow
Hey.
the game is starting.
There he is.
What's happening?
Dude, Electronic Arts put out how many games for the Genesis Mega Drive? Holy, like
You have the
100
list?
plus? Yeah, the
How many?
list is
audio
huge.
going through okay, or am I echoing?
Now we got
your
you.
audio coming
I can
through.
hear you just fine. So some of the games they put out include Zany Golf.
Yeah, that was.
I don't play Zany Golf. I loaded it up once and I thought I broke my CRT because of the way it, but it's actually just the game is bad.
Yeah.
Crap.
That was like among their first games, though. That was
Yeah.
an
So
unlicensed game.
let me try to find something that's good.
How about
or at least that I
Budokan?
liked. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that
that's
was another.
I get technically Populous is good. I don't know about the Mega Drive version.
I have the Mega Drive version. I bought it because I thought it was going to be really neat, and the sound in it is really terrible, just because there's no music. It's just a heartbeat.
Stone.
Oh, so Lotus Turbo
Lotus
Challenge. Lotus Turbo Challenge from Gremlin. They got which is actually 2 and 3 on the Amiga. Came to the Mega Drive from Electronic Arts.
Good games.
Those are not bad.
This is.
They also put out oh, this is an Audi favorite. They put out Crew Ball.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Didn't you all
Yeah,
play
well-
some version of this
I
game
bet-
on like CDI or 3DO
it's
or
still in the
something?
chat.
There
we
is a
did.
CDI version of
We did.
this. So yes, please, Mr. Community, make it so that Tri can play Dark Castle on CDI on the Mister in the future.
This is extraordinarily bad.
Well, you have to aim your arm, like up and
Amazing.
down to aim his arm. It's like
trying,
Cybernator.
I'm trying.
And then you throw the rock. But you're just throwing rocks into the sky. There
If
you
he's
go.
still in the chat, I know that the Classic Gaming Quarterly likes. I think he likes Crew Ball a lot. That's like the isn't that the Motley Crue pinball game?
Yep.
The I can't decide if this or Sort of Sudan is worse.
Well,
Sort of Sudan was like, I think, more remarkably bad.
Yeah.
You know, I think the thing is though with a lot of these Electronic Arts games is like they were used to developing on a PC, so it was just kind of tough for them to make that transition maybe.
Yeah.
it's been 40 years, Corey. You don't need to make excuses for them.
But I mean, you get like other stuff like that were good on the PC, and then were also good on the Genesis. Like
When
like
we did the
Starflight is
Dark
one I
Castle
always think
video,
of. Starflight is like such
we
a great
got-
game.
Yeah, like when we did the Dark Castle video for Digital Foundry, we actually got some feedback from actual fans of Dark Castle.
Really?
They had played it on Macintosh, I think it was.
Yeah, the Mac version.
They
the
were
original.
like, "Oh, you guys haven't even played the original." It's like, which one is that? It's like the Macintosh. And we looked at it, and it was like a black and white arcade experience. We kind of got it. It's like, okay, if you're over 55 and play this, then it's probably fun. But it didn't look that much better, so come at me, Dark Castle fans. I don't care. Keep your Macintosh.
Look, I got to another screen.
Oh. You experted it.
Yep, that's it.
It's the whole game. The credits start rolling when you get to the second screen.
You know,
Right? There's like a vocal theme song, a little power ballad.
Oh, I held on to the rope. I'm not sure how I did, but I held on to it. There's actually some pretty impressive voice clips in this.
yeah.
Impressive, he said, while talking about Dark
Impressive.
Castle.
Man, I gotta say, the more I look at this list, it really shows how things change. Because I mean, Electronic Arts famously did not support Dreamcast, right?
No.
Right.
But they put out like over 100 games on the Genesis.
100?
Like,
Seriously?
Yeah, over 100.
That's
That's insane.
wild.
There's so many.
Doesn't that have
There's
something
so
to do with
many.
The fact that they reverse engineered it so they didn't have to pay some of the licensing, and then they caught
Partially.
people with Sega. So
Well, It doesn't even it doesn't even matter though. It's like the fact that they actually put out that many, like even with license or no license, that's a shocking amount of development effort there.
Oh, I don't think I can do it anymore.
Bob, your camera looks crazy good.
Yeah, your camera looks great.
Oh,
thanks.
I can't see it very well from where I am. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's-
look at
I'm
that.
trying to build up the new setup here, so everything is still kind of half built. Like I have the camera propped up on a windowsill because I want to do like wall mounts and stuff.
Which,
Boom mic is just off camera.
What kind of lens are you using? That one looks pretty good on that one.
So my thing ever since I first got into any kind of photography is I always get a prime lens because you pay a fraction of what you pay for a really good zoom lens. So that's the hold on, I'll tell you the exact. I think it's the 35mm Panasonic Lumix equivalent for the GH5. And I finally just picked up the same one that you have, John, for when I need wider angle shots, the zoom lens.
Oh yeah.
So definitely a huge step down in quality, but it helps so much with a lot of those shots, and it was pretty cheap. So I thought that was I appreciated that recommendation.
It does help, that's for sure.
So I've been watching for a couple of hours now, and you know, as soon as I saw Audi join, I was like, "There's gonna be less than 10 minutes before he makes them put on a terrible game," and he's gonna ease in all polite and nice about it, pretending like maybe you should just, why don't you try it out? Maybe you'll like it. I have drug to awful.
I have great regrets about not saying anything when Audi said, I can do the the grab bag thing that we did for NES or whatever, because sometimes there were good games in those. And I didn't even respond when he said that. So this is my punishment.
Yeah, I think anybody that streamed with Audi knows they've learned that lesson the hard way, as I did with that lovely 3DO stream we did, where I got a lesson in what not to play.
I mean,
Phoenix 7 or whatever was interesting.
I mean, Audi did though play. He was on stream when I did the Link Faces of Evil.
Yes, that's right.
Stream, which that was
finished it.
That was actually kind of fun.
But that was a remaster though, which
the remaster was. Issues but it was. From, oh yay! I finally died. Apparently, after how many lives did they actually give me there? It seemed like it was too many. It was too many lives. Sandy, you look hungry, but it's too early. It's too early.
You're talking to me. I always look hungry.
Yeah, I know for a fact that's not a beard. That's just barbecue sauce that's stained on your chin.
You know what's funny is when I first started to grow out a beard, there's bits of red all over it, and everybody was laughing at me like, "You're not a redhead, and you've never been a redhead." And we looked it up, and it's technically a mutation that some people get in their beard hair, so you can call me a mutant.
From eating too many.
So you didn't know this at all until very recently? Or I say very recently. I feel like when you first started doing videos, I don't think you had a beard, right?
I can't remember. When I first did the first panel, and I think the first time I met you guys, I didn't. And then I spent 2 weeks, what a shock, right? Being a workaholic, recording the album, getting pages done on the website, and doing a day job. And a friend of mine called me up, you're being a hermit, come to the bar right now, we're sick of you, blowing everybody off. And I showed up, and she's like, "Hey, holy crap, you could grow a beard?" And I went, "No, I can't." And she goes, "Go look at the beard." And I was like, "Holy crap, I could grow a beard." So that was it. It stayed ever since. It was never intended. I just had a crazy 2 weeks of insane work and just didn't bother shaving.
So you said that your facial hair grows in with a red tint to it?
Yeah,
because I have that. I'm the same way. Because when I was a baby, I had red hair.
Oh, really?
Maybe it's the gene mutation that makes you care about RGB video.
Maybe.
There you go. Yeah, no, it's I never had red hair. I had really, really curly blonde hair as a kid, though, light blonde hair.
Yeah, I had super whitish blonde hair until I was.
Oh, really, Audi? I have never met anybody from Norway that had that.
Oh, it's true. I was also
that
happy back
long
then.
hair, man. That gorgeous long hair.
Oh yeah, I
You're-
did
you're-
have very long hair when I lived in Brazil. Yes, I had like hair down to my past my waist.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
That's
pictures
kind of
this.
hilarious.
I think there are pictures of this online already, but if you go on my Twitter or something, I'm sure you can dig through. So, by the way, Corey.
Yes.
I missed who it was now, but someone said that they really loved that grab bag. Oh, it was Troy that was talking about it, but someone said they really loved that grab bag episode we did on stream. So we gotta do another one of those. I
Yeah, the
think.
Famicom one was fun.
Yeah, I
we
keep getting
played,
tweets here and there about that.
Oh, what was it? What was that wild game with the ape that moved like insanely fast?
Game that was
It was
that
something
moved
ape.
fast?
It was something
You talking
ape.
about Sonic?
No, it was on
Why is he-
NES.
Getting hit.
It was an unreleased game.
Oh, Bioforce Ape.
Bioforce Ape. Yes, that was it.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
it's. I don't know if it's good, but it's interesting.
That's not bad. That's a Sega game. But yeah, that was famously unreleased for a long time. That's something you can ask. I think you're gonna have Frank Cifaldi on later, right?
I don't like.
No?
Why is my look at my?
Yes.
Chirping.
A question was posed: is Frank Cifaldi on later or not?
I believe. So,
Yeah.
yes.
He'll probably be
Yeah.
on.
So,
I had him down for 6 o'clock, so 30 minutes.
oh well, good luck with that. But when Frank Cifaldi is on, you can ask him about Bioforce Ape because he was part of the team that
Yeah.
uncovered that, and
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
long, interesting story.
Okay.
It was fake to the beginning, with German propaganda in it. So it was like have their butter or something,
Mm-hmm.
and a long story of like people smashing fake cards on pictures and giving people heart attacks. So ask him about Bioforce Ape, and he'll tell you the whole story. So it's a very interesting one, much more interesting than I can do in my monotone voice.
Oh, Jean Grey, look at her just.
So are we still playing bad games here, or
My
He's
controller
playing
just
it.
freaking out. Look at
I
this.
don't know. I'm losing my will, and Sandy is too because she's letting me know she's hungry.
Do I
how
have to
many
keep
more
on
hours
trying
do you have to
this?
go though?
6. Really more like 7 hours because we started about 20 minutes late. So
Okay. So you
You're
got
gonna
lots
have
of time to play
Bob
more bad
on as
games.
guest?
I will endeavor to not play bad games once you leave.
Bob,
sounded
can
serious,
you promise that
Audi.
you suggest bad games?
Only the worst.
I put on the cheap
Although
front
I'm feeling my will sap away after playing Dark Castle. It was pretty bad.
Didn't even get to the Beavis and Butthead challenge, like Super Nintendo versus Genesis.
That's true. Yeah. That's a shame. That could have been something. How didn't Electronic Arts publish Tongue of the Fat Man?
Mondu's
on,
Fight
uh,
Palace.
Hug
Oh, yeah.
of the Fat Man?
Slaughter Sports. Did they?
Slaughter Sport, yeah, like there's
Yeah.
many names
Yeah.
it is known by, but I always
It's
thought that
their best-
Mondu's Fight Palace was the funniest one because
Honduras Fight Palace.
it
yeah,
it makes almost no
totally.
sense. And I do like Tongue of the Fat Man.
No, that was Activision,
Seems
not
pretty good.
EA.
Ah,
I mean,
Too bad.
was it originally Tongue of the Fat Man, or was it what was the
it was
original
Tongue of
name
the Fat
for it?
Man on Amiga, I think, at
Okay.
least.
Yeah, it was.
So-
That's right.
Tongue of the
So
Fat
there was
Man,
Tongue of the
which
Fat
has
Man was
that
the first
upside
name.
down chin on the box cover.
yeah.
Mondu's Fight Palace, Fat Man, and Slaughter Sport are all the same game.
Slaughters.
Is it called Tongue of the Fat Man in any other region on the Genesis?
Good question. I'm not an expert on this game.
No, so that version is the PC version.
Okay.
I think the
I
MS
ca- I
DOS
ca- I
version
kinda wanna
in
play
North
it. Can I play
America
it?
is Tongue of the Fat Man. Yeah, play it.
You gonna play Slaughter Sports?
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember, oh my gosh, when this came out, I was so hyped for it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Imagine being.
I
Look, there he is.
I'm just sitting there. I
That
remember my
character
friend,
design.
we got into like 5 minutes of it. My friend's just like, I gotta go. Just like laughed to go.
Wait, try. I know. We
Mm,
figured it out. Here's the game to play.
okay.
Wayne's World.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
New
Genesis.
Wayne's World.
Wayne's World
Yes.
versus Slaughter Sport.
Well, hang on a second. Let me boot it up, but then I'm going to take care of Sandy because she won't stop staring at me.
He's trying to rescue you.
Sorry, Retro Morgan. I totally missed it. I missed your message
Sandy.
there. Till I got pulled away by the allure of Tongue of the Fat Man.
Wayne's World.
Mondu's
I love this. So, video game obsession in the
Whoa,
chat.
that was a really wide.
Mandu the
segue.
Fat Lord of the Fight Palaces. Mandu the Fat Lord.
Mandu the Fat Lord. Oh my goodness.
Look at this. Oh, look, you can like shoot
side by
fire.
side
Just like,
right now. This is an incredible sight to see Wayne's World and Tongue
Yeah,
of the Fat
just
Man. side by
The
side.
state of my life in gaming's channel at this moment.
I can
is,
shoot fire though. I
highly
can
questioned.
breathe fire. Look at this.
Audi,
Like
that-
I
that was
cannot
you
get out
who,
of
who
this. I
has
can't do
ruined
anything.
Ruined the sanctity of my life in gaming. It's not me and Jimmy Hopper this time.
Look
Yes.
at this. You see
I,
what this
I
guy's
just float
doing?
to every
My
channel
doppelganger.
like a
I can't even
dark
get
cloud.
it hidden.
Is this better or worse than
What a terrible
Experts,
match. You
Corey?
probably won't survive the next one. It's the same guy. Why does that appear over? It's like a bed of nails over his head. I thought it was a cheese
I don't
grater
know.
at first.
Elemental damage or something. What is that?
It looks like Lego on top.
Well,
needles on
Joey's the
bottom.
expert here because he grew up with Slaughter Sports. Do you know what the bed of spikes is?
It's well, I thought it was a thing. How do you get it? It's something you can gain, and you can put it on, like the opposing player as like a limiter.
Aria, do you want to play?
Okay.
You wanna
So if they
play,
jump, they get
No,
take
Slaughter Sport.
Corey, no, you got to play because you're not doing the secret move.
Okay.
Okay, get in there, and then what you want to do is you want to press left, right, left, down, quarter circle, down.
You want to play?
Oh
You
no,
gonna
why are
let
you
your
doing
child
that?
Play Slaughter Sports?
You got the one that's
What's the number to CP in Ohio?
the non-blue one, like the regular looking guy.
I can't get out of this.
The guy looking in the wrong direction.
Oh,
Oh, Slaughter Sport.
Oh, it's misery.
The only thing that would have made Slaughter Sport better is if they did a
Can you read
like
that
a,
for us?
a special PAL
What?
version where they swapped in Autofant characters.
Right, I made it all happy.
lousy.
Lousy
There is
fighter.
Get rid of
Audifant
the-
Karate,
Just get
so
out
there is
of
already a
here,
fighting game with
or
Audifant.
I'll let
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Thrash
Oh,
Sharks.
Thomas showed that to me.
Thrash
eat
sharks.
you.
Oh, I see Mr. Walrus
You
FBA
want to play
in a
again?
hotel watching MLiG. Did you check into the hotel just to watch them?
I don't know.
Wow, that's pretty
Yeah,
good.
Start.
Oh.
Can you read that first line?
Warriors.
I am a Monday of that.
Wait, what if there was a Wayne's World versus
Monday
JJ and
then.
Jeff?
Oh,
JJ and Jeff's
Well,
actually
JJ
good,
and Jeff
but,
is good. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the small body
Yeah.
character with the giant head,
Alright.
you know.
You're gonna win now. Watch this.
The Wayne's World versus like Dennis the Menace
I don't
would be a
even
better
know.
one.
Oh no, from
Ooh.
Ocean.
You know what? You're just as good as I am at this game.
I can't get the other way.
I can't
Exactly.
decide which game I want to keep staring at. They're both just so bad.
yeah, no, it's
The thing is like the one that's not being played actively by Try
Are we
because he's
gonna-
not on the
have
couch
you just been
is
playing this
playing
game
better
the whole
than
time?
the other one.
No, I haven't been playing this game the whole time.
Wait, what about Back to the Future 3?
Oh, on Mega Drive?
What the
That's a
heck
bad
is
one.
that?
That's real bad.
That runs at the wrong speed. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Was this
The
impossible?
PAL version, I think, is the correct speed.
Oh, interesting.
What station are you playing on?
We haven't seen.
What?
I feel like the game to play next to Slaughter Sport is Rise of the Robots somehow.
No, it's not. It's a
Right?
whole game, so it's
Just
not
like
enough.
disappointment and other disappointment.
Yeah.
What are you playing on?
See, guys, I'm playing as Mandu. Thanks,
Yeah.
Matt Hensel, for doing an obsession. Now I get to play as Mandu himself. That's all I care about. Look at, he's got a
man.
tongue that comes
Look
out
at
of his stomach.
That is the titular tongue of the fat man.
Yeah. What do you think about
Who
that? It's
knew they
pretty.
would deliver
Are
on
you
their
the guy
promise?
with
Has
the
anybody
tongue?
done cosplay as, well, Mondu?
Or are you the normal guy?
Would
Are you the
that be
normal
perfect for
guy?
that?
No,
tongue?
I'm the guy who's has the face.
I feel
and
like
his fat rolls
suggesting
there.
anyone to do so would be kind of like a pretty mean-spirited comment.
Yeah, I agree.
How does he have that?
There's not. It would
I don't
take
know.
How does that
a
happen?
very. You'd have to wear something to get that size.
Yeah, or just be a very large individual, of course.
Very large, yes.
I can play as the last boss, and I still can't beat the first guy.
You can't be-
Oh, jeez.
Almost, though.
I just realized this. Man, the length of that tongue. Oh, the sprite when he's on the ground with the tongue hanging out is horrible. It's scary. Like,
Yeah,
really
right?
off-putting.
Wait, was that Mondu in his throne
Is
after he got
wearing
beat?
swim
Yeah, he's talking about
trunks?
himself.
Yeah.
And
Talking
isn't
about
Yeah,
he
I-
wearing
himself.
swim trunks?
He's not. It looks like he's wearing a diaper. I think.
No, the
probably
the
is.
guy that
That's
your
why they can
dad was-
reskin this as
Oh
the
yeah,
Addons,
he's wearing like.
since they all seem to wear diapers.
Yeah.
But is he wearing a diaper?
I don't know. He looks almost like a baby a little bit, doesn't he?
He is a baby.
I thought it was more like a sumo outfit type of thing.
Actually-
Yeah, I mean that's what it's
Yeah.
supposed to be, but I think it
Is
looks kind of like a diaper.
How do you know that?
Is a diaper.
Only the best.
Not
It's a
this stream.
worker spot.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to play experts?
The dart effect on Wayne's World is kind of interesting. So they do this pseudo
I'm
scaling
not an
from
expert.
being
Alright.
thrown behind the camera into the
what-
stage.
How is he saying that if your hand?
Oh yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Can I play with him?
What a terrible
No.
match.
You want to play? You can play. Just then. I don't know how you jump in it. I don't think pressing up works. Look at him move. Oh, he turned into a ball for a second there. Oh, look! Look at him duck down like that. Can you duck some more?
Yeah, so in the chat, Dr. Claus says I'm quiet. Yeah, I'm mesmerized by the fatness. I think I'm just kind of hypnotized watching the belly jingle. So, sorry.
It's very well animated for an early Mega Drive game.
Yeah.
Here comes the salsa shark.
Salsa shark.
Also shark.
Why did you
Wow.
leave behind your blood?
Because he just ate me up. Or ate up Mandu, rather.
He ate up his master.
Now, is
Pure
Tattoo
insanity.
Assassins supported by Mister? I guess not. I don't know. Is the original Mortal Kombat games even on Mister?
Oh, the arcade? No, not yet.
Yeah.
No, I
No, they
hopefully
were
they're
talking
coming
about it,
soon, but I have no
that's
idea.
a whole
what
other
the-
set of chips to reverse engineer.
Yeah, and I think it's. I suspect that should eventually happen. I'd imagine.
Yeah.
But it's just it's gonna take time.
I mean, would all that be like? Could that be a core that is developed that would be just like a lot of those Midway games, like Mortal
Well,
Kombat and
it's
NBA Jam and
certainly-
stuff?
Yeah, I mean, depending on the game, if like anything that used the Wolf board would be much closer to supporting all the other games that go with it. So yeah, I mean that would open up a lot of doors, not just Mortal Kombat, but
Yeah.
I have a feeling they're going to get to it eventually because as long as I'm around,
Should be-
every time they ask what game they should do next, my dumbass is always going to say Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that would definitely be a big deal. Like I'm pretty excited because I now it seems
There's a
like
WWF WrestleMania game, WrestleMania arcade game. Then
yeah.
Yeah.
another dog on
Oh.
stream now.
yeah,
Look at that dog.
but it seemed like
Oh.
Aw.
based on that
Top 10
that
worst video games we play at Noah's Arcade earlier this week. It sounds like a game Audi made.
Oh, Trev, have you never seen Wayne's World?
I've seen it a long time ago.
Wow, really? Okay, it's been a.
I was in middle school.
There is.
And that was a requirement. You kind of had to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
like that and Bill and Ted.
I think I've seen both of them, but it's been I mean, it was in high school. I haven't seen them since. But do they rank the worst video games in it? I don't remember.
No.
Or is that
no?
But there's a game where they talk about you fighting this like some arcade game that they played at Noah's Arcade where they fight this gelatinous cube that is impossible to beat.
And that's the last boss of the game.
Oh, how about that?
You know what I want to play? I want to play.
Untitled Goose Game?
No.
Toki going ape spit.
Title Goose Game. Someone has a favorite game.
Untitled Goose Game. I played it and I'm on the 4th level.
Well,
Rise of the Robots.
What am I looking for?
This is a lot better than some of the games I've played today.
Oh, so you like it? So you're gonna finish this one then?
Oh, that's what I want to play.
Oh, I think the goal should be can't play anything but Wayne's World until they hit 3,000.
Yeah, right.
This is a good game though.
What is it?
See what you pick.
Can I
Oh, it's
play
Vic
the
Toka? Is it
area
Socket?
game?
It's a good soundtrack at least.
Socket, yeah.
Time
I love this
Dominator
game.
first.
Time Dominator first.
I like
Yeah,
Socket.
I like this game a lot. It does have some performance issues, but other than that, it's a fun game, and some of the later stages are quite amazing.
I can't think of having ever played a game that has like a reaction like this when you run into a wall.
I know.
It's kind of interesting, I guess.
Artemio mentioning Battlemania Daiginjo is still one of the Mega Drive games that I'm missing that's just out of my price range.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Yeah.
Oh, Battlemania 2?
Yeah.
Is it like the most expensive game on the system at this point?
What's that?
It's got to be one of the most expensive games on the system.
Yeah.
It is.
So, the last trip to Japan, we were in Kyoto.
Yeah.
And we went to this small little video game store that was right by Tushiminari.
Yeah.
And, dude, they had... Because that was one I was just, like, looking for. Yeah, I mean, it was going to be dumb. I was going to pay whatever for it. But they had a loose cart of Battlemania 2. And it was, like... What was it? I guess 20,000 yen. I was like, man, loose. Like,
yeah.
How bad do I want this? I wound up like, it's like they took cash only, and I was like, oh, there's like no machine around. I'm like, I'm gonna have to pass. And then like looking at it later, like the prices are insane for that cartridge. It's crazy.
Yeah. I think my most expensive Mega Drive game is probably Panorama Cotton at this point.
Ooh, wow. Yeah. That's a good one.
You've gotten some really good deals, though, John, like over the last couple of years.
Yes, it is true.
Hey, John in the chat wants to know where we could donate. You can't donate through the chat. You got to go through the link that's right on the top of the description. I feel like this was a good time to mention that in case anybody listening might want to donate.
That's very true.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
No problem.
But yeah, I wound up getting the first Battlemania.
Yeah, that one's good too.
My first trip. Yeah, I mean, there is stuff that about, it's like the soundtrack isn't as refined, and the graphics are, but I mean, it's still a really cool game.
It is. I agree.
All right.
I was watching the live.
Man, I just love the visuals in Socket. What a
gorgeous
game.
Mommy, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Love how they used the limited color palette and really make it like stand out.
I'll set it up for you in a little bit.
Just
a wonderful looking game.
Yeah, really good world building. I mean, it's just
and
like
then we have Wayne's World.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get anywhere in this game.
Try is a long way to go to 3,000, so you better get comfortable in there.
Keep jumping.
People save me. By
man.
saving me, you save yourselves.
You help educate children about
You help
the history of
educate
video
children.
games.
So save us
It's a
all
great
from Wayne's
cause.
World and also do other good things.
All right. You have to use the link at the bottom because it's set up through a school. So we wanted to ensure that the money was going directly to the school.
No.
If it was set up like to go through like Super Chat or whatever like that, that goes to like our YouTube revenue, which we could then pay out. But I'd rather it just
But then even then, like YouTube takes a cut of that.
Yeah. It makes things a little bit more difficult, but I don't know. I think we have it set up pretty nicely where we can't have like a ticker or anything like that says when new donations come in, because the Classy site doesn't have any kind of API or anything like that to set that up. But the way we are able to do it is we could use a text document, and you can have it. You can have the text document and load that into OBS, and it will like display whatever text is on the text document. And I set it up into a Dropbox share with Joey, and Joey can view the incoming donations, and he can change that text document in Dropbox, and it syncs back to my computer and updates on the stream.
Wow!
It's just like just a workaround.
Interesting setup.
Rube Goldberg machine for
yeah.
Donation thermometer.
Well, fellas, I think I'm probably gonna hop off a while.
All right,
it's closing in on midnight for us Euros.
We'll let the next Bob can hang on, and then the next guest rolls in, and the stream continues.
Heck yeah!
So thanks
Perhaps
for
the
playing all
Wayne's
those bad games,
World
Try.
ends.
I'm going to check on you tomorrow, Try. I hope you will not stop playing Wayne's
He'll
World.
still be playing Wayne's World.
We'll
just
see about that.
Not talking to people, staring at the screen.
Bob, you got to hold him to this.
The determination might be people are more likely to give on games where you are not playing Wayne's World.
Yeah.
or on streams where you're not playing Wayne's World. Although I have to admit, I'm kind of curious now. There's got to be a Wayne's World for NES, right? Like I got to see.
And you should play it.
I'm going to find out what it's like now.
Actually,
okay, I'm going to stay for the Wayne's World NES, and then I'll jump off.
Okay. I want to see the beginning, and then I'm hopping off.
You'll need to see the first stage.
I need to see just a little bit.
I didn't realize that the official full title of Mars Matrix was called Mars Matrix Hyper Solid Shooting.
No, I didn't know that either.
I'm going to play it. I've never played the arcade version of Mars Matrix. I have the Dreamcast version. That's one of those games that's really expensive now, but when at the end of the Dreamcast life, Capcom was releasing so many games, and they were all like $20, like from day one.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Wayne's World starting.
Everyone be quiet for Wayne's World.
Yes.
Wayne's World.
I was not liking the look of that demo that popped up for a second. Level thumbs up.
Wow.
Oof. Oh, my gun finally. I've been pressing the button like a bunch of times, and my gun finally fired. What?
Wait, so who is he playing as? That looks like neither Wayne nor Garth.
Oh,
it's definitely Garth.
I mean, obviously with the light-colored hair, but like, it looks like he's wearing a
1990s Audi.
Yes.
You know,
I programmed this game in preparation for this day.
It looks like a reskin of a failed Star Wars game, and this was supposed to be Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Try.
I was
actually this.
This is supposed to be the sand crawler, basically.
Hyper Salad.
See, this kind of gets us full circle because we started with the Ultifant, where you were playing, a big baby in diapers, like in a room with huge toys and like small person in a big world, right? And now you're grumpy like a baby and you're playing this. So full circle.
It most certainly is not party time nor excellent.
No.
It's a great
Now I
movie,
don't
though.
have a gun and I just have kicks.
Yeah, well, isn't Wayne is like the master of kung fu, right?
Okay, with that sprite, I can tell. Okay, that works.
I kind of like his like life counter face at the top though.
Yeah, true.
It's it's very minimalist.
But
Yet
the
I
question
can
would
tell
be: Is
that
this
it's totally
better
his
or
face.
worse than the Genesis game?
Oh my gosh, I that took me back here. Oof.
Hemming and hawing.
I think it. I mean, if I was forced to choose, I might say this is better, but that's
Are
it's
forced
not.
to choose.
I'm so
It's not-
sad you can't make
saying-
animated GIFs with audio because that would be the perfect, like, unsure of yourself. Just try going,
All right, with that, I'm gonna pop off then because
Yes.
it's enough Wayne's World. But keep playing Wayne's World.
Take care of yourself, John.
Make us
Sometimes.
proud.
See everybody.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
John.
Thanks so much
Yeah.
for inviting us,
Yeah,
Joey.
thanks
Best
for-
of luck
thanks
with
for
this,
joining
and
us.
thanks for doing it. It's a
luck.
great cause, and the people
Thank you.
donating, please keep on donating. Even though
Appreciate
Bob's
it.
here, just keep sending some money.
Yes, indeed.
I love Bob. So Bob, let's do a stream again soon. Play,
Absolutely. I should have my
Video
stuff
games.
set up in about a week, and it'll be infinitely easier than my old place. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing all these.
Yes, and then I'm sure John and I will be back on My Life in Gaming doing grab bags and different things. And of
No
course,
doubt.
you can catch me and John on Digital Foundry if you
Heck
were
yes.
happy with us on this stream and you're not familiar with us.
Yep.
All right,
Come on
take
over
care,
there.
guys.
Say hello.
See
See
ya.
ya.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So Bob, like, so your new place is pretty cool? You like it?
I love the place. I miss the city.
Yeah.
I swear the other day I was sitting at the table just clicking on my laptop, and I took a deep breath, and I could hear my heartbeat. It was so freaking quiet here. And then at nighttime, the crickets
Oh, dude.
louder than the city noise.
Yeah.
It's crazy to hear the contrast between everything like that.
If your experience is anything like mine, like you'll miss it for a couple of years, but then again, you're so close that it's not like it's out of reach anyways. I mean,
Yeah,
I missed
I'll
it,
be there
but
all
then
the time.
eventually when I went back to visit, I was like, I don't really miss this anymore.
I mean, living in the city for me was way better than visiting the city.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah,
every time
same
I
here.
visited the
Totally.
city was like a journey.
100%.
Like you go in the afternoon, like you meet up with some friends, you go to a concert. Like I always give it 110% at concerts, to the point where many of my friends don't stand near me because I embarrass them. And so I really I go all out, and then now you're exhausted, you have no energy left, and then you gotta walk to the train, sit on the train, get home, and so that was always annoying to me. Whereas I saw Killswitch Engage, and I left the show, got home, showered, and got in bed before I would have even gotten to Grand Central if I had still lived outside. It's
Yeah.
stuff like that that you could never get unless you're unless you live there.
Right. Yeah, I do totally agree with you. I used to, it's just so much easier to live there because you don't feel like you got to pack it in with a billion things every day.
Right.
Also.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I gotta have ADHD or something, because my brain always goes a million miles an hour, and I feel calm when there's chaos around me. So just sitting out on my porch outside, just clicking on my laptop or something, everything
Yeah.
just seemed I don't know, more chill, even though it was crazier. It's very strange to explain, but it is what it is, I guess. You lived in Brooklyn, right?
Yeah. I lived in Williamsburg, actually.
You lived there right in the height of the hipster craze too, right?
Well, actually, like before, like I guess like when it was kind of like ramping up, I could never afford it now.
Yeah, that's the worst part about the city.
Yeah. So, but now you get all that space, man. That setup that you have with all those CRTs on it. I was like, what? Like that?
Yeah,
is...
you know, I don't plan on hooking those all up, but I was talking to my wife, like, all right, well, I gotta get storage for this. We'll put this in the garage. And she was just like, why would you put all of this stuff in a garage when you have this huge office to work in? Why don't you just make it like an art project? I'm like, that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. I'm definitely doing that. So that's what that was.
I mean, I've got a lot of equipment behind me, but none of it is hooked up in any functional way.
Yeah, the way I'm wiring everything, it's going to be really easy to just unplug and replug everything. So just doing one at a time isn't going to be hard. What is going to be hard is speakers. I got these beautiful ELAC speakers. This is the DB62. So it's the debut series. And these things are wonderful. I have them upstairs with my surround sound. Right in the manual, it says, do not use these near CRTs because they're unshielded. Oh. And sure enough, if you put them on the racks...
The purple thing?
It does the purple thing, and it even kind of threw off one of the monitors, because if you'll notice in the picture, there's two holes that are perfectly shaped for speakers that size. They were there until I realized what they were doing, and then I was like, oh boy, I gotta figure out another way to do this. So, yeah, that's the only problem at the moment that I'm working on.
This is, by the way, by far the best Wayne's World game I have tried thus far.
Today? The Game Boy game?
Like, by like a wide margin.
That's
like
funny.
it's very similar to the NES game. Like it's clearly like intended to be an equivalent to the NES game, but it's like because it's got like the same basic gameplay and setup and level themes, it seems, at least based on the first level. But like I actually got to a few levels in. Yeah, this is a lot better. I mean, I'm not saying it's good, but it's a lot better. How did I'm guessing the Game Boy grid scan lines are not looking great on the stream.
But they look great in person.
Oh yeah, they do.
They're not looking too bad on the stream. Usually scan lines get compressed really badly, but these aren't too bad. But you're right, they do look amazing in person.
Yeah.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Artemio, how you doing, my friend?
Doing fine. Great to see you again, man.
You too. Last time we spoke, it was you impromptu jumped on a stream and made it way more exciting. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, we're gonna play some.
You know, the whole Wayne's World on Game Boy thing reminds me of when Ronnie and I were doing that taxi stream, and we tried the Dreamcast version of the game, and I couldn't even beat the first level. It was just not a very great game. It wasn't the developer's fault. It was kind of just rushed to market and everything. And then we played the Game Boy games, and one of them was totally tolerable. Like I put it on a list of favorites for when I just want to mess around with a silly racing game.
Hello.
Oh,
hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, Frank?
Everyone's here.
Everyone is here.
I like all of these people. These are all good people. It's a good way to spend a Saturday. Hello.
Heck yeah! Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I just playing some.
I'm
I was
not
gonna play
sure
some
if
catalogs.
playing Wayne's World is a good way to spend a Saturday, but that's that's what I'm doing right now because Audi made me.
I suggested that you run towards good Genesis games. Suggested a few. You could play Twinkle Tail if you haven't ever.
Is there like a Twitch stream that you guys are seeing the gameplay on?
Oh,
I just got
it's YouTube.
Yeah,
That's on
if you
YouTube?
go to our
Okay.
YouTube channel, it should be
Got it.
show up right on there.
Let me get you
I'm on
the
it.
in the chat.
Yeah.
Nah. Well, go ahead if you want, but I'm already there.
Oh, okay.
Fast.
Faster than you're fast.
All right.
This Game Boy game is infinitely more playable than the Genesis and NES ones.
And the
though.
NES version,
that's
yeah.
for sure.
Genesis
Look
one
at Garth.
just terrible.
Oh, he's got a gun.
Yeah.
So weird.
That's like exactly.
But then, like,
what
you
I would
alternate
expect out of a
playing
Wayne's
Garth
World game.
and Wayne, and Garth has a gun, and Wayne like kicks.
I think of the two characters, Garth is the more likely one to have a gun when he's older.
That's yeah. You know, I still do that. My favorite part of Wayne's World is when he gets down and like they're crawling into like the TV station. And he's like, "Wait up! I fell on my keys." And I feel like that's a really relatable thing.
Yes.
All right.
Garth's having a hard time advancing against
Yeah,
these
right.
marionettes.
Well, not as hard of a time as I had advancing against bagpipes in the Genesis game.
Save button. Here we go.
Wait, so is this what the stream is? Or are we just streaming every SKU of Wayne's World?
Yes.
Well,
now.
It's somewhat turned into this, but it wasn't.
no, it was very much not. As soon as Audi and John from Digital Foundry joined, it quickly became try must play bad games.
It started like they put Shinobi against Sword of Sedan, arguing
Okay.
that they were
That was the
comparing
thing.
side-scrolling games from Japan, and that was
Yeah,
it.
I liked that. I really enjoyed that side by side Japan, US one. That was really cool. But Audi's, always notorious for that. That's
Yeah,
cracked me up.
obscure stuff as well, right?
Yeah.
The
Yeah, I
the
still haven't had a chance to-
pirate Chip and Dale was definitely interesting on Genesis.
Oh, the Genesis one? Yeah. Good stuff.
Frank,
If
if
you're
That'd be the
going
kind of
for
thing
those-
Frank would be into.
Yeah, that's my jam right there. If you're into that stuff,
Oh, you and Audie would get along great. Audie is all about like pirate games and Hummer Team and all that stuff.
Oh, Hummer Team. Yeah, Hummer Team.
Oh man, you and
Yeah.
Audie could just do like a whole podcast on Hummer Team.
Yes,
or a
we could.
podcast series.
I'm more of a Dragon Co. man myself.
Oh, okay.
I like
Okay.
the Lion King games on the NES, stuff like that. Oh, look, I wrote that text.
I know that's I was waiting for you to be on so that I could play this.
Also, they wanted you to talk about Bioforce Ape, Frank.
You want me to talk about
why
Bioforce
don't
Ape?
Why don't I boot up Bioforce 8? Why
Yeah.
not?
Sure, I'll talk about Bioforce Ape. So I'll talk about this other game too. So Corey is playing a
I'm
fan
here anyway.
Mhm.
translation of Phantasy Star on the Sega Master System.
I don't think it's on.
And he did that because I'm here because I wrote the script on this fan translation. So thank you for enjoying my work.
Oh
Corey.
yeah. I had no idea that you had done this because I think when we met at the Retro Create event, it's like a year and a half ago now. I was just talking about how I liked it, and you're like, I did that. And then on the way home or something like that, you're like, I'm gonna see if I can update it. And you're like, I'm getting
that
the team
was
back
coincidence. So Maxim, who was like the project leader on the SMS Power forums, he's the one who deserves 99% of the credit on this. So he was the hacker that got all this together, and he was updating it quite a bit. Because so we first released this patch like 15 years ago or something like that,
Right.
And I think just as like an exercise to see how much his Master System programming had improved, he wanted to revisit the patch. So I was like, yeah, I'll revisit it too. Let's see how my writing has improved. So I rewrote the whole script over Christmas of 2019, I think, which was fun. I pretty much rewrote everything. I don't know. I don't know if you guys feel this way as people who publish things, but I hate anything that I've I've created or written like 2 weeks after. I think 2
Yeah.
weeks is about my limit. So
I mean,
15
there's
years later, I'm
definitely
like, wow,
exceptions, but-
I'm garbage. I should rewrite every word.
I mean,
of this.
I don't know about 2 weeks necessarily, but yeah, I know that feeling. I hate looking at anything that was remotely early, or
But
even
it's
I
such a
mean,
disturbing
you'll
game,
be
right?
surprised even a few years ago. But, yeah. These are actually some like pretty. These are very nice cardboard boxes for an NES.
Yeah.
game, don't you think? Like, you really get this sense of depth. Some are pushed further back than others. There's a real, like, sort of messy asymmetry to that pile there. I kinda love it.
Let me intro this game real quick. This is Bioforce Ape. This is by SETA, S-E-T-A, not G-A. And this is a game for the Famicom and NES that never shipped. It is about a wrestling ape man who's running around right now. And we don't really know who made it, but look at how like the elevator moved. It seems to me to be kind of a tech show off kind of game.
Yeah.
Like they're showing how fast they can scroll environments on the NES, how fast this guy can move. And I actually suspect, I don't know if you guys have played Nosferatu on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
I think there's some Nosferatu DNA in here, especially when you look at the animations and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some staff carryover there, but it's a really, really weird game, and I'm glad it's around to be enjoyed. Those guys spawn forever. Don't just keep killing them. Just find the exit.
I played like the first level of this game before, but yeah, there's really interesting animation. It's just like the way he just like falls through the sky when you jump. It's just like it's so weird, but there's something kind of appealing about it too.
Well, and the way he's like waving his arms, like trying to slow himself down or something, it's like almost too realistic. You really kind of sympathize with his falling.
Yeah, I love that rope swinging, the way that they did that. Like I don't even know how to describe it really, but it's kind of cool.
What palette is this?
Oh, let's see.
Pretty good.
It's the smooth one, which is, I think, as far as I know, Firebrand X's.
You cannot grab that
most
rope
recent.
from the bouncy thing. Okay, yeah, I'll have to check that out. I like it.
Yeah, this.
Good.
I'm not 100% sure of the details of how this one came about. But like he like started off just like recording composite directly from an NES, and then creating RGB values from that. But then at some point he started going into like actually looking at a PVM with composite and then translating from how the PVM interpreted it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not exactly sure where in his process this falls, but I believe he considers this his ultimate palette.
I think there's like another one
again.
that he had done. Every time he says he's done with it, he'll return to it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, there's no chance of him being done.
Yeah.
The work that a lot of the other crew has been working on as well. I know Risha and Dan and a few other people had kind of taken some of what they learned from doing the PC Engine color palette and tried to apply that to doing the NES color palette. And they made a lot of really great enhancements with that too. And I haven't had a chance to try it. It's been sitting on my drive with a pile of other awesome stuff I have to try. But it looks like the NES palettes finally getting to the point where it's not just subjective, relying on somebody's laser vision eyes like Firebrand X's, but it's actually getting to the point where you could say it's mathematically equivalent to what you would see it if you used it on X or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting what Artemio was describing the PC Engine color palette process earlier in the stream, because saying like there's like something about like how the composite like stuff is just like garbage on an oscilloscope or something. Like I forget exactly how you put it, but it was.
It's basically that the NES. If you place.
Oh, that was the NES, not the PC Engine. That
yeah, the NES. If you place it on a vector scope like this one, and you draw all the colors, and they'll go off bounds from the regular NTSC values. So they are outside of spec completely, but they are in a very geometric pattern that doesn't respect the way that the NTSC color compression works. They simply are very linear, and Risha was working with that. She's very passionate about how the NES Mr. Core works. So probably if you go to the default, you'll see whatever she has figured out so far.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so yeah, I see here it's just a toggle. Oh, well, do you know what it's called?
I believe it's the original, or I mean, if we run through them.
Yeah, I mean,
composite.
it was on
probably,
smooth because I'd probably said it before.
Real should be, I guess, the default. I don't want you to go to default everywhere, so there's there's a custom option.
Yeah, there's all kinds here.
Yeah, real is probably the one. I'm not sure.
It looks a lot more saturated than this one.
Okay, so she has one custom one that she loads. It's not exactly this one.
Okay.
Real is not Risha's. Yeah, they are just correcting us.
Yeah, I'd be really curious.
It hasn't been added to the defaults, but she's been working on that. We kind of work a bit on that after we work in the PC Engine, but it's a kind of worm's nest in terms of palette because there's so much objective subjective perception, so it's hard. And I was going to ask you, Frank, about Phantasy Star. I love the game, and I believe that it doesn't get the attention that it should. And the work that you did fitting that text inside and rewriting that, I believe it does the game a great service.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I mean, Maxim is just an amazing assembly language programmer and hacker, and he just knows the system inside and out, and so he was able to find enough room to really express all the words that they had written in that game correctly in English. But I also, there's a little bit of artistic leeway, let's say, in the script. I mean, because I do color it a little bit more than was in the Japanese script, because they were also very limited in what they had. And,
I think that's great, personally.
It's not full of prose or anything. I'm just kind of fleshing out what they say just a little bit more. I don't think I added any jokes or references. I think there is one very minor reference. Oh, there is. There's one very minor reference to Casablanca, but it fits really well.
Well, at least it's no working design.
But what I like about that, though, is that you have the lore of the following games to be able to incorporate,
right? And like some official books, and I think the most important one was the manual that came with the Japanese game. So it's not even posthumous color, you know what I mean? It's contemporary color to the lore that just didn't fit into the game script that we had room for now, so I put a little bit of that in there too.
I gotta get rid of this pop-up here that's
and it's something that's interesting about translations is that you can't be literal. You have to color them with the local culture and local language, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's something that always fascinated me, because a lot of times people misinterpreted that. Like, if I was on this stream and I said, hey, chill out, guys, you could very easily translate that as Bob told Frank to be cold.
Yeah,
it's like,
totally.
That's not, you have to put your own spin on that stuff.
Or Bob told Frank to leave.
Right.
But it's interesting, when you go into the menu, you get the different resolution. Like, it pops up for a second telling me that it's changing resolutions. So I got to turn.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I think I have it up so it only shows up for 1 second. But I haven't really played much Master System on this, and I didn't realize.
I didn't realize the game changes resolution. I didn't know the Master System could do that. Is it changing resolution?
Oh, yeah. Probably. The cropping is a lot different.
Yeah.
I don't think it's changing horrors. I don't think it's actually changing the horizontal resolution or anything, right?
Yeah,
just
it's-
like
it's-
it's just like it's got like two
It's
methods of
256
scene
by
cropping, as far as
192
I can tell, anyway.
in the first person, and then
So
on here.
Corey,
Although-
did you ever notice in first-person view those backgrounds tile?
just how they work, or
Mm.
Like
Yeah,
if
you
you
could
were to
scroll
if you
them.
were to copy paste that background image next to itself, it would tile.
Oh wow,
oh really?
Yeah.
that's cool.
I had no idea.
I guess that makes sense.
That's
Like
a
I don't know
big
if that was
scroll,
a cut
Oh
right?
yeah, I see
feature.
it.
Yeah, it might have been a cut feature or something, but every one of those backgrounds tiles.
It could
Wow.
scroll to the sides, and
Yeah.
you would have noticed. Yeah, that's nice.
That even includes when you're in towns and you're looking at houses and stuff. There's just half a house on either side.
Yeah, so it's like
Ah,
cool.
I see.
Is
Yeah,
that-
I mean, like the dungeons are just straight walls, but like the houses, yeah, that makes sense.
That's
Well,
smart.
the dungeon's tile too, of course, but yeah.
Well, yeah,
I guess not when
but
you're
like,
turning,
but like they're
yeah.
just like flat walls in a sense of where,
Yeah.
like, well, of course it would just be a flat wall on the other side, but like, yeah, the houses makes sense.
I have an interesting story
Oh,
with
wait.
this game. Oh yes, please go ahead.
Go ahead, Artemio.
Back in I had played Phantasy Star 2 before playing Phantasy Star 1. I got a Master System and got the Phantasy Star 1 game. And we were playing. The game has 3 save slots, I believe.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, we were playing. I have a brother, a younger brother, and we were playing like I was playing on the morning and he was playing the nights. And on the same card with different save games, and you already know where this is going. And we were basically in the last dungeon, and we only talked about what we had played. And one night I arrive, and he is unbathed, unshaven, and looking terrible. And he tells me, "I overgrowed your save, man."
Oh,
Oh
no.
no.
Oh no!
And says, "But I played 12 hours straight. I leave it exactly where you were at."
Oh my god.
Oh,
Wow,
that's so cool. Wow.
that's
Yeah.
Fantasy Star 2.
Phantasy Star 1. This
Okay.
Oh, that was one. Okay.
and we didn't have maps or anything, which was just memory,
Oh yeah.
right?
Wow.
Oh gosh, the maps in Fantasy Star 1 get like so mean with the once you get to the point in the game where you can like fall through the floor
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
it like you like don't know like have I fallen one story, have I fallen 2 stories? You just have no idea like I started the game like actually like mapping on graph paper. And then
Well, that's
like
what
I
you're
gave
supposed to
up
do. That's
once
what they want
once
you
it got
to
to
do.
the point it's like, okay, well, now I don't know whether I should go back to my map for floor 2 or floor 3 or what, because I don't know where it's fallen to. So
Well, you just
Now that
gotta-
I'm looking at the houses, I might take back what I said. Maybe they don't all tile. The house one does not tile.
So I
Okay.
figured out what was going on too. Why it was changing resolutions is just because I had it set up to get rid of the border. So when you have the border,
Oh.
only the image like inside. So you like on the maps, you get the
Maybe that would tile.
you get the outline, the border, and then in here it's like slightly
Interesting.
wider. But since it's black, you can't tell.
Yeah.
right.
But if you were to place these
Oh
over
yeah,
top of each
it's
other,
not changing resolution. It's just
right.
It's just crop.
But when you remove the border, then it does change resolution because it's just switching.
For users at home or probably users, you can set the mister to show you which resolution is changing or just silence it completely. It's up to you.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just for us nerds that want to know
Yeah.
what resolution things are in.
And it's nice to see that number on there. It's like if you need to check something.
Yeah,
It's easier than
exactly.
taking a screenshot of it and then using like Paint Pro to like make sure to see its exact resolution. Which is
I've actually gotten to the 3rd level in this game. I can't believe it. Nice.
You've not only gotten to the 3rd level, you've gotten to the final level.
You're kidding, really?
Nope, not kidding.
you can knock this one off his backlog then.
Yeah.
So, do
I
you know
wish
that
it was
there's a
on my
map?
backlog now.
You're going to need to know that there's a map if you don't already know that.
I do not know that.
Well, press start.
Oh, okay. I remember when I booted this game a long time ago. Okay.
So this 3rd level is all about mapping out these teleporters and where they go.
And I take it there's no in-game function to indicate what connects to what.
Nope. We have two games side by side that depend on drawing your own map right now.
Oh, great.
Did you guys ever play Shine in the Darkness?
Oh yeah.
No, I have not.
I didn't play all the way through.
I've not
but yes,
played much of it, but
Because we had just played that before Fantasy Star, so it made it easier for us in the maps were so big. But the dungeons are also first person.
Yeah.
On Genesis.
I mean, it's clearly made because of how popular
Fantasy
the
Star.
dungeons were in Fantasy Star.
And it's interesting. Have you talked about the creator of the game?
It's Camelot, right? Is that what you mean?
I mean the director.
Oh no.
It's It's a girl. Her name's Ryoko. You recall? Yeah, you recall
Kodama.
Exactly.
Phoenix
did, right.
Fantasy Star, right?
Yeah, but
wait, were you talking about director of Fantasy Star?
Yeah, I was talking about Fantasy Star. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So I thought you were saying she was also director of Shine in the Dark.
No. Sorry, I was talking about Fantasy Star.
Yeah, Rika Kodama's amazing.
I mean, she's still like one of the big people at Sega.
Yeah.
Yep. She's still at Sega, which is crazy.
She did. I mean, I don't think she was the director, but I mean, she was producer of like Skies of Arcadia and Valkyria Chronicles.
Yeah.
Game over.
And she's doing the.
Well, there's like no continues in the game, I guess.
The negotiations. And
3-level game, dude.
I wonder if that's why they didn't release it, because it was only 3 levels.
Well, so this is not a finished game that you're playing.
Okay.
I mean, spoiler alert: you get to the last guy, and there's an opening animation, and then he just stands there, and you punch him once, and he dies. I don't think that's intended. So I don't believe this is a finished game. I think this is like an E3 demo, not E3, CES demo.
Yeah.
What's really interesting, though, is that we do know that the game was finished because there is data that came out of Nintendo somehow from their submission department, lot check, and it did show that Bioforce 8 passed certification in Japan.
So
we know it's done. There's a done
another
version
ROM somewhere out there.
Somewhere. We found 2 so far, and they are essentially identical. This one here is the one that I purchased off of Yahoo Japan Auctions however many years ago. I don't even want to think, 15 or something. And then a collector actually found 2 loose EEPROMs, and the build is exactly the same, except that instead of saying SETA Co., it says SETA of America or whatever.
Oh.
So it's the American version of this broken prototype.
Did SETA actually release anything on?
Oh yeah,
in the
on
US?
NES. I can't remember. Super Nintendo was like Wizard of Oz.
Okay, because it's not familiar. It's not a familiar company to me.
Well, Nosferatu we mentioned. That's
yeah.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
SETA, they published Super Turrican in the US.
Yep. Happily Ever After, the Snow White game, I think. No, that was Atlas. Never mind.
All right, here we go. I got to get the secret thing. Or
they also had a lot of arcade games, right? SETA.
Yeah, they did arcade stuff for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What I really like about Phantasy Star, I mean, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this game, obviously, just being knee deep in it. Like, the plot of it, which we kind of glossed over at the beginning, is that this girl watches her brother die from like the secret police of this corrupt, like governor of the world, and her reaction is, "I'm gonna kill him."
It's just like I'm getting it back.
I'm gonna pick up my brother's crappy knife and I'm gonna go kill the most powerful man in the galaxy because hell no.
Great story.
It's such a good story.
She does it.
I mean, that's like an interesting question for like, we played these games when we were kids, and I think it's, and I think that video games always get attributed to like childhood, but I mean, these are like really complex, deep, interesting stories that we're like, looking back, it's unbelievable. I mean, even looking back at like Final Fantasy VII, and I was like 19 or 20 when I played it, but then you like really look at all of the stuff that was written, and you look at, like Barrett's lines, and you're like, man, this is like some heavy stuff. This is incredible. And it just like, where that intention comes from. I don't know, because there's the thing, like I said, it's always like dealt with for like children, but like there's like some sophisticated stuff that's coming out of the minds of all of these developers and creators, and I don't know. I don't know exactly where.
Or fail the passport test.
Oh, are you suffering from an illness that may be contagious to other passengers? Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
And
down here, but I just
Frank,
heard it.
FM or PSG sound? Which do you prefer?
Oh, PSG, without doubt.
So, the FM sound is kind of wimpy, I think, on this game. Like, it doesn't have a lot of punch to it, but I don't know. The PSG is wimpy, and they're both wimpy, but in unique ways. I think I'm going to go FM just because there is some semblance of bass, which you don't get in the PSG at all.
Okay.
I'd say
but that
PSG.
said, I feel like it was probably composed for PSG.
Oh yeah,
I think so.
I feel that way. I feel that way too. The thing I don't like about the Master System FM, it just sounds too smooth to me. And as someone who grew up with the Master System was the system that I had, like I just have a fondness for the PSG sound that makes it hard to especially in this game, to hear a lot of those songs in FM. It just doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah, I mean, part of it's probably just your memory of how you played it originally, but
yeah.
I think in this game in particular, it just feels like the FM. It's like playing the MIDI with different instruments is what it sounds like to me.
It's a real quick update. Don't mean to interrupt, but we're at $2,641. We've made quite a leap just even in the past 45, 50 minutes.
Wow, you're welcome, everyone.
Yeah,
I'm clearly
thank
so
you.
pretty that everybody's just throwing money at us.
Thank you so much for donating, everyone. It's amazing.
Yeah, so Matthew, thank you so much. Said his favorite games growing up were Contra and Bionic Commando. Got one from Blade Blur. Shout out to Blade Blur. Thank you so much. He says, he hasn't been around, but he's always going to make time to show support for such a wonderful cause. Really hopes that every bit counts. And let's see, we've got one from Discart. The worthy cause, anything that furthers the preservation and history of this art we call gaming is worth our time. Keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. It's amazing.
Joey, do you want to kind of give once again, give a little background?
I don't think you've done your pitch since Frank got on, anyway. So.
Yeah, no.
I was about to ask. Yeah, let's hear it.
So, inspired by a lot of stuff that I think too, like when we had met Frank, we had met at the, what was it even called?
Retro Create.
Yes, and
the secret thing. Yeah.
So it was. I was really inspired by a number of things. One of those, that being one. So I teach art at high school, grades 9 through 12, for the past 5 years, and the visual arts classes have just blown up. They've gotten really full. There's kind of been a renaissance of visual art interest in the school. So I was able to hire on another amazing artist to help teach some of these classes, and which provided the opportunity to create some new courses. And, I was approached by my assistant principal, who's awesome. And he was just like, here's your opportunity to make something cool. What do you want to do? And I was like, man, I want to just make this awesome art history class. And he's like, uh-huh. And I'm like, no, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be the best art history class ever. And he's like, okay. And he didn't sound convinced. But so he comes back to me, and he says, well, how about doing something like the art history of video games? And I was like, I mean, of course, that's exactly what I want to do. So over the summer, I've built this course. It has about 5 main units that have little subunits in it. And we cover everything going over pixel art, the invention of the cathode ray, the creation and the existence of code, early pre-digital programming and machines, and it's kind of a whirlwind course. And what I wanted was something to kind of ground it in terms of experience, because you know, when I was thinking about it, it's like, man, this is going to be exciting. I get so much to talk about. But then, like, when you look at the logistics, it's like, okay, each class is 85 minutes. We meet, you know, 2 times one week and 3 times the other. I was like, man, I've got to really edit some things down because there's a lot to cover. And to give them that experience, it was later, not until later in the summer, I was like, man, actually playing on my own Mister, it's like, this would be an amazing tool because, like, this is like going to, like, every art museum that you could possibly do. And it's like, you've got it all right here. And it's easy maintenance. It's easy to set up. And, you know, we have Chromebook laptops, but we have, you know, it's like, it's Wi-Fi, and it's a bit, you know, we've got a lot of people there. So it's like the Wi-Fi lags. So we couldn't really do a lot of the work on the Chromebooks, which I had tried the first couple of weeks. And just to, like, no good results. And with the Mister, I just want them to be able to see things side by side, you know, to be able to go from one thing to another, to be able to compare and contrast and really use these soft skills and use this foundation of, like, formal language and, like, formal qualities of video games to be able to, like, really get a hold of that language and kind of master it in a way, and to be able to, like, write criticism, to be able to, like, analyze something, and then to, like, be able to take that and apply it to, you know, games they play today. And, you know, I think thinking about it, it's not necessarily just a sense of, like, oh, like retro video games. You know, it's like really looking at some of those things, like social situations that it brings up. There's a range of things. And yeah, the support for getting these. So what I thought was going to be a class of maybe 12 to 15 students is 28. So it's one of the bigger classes in the school. It's filled. So I've got, the way I have the class broken up is there are 7 teams of, like, 4, and they each have their own table. And that was kind of where it really started me thinking about, man, like, at each table they could have their Mister, and then when we kind of go out of a lecture, we move out of a project, they can go right into playing, and they can get right into writing, and just streamline that, which, you know, using the laptops and the Chromebooks, I mean, even planning 3 days in advance with our IT, like, you know, are they going to be able to access this? Is it not blocked? Will this work? You know, and then everything checks out. But then, of course, when you get to that point in the class where it's like, okay, everybody go hit this link, and just like everybody's like, it's blocked. Oh, it's shut down. This doesn't work. And then you spend 10 minutes just spiraling, and you're like, well, okay, let's change gears here and we'll move on to this next thing. So they don't get the experience. And I think in this case, they'll have this immediacy that I think will really benefit them kind of understanding. You know, you can look at images all you want and read about them, but to have that kind of tactile experience and to have something like the Mister that really gets so close to reproducing what those original consoles do and arcade boards do is, to me, like, priceless, really. So that's kind of where it is, and I'm hoping that's where we get to go. But everybody's generosity so far is getting us very close, and I greatly appreciate it, man. And thank you, Frank, for coming on, and Bob and Artemio. It means a lot, taking your time to do it.
Yeah, I'm always down to help stuff like this. I mean, this is what I do, right? Is help with educating people of all ages, learning how to be better nerds in the retro gaming world. So I'm happy to help in any way I can with stuff like this. Always have been.
Awesome, I appreciate it. You know, and like Frank, I think I was talking to you and Jeremy actually at that event, and I talked about this moment. So when I first started working at the school, you know, I wanted to do this. Like, I saw they had all these like 32-inch, 36-inch old CRTs on the, you know, old metal media carts, and I was like, man, we could do this awesome like video game event and have it in like our main space. It's in the center of the school. And I had a coworker, you know, who also is kind of a video game enthusiast, and we brought in a ton of our consoles and didn't know what to expect. And it was this amazing turnout. And one of the things that I think that, like, socially, that I think video games can do, and video games, you know, I mean, I don't know, being an artist, having solo museum shows, and and really believing in, you know, what art can do. It's like art falls short of the things that it says it does when like video games do it without anybody saying that it does it, if that makes any sense. And so what I got to see was, you know, there was a student who, you know, didn't really talk to anybody, kept to himself. And, you know, I turn and there at the Sega Saturn, you know, setup is him and like the star basketball player, like playing Virtua Fighter 2 and like talking smack to one another, laughing and like having a good time. And, you know, so for the school, they went around taking pictures to put in the newsletter, just like, man, this event turned out incredible. And, you know, that particular scene was captured in one of the photographs. And a student's parent like emailed me and they were like, never in my life would I ever have imagined in my wildest dreams that like a photograph of like that would ever exist, ever. And it just like blew my mind. I was like, oh, right, like this is doing the thing that I always felt like it could do, and it happened. And it is with the class. I mean, it's, you know, with the art courses being electives, which means, you know, they elect to take them, they can choose to do them, they don't have to. I get, you know, every level of learner, I get all grade levels, and it's just, you know, just due to the nature of our school, it's like when all of us are in that classroom, it is by far through grade level, through learning level, through race and gender, is the most diversified classroom in the school. Like at that moment when we meet, and it's amazing. The kids recognize that, and you know, when we established talking about this idea of like these formal qualities of games and thinking about like rules, and that rules are these things in which, you know, in the gaming world, when we go down to play a game, we all, you know, agree to hold ourselves to, and that equals this thing out. And, you know, when we all kind of collectively came to that agreement and that understanding, a lot of amazing discussions like happened instantly. And I really do. I really believe in this class, you know, and I know that I have to defend it in a lot of ways, which, I mean, rightfully so. I mean, there's no arguing in that, but it's, I'm really interested to see what this is going to do. And I wanted to give students an opportunity to like believe that they have the ability, you know, if they have the passion and want to find a way to make a career in that industry, you know, that it's possible. Because like the other classes in England, I mean, nobody ever talked about that being a possibility. And I still even feel how contemporary and how the momentum that it has, it's still very, I think, exclusive, you know, and I just wanted to open that up with this. So.
What I think is really cool too is that, you know, I think there's an opportunity with the Mister to expose these young people to things that are interesting even outside of art. You might even get some like STEM interest by having this in your classroom.
Yeah.
And Frank, that is absolutely right. I mean, that's what's incredible is that we're talking about science, you know, I mean, there's such incredible analytical and poetic. I mean, there's this like intersection of all of these amazing things, you know. I mean, that's even personally like where I was coming from when I first started to like work on, as I was talking about earlier about getting non-working arcade boards and like working on them. It's like I could have cared less about physics when I was in school, you know. I had no way to relate to it. But then like when I understood that like, oh, like physics has something to do with like this energy moving through these, you know, small little pieces of hardware, you know, and circuits, that was my way in. And then I became fascinated, and then it led me to be kind of interested in looking at electrical engineering. Not that any of it registers, but you know, I try my best because it's tough.
Well, even if you don't go down that path, you become a little bit more well-rounded, which is always a plus. Yeah.
Right. And it's just, you know, I can't necessarily, you know, even at that event, you know, it's like there's a certain point in which I could kind of have a discussion with Marcus and everybody, but then there's a certain point where it's like, okay, yep, that's way too abstract. I have no like foundation for where any of this is going. But it was fascinating to like learn and be kind of humbled by all that information.
You know, I mean, and then, you know, just like you're talking about the kids, you know, playing games together who, normally you wouldn't see them interact. Like, I remember when me and Marcus and several other people there were just sitting around playing Mario Kart on GameCube,
Totally.
Awesome. Yeah.
I mean, that's at the end of the day, even though we understand very different parts of, the subject, it's still at the end of the day, just to make these things work and play them together, right?
Well, I think even too for that, it was just like this way Marcus expressed himself, and otherwise in conversations, if he felt very like shy and timid, like there was this, I mean, his posture, his facial expression, everything changed when, I remember putting the Neo Geo Pocket Color, the modded one that I had in his hand. I mean, instant smile on his face, and like posture changed, relaxed, like laughing and like talking. It has that ability to do that, I think, socially,
I also believe that it has value for people in terms of whoever wants to go into technology or programming, they can see that they can grab like this small board and get so much power. And there's also a community that can help them out there to learn. There's open source, there's open hardware, and you also get that there's these small projects that use stock pieces from everywhere, and there's also the development boards that are subsidized, and you usually don't get that exposure, and that's good.
Yeah, and and I think that even in that mode of being in that conversation, and feeling comfortable enough to like even listen, like in Artemio when you were talking, even Frank when the conversations you were having, and being able to listen and not feel exclude. I don't know how to explain it. It's like I still felt welcome and able to engage in that, whereas still like even in art conversations, like living in Chicago, it's like going to have a conversation about art. You get pushed aside really fast. I mean, it is very much about elitism. It's very much, and where I feel like the video game world, or at least even just that small little event that we were at, that that Bob put together for us, man, it was amazing. I got that feeling that I'd never had in any art opening ever.
Well, and compared to the art world, it's also completely acceptable in the video game world to get super excited about the literal stupidest ideas.
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
I mean, here we are like looking at Bioforce Ape and being like, this is the stupidest thing, but it's also kind of interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally. And just the history behind all of it. I forget the name of the YouTube channel when you were just talking about Skies of Arcadia. And I had talked to you about it, and for whatever reason, off the top of my head, I've forgotten. But they did this incredible, like, it's either a 2-part or 3-part series just about the Dreamcast, and just about like talking to the people who had built it, who were developing for it, and like
Acrylect, right?
That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
And it is just such an incredible documentary, and like just to have a perspective of like the artistry and just like the mindset, and to hear how just humbled by the experience all of those like engineers, developers, programmers, artists were that collaboratively made the work for that system. It was really inspiring, regardless of like the outcome being that the system kind of failed, but I mean the passion that they poured into it and the belief that they had in it was just, I said, it was just really inspiring and beautiful.
There's sort of this this horrible insult that goes around where people use the term lazy developers when something.
Gosh, I can't stand it.
I have never met a lazy video game developer.
I know.
It's like an oxymoron. That just doesn't seem real.
Yeah, it makes me so mad, because I mean everything that you are unhappy about regarding this video game probably eats the developers inside out too. I mean, it's all the circumstances of the budget, the time constraints, so many things that just go. I mean, the same thing applies to like the retro hardware world. A similar thing that I've seen coming out more and more recently is just like you make a video about a new device, and then you get these comments that are just, well, you can't even get it, so it doesn't even matter.
Right.
And, it's just like, well, you are not, you don't understand like the scale of this business. I mean, we're talking about retro gaming and playing retro gaming on original hardware and playing retro gaming on original hardware and caring what the picture quality looks like. I mean, we're talking niches within niches within niches.
Yeah, and every time,
and
every time somebody like develops one of those and releases a certain amount of products, like their entire livelihood is basically balanced on whether or not they're going to be able to sell them all.
Right. I mean, they have probably invested like so much money from their day. I mean, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars that they've saved from their day job to just do a run of it. And they can't risk, just having this stuff just not sell out. Like they can only invest so much at a time. Like, I think people, well, they're just like, well, it'll obviously sell, so why don't you just make more? And it's like, well, you aren't the one making these decisions. Like,
this is definitely a trigger topic for me, right? Because it's not even about making just enough to sell out. It's making as many as you could afford to buy. And now, especially now with the part shortage globally, and you have to, Mike, the creator of the Retro Tank, he saw this coming and he said, all right, I'm going to buy a whole bunch of these parts and hope they're the ones that I could use. And he took a giant, giant risk. And luckily, he guessed right. Everything came out. It was more than a guess, of course, but everything came out okay. And people still were trashing him for selling out. And it's like, do you have any idea the amount of effort it took to get this batch at all? But people were still freaking out about it. So I don't think people understand what it's like to be a small to medium-sized company trying to make any of these things happen. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not talking down. I probably wouldn't have either if I didn't do this for a living for 10 years at a previous company, a small company trying to keep up with the big ones. But it's terrifying sometimes. And you could, you think you got it right. You think you have every aspect covered until you write that check and pull the trigger, and then you see 100 things go wrong. And it's like the whack-a-mole game, right? You just keep going and try to see if you can make it through. And it's just, I just don't think most people understand that. And I think if they took the time to just listen to any of the podcasts that we do, they'd understand, like, hey, I'm shocked you were even able to make this many now anyway, let alone. So,
yeah. I mean, and even when this is like kind of different from, just small company of one or two people, who still have another day job. But like, even if you consider like Analog, for example, it's always, why don't you make more? Why don't you make more? Why don't you make more? Now, I don't know what the current situation is, but, they just had that recent restock of Super NT and Mega SG. And like, I don't know if those have sold out yet, but they weren't sold out. Now, since those products came along, I think they have lost a lot of, I think, community interest, in part from Mr. and, maybe, other business practices that maybe people didn't like as much, but like still, I think that demonstrates that maybe they weren't that far off the mark of like how many of these can we sell when they did their previous runs, Well,
I mean, obviously, without being part of that company, I could only speculate, and it does sometimes. It seems very obvious that it was intentional, and other times they were probably doing their best. And it also is kind of funny to see certain other companies just using the part shortage as an excuse. I mean, wasn't the Amico supposed to be released like a year ago with just
I have no idea what the situation with that is, honestly. I know John and Audi talk about it a lot, though.
I feel like the moment I say the word Amico, Tommy Tallarico is going to pop into the comments and threaten to sue me, but it's like,
he's going to call you a hater. Yeah,
go for it. I worked at companies that built things. I know exactly what they're going through, and it's some of the stuff he said, I was like, oh, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. So
I could say some things. This isn't the place for it, though.
You could talk to Audi about that probably too.
I do want to make two observations about the games on screen. One is that I think that high contrast Game Boy palettes are wrong.
I as far as I know, I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but like I am all about some pea green soup Game Boy, and I don't think Mister offers that yet.
I don't care about the colors so much. What I care about is that it shouldn't be white and black. It should like all the color spectrum should all be sort of in the middle. It's a very low contrast system, and if you look at that Mana collection on the Switch.
Oh yeah, they got the green palette with
the one that M2 did, whatever it was.
Yeah,
the
grid. I love how they did that.
Yeah, the palette on that is really good.
And one thing they also have on there, which I thought was kind of a surprising thing to include, is they've got the default Super Game Boy palette as well.
Yeah,
which is kind of that like green, or not green, orange and purple sort of scheme, which. It's I guess it's higher contrast, but it's still, since you're using purple as black, it's still somewhat lower contrast.
One palette I'd love to see incorporated more, and I don't know if any Game Boy cores or emulators have custom palettes or not, but they must. Some of them must.
I think it might be more of a shader thing.
In the that huge Nintendo leak of internal data, among that leak was the internal art for games like Link's Awakening with the actual RGB values that the artists were looking at on their computers. And it's like, oh, that's what color it's supposed to be. We should be using that's the literal colors that the artists were using.
There you go.
That's interesting.
Leave that to the community. Like I bet you. I'm surprised it doesn't exist already. Our team make it happen. He's already over there telling somebody to make it.
If anyone who has any pull over people doing Mr. Game Boy stuff, or even just I guess see if I pause and go into there's the scale filter,
right?
And that's where I can go in here and there's all these different things. Like there's even a folder of Super Nintendo specific, and maybe
there's different palettes. Like if you back up.
Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I just stumbled across something I didn't see. Oh wait, no, these are that's my game.
Yeah, if you back out, if you go back to the first page of the thing there.
Scale filter?
No, the other of the main menu. Right there. Now go down. See if you can go down to audio and video. Is there
custom? Oh, hold on. Okay, what we got going on? Oh, so you can load a palette, but there's no preloaded ones?
It's custom palette.
Well, you can make the official Nintendo palette.
Yeah, you can. I guess I mean, I don't know how to create that file though. Yeah. But I mean, I'm even though this looks a little weird to me, but it's actually
that looks good. No, that's
Game Boy.
That's good.
I mean, yeah, it's true. I mean, the on a real Game Boy, I always think of it as green, but it really is more of a yellow. And the colors that they actually put on it, with the black LCD, is kind of a greenish bluish.
Now go.
So yeah, I mean you're right. This is pretty close, even though I usually think of I prefer how green looks to this.
Well, go in, pause it again and go back into your scale filter and use something there should be a grid or a dot matrix.
Oh yeah. I had the grid on earlier, but I just turned it off because I figured it'd be bad for the stream.
Yeah, and again, I don't think the colors matter so much. It's just that this is now low contrast, and that looks better to me.
Yeah.
The other observation I wanted to make, which I kind of forgot about, and I don't know if you noticed this, Corey. Something I'm pretty proud of in the script is that no sentences ever get cut off by button presses.
Oh, that's good, and it doesn't seem like there's any line breaks. They have to have a dash.
That's what I mean. There's no line breaks. Every sentence always fits on the screen, and that was difficult to do at times, but it was important to me.
Well, at least you never tried doing any Super Nintendo or Game Boy Capcom games, because those were infamous for having 4 words in a box.
Can you, Frank? Can you just retranslate 2, 3, and 4 now? Especially 4.
No. This is the only ROM hack I've ever worked on. I've got it out of my system. I'm good.
It's a lot of work.
Someone could just go through all of them and just change the town name or the planet names to be consistent, and I'd be happy.
I think people have done that. But I don't know. Some of the issues with translating stuff like this is that it's kind of hard to not put your personality into it sometimes. So you might get 4 different patches that feel like they're from 4 different planets. So I like this Game Boy palette. See?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
really good.
little different from any that I've seen before, but it really is pretty authentic. Now that you say, now that I have taken the time to look at it.
The problem is that if you're really high contrast, if you have pure black and pure white, it's just it doesn't. It's not. I don't think it's as intended. I don't care if you change the.
No.
If you grayscale this or change it to red, I don't care. It's just like everything looks a lot flatter and like it's part of the same world now. Whereas if it's high contrast, things just really like kind of stand out. I don't know. They don't. It doesn't look like a consistent place anymore to me.
They ask if it does frame blend, and it does do frame blend if you enabled it in the video options.
Oh, like to have some ghosting?
Yeah, that's what they're asking about.
Oh yeah, baby.
Let me check it out.
Yeah, I actually was supposed to go at around 6, but I was just didn't want to leave the stream early, and I was kind of hoping to see it hit 3,000. So
yeah,
we're getting there.
But thank you so much for having me on. Thank you. Most importantly, no offense, gentlemen. Thank you most importantly to everybody that donated. I think this is a very cool cause, and I would love to see the goal of 4,000 be hit. So, keep it coming, please. I know everybody involved in this project appreciates it, and I do hope that this really ends in a bunch of kids using this stuff and getting involved in FPGAs and really kind of getting introduced to things that maybe they hadn't been familiar with before.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Bob. And I may hit you up for a guest appearance via video.
Sure.
At some point in class would be awesome, because there is a point in which I kind of even have a little niche for thinking of you to join in to say some things. So that would be awesome. I'll let you know if you would be down for that.
All good. Absolutely. You got all my contact info. So thanks to everyone for doing this, and I will see all of you soon, I hope.
So good to see you, Bob. Thanks.
Good to see you always, dude.
Take care.
Great to see you, Bob. Take care.
I gotta say this frame blend does kind of feel right. It's normally not the sort of thing I go for, but it's not bad.
So real quick updates. We've had a lot of stuff come in. It's really quite amazing. Let's see. Let's start with we have one anonymous donation. It said 1 hug for everyone on the stream and 2 pats for Sandy. So there you go. Sandy's close by.
Here, I just gave Sandy 2 pats.
Perfect. This amazing anonymous donation. Bear with me. This is a really just beautiful sentiment. So like many people with retro gaming things lying around, I would have, and I'm sorry that Bob has left already. I would have messed with this stuff eventually, but without content like the RGB Masterclass, specifically, I would have never done things I can do now with the same hardware. Now, instead of just dusting off antiquated by some standards video games and visiting Nostalgia Vile once, maybe twice in my entire life, now I'm a permanent resident. With the knowledge I have now, I can help keep these games relevant by teaching the kids of my families and eventually my own about them, as well. So this is exactly the kind of gaming eccentric charity I can get behind. Hope you reach your goal. Thank you so much. We have another donation from John in honor of Sally. Thank you so much. Appreciate it very, very much. And let's see here. Smokemonster, thank you so much for your recent contribution. In honor of Nearview. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Smokemonster will be making an appearance a little bit later on. He's I like to say he's coming out of retirement for the stream. He's been, it's very cool that he agreed to do that. Try. What are you playing? You're just messing with the different palettes.
Well, no, I moved over to GBA, but I don't know if the sizing. Oh wait, hold on. There's a scale. Normal, vertical, integer. Well, that screwed things up.
Around
vertical integer would probably fit your sizing a little better, I would assume. At
8 p.m., we're gonna be doing. going to be doing a live Mr. build and setup. So I think that when people see like oh, you got to put this thing together, I think they might feel a little overwhelmed, like it might be too complex. So I'm just gonna do it to basically show that it's not that hard. I mean, it requires you to kind of get get your hands on it, but it's kind of fun, especially if you're somebody who likes to build, put together their own computer. I think that it's
so much easier than that. It's
it's a million times easier
nothing.
than that.
Yep.
But it's just really fun to be able to just I guess just to show people that this is how you can do it, and it's not scary. And the setup for it, once it's all together, the setup is so simple too. It's basically all automatic. You just need to download a disk image, and then it will install everything, and then you just run a script, and it downloads everything that you need. So I thought that'd be fun to be able to do that.
Yeah, I bet it'll be interesting.
What's the over/under on build time, though?
I don't know. I'm hoping it takes me I'm hoping it'll take me less than an hour, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right, I'll put 10 on that.
No pressure or anything. I just feel like it's probably gonna be more fumbling around because I'm having to do this in front of everybody.
Is this going to be the third one you've built? Is that right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. The first one I did, it was kind of done piecemeal over a few months.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit 3,000.
Oh man!
Thank you so much.
Nice.
Thank you.
Amazing.
75%.
Bob wasn't here to see it.
Defender
Someone
again.
text Bob.
No, I know.
Of course, I've been cheating with Audi's mandate. I did continue playing Wayne's World for a little bit, but then I started playing good games. But I can go back to Mystic Defender.
Yeah. Frank, sometime we should have you on with Chris and myself to do one of the magazine read-throughs.
Sure.
That would be I've always joked about that, how cool it would be to have you on to join us.
I can go, whatever you're reading, I can go grab it off the shelf.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, because you wouldn't have sent it to him.
That is one
I love
sixth
that.
of our shelves. 1/6.
That's incredible.
Awesome.
It's so crazy.
I got the email about how I guess it's taking a month off, but you're still somewhat optimistic that you can continue it.
We're okay.
for a while.
So here's what. So the charity around the Video Game History Foundation, one of our fundraisers is that we have a bunch of duplicate magazines from building our library over the last 20 years or whatever, and that includes me collecting privately, but I donated everything. And so a good way we thought to get rid of the duplicates was to do mystery boxes as a fundraiser, and we thought what would be even more fun is if we did a monthly subscription, so you could subscribe to new old magazines. We were doing, I expected 100 subs. We ended up with 500, but we figured it out. We scaled to it. What happened is that Kotaku wrote a very nice article, and in one day we went up to 800 subs.
But that was a lot. That was I mean, you've been doing it for almost a year.
Since December. I started in December, yeah. So yeah, we had to, I didn't say this in the email you got, but we emailed everyone who subscribed after the Kotaku story, and we canceled all of their subscriptions. And we stopped taking new subscriptions. Because it's just we literally can't, there's not enough supply of old magazines in the world
so cool.
to do this consistently. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah.
But no, but we should be caught back up because a big part of it too is the money that, I don't mean to talk about our fundraiser, but just real quick, the money that we're making selling the vintage magazines, we're now reinvesting into vintage magazines. So we buy giant lots that get incorporated into our shelves, extras might go back into blind boxes, or they might go to scanners. We've set aside, we have about 600 magazines here that are not scanned online that are going to scanners. to be put on the Internet Archive, and we bought like 600 more from Japan as well that are all getting scanned.
Oh, nice.
So,
well, I mean, I'm sure there's some crazy stuff in the Japanese magazines, and
oh yeah.
I mean, is that relatively new for you, the Japanese stuff?
Yeah, but it wasn't new for Gaming Alexandria, which is which is a really good group of people of video game preservationist folks, and basically we purchased, we basically gave Hubs from Gaming Alexandria a bunch of money and said, just go do it. Like, go buy and scan magazines, just send them here when you're done. So anyway, yeah, it's been a fun project. Thank you both for subscribing. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah,
I
have 2 unopened ones over there because when we do our read throughs, I like to open it.
You'd open them, yeah,
on stream so that it's completely sight unseen, and
yep,
we just haven't had a chance to catch up, and I have 2 of them sitting over there unopened. So
fun. That's my favorite part, is watching you guys open them. Then I'm done. I'm like, all right, I'm good. I can leave the stream.
Because like you said to me,
I mean, Corey and Chris spend like 4 hours going over one magazine, and so when I do it, like I go through it in like 30 minutes.
Like, not even sometimes. Sometimes
So
it's just like we gotta.
It's not as big of a commitment when I do it.
All right, I'll go on your stream. I don't want to read a magazine for 4 hours.
Yeah, well, Chris and I
I'm not exaggerating by much
sometimes.
either. In fact, I might be under exaggerating.
we definitely get carried away. There was one time where we did an EGM and we read it for 4 hours, and we were like only halfway through the magazine because we get it like on other topics and stuff. But
I guess it's easy to do if it's from like 93 or 94.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm like, what we should do sometime is like read like an early 90s like music magazine. Like what was the like Spin or something like that.
Spin, Rolling Stone.
Yeah, like I just feel
y'all
like
are talking about this. I'm going to go take a break and eat some dinner because I feel like I should be available to play while you're doing the Mr.
Yeah, I got the.
I'm gonna get that out of the way now, so I'll be.
If you need to go to Curry, we can hold the fort.
Yeah, I just have the sandwich I have sitting here. I'm gonna do that really quick, but I'm just gonna be right over here. I'll be right back. You guys are good then.
Well, sandwich is one hand. This game could be played one hand.
That's true.
It's true. It's cut in half. It has avocado on it too. I don't want to.
Oh yeah, you don't want that to start turning.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out the relevance of telling us about his avocado.
And speaking about Mister, have you guys went into networking and USB drive mounting? That could help you a lot also to have a single image for like CD-ROM games or whatever. You can have a central server and everyone mount from it and run from there instead of local storage.
That
could be an option. That could be an option.
No, that's amazing. I never thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah. When Porkchop jumps into the stream, he has done that a lot in his home.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, good. That's awesome.
Has anyone written a script to retrieve ROMs from the Internet Archive's like redump collections and stuff like that?
Yeah, it is. There's for arcade at least.
Okay.
It's there. Yes.
Because that's a really good way for I don't think it would apply to the school, but for some institutions who might be a little more visible in where they acquire the games, that might be a really good solution to get games in museums and libraries, without anyone having to really dig into where the images came from. Because it's like, no, it's the Internet Archive. It's a nonprofit. It's on them.
Yeah. There's a script for that. Cool. For at least arcade, it grabs the MRAs that are this. I don't know if you've seen what they are, Frank.
A little bit, yeah.
We
so
talked
it must
about
go into the MAME archives on the Internet Archive and just grabs a zip file. That's
from Internet Archive, it grabs it from there.
That's so
and old variants and everything. Yeah, exactly that. But yeah, it would be great for those institutions since they don't have to manually work and update. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, like something that comes to mind for me is I went to the Strong Museum. I've been to the Strong Museum a few times, but they have a display for the Oregon Trail, and it's behind glass, a bunch of artifacts talking about the history and stuff. But they also have the ability to play the Oregon Trail, and it's literally just a web browser that's on on the Internet Archive playing the Oregon Trail, and it's like, yeah, you can just do that. There's nothing that's, and I mean, and applying that to FPGA tech, I don't know, that just feels like the future to me, where it's like you don't even have to worry about finding where to get these ROM images, because it's just pointing to this institution that exists and hosts them all.
Yes. Yes, and the Internet Archive does an amazing job at that, because you can just like, if somebody just like scans stuff that it's not magazines. If it's magazines, send them to Frank, please.
Well, scan them first.
Scan them first, and just upload them to the archive is one way of distributing the stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when people ask about like how do I preserve video game history, I mean the easiest answer is like, what's not on the internet yet? Put it there.
Yeah, and the importance of local backups, right? Because you have the local archive, but centralizing and making everything democratic, and
it's right here.
It's important. Yeah, that's
25 terabytes right there.
Oh boy, 25 terabytes. Wow.
That is 25 terabytes of like press material. That's like digital press kits and game builds and stuff like that. Like review builds, things like that. That's not even like my Mr. NAS or anything like that.
Mr. NAS,
Mr. NAS.
No.
What have you been working on?
I've been working on MD Furia and still on that, because advancing on platforms, and I worked on the palette for the PC Engine with Mr.
I saw that. That was amazing work. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was
really eye-opening too.
It's interesting. Yeah.
It's like we're only starting to understand what we don't understand about these systems.
Yes, there's so much to document, and people think that emulation has solved everything, and it's a constant progress, right? It's a daily thing. When people just start scratching, you find stuff that's not yet documented, and that's amazing, because we can, since we still have the hardware and the games and the magazines, we have the responsibility for the future to preserve as much of it as possible, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And it just makes me think back to when you're talking about being able to reference things to present them correctly. I mentioned that Game Boy palette, and it's like, to me, it is undeniable that if you play things like Link's Awakening, that's the palette you're supposed to play in, because that's what the artist saw. And I think we're starting to gain a little bit better understanding of small things like that too. Like what was the artist's canvas when they were making this game, right? Like some artists, for example, if we're talking about like the Genesis or the NES, some artists were drawing literally on the console, and some were drawing on an Amiga with a completely different color palette. And I imagine in an art class, actually, that might be a fun thing to even bring up and demonstrate.
Absolutely. No, I mean, we're definitely going to be, talking about that range when we get in. There's a particular section that we talk about, like pixel, just like pixel art in general. So that's going to be, I'm really excited about that. There was an early example, it's like 2 years ago in art club, and one of the kids, they were really into video games, and I was trying to get them to kind of like understand Impressionism in terms of like, having colors kind of not mix on the pre-palette, but having this immediacy and having this kind of understanding of color theory to be able to put colors next to each other to kind of create this expression. And one of the things that I showed them, there's this really great image, and I forget what the game is, but it's this this beautiful pixel art image of like this, it's some kind of like cyberpunk character, but it's a pixel art image using the palette of like from the PC-88, and man, it is just
Ghost in the Shell, right?
Yes, and it's
amazing.
because as you zoom in, you're like, that's literally like lavender and yellow next to each other, but then once you start to zoom out, it starts to create this kind of fleshy tone. And it was just, their mind was blown. They were just like, I need to start looking into this. It's like,
yeah, dithering is amazing. And since that pixel art you're mentioning is in 1080p, it's something that we are not used to in any way.
No,
It's a
not at
16-bit, 16 color illustration in pixel art. That's impressive, yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's exciting too, is that exactly right. I mean, that's why I want to be able to have a CRT handy to be able to show that, like, this is how we were experiencing this. This kind of like, these things weren't as crisp. It had this kind of blend to it and a softness to it that's what we kind of grew up with and how we understood them, and kind of gave them this almost like weird dreamlike qualities. And I think it was kind of part of how I just at least remember absorbing them and like having them in my imagination.
I think a thing that blows minds pretty often is the smoothness of a CRT, and I think that art students would appreciate. Like, I mean, I just use the 240p test suite, honestly, with the Sonic stage that's scrolling, and if you like have that on a CRT and an HD TV at the same time, it's like, oh, we really lost something.
It's true.
Like, we really, really lost something. It's kind of scary.
That's actually a really good idea. I might do that, Frank. I didn't even think about that, but doing that side by side is actually. I mean, this next unit actually, we talk about the CRT. I might pull that up to do that. That's
and it's just like because of your eyes, your brain like filling in the details when the screen blanks just makes it look buttery smooth.
Yeah.
And then when you're seeing it literally moving, it looks really janky on the modern set, even a really good one. So yeah.
That's this. When we were talking about that earlier, was that as I talked to them too about making art, is this idea of like allowing space for the viewer to kind of like insert themselves. And sometimes when you don't allow that, it makes things, a little static. And, that idea of having and providing that openness, like, changes, it's like generosity in a kind of material way is like, oh, here's all of this stuff. But then like generosity in art, and I think in the art of some video games, that it's like quite the opposite. Like the generosity is leaving these gaps, for people to be able to kind of insert themselves into and imagine themselves in. And, that conversation kind of started when we were talking about like text-based adventures and having to really like, picture all of those things happening, as the narratives are kind of playing out and the decisions that you're making. And I'm excited to get them doing that, because we have an exercise where they're going to have to kind of describe their room in this kind of text-based adventure style. So it's like having descriptions of objects and, but adding their own kind of subjective sentiment about those objects. So it's not just like, oh, the dresser, it's like, what is it about the dresser? Which leads to other kind of like, when you're kind of making art, it's that same balance of, well, here's the thing, but then like, here's the thing that I've kind of attributed to it. Mm-hmm. It has this life to it that, you don't necessarily see, but I've got to help you in seeing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that completely makes sense. And I think, I mean, art better than me, but just, I think back to Understanding Comics, the book, which I think like most art people have read, and the way that iconography, you can put yourself into a character more the more iconographic is versus photorealistic, and I think that if you're teaching old games in a classroom, you might even be able to show them side by side with like an HD remake or something like that.
That's actually, I never thought about that too. That's also a really good idea. We were talking about, because I brought up to Audi and John, I was like, for them, what was, and I was just kind of like that part of the 90s, specifically like 16-bit, just because it kind of like was this blend of me being able to reflect back, but also me being old enough in that moment to really be able to grasp and appreciate what it was that I was interacting with. But it's like what they found were some of the kind of tactile differences between like games that were developed in the West and games that were developed specifically coming out of Japan. And some of those things we were just talking about and that you were just talking about, it were some of those differences. It's like, John and Audi both agreed. It's like, the West had kind of championed this idea of like pushing graphics to this point of just like, I wanted to look this certain way. And, in Japan, it was very much like about feel, if that kind of makes sense. And made me think about the analogy that I tell the kids sometimes. It's like, you can make something look like something, but how do you make it feel like something? And it's like, there's that moment where you can see animations of like people crying, but I always go to and show them that beautiful sequence in Miyazaki's like Ponyo, where it's like crying doesn't like look like rolling hot, wet taffy, like pouring from your eye sockets, but like it feels like that,
Yeah.
when in that moment. And the difference of how you can ensnare a viewer or a player by like presenting that kind of a thing where you're looking for more of a feel as opposed to a look, I guess.
Yeah, and that's what's amazing about stuff like the Mister is that we all have these sort of virtual museums in our homes of video game history that we could, just quickly go to. You could quickly demonstrate, not literally the Ponyo example, but in video game terms, you could quickly load up a game that you have in mind and just be like, no, like this, see?
Absolutely. No, totally. And that's exactly that, that immediacy, which I tried like to do it on the Chromebooks, but it just failed miserably. You're just in the classroom and everybody's just quiet, like, good one.
And when you only have so much
Like,
time
to
do it.
There's something that will help you. I don't know if you know that there's save states on Mister right now that have been worked in and crept in. It's amazing work by Robert, who couldn't be here today with us. I hope he's doing all right. But he's been working on adding these save states that can help those kind of things to go to specific points and for speedrunners, right?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. That's beautiful. And that'll come up really well, too, because there's a portion, where we talk about, like the making and breaking of systems. There's a unit, and there's one in particular, just kind of systems of time and talking about that genre of like speed running, because it's all in that area of like thinking about metagames and how we kind of create these structures and then, structures within structures within structures, and how, games have this kind of infinite ability to kind of keep kind of like in fractals, and that's kind of the enticing thing. And I think is this sense of inclusivity. I've seen, friends who just like growing up would just make up something within the game that became their own game, and I think having that ability to control that even within the parameters of the code of that game was always just like really fascinating to me. And sorry.
No. I was going to add that from when I grew up, what fascinated me about video games is that they are self-contained rules that are enforced by the computer and not by an external unit. And it's like you perform a live event with the computer and yourself for a presentation that is happening then, right?
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a beautiful point.
I've missed you, man.
I know. It's like, that's like in the stream. It was so good. It was like Frank in the stream on YouTube. Somebody was just like, as soon as Artemio had like left, somebody was just like, "Why is Artemio like the coolest person in the world?" It's like, that's like the ultimate question. We always ask ourselves after leaving the presence of Mr. Artemio. It's like, how is he like the most poetic individual I've ever met?
I'm not, but thank you.
We were just talking about how your time management skills are incredible. I'm really envious of.
They are terrible, Corey. They are terrible.
I don't understand how. Like, I feel like you're always super efficient with stuff, and if I ever have a question, you're like, "Give me 1 second," and then you like have an answer, or you have like a full explanation for something, like in the moment. It's like, how do you have time to like do this like right now?
You want to know the honest truth? I drop everything else I'm doing to help out whenever I can. And when some things happen at the same time, that becomes complicated.
Yeah.
Right? That's when I'm slow. And sometimes, most of the time, tens of things happen at the same time, and I end up like not doing whatever I was doing. Not saying that you shouldn't ask me. No, I have to have better time management skills.
Well, that's something I've really struggled with, especially since I moved last year. And I think there's just something about working remote, like for the last year, that just like even like working in this space, I feel it's so easy to get just like distracted and just get sucked into like the last thing you should really be working on in that moment.
But when somebody asks me something and I have the answer immediately, I rather do it immediately than save it for later.
Yeah.
Because if I save it for later, it becomes awkward when it's just like 5 days and I haven't replied, right?
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's definitely something I've been struggling with. It's just
Yeah, it's hard. And the pandemic has made it harder, yes.
Yeah. And, we were talking a little bit, like, Tri and I were talking about this. Like, we are, like, one of the things we liked about being able to, like, help with this fundraiser is that, because I kind of had this crisis the other day, like, 2 days ago when we were gearing up to do this. And, you see everything and just, like, happen in New York. Everybody, like so many people that I was friends with, like, lost so much stuff, like, in flooding that just happened in New York. And it seems like it really feels like over the last year, like the news has just been like so overwhelming, and every day it's like something else. And Tri kind of recentered me. He's like, like we can, it's one thing to like raise money for these big causes and stuff, but here's something that that like relates to us that we can really help out with. And we can see these, like, our influence and help, like, kind of immediately. We see where that's going, and we're able to, make life better for, like, this small group of people. And it just, like, it kind of recentered me to be able to, like, say, like, yes, this is exactly what we should be doing. I'm glad that we can help with this. Just because it's
daring. Right?
Yeah.
I think for a lot of us that extends to our work too, right? I mean, like nothing that we do is important to the entire world, but well, maybe teaching art would be, but but the rest of us. And I think I had to come to peace with that just for my own work, and or even like I run a charity for the preservation of video game history. When you're talking about all these floods and all these terrible things that are happening, it's like, who cares about video game history, right? But I think I certainly had to come to terms with that, with even like asking for money to help this cause, which is still difficult for me to do because of all the other things that need money. But it's like, well, no, this is the one place in the world where I can actually make a difference,
right?
That's fairly substantial. And I think the best use of my time in this world, is to make the biggest change I can where I can. And I just have to kind of remind myself of that all the time. Yes, this is Frank Cifaldi. I just saw a question in chat.
I mean, there's like, I mean, yeah, sure. There's like a million things that you might feel like, oh, like all of these other people are doing things that are so much more important. But like, does it make sense for you specifically to be doing that thing? Like,
but we always think that, right? You always think that what everybody else is doing is cooler than what you're doing.
Maybe so.
I don't know. What I do is pretty cool. I think I get over that at some point. I think I used to feel that.
I don't know about cooler necessarily, but I mean, I guess maybe there can sometimes be a little bit of guilt, and you just kind of have to realize, like, what you're doing is still like, I mean, I was showing this to Corey when he was just saying what he was when I just came back. And, I don't even remember where I saw this posted, but just like, some quote from Stan Lee talking about like, I used to feel so guilty that, I used to feel a little embarrassed that, you know, like all these people I knew were like becoming like doctors and architects and stuff, and here I am just like writing comic books. And then he's like, but then I realized like entertainment is like one of the most important things in people's lives.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know, it's interesting because a lot of the kids, you know, when we were talking, they identified, you know, so readily about video games being this kind of like solace, like this sense of escape. And that was like so feasible and so doable and within a moment of crisis for them that like I thought that was something that people often don't really talk about. And that it kind of creates not only an imaginative, like active, creative space, but like one of like comfort and like safety as well. And I appreciated that. The students that like spoke about that, and it was very bold and interesting. And yeah,
I thought I was while I was eating, I was looking at my backloggery to figure out what I should like commit to actually playing through rather than just like
Bailey's
bumbling
2?
around. Huh?
Beiley's 2?
Yeah, I thought I forgot that I had not beaten this one.
that's cool.
I beat Valis 4 last year, and man, it gets hard at the end. Like the last 2 levels of Valis 4 are like, well, I mean, it actually, I mean, for a while it's pretty hard. But Valis 2, a long time, someone that Corey's known from like back in his forum days forever. Like, he runs a game store in New York and
or in outside of Syracuse.
Okay,
I can't think.
And
maybe that's more like whatever. It doesn't matter. But
he like randomly like just like he got a loose copy of this one day, and he's like, well, you know, I'm probably not too likely to sell like a loose copy of Valis 2, so he just sent it to me.
And this is the US version?
This is the US. Yeah, it's the only version. Well, for the PC engine anyway, it's the only one I own that's the US version. The others I have
the cover art of this is so bad. For that
yeah.
And the voice acting.
Well, the Genesis American Valis 3 box art is what I always think of. It's so bad.
Oh yeah, have you ever played the Super CD-ROM remake of Valis 1 on PC Engine?
Oh yeah, that's the one I played through. It's amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah,
it is so good.
I believe it's the best Valis game.
Yeah, it might be. Like Valis 4 is pretty close. Did the remake come before or after Valis 4?
After, because the remake is also Super CD-ROM 2, but the other ones are CD-ROM, regular CD-ROM titles. So that's how we can tell.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I like so much about PC Engine Valis 1, like I don't know if this applies to the other versions of Valis 1 because it's the only one that I've played, or at least the only one I've put much time into. It like every weapon upgrade path is like really good. You know, like, and it's always like such like a decision, like, oh, which one am I actually going to go for? Because it's like they're like all the weapons are just really fun to use in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Valis 1 on PC Engine is fantastic.
It is.
Valis 3 is good too, and also Valis 4. But I think I may be with you.
There's that collection coming out. I have no idea who's doing that collection for the Switch.
December, yeah.
Yeah, I actually
I will confirm that it's not Digital Eclipse.
Because I know that the Valis games, they have like were difficult to get a hold of, apparently, to do this collection. Or
the rights.
Yeah, the rights were weird, and also, you know, like there was like new games in the series that like kind of went into like the hentai direction.
Yeah.
And
it's like, are those canon? Right?
I don't think that they're going to be considered canon.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Well, and there's probably some weird like mobile games and stuff too.
Yeah.
I always want to see in these. I wish I could, when I worked on these collections, I wish I could have done like a Java game in one of the collections, like the Java Athena or something like that. But it just never happened.
Because those are the ones that are easily lost, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
so
mean, those-
hard to have the right environment to run them, and for them to be preserved because they were volatile.
Yeah.
Well, what's good about the Java and Brew stuff is that there was a lot of piracy in the
Yeah.
day, so a lot of it is still around, just by chance, because there were websites pirating them. But yeah, I mean, anything that wasn't already on the internet, just forget it.
Right.
There's basically zero chance that someone has an old phone anymore with an old game on it, especially in Japan, where where you were incentivized to recycle your phone, so that they could melt like the metals down for like the Olympic medals and stuff like that. Literally true. Yeah, those Olympic medals from from the Tokyo Games.
The
are, like,
Olympic
recycled
medals
cell
are
phones.
the anti-game preservation.
Well,
The
it's part
Olympics
of
have
it, yeah.
killed video games.
I love how they use muted palettes for switching between the scenes, and one is very vibrant, and the other one is like dull.
Yeah,
I
I was
love how they do-
noticing that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm not really sure what the intent is there, but it's an interesting look.
Yeah, it is, because she is shown like vibrant and it is contrasted to the past, right, or the ghost.
Okay, I wasn't paying that close of attention that she was talking. I realized she was talking to a ghost. I've played like half of this game before, but I forgot that I didn't finish it. So I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to play that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I've got a save on my actual PC Engine interface unit, but I'll just play on Mister. It's fine. I mean, because I remember like the game is pretty easy for the first good while. I don't know if it gets really tough or not, though.
Yeah. But
Can't
like
remember.
on the topic of those old phone games, Frank, I don't know if I was listening to like an episode of your podcast where you were talking about that with somebody. It was either that or like an episode of Retronauts where they were talking about like how all these games are just like locked to these phones, and basically like people have just like put off updating their phones for so long because they don't want to lose it. Like when the iPhone like switched over to like 64-bit or something like that.
Yeah,
like so many games.
I think. Well, do you listen to Insert Credit or?
Yeah.
I think it was Brandon on Insert Credit was talking about that.
How those are like my three that I listen to: is Retronauts, Video Game History Hour, and.
Wait, so I have 2/3 of your.
You do, and, but you haven't been on. You used to be on Retronauts, like time to time.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, a lot of that mobile stuff is, I don't know. We get asked about that a lot, as you can imagine, because it's like, we're a charity that preserves video game history, and everyone's like, cool, what about this really volatile stuff? And we just have to go, I don't know. It's way too much.
And you're literally scrambling to do whatever you can, and there's only so much you can do. Like,
well, it's similar to what we were talking about earlier, where it's like, find where you have the highest impact and live your life that way, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, we're as of like next week, we have 2 employees. Like we're a very small organization, and a lot of the day-to-day of running this thing is not doing the cool preservation work. It's growing the thing so that we're around forever. And it's like, well, where can we have the highest impact? And it's not like, online games. It's not mobile games. It's the stuff that I'm personally familiar with because I'm most of the staff, which is older offline media, and paper and stuff like that. So so we just don't have the resources to worry about those kinds of things, and it's a tough thing to explain sometimes, but it's like, no, we don't have enough people or money or anything to focus on that as a project. We have to focus on where we can actually have a real impact. Like I could start, a mobile game preservation project at the Video Game History Foundation. We're probably not going to ever do much,
right?
But
like that needs its own nonprofit, like mobile game History Foundation. You know,
Oh,
it
there
has to
should
its
be
own
like
thing.
50 video game history foundations. Absolutely. Like, I'm not claiming to, be the answer to everything. That can't be.
I love that I don't know if this is like in the Japanese version, but I love that you call them Pellery mates instead of play on the calorie mates.
Yeah, that's a literal translation. That's
awesome.
what it is.
That is amazing.
It is
Really?
I
it's
had
a play on calorie mate.
I had
That's
a calorie
funny.
mate every day when we were in Japan, like shooting the M2
Nice.
thing. I love them. I love the the maple flavor, and I kept like one of the boxes for it just because I like them so much.
I believe all of the names are literal in this, like all of the proper nouns. I wasn't as literal with like, conversational text, but all the names are literal from Japanese. Except that I think the literal translation they came up with for the final boss, Dark Force, was Dark Phallus.
Oh yeah.
And that is one that I put my foot down on. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
that's not that. I can see a non-native English speaker just thinking those two words sounded cool together. I get that that's
Yeah.
literally it. We're not calling this guy Dark Phallus. Like, that's not. No.
Well, I mean, hasn't it been translated as both Dark Force and Dark Falls?
Well, Dark
FALS?
Falls
Yeah,
is
that
what it was
too.
in the
Yeah,
Japanese,
but I think the
or in the
literal
US
one
one.
that are because there's a translator on the team, and the translator said no, it's Dark Phallus. That is the translated name.
Mhm.
And he did
And
an
it's like
amazing job translating. I'm sure he's correct. but
LLUS. I feel like there might be something that's like close to that name in Phantasy Star 4 because Dark Force, like different versions of the Dark Force, show up in 4. But I wonder if there's something close
Dark
to that.
Faluz or something like that. I think is in 4. I don't remember.
Yeah, it is like it's like PHALLUS. But then you get the Dark Falls, and that was just like a the US translation. But then they use that name in Phantasy Star Online again.
What did they use in online? Sorry.
Dark Falls. Like
Okay.
Dark FALZ.
Yeah.
So that kind of legitimized, the original US name, I guess.
Yeah, there's just no consistency with the series at all.
Yeah. I'm looking for the compass is what I need here. Pretty sure they're in the same dungeon. I might be wrong.
I do like this translation in chat, which is Dark Fellas.
Yeah.
Dark Fellas.
Dark Fellas, I mean, that's what you could call them, like all the different versions of Dark.
Yeah, they're the Dark Fellas. There's like 4 of them in Phantasy Star 4, right? There's like different configurations. Yeah. That was my first RPG. It kind of warped me on other RPGs.
Wow.
Yeah,
4.
4.
Oh,
that's
wow.
amazing.
That's a great one.
I was mentioning just a while ago that I love that game. I recently replayed it, but it took me like 10 years to get to it because here in Mexico we had a really bad drop in our coin or money value, and it went like 4 times. It was impossible to buy. So I bought it like 10 years later. My first one was Phantasy Star 2, but I can't imagine having Phantasy Star 4 as your first RPG.
It was great.
It is.
It's an amazing game. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, there's not too many. Well, I mean, there are references to the older games, but I mean, as someone who played it, fresh, I didn't feel like I was missing anything.
Right. I mean, there's definitely moments that are for the people who played it from the beginning. I mean, I still think about that. Like, there's a scene where you get Alice's sword. It's like it contains all the spirits of like the people that came before, and it's just like it shows everybody from 1 and 2 in it, and it's just like I just give me goosebumps even thinking about it right now.
I think though there's sometimes a lot of people are insistent like, oh, you need to play the games in this order. I mean, any
absolutely not.
series. But like the thing is, like, sometimes, like, when you see those references to the other game, like, people are like, oh, you just won't even understand if you don't, know what happened. Well, but at the same time, I think there's something fun about the way your imagination, like, fills in the gaps. Like, oh, what is that about? Like, what's going on? And then, and then maybe when you play the game, you go back and play the other games, like, maybe Maybe it wasn't as cool as it was your imagination, or maybe it was even cooler. You know, like I don't know.
Like
but you get it's a reference, right? When you're playing it.
Right, like you can tell, like, man, something happened here that's kind of interesting, and I want to know more, you know. But it doesn't like. I mean, a good story should be self-contained. Like I always think of like Metal Gear Solid 3 is the best of the Metal Gear games, in a large part because while it does have a lot of references to the other games, like I think it's the best self-contained story of its own. You know, it's of those games. You know,
yeah,
it's also the most streamlined or most in touch with itself.
Yeah,
right, more down to the ground. And Boltar, just in the chat, mentions that he'd like to see how the original CD-ROM based version of Phantasy Star 4 would
I
have
wonder how
turned
much of
out
that
to be.
exists. Like, it's somewhere at this point. I would love to have seen how that came out.
I mean, the cutscenes are so good that I don't know. It's really easy to imagine that they were like PC Engine CD style cutscenes on the CD version.
Yeah,
like you can imagine that art talking, in Phantasy Star 4.
It's so good. And I talked about this like in a video I did, like covering like the best way to play the original series, but it's just like at the time, and especially looking back now, I think it really took a lot of guts to say like this is going to be the last one. We're going to end the story, and it's just like that's the way it's going to be. That's why I think a lot of people, when people say, "Oh, I wish they would make a Phantasy Star 5,"
nope.
It would totally take away from that, because I like that they just like, they have a definitive ending, and it's just like, let it be. You can do like other stuff, but I don't want to see everything that it was accomplished in those games, like the end of the story, to like be undone.
Well, it's like one of the only actual trilogies we have in video games. Is Phantasy Star. I mean, I'm skipping.
Like, you can skip 3 if you want.
I'm skipping 3. I'm not saying 3 is bad. 3 is a very competent RPG. It's cool. It's got a lot of positive qualities. It's not a Phantasy Star game. Like they clearly just put the name Phantasy Star on it at some point. So when I say it's a trilogy, I mean 1, 2, and 4 is a very consistent trilogy that tells a story.
Yes.
And I agree with you. I appreciate that they've never, like, they've made other games called Phantasy Star, but they've never tried to extend that story at all. It's just been one consistent thing. Same with Mother. There should never be a Mother 4. Mother's done.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's one we were talking about, how people say like, no, you got to play them in order. No one ever says that about the Mother games. No one ever says go back to the NES game, which is a good game. I think people are very unfair to the original Mother. I think it's an RPG of its time. It's not particularly difficult, but I think that's coming from a place of it not having been released here, so it doesn't really count in like the head canon.
And I guess mechanically, like simple. I mean, that's going back to like, nothing wrong with playing later games first. I spend so much of my time playing games that are 20, 30 years old. Like the idea of like, oh, this one's hard to go back to because it's mechanically so much simpler. Like I feel like that doesn't really apply to me, because I'm it's so easy for me to like put myself in the context of the time when this game released, and I can look at it and be like, oh, that's actually really impressive for 1987 or 1992, or for the specific hardware that it was designed for. I think a lot of people may have a harder time putting themselves in that context, and they're just like, ooh, that's hard. That one's hard to go back to. But I think a game that was impressive when it came out, in general, for me, continues to hold up.
Which one are you talking about?
I mean, just any general,
any game. Got it.
Any game. Okay. Like when people are talking about, like, oh, this one is hard to go back to because of certain mechanics that were in the sequel and weren't in, but I can still generally, I try to mostly play series in order. Valis, I sure haven't, because I'm playing Valis 2 now. What did I do? I did Valis 3 Genesis first, then Valis 1 PC Engine, and then Valis 3 PC engine, and then Valis 4 PC engine, and now Valis 2 PC engine. I mean, like.
Well, you're not
whatever.
really playing Valis. You got to go back to the PC-88 or whatever
Oh,
it started on.
no, that's-
so-
And also, Valis 2, you have to play the X68000 version.
Yeah.
Oh. And do we count Sid of Valis, or does no one count Sid of Valis?
No.
What is that Valis in your hand?
This is
Oh.
MSX.
All right,
version of
there it
Valis.
is.
And man, it is one of the most painful things to play in the world. Like, it is just punishing. Punishing.
You have to see the cinemas in the X68000 version. They are really nice. The game is not really good to play, but the cinemas are nice. And there's a translation by Midget. Speaking about that, what do you think about Bailey's 4 on the Super Nintendo? Try.
I do have it. I've played a few levels into it. It's kind of weird, but I mean, it seems as far as I can tell, like the levels are quite different. I'm not sure if there are even multiple characters in it or not.
No,
I didn't think so. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a competent game, but much reduced in scope.
Yeah.
It has some pretty nice music from the first 2 levels I've played, though.
Yeah,
but I'm
it does.
sure PC Engine music is much better.
Yeah, but the Super Nintendo version looks nice.
Yeah, it does not seem like a bad game at all.
No, it's what we had, right? Because if you wanted to play Bailey's 4, it was your option.
Well, that's my attitude with, everyone is so hard on the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy V. And it's like, well, that's what came out here. That's what I played, like, and it's honestly not as bad as like the Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger on PlayStation, because those have significantly worse loading times and compromises. Final Fantasy V is not that far off the mark, and I know people like really hate on the translation, but I mean, that was what let me play that game, like, so I can't, I just can't speak bad of that version of the game, like, even though it's generally cool to hate PS1 Final Fantasy V. I mean, it was so cool that we got it at all, honestly, I think so.
So MSX was mentioned. My actual favorite thing about having a Mr. build is exploring MSX and Amiga specifically, because these are 2 platforms that in the sort of Eastern and Western worlds were extremely prolific, but don't tend to be part of like the video game canon as we discuss it now.
And you have so much Konami there, right?
Oh, there's so much like Konami on the MSX is amazing. Yeah.
Man, I was when I the one time I booted up the MSX core, I needed to record anything from something that wasn't a regular console, so I booted it up. And I was
Space Mambo.
Space Mambo, yeah.
I was
Mambo Italiano.
I was loading up the I just loaded up Metal Gear 2, and I'd played it on the Metal Gear Solid HD collection. I played Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 on that.
But they're so modified. Right?
And I it's been so long since I play it, like I don't really know how good the sound emulation was or anything, but like the music and like the opening like credits, like pre-title cinematic in Metal Gear 2, like the music itself is very simple, but the sound of it, the sound that system makes is just so.
It has an extra synthesizer in the cartridge.
Yes.
It has SEC. And it's kind of a wavetable similar to what PC Engine or even Super Nintendo, obviously in a much smaller scale, does. It loads small wave samplets and runs them from the cartridge memory, and can do that mixing with the PSG from the console or FM if you have it.
Okay. Yeah, so I just thought the sound of it was so amazing.
Yeah, it's very imposing, right?
Yeah.
There was an amazing YouTube moment. It was one of like Bithead's more charming episodes when he got his first couple of vinyl soundtracks, and one of them was Gradius 2. And so, it's like one side has the NES version, the other side has the MSX version. He was kind of playing the NES version. He's like, oh, yeah, this. And he's like, all right, let's see what the MSX sounds like. And I mean, as soon as that, like, first track hits, he, like, turns his head toward the camera just like, oh, my God, this is amazing. And it just, lets it play through, and it is just beautiful. Gosh, it's a great soundtrack.
I'm trying to boot up Space Mambo here. I'm looking for. I don't have a lot of experience with using the MSX on here.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. It's different from the console cores. That's for sure.
Yeah, because you're running software inside of an MSX as a menu, so it's not the mystery. It's a real MSX image that has everything mounted.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically someone created like a software loader. Actually, what you've got there looks a lot different from what I saw earlier in this year. Has it changed quite a bit?
It's like within BASIC. Oh yeah.
Have you checked out the X68000 version of the soundtrack for Gradius 2?
No.
Oh, I made a video on that on No Context Synth. It's a show that I make that I place a console and try to have it be like not a concert, but play out the music from real hardware.
That's amazing.
And I played all the soundtracks, so you should check it out.
Can you send that? Can you post a link?
Yeah, sure.
That would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, as soon as I heard that soundtrack, I mean, I had to buy it. Like it's, yeah, I do adore the MSX. My brother-in-law picked up my MSX 2 Plus.
I'm posting the MSX version. Since that but the playlist is there.
Yes. Thank you.
Where are we at on donations, Joey?
And we are looking fantastic. We're at $3,159.
Nice. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, it's unbelievable. Absolutely amazing.
I might be close here.
We need some kind of incentive. How do we make these boys feel some pain?
Well, that was Audi's logic. He's like, Try, what are you doing playing good games? Here's some bad games you need to play.
Okay, then if you want that, then just play Bally's on the MSX.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Is it right on here?
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, I can't.
You'll hate everything.
It's
Corey. What system are you?
This is MSX, so I'm just like looking.
Okay.
For
Gradius 2.
Yeah, is MSX and MSX2 the same core?
Yeah. They are in the same core, but there are different things in terms of evolution.
Let's see what happens.
I don't know if you saw there's this excellent Displays Gamers video about the MSX.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, it's really good.
I think I was aware of it, but I haven't seen it.
No, it's a long video, but it explains everything because he didn't cut any corners showing the evolution of the hardware because they have different. In modern terms, they have different graphic cards. They have different PPUs. They have different capabilities of scrolling, of adding color, or of showing sprites, and it evolves a lot between systems. And some games, when you put them up, they run differently depending on the model of MSX that you have.
For the record, I love the Atari background in this level.
Yeah.
That
this
Activision.
is about as far as I've played into the game, I think.
I'm gonna try this
Kinda
one more
looks
time.
But I
like
definitely
Activision
remember that
box art.
background.
Right.
So if I go to, let's see here, no, if I go to games, and I go to ROMs, I have.
Oh, let me watch what you're doing.
I'm trying to figure out because then there's a zip, and I don't know if I can unzip it. How do I unzip it?
I believe that it should run from there. I haven't ever run the MSX core in the Mister. I'm guilty of that.
Yeah, well, same here.
I've only ran them from floppies, or cartridges.
It's a little bit awkward in my experience.
It is.
Because it's a series of zip archives that you have to like unzip within the core very slowly.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe not the best channel surfing experience.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what though? Let's see if we can do this.
But once you get it going, it's worth it, man.
That's true.
There's Smokemonster did a video on the MSX Mr. Core. He says.
There's some cool games. I really like Psychic World is so much better than the Game Gear remake.
Yeah.
We mentioned Konami. Like every Konami game is at least interesting.
Yeah, SD Snatcher, an exclusive there.
Yeah.
I don't really like have a solid grasp of like what to expect like visually from MSX games. I mean, I know, like I said, like I played like Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 on the HD collection, but like I don't know a lot. I've definitely seen like pictures of like Goemon, that was I think that came to MSX first and then was ported to Famicom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of the MSX1 stuff, it's like, imagine if ColecoVision was Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always kind of thought of it as like almost Famicom level, but not quite. Like
it's a very wide range. You start from what Frank says, from a ColecoVision up to they have today cartridges that expand the graphic capabilities to millions of colors.
Yeah.
And there were games back in the day that did support millions of colors as well.
I always like sort of like associate it with like Famicom-ish level power though. Like this is probably mostly based on, I mean, this doesn't even mean anything, but like I always just like the cartridges look like Famicom cartridges, So I always like kind of associate it with that for some reason.
I kind of love King's Valley there also from Konami as well. And you also had several compile games, right? Like Aleste and Colvelius.
There's in Puyo Puyo Tetris, one of the unlockable Puyo styles is, I'm pretty sure, is one of them is an MSX style.
Oh, cool.
For compile.
Mm-hmm.
Compile. They put that on everything.
MSX is really interesting because you could also have FM as mentioned, and some games did support both soundtracks. Some mix it had this expansion like the NES on the cartridge slot that you could do a bunch of things, up to the point that today you can have flash cards that mount hard drives from SD cards via the cartridge slot, simulating multiple cartridges, floppy drives. It's amazing how expandable the platform was from a design point of view.
I haven't really explored the Wonder Swan core though. It's
and it's
a complete blind spot for me.
And it's new. Yeah, you can try Load Runner or.
I was gonna look for Klonoa. I know there's a Klonoa on here.
Yeah, it's like the GBA Klonoa games are kind of like kind of based on the gameplay formula from the Wonder Swan one. I don't know a ton about Wonder Swan, but I've always felt like it's a system that I would probably like a lot of games for. So yeah, I've not tried the core. I don't have any ROMs loaded up for it either, but I actually randomly have like someone sent me a while back with just some random other stuff they were sending me. Send me Final Fantasy and some, I think it's some baseball game or something, just some random baseball game on Wonder Swan.
There's also a Ghouls and Ghosts, right?
Was there?
I believe there was. I'm not sure. I only have like 2 games. It's a very interesting platform because it ran from a single AA battery.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the unfortunate thing is like, everyone talks about how good the Swan Crystal is, and those are like kind of expensive. All other Wonder Swan consoles though are like dirt cheap.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very much. There's a pretty interesting Guilty Gear game that's on the Wonder Swan called Guilty Gear Petite. It's pretty great actually. I mean, it's in the spirit of like, playing like the Neo Geo Pocket Color and playing some of the, SNK versus Capcom and Samurai Showdown, Fatal Furies, and stuff like that.
Well, one of the things I think is always just such a shame that never came to fruition is, they were working on a, sort of 16-bit style Final Fantasy 3 remake, you know, because they had the versions of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 on Wonder Swan. And they never did release there's screenshots. I remember seeing screenshots and thinking, oh, that looks great. And they never have gone back. Like they finally have made like an English version of sprite-based Final Fantasy 3 that's in English, you know, with the pixel remasters, which, you know, I haven't played, but it's interesting that, you know, there is now an English pixel version of Final Fantasy 3. But I still would love to see that, like, more, like, I know Wonder Swan's 32-bit, or at least I'm pretty sure it's 32-bit, but I still would have just loved to have seen like that 16-bit style Final Fantasy 3, like something to actually become of that. Because I love like the PS1 versions of Final Fantasy 1 and 2. I mean, I don't love Final Fantasy 2, but I love how those games look.
Yeah, now I'm watching Guilty Gear and the Wonder Sound, and now I want a physical copy. I shouldn't be watching this.
That's a slippery slope, man.
No, it's really good, Artemio. It's I adore it.
What is the AY3 8500? It's listed under consoles. I have no idea what this is.
Oh,
it's like a Pong type.
I mean,
yeah,
you know,
yeah, it's a Pong clone.
Something that I actually don't know much of anything about is the like, you know, there's like SNES serial something or other. Like what's with like some of that concept where there's like a different SNES core and like a different NES core and stuff like that.
What, sir?
I don't know if those are official.
Like
those might just be experimental builds.
Yeah, I have several experimental builds.
Let's see, core. There's like SNES Serial 3. Like it's always been there.
You probably have it as an experimental core and never removed it because the system won't remove it unless you do. All the ones that you add manually.
Is that one I sent you? Try.
It is. So there you go.
Yeah, that was part
Also,
of testing.
Well, welcome, Pork Chop. I only just realized you
Jack
were here.
Burton.
Hello, man.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Pork Chop.
How's it going? Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
1 second. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think that was probably an experimental one from when we were testing Snack on Super Nintendo. So that's probably just a leftover. If you delete it, it won't re-download it, and all those changes have already been integrated.
I see. So let me go back to the core menu. I've got SNES Serial 3, NES Serial 10. I don't know if there's anything else weird. Like I don't know what this AY3 8500 is. That's probably a real console that I don't know what it is.
And you can use this moment to explain what Snack is, Pork Chop, because we haven't touched on it.
Well, I just noticed that that there's no date on those, but there is a date on all the others. So there you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, go on.
Oh yeah. So Snack is the invention of one of the Mr. developers and collaboration with someone else, and I just helped out a little. But it's basically a way to interface core native peripherals with the core. Mr. does something with most inputs that are USB, with all USB inputs. It passes it through the ARM core and then from the ARM to the FPGA side. So everything is USB HID compliant. But what Snack does is it bypasses the ARM going straight into the FPGA side and represents basically plugging in a real controller to the port.
Dang,
so that's why
cool.
you can get no latency through that, and you can use people use it for controllers, but the real value is light guns because there are already really good USB controllers. But using light guns through that port is pretty handy.
That's cool.
1 second.
Yeah, because the pins that are exposed through the Snack interface are going directly to the FPGA.
That's amazing.
And you can just interface anything that went into the console directly to the core.
Yep. So there are a lot of things supported and tested, but the real reason for Snack is because the FPGA, the GPIO, the pins on it are only 3.3 volt, and a lot of controllers are 5 volt. So it's just basically translating the signal down from 5 volts to 3.3 volts just to make it play nice with the FPGA.
how do you like actually make that physical connection then, like to the Mister itself?
So there's a little add-on PCB. There are two form factors. The one I made ends up using Bliss adapters. So you have like the HDMI on one end and the controller port on the other, and you plug it in. Then it's an option in the core menu. You enable it, and that's it.
Oh,
Nice.
that's cool.
One of those benefits that FPGA has. I mean, for every benefit, there's a drawback, right? But FPGA is pretty good with timing. Can be good with timing. So using light guns on modern devices is pretty cool.
And can you still navigate like the Mister menu itself when using that?
No, so that is the trade-off, because that signal never makes it to the ARM side where all the menu stuff is. It stays at the FPGA side.
Right.
So that is
as long as you just have like an extra controller for navigating the menu, you're fine.
Or the keyboard.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
Keyboard,
or
controller,
keyboard, yeah.
anything. Most of us probably trip over USB devices between wired keyboards, wireless keyboards, controllers of all kinds.
See, I always like. I mean, it's kind of a necessity, but like, I wish I could like not leave a keyboard near my Mister, because it's just like I don't want to have a keyboard laying around here. But as soon as I put it away, it's like I'm going,
why don't you get one of those small facture like round USB wireless keyboards?
I do have one actually, but I use it with another computer, but I mean they're like $20 or less.
Yeah,
Like,
that's my solution for that. Yeah.
So my solution
I should do it.
is on my main HD TV. My main console I play on is a PC that is under my TV, and I have a Logitech wireless controller for that, not for gaming, but just for keyboard stuff. And on the Logitechs, you can actually define more than one device. So I actually just have Mister as device 2 on the same wireless keyboard that I use on my computer. So that's an option. It's really weirdly difficult to set up. It's not Mister's fault, it's Logitech's, because you're basically like, especially if you're on the same computer, you're trying to convince it that like, no, these are two separate computers, and you kind of have to swap the dongles creatively, but it's possible. And you can have a keyboard that's just your keyboard for everything, which is kind of cool. But that's it. I am about to take off. I also just noticed that we've surpassed $3,200 since I last looked. We are less than $800 away from this goal.
That feels good.
Yeah,
that feels good.
You guys are all amazing.
So much, everyone.
Keep donating if you can. This is a really good cause, and some real good people took time out of their Saturdays to be here for this. So let's show some appreciation, get more donations in. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you.
It was really great to see your faces again. And hope to see them again soon. Corey, good luck with this build. I believe in
Thanks
you.
so much.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Frank.
Yeah.
Oh, I just noticed that Corey did switch over to the build.
Yeah, he's ready. If you feel this is too crowded, I can move and I
this
can.
is totally
Huh?
fine, I think.
Okay.
I'm just fixing my camera here. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
A bit.
I might want to get feedback from the stream if like you're.
Yeah, we need
if
to.
the audio balance is good.
I just need to fix my camera, and then I will.
Yeah, just raise your volume a bit if you can.
Yep, I absolutely will. Just give me a second.
It's doing fine, and now it's all falling apart.
Valley Stew. it was one of the, not the first TurboGrafx CD-ROM game I saw, but it was one of the first. And it also, I'm like 20 years ago, a friend of mine gave me his TurboGrafx without the CD-ROM add-on, but I got one, and it was the first one I run, and it felt so strange because the intro was so different from what I remembered. I remember it was full screen, but that was just my mind.
Yeah.
Just a second, and I will be.
Yeah, take time. We can talk meanwhile.
Is it frozen or something? I feel like my disc is scratched up and it's not proceeding. What's going on here?
Yeah, I feel if it's frozen in some way.
I wonder, should I say save backup RAM? I've never really played anything for real with the CDs on here. Is that, if I do that, will I?
No, I don't think that would work because the game should have saved for that.
Okay, so what does
no
this
save.
function do then?
The PC Engine has the CD-ROM from the PC.
Uh-oh. I don't know.
To SD card and loads it purposefully.
Oh, so that's just exporting it to a file that I could
exactly.
then back up.
It's a manual override, and autosave is so that it does it.
Well, I don't need to be hands-on about saving my games while I'm using this at all, right?
No,
like I could leave the game, I could load another core, and my game save would still be here in theory.
Yeah, unless you are doing it like mid operation, right? This is just for like a manual override.
Yeah, I wonder why it. All right. Well, should I just go to reset the game and cross my fingers?
Right now,
no, because
my
the game didn't save anything.
How do you know it didn't save? I thought I was pretty sure this game saves.
Does it? I'm not sure.
After every level. Well, I think it does because when I put the disc in my PC Engine, it was in that. It was saved on that level with. It started me on the level with the Atari background.
Then please do the save backup RAM anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I just something just messed up.
Autosave off.
You can't hear me at all. How do I sound now? Do you hear me now?
Autosave on.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay.
The autosave probably means like it exports it every time or something.
Yes, that's right.
By doing a bunch of different stuff, it seemed like this. Maybe my computer's just doing too much. Like having this webcam over here, I think was maybe too much.
Computers do not, in general, like multiple webcams. I found.
Yeah, well, it's. Okay, try this thing is working. Okay, so I guess you're not gonna be able to see me while I do this. I guess that's just the way it is. I got too ambitious, flying too close to the sun. That's all right.
Oh, okay. Phew. I lost 0 game progress.
Awesome.
I wonder why it froze. Is this a bug we need to report to Mister?
We need to check the.
Can I watch?
If you don't answer.
Maybe see if it's repeatable.
What are you building though?
I'm gonna build this device here. All right. So you guys, everyone can see what I'm sending you though, right? You see like the table here.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I was worried that was the floor for a second.
You know what? My floor doesn't look that much different, honestly. But no, this is a table.
You should turn on my game audio if you can.
All right.
Did you get this table from Open Box Store?
Yeah. Here. All right. I'm gonna get set up for a minute.
Okay. You should turn on my game audio if you haven't, just so people have Dallas music to listen to.
You know, I saw someone posting a Turbo Express recently online, and I'm not really a handheld gamer, but that Turbo Express looks pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
The Turbo Express is really nice. Yes.
What was it? What was it I watched a year or two ago? It was a Will Smith movie.
Enemy of the State.
Yes, there's a Turbo Express in it.
I love that movie.
Like one of the main MacGuffins. I was like, what?
The thing with the Turbo Express is that you need a recap immediately if it hasn't been done. Yeah. Yeah, they
I
usually
think this one had been done by Jose Cruz, so I assumed it was in good shape.
Yeah. Well, you can always trust Jose.
Yep.
Yeah, he does amazing work.
Okay, so the different parts I have here. You know, I'm actually gonna hit record on this thing on my camera and just record this.
Yeah, I mean, be good B-roll. I mean, haven't you already shot B-roll of a Mr.
I have. Oh yeah. But I mean, it's just good to have like a directly overhead thing.
Why? Yeah,
for
why
this.
not?
I might
Just-
as well, right? I got
Oh,
4
I'm sure-
hours
I'm
on
sure
the
you'll-
memory card. I think I'll be okay. I
Why
hope.
not?
We're all in trouble if 4 hours isn't enough.
Yes, that's true. All right, everything's in focus, right? If I need to focus, let me know. If it's but it looks in focus to me. It should be okay.
Looks good.
Yeah, looks good.
I got my wow stick here. I think that's what these are right? The
Wow stick?
Yeah, it's like
It's
an
a wow
electric
stick.
screwdriver.
Like a grounding device?
No, it's just a low torque electric screwdriver there with a lipo cell in it.
My view of what Corey is doing is extraordinarily small.
I can probably follow along just from the crinkling of the Mylar bags.
All right. You got here. This is my first time like doing anything with a digital I/O. So I'm just kind of looking at the difference here.
What is the difference?
Please, Porkchop. What's the difference between a digital I/O and analog and I/O?
So glad you asked. All right, so the digital I/O does not have a VGA port, an HD15 connector on the back. It does not do analog video out, and it does not do analog audio out. Because it doesn't have those features, it also doesn't occupy the second set of pins on the DE10 Nano, which leaves it open for what is assumed to be in the future, and already works, but none of the cores require dual SD RAM. So if we get any cores that need even tighter memory timing than a single SD RAM can do, throwing a second module on there should help considerably.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Interesting. So what cores are candidates for that? Like in terms of upcoming anyway.
PlayStation 1 and Saturn are, they're just unknown because they're so early in development.
Yeah.
I've asked around and no one's at least told me. I asked Sorge and he didn't indicate that he knew whether Saturn would need dual SD RAM. So it's all just kind of a wait and see.
Oh, but if that does happen, then I would need to change I/O boards and sacrifice analog output, or just build another system.
Yeah. So there is a solution for analog output. It uses one of those HDMI to VGA converters, but then you lose dual video out. So that's kind of the trick, because it has to. This is a little bit technical, but the HDMI controller on the Mister has a certain frequency range that it operates at, and analog video unscaled is too low for that thing to work. So you give it a.
So it would work via like a VGA, HDMI to VGA converter, but then it's still sending like, sort of, I guess maybe like the analog DAC a little bit, where it's actually sending like the same types of signals as the original system, but just over an HDMI port.
Yeah.
A little bit. What it's actually doing is
you're just adapting it so you can actually connect the cable with the correct cable.
It sends a really high horizontal resolution and the same vertical. So when you multiply those together, that frequency ends up being within spec, and analog video doesn't really care so much about the horizontal frequency. So you end up with like a 1500 by 240 video signal. Is the way that thing works.
And the DAC in is higher bits, right?
Yeah, it is 8 bits per color, but a lot of those chips are actually limited range HDMI. So there's a setting you can toggle to kind of compress the video range to fit, whether it's limited 16 through 255 or 0 through 235, whatever. There are settings for that too. So it's pretty well thought out, but it's not ideal. No one wants to sacrifice dual video out, but there are workarounds.
So essentially, these are just all gonna get stacked on top of each other, like so.
Yep.
Please let us know what each one of those is,
yes,
Corey.
Yeah. So this is like the main. This is the heart of it. This is the DE10 Nano. That would be considered the heart, I think. It's got like
that has the FPGA.
It's the
And
brains.
the ARM core as well.
This is the digital I/O board. I guess I'll just explain it as I get to it, or you guys can explain it. Do you think it's probably best practice to put on heatsink first? Probably. I'm guessing, yeah.
How much guidance do you want from me?
I
just
want
like
you to,
15 of these.
if you see me like really messing something up, be like, hey, you
Okay.
not do it like that.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just let you go through it then.
I don't think this is quite a I don't want to beat this game cheating situation.
But here, then we have the SD RAM.
And that's now you can run a Mister with just the DE10 like one layer board, right?
You can only run certain cores. Just
with
a few cores.
but with very limited cores.
Sure, yeah. And you also don't need 128 megabit. It's all I sell now because it's the most future-proof. Most things are fine with just 32. Neo Geo needs 128 for the full library, and some of the CPS2 cores need 64 megabyte for. I said megabit, but megabyte for the full library.
Yeah, installing the necessary RAM for the Neo Geo core is like the only real Mr. Tinkering I've done.
Well, there you go.
And
You're
I wouldn't call that real Mr. Tinkering.
All right, so
man, I had a bunch of lives before the game froze.
I'm gonna go ahead and do the heatsink first. And I hope that that's the right way to do it.
Did you already take off the top plate, Corey?
Yes.
The acrylic plate.
Wait, the heatsink doesn't like go right on that.
I mean, it can't. It'll stick to anything, really. You can put it on your forehead if you're feeling hot.
Now, the DE10 Nano, is it like, I mean, it's Intel that makes it, or I mean, sort of Intel that makes it, right?
Yeah, Intel makes the chip, the Cyclone 5. They bought another company, and now they own the Cyclone series. But Jurassic is the company that actually is,
Jurassic,
packaged.
however you say. That's right.
Yeah. Yep.
But like, do we know? Like, is there like a publicly known like idea of like how long these companies like project to continue producing these exact boards?
I've asked them, and they seem to be selling well enough that they have no plans of changing it. At least what they've told me. But behind closed doors, who knows?
Yeah.
I suspect that they're even just Mister alone. They're pushing a good number of them, and they're pretty happy. So.
Yeah.
All right. So then we have the this is the RAM right here, the SD RAM, and that goes right here, faces outward. It tells you right on there. The side faces outwards.
Faces out. The side faces out. I'm always trying to avoid that in my Mr. B-roll shots. Just side faces out.
Yeah. It's very utilitarian.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest side of the system to shoot. But I mean, I honestly really like. Which case are you installing this one in, Corey?
What's that?
What kind of case are you using?
I'm not using any case for this.
Oh, you're not using any case. Okay. I mean, the metal ones are cool, but I also like how you can see all the lights on the acrylic ones. I mean, there's reasons to go with both the metal or the acrylic. I really like my acrylic one.
You got it. The person who's on the call, I bought it from him. All right. So, thinking about how I do the, because I've only done one of the real-time clocks before, and it has like a little
you got it right.
CR1 1220 battery. And
What's the real-time clock for?
Real-time clock is so that you can keep your system time. There's no onboard like CMOS battery for the DE10 Nano, so once you power it off, all the memory is cleared. So it helps you keep system clock, and that's passed through the cores so that games that require that functionality use it. But I use it. It can be replaced with just an internet connection. That'll also keep get the system time.
And that goes right here. That goes.
That's right.
In this little thing here. And like it just kind of floats there once it is inserted in there. Like the connections are strong enough to just basically hold it.
Yeah, if you push it down pretty tight, you'll see that it's not. I used to put some Kapton tape on it, but that connector has a pretty firm grip in there. It's not going anywhere.
And then right here, this is the extension that plugs into the USB hub. So that goes in right there. And this, I feel like this used to be harder, but it's pretty easy now.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Again, Sorge came up with that idea of putting a pin header on the USB hub, and then we found that 90-degree connector that is pretty minimally.
It's probably better for me
fix
to go
out minimal
like this, right? To put it on first.
But you do want to replace those bottom spacers with the 4 that are on the table.
Got it.
And also, before we forget, with the digital I/O board, you have to flip one of the large switches on the DE10 Nano, so don't forget about that.
So there's 4 of them here. So one of these here.
Yeah, it's the one closest. If you're holding it closest, yep, that back one, closest to the HDMI port. Yep, just toggle it in the inward position.
What does that do?
So in the low-level firmware, that indicates to the DE10 Nano, to the system, that you have a digital I/O installed, and it sends those signals that it would have sent through that pin header you're not using anymore. It sends through different pins, so it just reroutes the signals. If you don't do that, Mister will still boot, but like the buttons and LEDs on the I/O board will not do anything. You'll end up with I think the TOS-Link output not working. So
I see. Okay, so what I'm doing here, so I'm flipping these, right? I'm just using these new ones to put them on the bottom, right? Of these new risers.
You want the female on the top and the male pointed downward.
Got it.
All of this is documented in the wiki, right?
Yeah.
For people.
And I'm just asking questions because usually I would just be able to figure this out and just do it on my own, but I'm a little shaky, a little nervous about I want to make it look good, but also I want to inspire confidence in other people.
So I think you want to flip those around, actually. I'm looking at it. Let's see. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah.
Wait.
So if you're holding the DE10 Nano with a normal position, you want one 14 millimeter. Yeah. Flip those around so that the threaded part goes down into the DE10 Nano.
Like that.
And the female. Yes, like that. Yep. A 14 millimeter, one of the long ones on top and a long one on the bottom.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm just
like that.
I'm putting that on the top. Now I'm putting. Wait. So I'm putting the new ones on the top, and I'm putting the old ones on the bottom. Correct, like that.
No, the short ones go below the USB hub. So take off the short ones and just set them to the side for now.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, take off the ones you just put on.
Right.
And set those aside because those go on last.
Okay. Sorry, I got it. Are you? I know. I saw it. I get it. Okay. I know that I just forgot which one I was using here. I don't know why that's making noise. I might have to. Oh no, I got it. My daughter's here and she's making me way more nervous than I should be about it, I think.
Nothing like some live observation when you're doing something new.
She's I gotta stick my hand in the camera a little bit so everybody knows I'm here.
I thought, remember those old video game hotlines? I thought I should buy a burner cell phone and start a Mr. Hotline and just answer the phone, 1 hour a week or something. Take some live answers.
Also, you have to mention that there are also already built units that you don't have to do this thing if you don't want to, right?
That's very important.
Yep.
That's what I got. Thanks, Pork Chop.
Sure. I mean, yeah.
It's already tested, integrated, and working together.
Yep. Yeah, the boards are pretty reliable. Every once in a while there's an issue, and I take care of my customers. But the best is to buy a pre-built one that I've already tested, and then there's little to no risk of question there. All right, Corey, show me the.
I'm sure I could put this together, but
I'm just making sure I have the right ones because I got them mixed up now.
Okay, so the short one you're putting on, set all those to the side. Those go under the USB hub.
Right. I'm putting. I believe that these are all. I mean, I don't know if this is. They all look the same size. Am I?
So you should have 8 of them that are that are threaded. So you're going to have 4 on top of the DE10 Nano and 4 on the bottom. So the ones that don't have any mail, that are just the ones you have installed on the DE10 Nano right now on the bottom, set those aside. Those go under the USB hub. Yeah.
I get it now. I understand.
So you have 8 of the same length that are male to female, and then you have the 4 short female to female. Those go on the very, very bottom.
I see. When you say short, like they're not actually shorter themselves. It's just like a longer screw on them, correct?
So the 8 are all the same length, and then the one that's sitting on that small plastic bag right there, those ones are 10 millimeters long rather than 14.
This one, not this one. I'm just trying.
I
got them all mixed up like an idiot.
I want to point, but I can't.
Okay. So I have these and these.
Yeah. So what you're going to do is you're going to take all of those. 8 of them are all the same length. They're 14 millimeters long, and they have a threaded part sticking out of it.
Correct.
So grab all of those, and then all the ones that are the tiny ones that are on that little 1-inch by 2-inch plastic bag right there that don't have a threaded part sticking out, push those to the side for now.
Got it. Because now these go like this, right?
Yep, long to long. Yep, like that.
Okay, I was getting like.
Sorry, yeah.
No,
it's hard to explain, but yeah, that's right.
I get
it.
it.
Do that on all 4 corners.
I forget that was possible.
David Shadow's in the chat. Hey, David. Awesome.
Welcome.
Yeah, he's been working a lot on PC Engine.
Yeah, he's a champ.
Lot of PC Engine stuff going on today. It's kind of cool. Alrighty.
It's just one of those systems that so many of us didn't have back in the day, didn't have access to. I mean, I grew up in pretty rural Indiana, and I only ever read about them in game magazines. So
yeah.
What is it with like so many like retro video game people in Indiana?
I don't know.
Like hardware related people.
like Citrus 3000, like Dan.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of them.
It's all that basketball and cornfields just breeds interest in video games.
All right. So I'm going to just go ahead and connect these on. I don't know if I should have put that on first or not. Should I put this on the hub or not?
Yeah, that's fine. So as long as you
I got it in there now, but it's okay. It's like pretty.
So
just make sure I.
Yeah, line up that bracket, and I always put just a little bit of pressure into the micro USB port that keeps that bracket from wanting to push up.
Right.
So while you're installing it, and then push that micro USB port in and just check for clearance under, because it's a little bit tight, but like I said, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
You can see a little gap between the top of the bracket and the bottom of the D10. I know you're good.
Yep. It doesn't even need to go all the way down on the pins either.
Correct. Yeah. The pin header is taller than that connector is long, so there will be a little bit of pins exposed at the bottom.
I put these underneath. I can put those little rubber feet on there.
Yep.
So are you getting more of your metal cases made? Obviously you are, because they seem to sell out immediately.
Yeah, I've been pretty happy. I ordered the first batch last year while I was still living in Maryland, and those sold a little bit slowly. Not slowly, but it took me 2 or 3 months to sell through them. Mm-hmm. So I doubled the order size, moved to Idaho, and I sold out of like 2/3 of them in one day, because I guess during that time of 2 or 3 months with no cases available, people were waiting. And so the next batch, the third batch, is in production. Those cases are actually extruded aluminum tubing. So they have a jig they set up, and they push aluminum and it melts it. forms it into that thing. Then they cut it off into sections. Then they mill off the heatsink portion that they don't need on the bottom. So it's kind of interesting the way the designer made that.
Neat.
Okay, so then the I/O board just goes right up on top, goes into the connectors.
Goes right up on top. Yep.
I'll be taking off for like about 30 minutes and be right back.
Okay.
I'll be in the chat.
Sounds good.
And please, Porkchop, tell them about Mr. Kate. Be right back.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Ah, okay, Mr. Cage.
And I just use these existing screws that came with it just to go in on the top.
Yep,
and lock
on
it
top.
all in.
That's it. And you're done.
How about
So I
that?
should have also sent you. I found this. Found a cable company that I've been working with, and they designed this custom little jumper to jump the power connectors together. A little backstory there. Since the digital I/O board does not have a VGA port, it has room for a power switch and a voltage protection circuit. So you can actually plug the main power into the digital I/O board, and then jumper the power down to the USB hub. So that little connector in that plastic bag cleans up that one fewer wire looped in the back, as people really do care about that. But Mr. Cade is my passion project I've been working on for, I guess, about a year now. The goal is take a DE10 Nano SD RAM, add a single hat onto it, and plug it into a JAMA arcade cabinet and have everything work. And so it's finally in production. It's been a long haul, largely because, I'm not a super experienced designer. So I had several revisions, made some, rookie mistakes, but it's finally in production now, and I couldn't be happier with it. I had, can't give myself too much credit. I had a member of the community named Boot Sector write the controller firmware for me. And so the controller has, like, when I measured it, it's like 0.74 milliseconds of latency on average. So it's the fastest, within 0.1 milliseconds of the fastest solution around. So I'm happy with it, but the real test has been giving it to some of the pro gamers out there, and they've had pro players play King of Fighter on it and not know that it wasn't real hardware.
That's
so
awesome. That's really cool.
Yep.
So I want to ask really quick about this this dongle. Does it serve the same function as this?
Point to the dongle you're talking about.
Or the jumper.
Oh, yep. It's the same thing. It's just a much smaller form factor.
That's cool.
A funny story about that, I can do CAD a little bit. I'm an electrical engineer, but I can do mechanical CAD just a little bit. Mm-hmm. The factory said, all right, well, send us a drawing of what you want. I sent them a note from my phone, finger painted, of the dimensions and the connector. And they were like, okay, give us an hour. And they came back with a mechanical drawing of that. I said, yes, that. And so they made it for me. So I really do appreciate companies that fill in the gaps of my inabilities there.
Right. So, and just like that, it's done.
Yeah.
Unless you get you want to get a case, then it's a little bit more involved if you get a case, but not really. The metal case takes a little bit of time to figure out how it goes on. But once you figure it out, you're set.
Now, do you have the fan on it?
Yeah.
No. What kind of? Yeah.
On the metal case or on the?
Or well, with no case, is a fan necessary on no case?
So the way FPGAs work is they do get hot. These are pretty much industrial FPGAs rated for pretty high temperature. But what you'll see is, potential on certain cores that use up the whole chip that have really tight timing. You might see some, if you're not using any heatsink or any active cooling, you might maybe see some issues on the A0486 core. That's the computer core. It uses up almost the entire FPGA, and you might. But there are people who run it no heatsink, no fan, or just a heatsink, or just a fan and a heatsink. And I've sold enough of these. I haven't really seen any clear indication of any heat related issues from customers over the years.
Right. I assumed you probably would need a fan. I just can't see from here if you had one on. But I I was just curious if like it was more of an enclosure thing or whether it was just, yeah, it kind of just needs it in general anyway, you know?
People are big on fans. So for a while I was carrying Noctua fans, but it was such a pain to buy them from the factory because they are just bad at communicating. Anyway, so I just throw on these, the ones the factories put on, the black, whatever, cheap fans, and they're not the quietest, but they're not terrible.
They are. I mean, at least the one that I have. I mean, I think it's very quiet. I don't hear the mister at all.
I don't need the dual pass through for this, do I?
Okay, so take that cord and plug it into the digital I/O board.
Oh, it has a power switch built onto it. That's right.
Okay, so set that one to the side. There are like lots of different ways to connect this, but set the power switch and splitter. Okay, yeah, plug that into the I/O board.
Yep. Now I should be able to turn it on, right?
Yeah, and the power switch is that switch next to the right there. So flip it to the back position, it should turn on.
Yeah.
So is it the digital I/O board that has the power switch?
Yeah.
Only that one.
Right. And the other ones with an analog, you got to use one of these with like an inline switch.
Yeah. I actually have the inline power switch like mounted like under my the sort of lip in one of the openings in my entertainment unit, and so I just like reach underneath it and hit it there. And so
nice.
Reaching behind.
Before Mister, I didn't know that there was such a big chasm in terms of fan preference and power switch preference, but I've learned the hard way. People really care. So the aluminum case doesn't need a fan because the case itself is the heatsink. And then for power switches, I have those made that work very reliably. But I'm working on other stuff on the side. We'll see what solutions I can come up with to refine things. But
all right, so
Corey, when you flip that on.
So okay, it's turned on. I'm back at my computer now because I'm going to. Well, I was going to until I realized that my seat was all messed around. I'm going to build the SD card. Essentially.
Okay. Did you already remove the SD card?
So you're going to?
I did.
Are you going to do a desktop capture?
Okay.
No, I'm not going to do a desktop capture. I'm just going to do it real quick.
So that's why when you turned it on, the LED should light up and alternate, but with no SD card in there, or sometimes people accidentally touch the SD card and it's a push-push connector, which means it'll eject it.
Right.
With no SD card in there, the LEDs on top won't work, just to clarify.
Yeah, I'm using one of my own SD cards real quick. I'm just gonna do it.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Yeah, like a really big donation.
What?
We got a really big donation.
Oh.
Here. Wait for it to load.
All right, I have a 64 gig right here. I don't know what's on it, so I'm gonna see if I can format that. All right. I need to not right now.
Finally done that level. That level was long.
You've been killing it, Try. Nice work.
Nobody can see.
Not an easy game.
I mean, the first like several levels are really easy though, but Valis 1 and Valis 4, well, Valis 3. I mean, they're all pretty tough. They all get tough anyway.
Okay, so I'm just gonna format this. It looks like I used my EverDrive 64 on this before. Okay, so the main thing I want to download is the what is it called, Mr. Fusion.
Mr. Fusion. Now, full disclaimer, I've never used Mr. Fusion. I have a different way of prepping my SD cards, but I know, secondhand from tons of people, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, I
know in theory how it works.
So all it is a, it's a disk image. You just can just download the latest release. Just download that. Yep. It's 95 megs, and you use a program called Win32 Disk Imager. It's a free program.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, you can use pretty much it at this point. It's like prepping a Raspberry Pi card. You can use Etcher, you can use Win32 Disk Imager. you download a disk image and you point it at the micro SD card you want to image, and it does that.
Yep, and I'm doing that right now. It's just on my desktop. Download it
People
really quick.
people ask a little bit. Some customers say, "Hey, I put a new SD card and I formatted it as FAT32. It's not working. What's up?" Mister uses, anyways, it does a special thing with the partitions on the SD card, and that has to be done through on the Mister itself to finish or through special software. So that's why there's a little bit of a special way to prep the SD card compared to a normal install, if that makes sense.
I'm going to just write this file.
So a quick update, real quick. We're at $3,464.
Almost there.
Donation
Wow,
by
big
Justin.
jump.
Justin donated $210 to the cause for getting these misters. Thank you so much, Justin. Christian made a fantastic donation. Thank you so much, Joseph, Jason. Thank you all very, very much for getting us to where we are right here. Greatly appreciated. We're so close.
Thank you, everyone. That's amazing.
Okay, so I'm going to go over here, put the SD card in, and then I'm going to hook it up to my TV.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, so the way this works is you image the SD card, you put it into the Mister, and then on boot, the Mister finishes prepping the SD card, and then you're ready to load up all your stuff. It comes with the updater script on it, but I won't get ahead of myself. We'll go through that.
Righto. Let me just make sure it's going to be feeding into the system and my capture setup while I do this here. In the meantime, you guys just keep on doing what you do.
You're playing Valis, is that right?
Valis 2.
Valis 2. I've never played any of these games, but they look
PC
fun.
Engine CD.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, they're good. The first one and the fourth one, or specifically the PC Engine CD remake of the first one. I think in general the PC Engine CD versions are considered the best versions of all of the games. But yeah, this is the American Turbo CD version, but I have the Japanese PC Engine version of all the others. But yeah, this one is probably not as good as the other ones, but it's still pretty good. This level seems like it's going to be pretty mean though, because it's got some enemies that take a lot of hits, and they aren't giving me much of an opportunity to increase my power at the beginning of this level. But yeah, they're pretty cool. But the remake of the first, I would definitely start with that. That one's really good. And 4 is really good. 3 is also good. I mean, the first one I played was 3 on Genesis. I mean, once you've played everything, like I feel like Valis is one of those series that, like, okay, I played all the obvious stuff. I played Castlevania, all the Castlevanias and stuff. It's like, well, what about the B tier Castlevania knockoffs?
Yeah.
I mean, not to say this is really all that much like Castlevania, but it's a similar genre. Yeah, like I mean, a lot of the games, like they've all got like different weapons and sort of weapon upgrade paths. So like if you collect like 2 of the same weapon, then you'll it can usually go up to like 4 levels or something, and like by the time you get 3 or 4 levels of a weapon, like they're pretty darn cool. See, I just got level 2 of this weapon, so it's it's a good bit stronger. Like the remake of the first, though, definitely probably has the best spread of weapons. And then like 3 and 4 have multiple playable characters that you can switch between on the fly, and they all have different weapons and different
that's cool.
Different sort of abilities in general.
I fall into a very small category where I like Contra, but I don't like Castlevania, and I won't share my opinions anymore because they'll get me in trouble. But yeah, I love Symphony of the Night. I had Castlevania 3 growing up, and I just never liked the NES Castlevanias. And I understand. I played Rondo most of the way through.
I mean, I can
Super Castlevania 4,
understand.
but
I mean, there's a very particular sort of momentum, and a big commitment to your jumps in Castlevania. But so I mean,
nailed it.
I can very much understand not being a fan of the old style Castlevanias, and the new style are like so different that they're not necessarily for everyone either. I mean, they're more accessible because they're less like you can not say they aren't action games, but you can grind past your problems. So they're more accessible in that sense, and also more jump control. But I in general do think I tend to be a classic Vania man, as they call it. There's Metroidvania and Classic Vania, and I do like the NES ones, Super Castlevania 4, Bloodlines, Rondo. I love all those. The Game Boy games.
Bloodlines.
The first Game Boy game, not so much, but the second and third Game Boy games are good. But yeah, I love it. But I mean, Contra. Contra is just.
Oh, hang on. Let me switch my microphone.
I love watching people play Castlevania more than I do playing it myself. I mean, it's a great game. The mechanics just bother me too much. I'm big on controls, and I understand it's a me problem, but I've never felt at home playing Castlevania before Symphony of the Night.
I can understand that. You gotta get the right mindset for them, I guess. Like honestly, I've always been surprised. I mean, much of a fan as I am. Like I've always been surprised that it's Castlevania's relatively ubiquitous popularity. Just because like it is like, I mean, they are stiff feeling games with very particular mechanics. Like it is a little surprising to me that they are as popular as they are. But
and Medusa heads.
Yes, Medusa heads.
I decided a few years ago people largely love it for, I mean, the graphics and the theme and the music are unmatched, and that's just it. I mean, if you can get around the gameplay, you'll love the games. If you can't, you'll love watching them. That's kind of my take.
That makes sense to me for sure. You brought up Bloodlines. It's just like I was playing that the other day, and it's one of those things where to try to get past like having so many options of playing different things, that just like I'm just gonna put it in Bloodlines, and I just found myself just like sitting and playing through the entire thing. And because I don't know, it's just so good it was one of those like Castlevania games I was always on the fence about, and I never really played when it first came out, and just got it probably 5 years ago, and sitting down to actually play through it, man, it's really fantastic.
It was the first Genesis game I bought.
Oh, really?
It's beautiful. The graphics are beautiful. That intro sequence.
Oh, it's so good.
It was like probably $40 at the time that I got it. Like, because like I have a case copy, not a box copy.
Same.
It's very much what's kind of one of the things is kind of different. I mean, it's a small thing, but one thing is kind of different about it is, pretty much all Castlevania games have infinite continues.
Yeah.
And that has a password system. I mean, a lot of them have password systems too, but they have infinite continues. One of the weird things about Bloodlines, though, is that it remembers how many continues you had. Your password remembers how many you had. So like you kind of got to decide like, oh, okay, like I'm on level 3, like I've got a good run going here. Like, but then like things break apart in level 4 and 5. Well, maybe you can go back to your level 3 password, but like your level 4 password is going to be garbage, It's kind of a different approach to working your way through the game. I think I've only played it the whole way through at one time though, but I do appreciate it. It's good. But yeah, that was it was honestly one of the reasons that I got like a real Genesis in the first place, because like I didn't know very many people with Genesis growing up, and so like some of my first major exposure to Genesis was Virtual Console. And so, but like the Konami Genesis games never came to Virtual Console, and those were like the big loss, like Castlevania and Contra to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so all I'm gonna do now is like all I need to do is just you plug in your Ethernet cable, or if you have a Wi-Fi dongle, you can set that up. But you just hit update, and then it does it all for you essentially. But you can also download the script update all, which will do even more. It'll update everything. But as a starting place, if you wanted to just run the update to get the pieces needed, I mean...
Yep. So the Mr. Fusion doesn't install any cores. They try to keep all the stuff on GitHub minimal. So adding all the cores and everything to that image just makes the image bigger. And I think there's a 100 megabyte file limit size. Anyway, that's a detail. But that Wi-Fi script there is kind of funny. I spent a few days, because I'm bad at programming, porting over from a different project that Wi-Fi script to make it work with Mister. But it's not the best script, but it gets the job done in a pinch.
Mm-hmm. But this will take a little while, for sure.
It will, especially since that image is from 2020, and just recently we've had 3 new Linux image builds.
Right.
Storage has recently updated the Linux, brought it up to the latest kernel, changed all the Bluetooth. So like he's done a huge overhaul on the operating system. So this is probably a good time to be updating.
But after this, like I could download the scripts, or the update all script, and run that, and it will download any like all the little details that you might want as well. Just and
yes,
you can
extra things.
Yeah. But it's 8:58, honestly, and it's like I have it all together, and I am updating automatically, essentially, and like really, like I'll be playing games on it in, I don't know how long this is going to take. It really just depends, but I mean, I could be playing games on it in, like less, like an hour and 15 minutes total.
Yep. Yeah, it's not too bad if you built a couple hundred of these or more. It takes less than 10 minutes to build it. And not to plug myself, because I think a lot of other sellers do this as well, but I put all the cores on the SD card, and I also have gone through and mapped, 50 or more controllers, so that when you plug in a controller, you at least have basic input mappings. Now, if they're not going to be mapped for each core, but I do include all those. So the major, I've tested almost 100 controllers for latency, and while I'm testing them, I grab an input file and I throw it on the SD card and give that to users, so they don't have to set up each controller.
That's awesome. It never really even occurred to me that you could do that.
Yeah, you throw them in a folder, and that's that. So I also share them publicly on GitHub if anyone wants to download them, and at least gets you in a good starting spot where you don't have to have a keyboard or use the buttons on the top.
Right.
There are all kinds of little tricks with Mister. Storage has put a lot of thought into making it simple, but also making it useful. So you can actually map a controller without another USB device, just by using the buttons on the top
That's
of
cool.
the I/O board.
Yeah. Like, just thinking about programming that and making that work is something that I think that a lot of people, like a lot of developers, probably wouldn't even bother with.
The time is 9 p.m.
Right. Yeah. I mean, whereas developers are interesting. They're way smarter than I am, so I can't critique them. But they all have their own vision, right? So they see a certain method of using their software, and this happens everywhere I go where I'm working with developers. But there's plenty of functionality baked into Mister, even if it doesn't have everything you absolutely want. There's usually a way to get to what you want.
Yeah, I mean, there's all developers want to do like the parts of the process that are cool to them, But some of the the things that users would really want are not necessarily interesting to them. So it kind of takes someone else to step in to sometimes make those.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and it is open source, but of course, I mean, there's so much development effort put into this. If you were to say, I want to do this one extra thing, and it never got pulled back into the main repository, you'd be constantly updating, or So it's pretty cool. You can do whatever you want with it, but the easiest thing is to just put in a feature request, be polite, explain your case, and hope that eventually someone gets to it. But I find myself running mostly mem test on here. that's the core I run the most, is the memory tester.
Is it just because you want to make sure it works, that it worked before you send them out, right?
It's because I end up spending way more time working on Mister than playing with Mister. But except for Mr. Cade. Mr. Cade forces me to sit down and play games to test updates and do ring things out. But yeah, plenty to play for sure.
I see Jimmy Hoppa showed up.
Ah.
Welcome.
How's it going?
And good morning to you. At
least tries entertaining us with the games here. But I mean, I'm not doing anything. I'm just hanging back here, and it's going.
So you're playing to actually play on that Mister, rather than the one you have been.
I mean, maybe I will, but I want to keep it up so that people can see it in real time as it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
I'll play something on it.
Coming through.
What's that?
Do you mind if I explain just a few of these files that are flashing across? So all of the cores, which are like the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, those have an extension .rbf. So you see Galaxian.rbf. You'll see other ones for the arcade. There's a special file format for Mister called .mra. You'll see those small files flying across the screen. MRA was purpose built because MAME ROMs are just zip files of dumps of the ICs from an arcade board, right? So they're not in any order. So the main MAME program knows which order to load those files in. But the Mister cores have these helper files that basically say, this is the name of the MAME zip file. Here is the order to put those ICs in, those dumps in, so that the core can predictably load up the game, if that makes any sense. And there are checksums, there are dip switches, there are settings, there are controls. So they're really like purpose-built Mister files for all of the arcade games. That's what those .mra files are. And Alan and Risha were the two that kind of pioneered that format to save us all from having to manually build each MAME ROM specifically for Mister.
Right. Alan was explaining it earlier today, and I'd always wondered what they were, but apparently there's like XML files that piece everything together.
They have metadata in them. They have all kinds of stuff, but their main purpose is to basically load the MAME ROMs into the core in a predictable fashion. And they have checksums because, I mean, one of the hard things about MAME is there are so many different updates, and sometimes the updates change the contents of the ROM file, so then you don't know which you're actually supposed to be using. So that's all specified in there.
Mm-hmm. It is crazy to me just how far it's come in like the last 3 years. I mean, I mentioned it way earlier, but when I did a stream, right when I got my first one, and Smokemonster was on stream, and like it took me all day to kind of get it up and running in a way that I felt like I could play on stream with it, and now it's just like so streamlined. And I said it,
and even then, like, I mean, you ran into a lot of problems on stream,
right? But now, like, I feel like this is just like a lot easier than even like a Raspberry Pi. And that is if, like, yes, there are big like 128 gig images for Raspberry Pi that you can download and just like install on a card, but then you're kind of at the whims of whoever designed that image. Like, I got one I thought was pretty good, but everything had like annoying like overlays like around the image, and in my attempts to get rid of those, like, I ended up screwing up a number of other things just to turn them off. So like that's what I like, is that this doesn't waste any time with having like filling out the screen with artwork or anything like that. It's just like a black borders, just the way I like it.
Yep. I agree. It's all a matter of perspective. If what you want is to play the front end, then Raspberry Pi, or, I spent a long time, I haven't talked about this, but messing with Hyperspin. I built an arcade machine like in 2012, and I spent tons of time, getting the inputs just right and getting all the artwork downloaded for all the arcade games. And I ended up spending 90% of the time configuring and 10% playing. And that's kind of the same with Raspberry Pi, even those pre-built images that I've seen. It's not for me, but I understand the perspective of someone who just wants to casually play. Those are great. Mister will never probably be that. Something people don't understand about Mister potentially is that when you load a core, there's that menu in each core. That's actually drawn by the FPGA side. It's not like a graphics card in there. You can't just easily put cover art in there. You'd have to write a HDL code in FPGA in some way to interface with the ARM side. I mean, it's just complicated. It's not like a normal development environment where you're running the front ends run through Linux and you can just say, display this picture. So all of these right now are cheats that are getting downloaded, and the script is set up to download the cheats once. You can override that and have it download all the time. If you think there might be some new cheats for like Tom and Jerry on Game Boy, you can run it all the time. But in general, the cheats are pretty well set out.
I have actually played Tom and Jerry on. Well, my neighbors had Tom and Jerry on Game Boy.
Oh, that's funny. I just saw it scroll by quick.
But it feels like a game that no one probably should care about. I have zero recollection of if it was any good. Probably not.
Good as an adult or good as a kid? Because when you have 10 games as a kid, a lot of them are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but
except Castlevania.
I think I always had the perspective though of like, even when I was young, I realized like licensed games usually not good, but there was but I mean, I say that, and I had Rescue Rangers and Turtles arcade game, and so I had good licensed games, but
yeah,
I mean, I guess the other side of that was I had Home Alone on Game Boy, and I actually thought it was kind of good.
I think there's something about scarcity that makes you appreciate things more. There's something psychological about like, well, I have these 5 options. Which do I want to play? Versus I have 1,000 options.
100%. I mean, that's something I preach all the time. I mean, that's why I mostly play games that are on my backlog, and the games that are on my backlog are the games that I actually own. I mean, yes, I have Gasp. I mean, like all of us here, I've got many more games on my Mister and EverDrives and things like that I don't own than I do own. Okay, right? Everyone does it. But like, I really like, to me though, like all those excess games on EverDrives and stuff, like it's a tool for work for me, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because I can access more things. I can access things more quickly. But like, if I'm playing something like for fun, and like right now I consider like what I'm doing today to be, games that I'm playing for pleasure, like games I want to knock off my backlog. I mean, these are games I own. And that's always kind of been my limiting factor. Yes, I could say what?
Sometimes your voice just like kind of comes back. I don't know. It's just like I
think it's just feedback.
Yeah. It's just feedback.
Oh. But I mean, it's just for me, like mostly focusing on playing like the games I own, the games I've actually bought, like whether I am playing that original copy or not. I usually am, but obviously today I'm not. That's just kind of what keeps me interested in. And that's why, I can bang my head against, levels and Valis 2 for an hour plus and, not give up, because it's like, well, it's on my backlog. I want to beat it,
Right. For sure. Yeah.
So and to me, that's fun. Like, yes, it can be frustrating when you're just like, up against a wall on a game for so long, but it's also super satisfying to overcome it. And so that's a huge part of it for me.
So I just want to point out really quick that I am putting in my my flash drive from my other Mister that has my games on it, and I'm plugging in my controller dongle and starting it back up. Like after running that.
Oh, so it did finish already?
Yeah,
huh?
so it's finished.
It's fast.
But I just want to I want to just to point out like how long it takes to go from like especially like getting your package to building and playing games. So I'm going to.
Of course, you've done a couple of builds before,
right? But I just want to
this.
just show like how easy it really is. So we got select start, skip.
While you're mapping this, see that joystick ID right there? That is the USB hardware ID, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is a pretending to be a Microsoft Xbox 360 controller. So a lot of these companies like 8-Bit Do don't buy their own hardware IDs or in certain modes.
It's in X input mode right now. So I'm going to hit
it's
NES.
An X input mode, yeah. NES, yep. So those 8 numbers there with a colon in between it are, when you look at your input map files, that's how it identifies them. So.
And just like that, like I am already from build to gameplay. I mean, honestly, an hour.
Yep.
And that was me like fumbling around for a bit.
I mean, dumping your games is obviously the longest part of all of this.
Right. But I mean, I can go into the filters. You know, I can turn on the my preferred interpolation. And I'm not sure if we want to do that, but do we want to, like, is it okay if I go into the .ini browser, like within the Mister? Okay,
so we can do it however you want. There are 3 ways of editing all these setting files. One weakness of Mister, I would say, it's not really a weakness, it's just the way it is that a lot of the low-level settings, like your resolution and stuff, they're kept in a text document, and you can't get to them from the main menu.
Right.
So there are 3 ways to do it. You can pull the SD card, plug it into a computer, open up Notepad++ or TextEdit or whatever, and you can edit directly. The second one is there's a script, but the script isn't always up to date, so you might not see all of the settings that are in the INI file. And the third way to do it is by logging into terminal, and then you can manually type in there, which probably won't show up great on this screen. So we'll do it this way first.
All right, so we got our video mode. 1080p, 8 is preferred. Are you seeing
what I'm saying? I mean, there are lots of options there. That
Yeah.
bottom one there is for the iPad 3 LCD, the 2048 by 1536. It's the max that the DE10 Nano can handle right there.
Okay. And like I was telling Try earlier that, you know, he's probably be interested to know that there is a 1440p and 1920 by 1440. He should try on his 1440p monitor.
Yeah, and there's even a repository that A-Track 17 has, where he puts a 5x and 6x nice preset settings there for each core, because well, it's a little bit hard to explain, but he's gone through and fine-tuned each core for a couple different resolutions. So shout out to him on that.
Is that it? I bet that was the final boss.
Nice.
Man, nicely done, Try.
Okay, so
that was a much easier final boss than some of the other Valis games, that's for sure. The last level was not long, but it was pretty tough.
Yeah. We're at less than 500 to go.
Corey,
man,
do you want me to comment on any of these settings here?
Yeah. I mean, we're just kind of going through, like, you know, so the video mode, NTSC and PAL is just like if you want to change, be more specific, right? Like it's if you want to, like there's an
I wish I could
video.
tell you I've never used them, because if you set the main video mode, and almost every display now is 60 hertz, like worldwide,
right?
That's pretty much what you need. If you have a PAL specific core, you can have it set to that. But if you don't set it, it uses the master video mode, which is preferred. Right. Also, if you want to mention that 1920 by 1080 lets you use that 5x overscan setting.
Right.
that's one reason people like that setting. Even though you can do 1440p or 1200p, the 1080p gives you the 5x with overscan cutoff.
So then under
I remember, Bob in particular made a really big deal out of the 5x coming. And so when the 1440p mode came along, I guess I didn't realize that 6x scaling was possible. Like, can you do 6x scaling? Like, not that there'd be a reason to, but could you do 6x within 1080p?
No, it pretty much is it's a line doubler. It's not really scaling per se. So you're only getting there is some scaling going on, but yeah, it's best to either choose 1080p if you want to do the 5x where you crop the top and bottom, or choose like 1440p if that's what you want to do.
So it's doing so really, I guess too, then like the filtering and interpolation, can it only apply to the horizontal axis in that case?
That's a good question. I know there is a limitation with the filtering, but I can't say I know the answer.
But I mean, it works
right
great for what I want to do.
Yeah, there's some pretty good filters there. Sultan has made those filters, and it's open so people can make them if they want. But the video options are pretty good on Mister. It's not as complete as some people want the CRT Royale on MAME. They want the they want 4K
honestly though, I mean, who knows what could happen for the future? Because I mean, all of a sudden with the RetroTink 5X and N64 digital, like those are by far like the best scan lines I've seen on hardware implementations. So I don't know what kind of limitations Mister might run into, but
that scaler, it's an analog device scaler that it has on there, and that's kind of limiting factor for the frequencies it can handle. But there's as far as the filtering system goes and the internal scaler, that's all open for improvement. And I know there's some efforts to add some features to the filtering system that should be pretty cool, but nothing I've seen. So Corey, the screen you're on right now, this VSync adjust it defaults to 0, which is a triple buffer video. It makes it basically 60 hertz even.
Right. And that'll make it so that you just it'll work on like almost any TV then, but you'll have like one or two.
Yeah.
You'll see a stutter every it's not very often. It's like it depends on the core frequency, really.
It's either going to drop a frame or add a frame depending on the system's
exactly. So like the Dodon Apache core, for example, is 57 hertz. There is a toggle to change it to 60 hertz in the core, but if you're running 57 and you're making it to 60, there's potentially issues there. Now, the 1 is an intermediate setting, but what you really want to do is if you're streaming or something, it's nice to have on the match display frequency, because that way your stream is going to be smoothest. And especially if you have dual output, you're going to be watching another screen.
Yeah.
The low lag setting down there, number 2, is single buffer, and it basically is just a few scan lines of latency.
And then the this one, the match core frequency is like frame lock. No, it's no. Some display incompatibility is no storing. So that one is just runs it closer to the original speed.
Does Mister ever change game speed, or are we just talking dropping frames or not?
We're talking about the video buffer. So like
but I guess my question is, can the cores ever run like
a frame lock
or underclock to be 60 hertz even, or not?
Well, the match display frequency is 60 hertz even.
I'm just talking like the actual speed of the game. Does it ever change?
It respects the original hardware speed. So if you Genesis in particular is kind of a pain, because if you try to load a PAL game, it'll respect it. But I mean, there are so many different little nuances here. But in general, if your monitor can handle low lag, now there are some dropouts, because sync, the way this works is it finds the monitor sync and locks onto it, but sometimes that results in a dropout. Like when you load a game, it'll go black for a second, then come back.
Yeah.
So that's what that's doing right there.
Yeah, that was why I had to swap out capture cards, because my AverMedia capture card that can do like my 4K and systems and like can tone map the HDR and stuff, that one gets very fussy whenever like I'm dealing with something that like might change resolutions a lot, like the Mister. And it'll just get into this situation where it's like, oh, nope, I'm done for the day, and it won't ever display anything ever again until I reboot my computer.
That's funny.
It just does not like, upscalers, Mister, anything where the resolution, I mean, it's not that it can't accept those resolutions. It just gets fussy when it just happens too much.
Right. Okay. So then the refresh minimum and maximum is like if that's just, if your monitor doesn't support very low refresh rate, NTSC monitors may not support PAL. You can set the refresh min, so VSync won't be applied. I never really changed these either.
Yeah, I don't either. Agree.
And then the scale mode, you can scale to like to fill the screen. You can use the integer scale, which will make it a 4x. Generally, it'll make it a 4x on at 1080p.
Yeah, so it'll be 960 height on a 240. So
yeah, it looks good. I mean, that's what I used for a long time.
That's what this applies to here, is that it does scale vertically, but it always interpolates horizontally.
Right. Although a lot of the cores have it now where you can have it, you can have integer scale horizontally. You just you do it in the settings. But I want to say
for sure
to enable the 5x, so I want to leave it at the scale to fit screen height, right?
Yes. I haven't used 5x for a while, but I believe that is the setting you do it on. And if you change it to integer only, then I think it grays out the 5x setting in the core.
Right. Or I think it just doesn't even make it possible.
It might hide it, yeah.
And the vertical border for TV sets cutting in the upper bottom part of the screen. I never did anything with this. I've never.
Yeah, I haven't come into a situation. I have lots of displays. I haven't really seen where that applies.
Mm-hmm. And then you
the HDMI limited. That's what we were talking about before with the direct video and not putting out the full 0 to 255 RGB color space. Yeah. So if you click on that, it'll have a few different settings inside of it.
Yeah, and like that. So 2 is limited. That's 16 to 255. That's kind of like a different. It's kind of like a limited on the low end, and then but goes up to the full range. Interesting. I've never.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a mixture of them. That's weird.
Yeah.
I generally have always I keep all my systems in limited, except for like I guess the OSSC is full only.
Gotcha.
See, set station limited. So on.
Yeah, one of the comments here says, "Yeah, you're right, Corey. We now have we don't have forced horizontal interpolation anymore." I'm just reading the chat here.
Okay. Yeah. And that's cool. And it has usually has two settings. It has like a narrow and a wide. And then the normal is like just what 4:3 would be on your TV, and then then you're going to get some shimmering, but then you can just enable I like the interpolation,
the filtering. Yep.
So
so those three settings.
I'm just turning on the limited because I usually just do that.
Going back to the INI settings, if you're using HDMI, just leave it off. So you don't need limited because it'll do 0 to 255 as normal. Only really certain display. It's pretty much display dependent. So if you have a modern display, leave HDMI limited off unless you want to. Because HDMI limited off will do 0 to 255.
See, I generally turn it on because if I ever get to a situation where my capture card doesn't automatically detect it,
sure,
I have it
maybe worth.
Yeah, I keep everything unlimited so that everything is I have a TV that does not you can set it to auto detect, but it doesn't do a very good job of it. So I forced it to just stay in low all the time.
Okay.
So I basically keep all my consoles in low. DVI mode. So it's DVI mode for HDMI. So I assume that this is for if you want to.
This is for displays that get mad if you send the audio over the digital port.
I see.
So if you have a display that's being grumpy with you and you don't get video, you might have to turn that on.
Right.
Again, these kind of displays that are digital but don't accept HDMI nowadays are few and far between because there's not much nostalgia for bad LCDs, is my experience.
Yeah, like the DVI mode, that's basically what like the GBA consolizer has to use like the DVI plus mode, so that it sends like a DVI signal with audio embedded, but it just has to be read as like DVI mode. I don't like this bad way to explain it.
Yeah, I think it's some detail of formatting, but in general, I haven't seen many displays that need DVI mode enabled.
And
so the VGA scaler, the one right above that one, that's a little bit of a segue, but I'll make it quick if you don't mind.
Yeah.
The analog port on the normal I/O board, the VGA port, it without anything set, it'll output the native resolution of the core. So if you're playing NES, let's call it 15 kilohertz or 240p, that's what comes out of there.
Right.
If you turn on the VGA scaler, it will match whatever video mode you have for the digital with your analog. So you can do 1080p out of that analog port if you dare. I've pushed 1080p over SCART before through an OSSC, and let's just say it wasn't pretty because the bandwidth isn't there.
But it didn't break anything.
But no, of course not. It just it'll push that out of the VGA port. And it's useful for especially AO 486 core.
Yeah.
If you turn on the scaler or you frame double it to 480p, that's a pretty good solution for that one. But we'll get into that later.
So I just leave this off, and I see.
Leave it off. Yep.
Yeah. So the force scan doubler just makes it so that you get 480p for 240p stuff. It just and you can set that off in the in the individual cores. There's a scan doubler.
You can do any of these settings with in the individual cores, but it's a manual process that you have to do. But yeah, force scan doubler is basically a zero latency, 480p for these cores.
Right.
That's what it does.
And of course,
the scaler has some whatever latency you use your V scale or your VSync adjust. That's what the VGA scaler will get. Force scan doubler is zero latency.
And then we have component.
Yep.
And you can enable component video, which is what I use for my Mister, just because I just have a component cable that was very close to it, and you can I like getting these little component or like the VGA to component adapters, and it's just it has like female on one end. You can just use your own cables if you need to use longer ones or whatever.
Yeah.
So composite sync, that's just for if you're using RGB, right? So it's composite sync for each.
That's yep. That takes normally Mr. outputs RGB HV, so separate sync.
Right.
If you turn that on, it does a composite sync signal over the H sync line, which is for all consumer displays. Pretty much you want that. If you have a PC CRT, leave it off. Is the gist of it.
And then direct video. I assume this is what is needed to do analog out, I guess.
Yep.
So I need
analog out of your digital I/O.
Enables video out for using VGA or HDMI to VGA devils in order to attempt zero lag non-skilled analog RGB. So when you do it out, can you do to component if you wanted to, or is it RGB only?
Yeah, so all the the YPBPR and the composite sync, that's all happening at low level, and it will go out the direct video port.
Mm-hmm.
And the current offerings, these direct video dongles are cheap. They're like $10 on Amazon roughly.
Yeah.
But you need to open them up and put a diode and a resistor on them to make component video work on them. That's at least the state of it right now. I've been reverse engineering one recently to hopefully create a solution that has an easy to use switch, but it's one of my many boondoggles that I've been working on. But yeah, so the direct video will respect whatever signal it's sent through, but these adapters to use YPBPR in particular do need a little mod.
Heck yeah! All right, so then we have HDMI audio 96 kilohertz Not really necessary. It probably makes it so that certain things can't even.
If this is again one of those settings where if your setup can handle 96 kilohertz, there's no penalty.
Right.
It's twice the resolution. Default is 48 kilohertz, but for streaming setups, maybe leave it off.
Yeah. PAL menu just enables that, I guess. Browser expand. These are like more like UI stuff, like the expand. Like if you just don't want the file name to like scroll in a single line, this makes it doubles it up.
That's that.
And you have your the date code so you can see when it was last updated.
Yep.
Enables frame buffer terminal, the one you're using now for the scripts menu. I haven't done anything with that, so.
Yeah, so basically the way that works is like for Mr. Cade, for example, I made a custom setting for the main menu to scale the main menu to 15 kilohertz using the VGA scaler. And the reason I did that is because I'm using this scaler, then I can also use the frame buffer terminal so I can run the update script on my arcade machine and actually see the output of it.
Oh, okay.
If you don't scale that video, you'll just see a message on your display saying you have to either enable scaler or use a digital output. So I just like seeing the status of the updater script. And I don't care about latency of less than a frame on the menu core, sadly.
So so that's this right here, the terminal. So I can turn that on then?
The default is on. If you're using digital, it doesn't matter. It's only if you're using. Yep.
Right. Yeah.
If you turn it off, you'll get the old script thing where it all scrolls within the menu box, but it's definitely not as nice.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess message. Whatever.
So next is frame buffer size, FB size.
Automatic. I mean, probably best to leave it on automatic and not think about it.
Yeah. So basically, if the text's too small, you can make the text bigger by changing quarter resolution, half resolution. And some people ask, well, why is the frame buffer? Why is the terminal script cut off on my TV? And that's because their TV has their overscan settings incorrect. But that's a TV thing, not a Mr. thing. But this just basically enlarges the text of the frame buffer. So if you're running a script and the text is tiny, you can make it bigger with that. But yeah, automatic is fine.
Let's see, okay, so then you have the on-screen display timeout. That's just how long it stays up. When you first boot up a game, it'll tell you, I guess controller info is the same thing. It shows you all your controller buttons. But this is
so OSD timeout, that on the main menu, the thing will disappear in the middle, so you don't get burn-in, and you'll just get the background.
Right.
And if that's static, especially, it's good for not having burn-in.
And this rotates because when you talked about the analog outputting at the original resolution, that means arcade games that were meant to be played in Tate mode, they will output to your CRT in that mode, and you can't rotate those. You can rotate it on the HDMI.
Cannot.
Oh, you can? Or no?
No. You cannot rotate it through the analog output. Right. If it's Tate, it's Tate.
Yeah.
If you enable the scaler and do funky stuff, you can, but it never looks great.
Right. But
15
using
kilohertz, it's just not enough resolution.
But using HDMI, you can rotate it and you can do whatever you need.
Of course.
And that's why it's so interesting. Some arcade cores, because they are running it as close to the original thing as possible. Sometimes you'll start up a game and the entire image will be upside down, and you have to go into the dip switches and flip it because that's just what it does. It's default state is for it to. I don't know quite why that was the case. Probably just had to do with the machine.
I know all about that, but.
Right.
Yes. So I mean, these these old arcade cores, they used to be these Tate ones. They used to be flipped what they call clockwise.
Mm-hmm.
So you would rotate the monitor 90 degrees clockwise for it to be up.
Right. Then
in the mid 90s, the standard switched to counterclockwise. Well, now a lot of these cores have a flip setting in there. And so the MRA file is what specifies what those default settings are. And then, of course, you can override them in each core and then save that. And then next time you launch it, it'll be flipped the way you want it. These are all kind of nuances of the arcade cores. But something as I've been developing Mr. Cade, I've made input mappings for every arcade core and try to make configurations for if you have your monitor one way or the other, you can download these configurations and they'll all be the same way that support them at least.
That's super cool. Video info is
But
what I was dealing with before, where it's like, it shows you your game resolution. If there's ever something, if there's like a resolution change, it'll tell you. You can keep that on screen for a certain amount of time. Like I think I only have it on for like 1 second or something like that.
And you can disable it as well. I disable video and controller info, but that's that's super advanced user, so
yeah,
buyer beware. The OSD rotate, one more thing, is that actually changes the orientation of your menu. So like if you don't have that enabled and you have your TV flipped on its side, all the text is going to be the wrong way. So you can rotate the OSD either way to match your TV if you have a rotated TV. That's what that is.
Got it. So then we have like recents. This just writes to your SD card where you can look at games you played recently.
Yeah, you press select on the load ROM. You hover over load ROM and you press select, and it'll show you your previously used games, played games, and the cores as well. From the main menu, if you press select, it'll show your recent cores, I believe.
It talks about this option will enable write to your SD card in every load mount, which may wear or corrupt the SD card, but there's really nothing really to worry about with that, I would assume.
Not in my opinion, but it's off by default because it's, again, Sorge is very conservative when it comes to respecting people's physical hardware. So he'd rather not have a feature enabled and let the user enable it.
Right.
If they choose.
And there will be writing to your SD card for like save files and stuff like that as it is, like there's.
But there is no automatically write save file every time a new save file is detected. You have to open the menu to write the save file. And that's the same reason. He doesn't want to wear out repetitive writes to the same area of the SD card.
I see. Okay, then we have the, I guess the font, I'm not sure if the fonts carry over, but I know that Show made a really good font pack for the NT Mini Noir. And I'm sure that like a lot of those same fonts probably carry over. I guess, maybe.
Yeah, I think the extension there is .pf. To be honest, I've never intentionally changed the font because that to me is not as interesting. Although if I could get Comic Sans on there, I'd be all about that. That's an awesome font, everyone's favorite.
We got the volume CT1 enables volume control with multimedia keys. That's just like with your keyboard. Like I have these like a mute.
That's the volume control. Yep.
And all that stuff can be handled from the. Like the main menu as well,
if you pull up the menu on any core, including the menu core, and you press left, you'll see the system volume and the core volume.
Right.
And so that you can change things. Now, each one of those ticks is going to be 6 dB change. So you're going to have basically, you have about 10 settings, but it's still good enough. I mean, to get within range.
Right. Mouse throttle.
I actually made a script, but it's out of date for setting the volume. I went and took measurements on all these cores, and then I adjusted the core volume and saved those settings. And then you can run this script and it'll go through and make these volume settings so that you don't have cores that are, especially the arcade cores, are pretty egregious sometimes with how loud they are.
Yeah.
But I've neglected it for a few months here, so it's out of date.
Let's see here. We got the mouse throttle and sniper mode. I assume those are just like, that looks like they're just like emulation things. Like I've never used anything with those, so I have no idea.
I think it's like spoofing a higher resolution or lower resolution. So if you have a high resolution mouse and it's not moving very fast in a computer core, again, I've never used it, so I couldn't tell you, but that's what I assume it is.
We got the boot screen for like different things, so you can see your like Amiga boot up screen and stuff like that. If people are looking for that, like as authentic of an experience, like that's great to have that kind of thing in there. It's for the same reason I like to use like on my Mega SD. I like to use like the like emulate seek time, so like things load at basically the same speed as they would on normal hardware. Like if you're just like wanting to feel as close to using the real thing as possible, like that's why stuff like that is good.
Yep.
Reset combo.
I think a lot of these are specifically for Amiga. Amiga is probably one of the most loved computer cores on there, both with fan base and with how much development's gone into it.
That's another one I've like criminally underused. Reset combo. Like that's all. Like I guess it's just like a key, but you can do a cold reboot from, or you can reset from the menu, in-game menu, anyways.
Yeah, you can reset with a keyboard combo there, with the left button on the I/O boards, or with the within the menu. There's a cold or a soft reset.
Right. We got I don't know, a key menu as our GUI. So
it's an Amiga specific setting. That's an Amiga specific peripheral.
And
the key raw mode is.
Are these like for your? Are these like the JAMA SD? Are they for? Say JAMA SD keys to joystick translation. Does that have to do with the Mr.Cade?
Nothing to do with Mr.Cade has a full USB compliant input, so no special settings needed for the Mr.ini file. Okay, boot core, that's kind of interesting though. People ask, can I use my Mr. to boot right into a core? And the answer is, of course. You can set it to a .mra file and it'll boot right into an arcade game if that's what you want. But if you boot into a core, normal core, you still have to load the game manually. So it's, I don't know too many people who want to boot up their Mr. and always see Tom and Jerry for Game Boy, for example. So I don't know that that's really a huge setting, but you can at least load a core.
But for an arcade machine, absolutely, that makes total sense.
And I'm actually curious. I've been wondering for a while, like how can you, or can I assume you can, and maybe this is something you did when sending the Mr. to me, but like for example, when I load the Super Nintendo, it's always Castlevania 4.
Oof, I don't think I did that intentionally.
I don't think you would have done that, but like,
you can change
NES, NES is always Mario 1, Genesis is always Sonic 1, which are like obvious choices. But
I think I know the reason for that, and that is that there used to be a thing where you can still do it, but it doesn't really work well. You can set a boot ROM for each core by renaming the ROM and putting it in the folder. So if you have maybe like one of those EverDrive type packs, they might have a boot ROM in that game folder called boot.rom. And sometimes it's the BIOS. Each core has a different expected file name, but if you rename a game that, it'll launch that every time. But the caveat with that is you can't actually save whatever game loads there. Will not be able to save because it's a special mode in the core. Anyways, if you just find those files and delete them, that's probably what you want to do.
Yeah. And that's something that it did before. Like I think that was something that happened before. Like every time you start up the Genesis core, it would boot Sonic, and that doesn't happen anymore though.
It's it was the ROM packs that had those set by default, and you had to delete them. Right. Because I've run into that too, but I've never intentionally set it up that way myself.
Yeah, it doesn't like happen anymore.
Kiosk mode.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And then I got the timeout, which is like.
It's good to leave the timeout there because the menu core is where the memory is recognized. So if you boot into a core and you skip the menu, sometimes you'll end up with funky issues. But again, these are not normal user features. So really the main features you want to do is set your video mode to something higher than 720p. Let it be 1080p, 1200p, 1440p. Mm-hmm. Turn on VSync adjust to 2 if you're using the display to game, and you can handle that. And then there's one other setting outside this script that when you get back to the scripts menus, we'll have you run. And I have it set by default on my cards, but go back into the script menu if you don't mind. Mm-hmm. And run the fast USB polling on. And that basically enables 1 millisecond or 1000 hertz USB polling, which has no negative side effects.
I forgot how to change the background here. Is it like
F1 on the keyboard? And if you put the images in a wallpaper in a folder called wallpapers with an S, then you can cycle through those images with the F1. Otherwise, it loads preset like test patterns or other stuff.
I guess I must not have. I thought there was like a default wallpaper.
So you might have to press Function F1. I'm not sure what your keyboard is, but it'll cycle through all of the patterns that it has built in, like hard coded into the core.
I could have sworn it was Function FM. Maybe it's not working.
Cycle I'm
I'm trying.
the main menu backgrounds you've been seeing are some that I made earlier this year, just because I felt in the mood to make some backgrounds one day with correct aspect ratio correction, by the way.
Important.
It looks like maybe it's just not doing it either
But
way. Maybe there's
can
nothing
you
on
like
here.
I've always like if I was like recording and I wanted like a different game in the background, like I've always just like rebooted the whole system. But there's probably a hotkey like Smokemonster saying like, what's the hotkey to change the background? Is there a hotkey to just like cycle through the ones that you have installed?
It'll cycle through everything, including the ones you have installed. So it'll go through the
I mean,
patterns
what
and your
button is it, or
wallpapers.
do you just have to reboot every time or something? Like I.
Oh no! If you press F1, it'll just go to the next wallpaper and it'll loop back around. Yeah,
but
it's a loop.
you can't do that if you aren't if you're just using a controller.
It's not doing. Maybe there's nothing on here that would allow for it.
Yeah, I don't know why that would be that it wouldn't be doing that, because it does work pretty reliably for me with F1. But yeah, it'll cycle through everything by pressing F1.
I just like hit everything here.
All right, everybody. Quick update. We're at $3,769.
Oh my God, we're getting close.
With huge donations coming through in the last like 45, 50 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Wow.
Yes. From Zeno's Paradox, we have $210 donation.
Thank you.
Much. Incredible. Amazing anonymous donations of $26, $25 dollars. Just absolutely amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
Yes.
Try, what are you playing, actually?
I'm playing the Lucky Dime Caper starring Donald Duck.
What is that on? Is this Master System?
It's Game Gear.
Game Gear. Gosh, it is. The sprite work is amazing on that.
Now, there's also deep. I was looking up which, because I have both this and Deep Duck Trouble, which I was looking at which came first. This was 91 and that was 93. So I have not played through either, but I just wanted to play. I just figured, well, I'll do whichever was first.
Well, that's great.
So I'm going to go ahead and switch back to my normal mister. Is that okay? I feel like...
No, Corey, that is not okay. I do not want to see you touch that old smelly mister ever again.
New misters only. Whoa!
New misters only.
We've hit 4,000.
What?
Unbelievable.
That,
and I am...
that quick? What?
Yes, Steve Lynn made a $262.50 donation to bring us to a total of $4,031. Thank you all so much. This is unbelievable.
From Steve Lynn?
That is awesome.
Yes.
Steve Lynn works for Discord.
That's incredible.
We met Steve when we were in San Francisco. He drove us around a bit.
Incredible.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wow.
Thank you, everybody. It's on the stream, man. Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations.
Like I said,
So, I mean, you can do everything that you were hoping to do with the groups that you have.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the students. A lot of this, what was planned, had kind of fallen through, and you know, the students really, in a sense, didn't think we were gonna be able to get this, and then you all made it happen, and they're gonna be absolutely blown away and thrilled.
They did not know that you were
doing this.
Yeah.
That you had reached out. You know, I wanted to just like keep it, you know, because I didn't want to get them. I didn't want to. To that point, they'd already gotten their hopes up once. I was just like, okay, like I don't want to try to do this, like get them twice. And man, this is unbelievable.
So it's gonna be a complete surprise to them. Like you're gonna be able to go in there on Tuesday and be like, listen.
Yeah. I'm gonna order these like today. Yeah.
That's incredible.
So Pork Chop, you're gonna be getting an order here soon.
I honestly didn't expect it, but thank you so much. I'm flattered.
Yeah, no, I thank you. Yes, but we are taking more donations. There are definitely stretch goals. You know, I've got just kind of the minimum of getting, you know, a one controller per within this $4,000. So definitely getting any stretch goals. Will definitely get extra controllers, things of that nature. It'll be amazing.
Will the controllers be chained to the desk like the pens at a bank?
Maybe.
I mean, with a donation, we could probably make that happen.
just buy a bunch of toilet
goal,
seats
yeah,
and attach them to the
goal
controllers.
This is amazing.
Oh, we got Smokemonster. Look at it. It's got the VHS tape.
That's incredible.
The VHS.
So we have some more important here than coming in. Are there any questions? Anything you want me to hit on before Smokemonster and anyone else takes over here?
How's everybody doing?
Doing well. Been a while.
Yes.
It has been a while. Pork Chop, no, that's good. Thank you so much. Like it's I'm glad that everything went so smoothly. It gives me. Hopefully, people feel less intimidated by it.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm still setting up my audio here.
Okay. But I mean, I hope that people feel less intimidated by the, like if you like to put together a computer, like you're going to be. It's way easier than that.
I definitely have faith that almost anyone that has use of their hands is able to build a mister with minimal tools. Like you need a Phillips screwdriver. You might need a set of pliers if those spacers are hard to get apart, and you just need to be able to press together with your fingers. And there's no rush, but it's really pretty easy.
And don't
to the point where my kids could definitely build them.
You might not want to rub it around on the carpet or something like that.
Yeah,
that's right. Yes, of course, it is a piece of electronics. But in general, for building, it's pretty easy. The updater script makes life really easy. And there's a growing amount of YouTube content of tutorials and reviews, and from small channels and big channels. My brother-in-law texted me this week. He knows I run the business. He has no knowledge of video games or of Mister. And he saw, I guess it was the Kotaku article popped up on his Google News feed, and he was like, "Whoa, this is pretty cool. Is this what you do?" And I said, "Yeah, a small part of, I'm a small part of that big thing, but it's definitely it's approachable and it's growing. So cool to be a part of."
It's amazing. Yeah.
How did you kind of get involved in the first place? Because I mean, you were early on in the scene.
Yeah, there were others before me, but I used to do console modding. Like back in the day, I used to do Xbox 360 reset glitch hacks and JTAG and stuff. And then I was doing RGB mods and building SCART cables and stuff. And I found out about Mister from Smokemonster actually, and ended up ordering my first 10 sets of boards and sold the extras. I just wanted to keep one for myself, but I knew how to solder. And they sold fast enough that I just kind of sold off all my console modding stuff and switched 100% to building Mister stuff, scaling up to the point where now I don't hand solder anything. Everything's manufactured and factory assembled. And so it's grown quite a bit, but I've just kind of held on as hard as I can and tried to keep up with the demand and, try to take care of my customers.
Excellent.
That was back when parts were impossible to get too. I remember you came onto the scene and it just kind of became you could just go online and order a Mister instead of getting on a forum or getting on a wait list for a year.
Yeah, I was selling on the forum at first, but I remember the fateful night where I had to choose a business name and a domain name. And I was like, what's something that's definitely going to be SEO, search engine optimized for the thing? I was like, I don't know, Mr. Addons. I mean, it's, it's kind of a wild name. Doesn't match my personality, I promise. But, I just chose something kind of mainstream sounding, and the rest is history, I guess. I've been very grateful for all of the YouTube coverage, for anyone, sharing recommendation. And, I've just been holding on for dear life, trying to keep up with all the awesome people here.
I joke about it a lot because whenever, at least in my old house, whenever I would get any mail from you, it would say you got a package here from a Mr. Addons, like your that's your Addons is your last name,
Well, imagine calling UPS to pay my customs bill and having it be Pork Chop Express, which is what one of the factories still puts on my thing. I'm like, yeah, that's me.
But people like you got to get some people who know it, right?
Yeah, I mean, some people get the reference. The people at UPS are usually low on enthusiasm, though, so I don't think they're firing on all cylinders when they're talking to me.
Before I had my PO box, I used to get mail to Smokemonster, and my
first name Smoke, last name Monster.
Got a kick out of that. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's pretty great. Anything to make someone smile, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But Dodonpachi was actually my dream core for arcades. I love the game so much. It's so beautiful. It's, you know, a pinnacle of shooting. And the original developer, I said, hey, do you think you can get your core done? Because he was working on it for a master's degree. I said, do you think you can get your core done before I get my JAMA add-on made? And he said, I don't know, game on. And, you know, I think for the most part, at least Dodonpachi is done. So I think he beat me technically. But the cave core still has lots of games left to add, and I know the developer has been working on it, so it's an exciting time to own a Mister, kind of seeing the development real time.
Oh yeah.
I was talking to them about, you know, when they were working on Dodonpachi, and I had noticed in that same particular like arcade architecture, the awesome Sailor Moon beat 'em up is also made in that same architecture, and I was like, hey, is there a possibility you would make? And he's like, you know, the Sailor Moon beat 'em up. It's like, yeah. And he's like, trust me, it's definitely in the works. So I think that I'm definitely looking forward to that too.
These arcade cores are a labor of love because while they do share components, the libraries for the amount of development are usually small compared to a console with hundreds of games. So I mean, there are fewer developers who want to work for 3 months on 5 games, but they're also, you know, PCBs are very expensive. MAME is good, but you know, has some advantages. But it's so nice when you get a nice, accurate arcade core for Mister. It feels like a huge treat, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I feel that way right now about the Sega 16 stuff, which is something that I wanted for such a long time, and I'm so happy that it's, you know, finally have Golden Axe, you know, Golden Axe and Altered Beast.
Yep.
I mean, I've been very close to buying Golden Axe many times, like just a PCB. Like Joey has one, but you said the sound doesn't work, and it's like, the voices don't work.
Voice. It's just the voice, the speech.
And the voice, like the speech, is like one of my favorite parts about the arcade version.
Yeah.
Imagine Altered Beast without the speech. I mean, how would you know to come out of your grave? You just sit in your grave forever.
Yeah, you just be idle, just standing there. So really quick, you know, we are at $4,273.
Wow! Thank you, everyone.
Vanessa, thank you so much. Vanessa just made an amazing donation of $105, saying thank you so much for the work and education efforts you're trying to do, inspiring the next generations with an underappreciated art form is a fantastic cause and certainly one that should be championed more. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Also, it was awesome getting to meet you at Bob's amazing get-together that we all kind of shared. We saw that Smokemonster, of course, as well. Yeah, thank you so much. Alex from Hong Kong, just saying nice to hear that there's a course teaching art history of video games. Thank you so much. An incredible donation by Tom. I'm truly moved to see this happening. To be able to spread knowledge and open minds is a high calling indeed. I hope this is a great success and spurs more people to follow on and keep our passion alive. Thank you so much. This is this means an awful lot.
Heck yeah.
Appreciate it.
We're all jealous of your students, wishing we had something like this. At least that's the sentiment I've gotten.
Just like games in general. Like I love to tell my kids, you know, I said, you know, when I was your age, like all like games just in general, like it wasn't cool like it is it wasn't seen as being as cool as it is for you guys.
Well, yeah, and I mean I remember, you know, like my parents, you know, just be like, you gotta go, you know, and I spent a lot of time outside, but anytime I would play, it was just like this horrible thing that I was doing, and I was like, no. And I just always think about, you know, that play on like high and low, which I think is just such an obnoxious dialectic, and you know, because ultimately it just everything that is eventually is like high, like started, what is considered low. So it's like, I think about like Charles Dickens, like that stuff was just like pulp that was just printed like, like weekly. I mean, it was people, academia thought it was garbage when it came out. And, and then of course he's like, oh no, you talking like academia now, it's like, oh, he's one of the greatest writers of the English language. You're like, right. So I just feel like video games is in that kind of like situation where, it has been thought of in regards to being such a sense of low culture, but in fact, it's done so much in relationship to technology, and I think showcasing and pushing that technology to places that I'd never imagined it going and being in, and it's going to continue to do so. And I think the more we have an opportunity to like teach, younger generations about that progress that happens naturally, just out of curiosity and wanting to constantly keep pushing, great things are going to come out of it.
I think it's
very, very well said.
Class that you put together.
What's that?
I think they're incredibly lucky.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Smoke. I appreciate that, man.
I was really influenced by my high school art courses, personally.
Oh,
and I went right from that into got an associate's in arts. Started out in computer science, ended up in anthropology, and I would have loved to have something like this. I mean, we were like looking at like interesting things like claymation and movies, pop culture. So this is like right in that same kind of vein, I guess.
Absolutely.
I mean, Joey has sort of explained how, some of the things that he has already gone over with his class, like it's stuff that I never would have imagined going back to in terms of sense of talking about, the origins of this stuff. Like you were talking about extremely, extremely early, like what was it, like Greek programming and like automatons and stuff. Like I never would have thought to start the conversation there. I mean, Well,
it's an amazing thing. Artemio brought up that incredible book about the women that were involved in kind of creating Colossal Cave Adventure. And, in this last lecture that we did and covered in the class, we were talking about Jacquard and like the Jacquard loom, and then as a kind of early form of looking at like programming and code. And then we looked at, of course, Charles Babbage with the like analytical engine as being kind of like the first like computer that like worked autonomously and was kind of created just to like do all this advanced like arithmetic. But there was this other mathematician named Ada Lovelace, who is kind of like historically coined as being like the first programmer, because she kind of added this kind of poetic kind of side to what Babbage was approaching as being just like this purely like analytical like arithmetic machine. And she's like, no, like the possibilities for this like are way beyond the kind of the scope in which you've created it. Like this thing has so many possibilities that you can tell it to do.
Trying to crunch numbers.
Yeah. And
not
so
just trying to find out, do math easier.
Yeah, and so she's like kind of known as like the first programmer. And what's crazy is she's the daughter of the poet Lord Byron, which I just thought that connection was incredible. Yeah.
My best buddy named his daughter Ada, or Ada.
No way.
After her. You might be listening right now.
Awesome. Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's really cool.
You were, Joey, you were telling me about like how you're getting into like, I don't know what it was. You were talking about like Alan Turing or something like that.
Yeah. So Alan Turing, Christopher Strachey. Yeah. So just talking about like, and there's like a sci-fi element and an undertone that I really love.
Yeah.
Because I think that's important. Because I think that's important to like the progress of the technology is that like imagination. Because I think it's like that imagination fuels that sense of progress of like what's possible. And once it's kind of like imagined, it's like, man, I really want to like work to make it possible. And you know, I think about it in terms of, and I make maybe like Smoke, you can kind of like chime in on this too. And I was talking to Artemio about it. It's like once you start kind of like that curiosity and that, I don't know, that sense of like experimentation of working on a non-working arcade board and you like get it to work is just like this amazing feeling. And then like you just kind of like keep wanting to do that. And then all of a sudden, like the entertainment of the game is like fixing it physically. And then like you spend like maybe 5 minutes playing it and then you just, man, maybe there's something else that's broken and I can work on and fix. You know?
You just described half the games I've fixed. Time Killers, Double Dragon.
Nice.
3 or 4 times and just moved on.
Yeah, and it's just trying to figure
it's like putting together puzzles.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely it is.
I'm working on a BVM right now that I just picked up in Hollywood. Where is it? Right over there.
Are you in LA now?
No, I am in San Diego.
Okay.
I go up to LA to get candy. Basically, I just raid LA. Like I go in, I take a sample, and then I leave. I'll get PVMs or boom boxes or speakers, stuff like that. LA just unbelievable. Anything you're into, they've got it. Cars, motorcycles, stuff like that.
No, that's amazing. Man. So how big is the BVM? What is
I got it for $100. It's a BVM 20-inch BVM 1916.
Nice.
$100 for a 20-inch BVM.
Wow.
Of course, I guess
it's
it needs
set on
work,
eBay
though.
for a few days. Yeah, but when I contacted the guy, he was basically describing bad capacitors.
Mhm.
So I kind of knew what the problem was, and that's what it is. So I had it running in like a couple hours. Had no signal when I got it, and the sync board had like 20 blown caps on it. So I sent it off actually to Zero himself, Porkchop knows, to work on it for me. To fix that board. It has a bunch of traces that got all messed up, which I'm just not that great at doing like microscopic trace work.
Yeah, that's tough stuff.
My Mister is like an amalgam of all of these different parts sellers. So I have a bunch of Porkchop parts in it. I've got Zero himself parts. I have the original Tinkerplunk parts in it from Jacob, who like was one of the first people to do them in mass, and then he got overwhelmed.
Yeah, Jacob's great.
He fulfilled his orders and then kind of passed the reins on to a new generation of sellers. I think he's working on a law degree now or something.
He's doing something pretty useful.
Mm-hmm. I did a video a long time ago on video games as art.
Oh.
I wasn't crazy about it, so it's unlisted now, but it was like museums and video games, and I mean, like, what I didn't like about the video in retrospect was that I didn't talk about all the museums that do all the great stuff with video games. That's kind of why I don't have it listed. But yeah, that whole like high art versus low art thing, and where that idea even comes from is interesting to me. And yeah, like you said, like all of this popular art started out as low art pretty much and has risen. I mean, come on, like more people know about Super Mario Brothers than Cezanne probably.
Exactly right. And no, that's
not to say they're more important or anything.
No.
But, you know.
Well, I think, it's like they have this equal kind of weight in context, in the context that they're in. And that's exactly, when at that gathering we were at, I keep talking about this mysterious gathering, but the gathering we were at, that Bob put together, and I was telling them that there was this amazing, thing where I would get to, talk kind of casually with like Marcus and Artemio, and then kind of like, there was a certain part where like my knowledge just like was just left behind, and listening to them and how advanced their thinking within, that particular discussion, concerning, I forget even what the discussion, it became so abstract to me, but I remember picking up on things and learning from it and never feeling like I was being excluded from the conversation. Whereas, you know, it's just like I've had solo museum shows, like being in like an art opening, and you know you're around somebody that's, you know, an academic or, you know, a curator, and if you are not part of the conversation, you're made to feel like step aside, you know, in this kind of very elitist way. And
That's one of my critiques of museums is, and because I've done museum studies and I worked at the Field Museum and stuff.
Oh wow!
Just the idea that you have to have a extremely, you know, it's difficult to get access to what museums have, basically.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of stuff. You know, they might have less than 1% of it on display at any time. That's a critique I think a lot of people have. Some museums are really good about giving people access, even if they don't have a great reason. You know, like under observation of the curator or whoever. But then some museums, you know, even if you're like an indigenous person, you can't really get access to your own, you know, unless you're an academic yourself or have a really good reason. It's hard to get access to that stuff.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. 100%, man. I agree.
I'm getting crushed here.
Or are you not 1CCing Dodonpachi?
No. No,
I can 50cc it. I'm not sure if that's good.
I'm hoping eventually. I'm excited for
so hard.
Mushihime-sama. It's probably my favorite. I love the soundtrack in that game so much, and I was happy it got a Switch release, like done by I guess some of the original team, which is cool. But I would love to have that on here as well. But like I said,
does it work with the
is like
flip grip thing?
I don't know. I don't play my Switch in handheld that much, especially since I'm like home most of the time at this point.
Makes sense.
I should have jumped on the flip grip and I just passed it up. And
you know, I have an extra one if you want it.
Really?
Yeah, I bought one, then one came with the copy of Downwell that I got for the Switch.
Cool.
So I have an extra.
Game.
Gosh, it really is. I agree. You know, that's the other part of the course too. Is just like I wanted to have a course where the students didn't feel like, one, that it was just kind of like mindless entertainment, and that two, it's one of the largest, like, I don't know, like cultural output industries in the world. And it's like I want them to feel like they have foundational language to and understanding to be able to consider or think about having a career, you know, in that industry and in that field. And I think that, you know, especially thinking about indie developers, especially now, it's incredible the opportunities that individuals have, and you know, to even make the video game industry even better. And I feel like it's still very open to being you know, I don't know.
And I think like exposing kids to, you know, some of like older games like this, because I think that, you know, especially in this age of like Fortnite and like being like the most popular game, and most kids like only look at that, you know, like I think that they probably think, oh, this old stuff, it's no good.
Yeah.
You know, and this is kind of a way to show them that that's not the case. Yeah. Because I mean, I know that people making games now played all this stuff like growing up, but in, you know, 15, 20 years, like what about the kids then? Like, well, they have mainly like, what would they have played?
Like it would blow my mind to think of a day where like people making games like never played Mario 1, you know?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
I mean, that's.
I bet there are though. Like, cause I like the idea of you just exposing people to the look of pixel art.
Yes.
Too.
Yeah.
Which, like, cause for us, it's the natural look of games.
Yeah.
Right? To me, it's. And like I see uncanny valley stuff in modern games. It's weird to me. Like,
I agree.
The natural look is pixel art, whereas if you're born into the world now, the natural look, you might never seen pixel art, you know, unless you're lucky.
Or if you're seeing some, it's just like
indie games are.
You know, there's a lot of. I'm not saying there isn't any. Just like if you're brought up with Fortnite.
I mean, it's obviously, I think, valuable for people to be exposed to this stuff because these genres are still popular. And I remember when the GBA came out, I thought it was such a miracle for such a system to exist, because I kind of felt like for a long time that, like, 2D games were in a bad place. Like, they weren't going to make it.
Yeah.
And
yeah, outside of indie, it was like that was all there was, except for GBA, pretty much. A few games here and there.
I mean, like, there was the original Game Boy, but that was, that was more primitive than like the NES even, and I feel like I enjoy original Game Boy today much more than I did like once it was getting to be so old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love going back to Game Boy and discovering new games on Game Boy that I never played. And but at the time, though, it felt like 3D games was the future and 2D was getting completely left in the dust. And now to have a new platform with the GBA that was providing us with brand new, like, Super Nintendo tier games as kind of its main function was this, like, awesome and amazing thing to me. And it just felt like such a cool revival of that style of game that I was afraid of dying off. And, like, when the DS came out, I was really nervous about its 3D capabilities because I thought, well, that's it. Like, 2D art is done. It's gone.
Yeah.
And luckily that turned out to not be the case. And even on consoles with indie games, it very much turned out to not be the case. But there was a time where it seemed like that art form was going to die off, and I was upset about it.
Yeah.
But much as I also enjoyed being on the forefront of 3D games. I mean, that was what I found so exciting about, like, the N64. Like, it felt like, it felt like I was watching the future unfold, and it was like, it's such a higher level than I ever would have imagined being possible at that point. And but there it was. And so, I mean, I was excited about the future, but I was also, like, really disappointed about, the old styles dying off. And luckily we don't, I don't think we have to worry about classic gaming too much. I mean, in terms of new games adopting these, classic styles. I mean, it's almost impossible to keep up with them at this point. There's so many.
Just today, I walked through one of the rooms we have in our house, and my kids just started playing Fortnite. Like, we just allowed them to start playing Fortnite, but we only have, like a good dad, there's only one setup, so they have to share. Mm-hmm. So instead of sharing, there's a mister hooked up to a CRT right next to the Xbox that's hooked up, and so one of them will sit there and browse through Nintendo games and just play them and sample them, and he really likes old things. So I think it really depends on the person, because all four of my kids are very different from each other, and it's kind of fun to see what makes each of them tick.
Yeah. Well, just, if you've seen like part 1 of Analog Frontiers that we did, Matt Lisi's kids, love Atari games even. And, like, Atari games are, like, let's be honest, like, I don't know if anyone on this call, like, really likes Atari games all that much. Like, but the thing is, like, Atari is not all that well loved in the the retro gaming community in general, but it's respected, but not something that people generally like to play that much, I think. But
appreciated, but not really used.
Yeah, exactly. But, like, even though, like, Atari is not my thing at all, like, I respect the heck out of 7, 8, 9-year-old kids, like, legit finding that to be fun, because, like that just has so much hope for the future of the medium and the preservation of it. I mean, you know, I just think that's incredible. Like if there's hope even for Atari games for the future, then I think there's a lot of hope for every type of game, really.
I had so over Christmas, I have all these spare. You have spare consoles, right? Like stacks of.
I mean, don't even get me started.
and it occurred to me, I'm like, like my nephews, I'd given them an NES years ago, and they liked that. Like they had a few games they liked. I gave them an EverDrive and an NES, and then a few games I had spares of. Last Christmas, it dawned on me, I'm like, if I get like RetroTink cable, whatever those are called, the one that has the cable, it's built into the cable.
The
Rad2X.
Rad2X, yeah. So I gave them a Rad2X and a spare Super Nintendo, and then like 5 games. And I didn't at the time. I was like, "Are they gonna like it?" And I don't even know why I question that in retrospect, because like they love it. They don't just like it. Like they each have a favorite game now. Like there's 3 of them, and yeah, I just think it's unquestionably good. It's just a matter of getting it to people in a good way. Like with Mister.
Yeah.
It's essentially perfect. And from a preservation aspect too, I consider once there's a Mister core, a console is safe forever. Until the end of time, we'll be able to reproduce the console nearly perfectly once all the hardware is gone or super expensive because of all this weird stuff that's going on. It's safe once you've got a Mister core.
Mm-hmm.
And like we're getting down to even like the really obscure stuff now is getting saved in Mister, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
The arcade world is a huge frontier that will go on forever, of course, but as far as consoles and stuff and obscure computers, stuff like that.
The arcade crowd too is some of the most passionate that I've come across. Like I have a lot of them as my beta testers that I didn't really know prior to. We had a very spirited discussion about the merits of accurately reproducing the test menu of an arcade core versus just putting the settings in the Mister menu, and how certain people do feel like it's not a complete core until I can get to the original test menu and set the settings in there. I mean, so there are like obviously levels to preservation, but I just appreciate anyone willing to, for free, work on these cores, research, develop, document, and share the source. It's awesome to me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And from now until the end of time, I mean, FPGA's processors are going to be around forever. And getting this stuff to the point where it just needs to be ported from, one thing to the next over the next 100 years or whatever, or brought into our virtual world that we'll be in,
Yep.
It's cool.
I like it. I agree with you, Smoke, that this is a nice
really
preservation project.
Like, I either want to play 2D pixel art games or I want to play virtual reality, and there's like no in between.
Yeah, no,
that's where
I relate.
It's a very bizarre spot.
Yeah,
the hard thing with 3D gaming is that it's trying to mimic reality, and it gets better and better at it. But you can beat the graphics of a game by just looking around. So it feels like, to me, it's trying to approach what I already have in real life. Obviously, the adventure aspect is different, but yeah, I'm kind of the same way with 3D games.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, for whatever reason, like, I just haven't gotten into them. Like, I mean, there's a handful I like and everything, but like, if I'm going to play a game, it's either going to be an old game or like a brand new VR game. It's weird.
Have you played Earth Defense Force 2025? That's one of my favorite mindless 3D games.
No. Is that VR?
No, it's like for
I played the
Xbox.
I played the EDF games on the 360, if that's one of them.
I think 2025 is on. Yeah,
Yep, that's it.
That's the one that I put
game.
the most time into, because it was Corey. Me and Corey have our Xbox accounts linked, and so he got that, like, with Games with Gold or whatever. It's really fun. It's like the sense of what do they call them? Is it the Valkyries? Is that what they're called? The flying
ones, yeah.
They like the sense of flying with them, like, as stupid as those games are, and is like kind of almost, I would say, intentionally like lo-fi looking they are. Like, the sensation that you get from flying as those characters, like, is like what I envisioned flying in video games could be and should be like back in like the 90s. You know, like something about the way that flying feels in that game, and the way that you can just like take off from the ground and land on top of a building and start blasting enemies, and then take off from that building and land on another building, or you know, it just, the feel of it is so cool to me. Like it's just, it's so simple and so stupid, and yet I think they've accomplished something like sort of remarkable in a way. Like I don't know how to explain how impressed I am by how they do it. I don't know.
That game stood out to me too, and I'm glad that the Digital Foundry people aren't here, because that must be like their nemesis, because they don't care about frame rate in that game. They'll load up the screen way past what the system can handle, let you have bigger and bigger explosions down to whatever 15 frames per second, but that's the beauty of it.
Or play it on Series X, and I'm sure it's like flawless.
But I just unwrapped my disc actually to play it on Series X with my kids recently.
But that's kind of the whole point. Is it's like you're not supposed to expect it to run good. As weird as that sounds.
Yeah.
It's hilarious fun.
Yeah. You know.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I don't want to take up any more time here. You're in good hands with Smokemonster. Love the jacket there, Smoke.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, thank you. I wore this in honor of Corey being a Smashing Pumpkins fan like me.
Oh, I
didn't know that.
Is it zero? I can't see it. You're like on this other monitor right here. It's like really small.
I also have the My Life in Gaming shirt on underneath.
One of the handful that we've ever.
Are you gonna take off the jacket at 4,500?
yeah, I will. The jacket comes off at 4,500, people. That's all that's coming off, though.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your night. Congratulations on the successful funding, and let me know how I can help.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. We'll be in touch.
All right. Take care.
Thanks.
Keep up the great work.
Thanks. Bye.
I'm not sure if when he's gonna join, but we have Classic Gaming Quarterly is in here, but he's not in. Like, hasn't joined the call yet. I know he's in the room.
Oh man. Smoke, have you been
have any more donations come in, Joey?
Yes. We're currently at $4,299.
Wow!
Some amazing donations from William, and again the donation from Vanessa that put us over the 4,000.
That was a big one.
Let's see here. Some other ones come in, I believe. Maybe that's it. Oh crap!
Vanessa's throwing us that airline money that she gets.
It's amazing and incredibly generous. Very appreciated.
You said you're going to have a CRT in the room?
Too? So when I first started my first year teaching it, this is my 5th year. My first year teaching there, I really wanted to do an event of some sort for the students that wasn't like, I don't know, the typical high school of field day, let's go out and do this. And I was like, man, I want to do something that, I've personally talked to them about, in clubs or classrooms, and in our enthusiasm for video games, I was like, I want to do a video game event. Because, I went up to the library and they had this like little like kind of cubby hole hallway, and just like lined down the hallway are just those monster like, sharp, those 36-inch sharp CRTs on the like media carts, like just the classic high school media cart. And I was like, man, we're doing a video game event. And I had a coworker at the time who was also a video game enthusiast, and both of us kind of brought in some consoles together, and we set them up in what's this like main little space that's in the center of the school, and we're just like, let's just see what happens, who shows up. And I mean, it packed, everybody was there and playing, and it was super fun because there were so many individuals that otherwise wouldn't have interacted with one another, like found themselves like interacting over and with video games. And I'd said before, there was one really there was a situation that really stuck out, and still sticks out in my mind. That was definitely one of the things that influenced me wanting to kind of create this class. And the social aspect of it is we had a student that didn't really talk to anybody, really kept to themselves. And during this event, I look over, and that student is at the Sega Saturn station and playing Virtua Fighter 2 with our basketball player, and they're laughing and talking smack to one another, and it was amazing. And it's one of those social things that I've always felt that video games can do, that art always kind of says it does, but it doesn't really do. And it was just always this amazing thing. And they were taking pictures of the event to kind of share on a newsletter, and that particular scene kind of happened to be in one of the photographs, and the student's parent emailed me, and they were just I never would have imagined this photograph existing, ever, seeing this situation. And
that's awesome.
Trash
talking's a life skill too, and being able to take it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, it totally is. I mean, because in our classes, even starting off with kind of those intro classes when I have freshmen, I mean, we do critiques after every project, and it's getting them to talk about being able to share constructive criticism, and I don't know, and there's also that time where they're gonna get after each other with stuff just because they want to do that, and yeah, but it's great.
I went to a barcade with my buddy Saburi a few years ago, and he's a big Street Fighter player from arcade days, and he was on Street Fighter 3 cab playing this other guy, and he was talking trash, going crazy because they were both pretty good, and the other guy was scared of him. I told him man, you got to remember people weren't necessarily in the arcades like we were.
Yes, they don't do that.
And you're a sponsored bodybuilder now. You're a little threatening being an adult doing trash talk.
That's so funny.
Out of that.
No, that's good. That's good. I was at our last trip to Japan. One of the nights where we kind of close it out, we always end the trip. We start in Tokyo and then kind of go around, and then our last 2 or 3 nights will be in Tokyo, and we usually spend them in Kondo, so we're close distance to Akihabara. And there was one evening we were there at Taito-hei, and usually when I go there, there's a crowd, but there's never this crowd that I saw. So I go up, and I'm kind of walking around. My wife is playing Tetris. I was over there playing some of the bullet hell shooters. And I go to walk past this little selection of claw machines, and there was just this 4 candy cabs next to each other, and there were probably 30 plus people surrounding these 4 candy cabs that were playing Super Turbo. And so the way it's set up there, you don't sit at one cabinet, so it's this. The person at this cabinet was playing this person, and then the person here was playing this person. And the speed and the intensity of which those people, those individuals were playing this game was frightening. It was unbelievable. And I mean, things were heated. It's just, and I mean, to see people just watch, I mean, I couldn't take my eyes away. It's see somebody, just go on an absolute tear with Zangief, and I mean just own for 20 minutes.
What's funny is, growing up, I used to think I was good at Street Fighter.
Same with me. Same with me.
Internet.
Just because
and
you were good
watching...
around among the people that you played it, at the mall.
Yeah.
And man, it was amazing because you would see it, somebody would lose, and they'd kind of just hit the the deck a little bit, and you'd see them kind of get up. It was just so conveniently placed, and I think curated for a reason, because right across from those candy cabs, just those particular ones, was the smoking room. So then people just go in there and just like staring out the like glass, just glaring at it, just chain smoking, and then they'd like run back out and go and do another round, and it was awesome.
Now were these like people of the age to have grown up with the game, or younger people?
No, they're 13.
I couldn't quite tell. Like, there were definitely younger people there, and then there were also people like my age that like grew up with it. So there was a mix, but I'd say people in like their late 20s, early 30s, maybe. But then there were some people like that were like 40.
Yeah.
And that's what's amazing, and I think that's what, when Frank was on, he was talking about that translation that he did with Phantasy Star, and like the story is just amazing. It's just like, oh, your brother gets killed by like, the secret police of this like overlord, and like your first reaction is like the protagonist is like, I'm gonna take his sword and I'm gonna go and like kill this person. It's like the strongest person in the entire universe. And we always, I don't know. I've never quite put together how to work around it, but it's like always thinking about video games as like a child's thing, or like for young people. But it's like when you read some of these stories that are obviously intended by the creators, I mean, they're like dense, like heavy narratives. Even looking back at like playing Final Fantasy VII, I was like 19 or 20 when I played it, but still some of that stuff was completely over my head. And like I look back at it now, I'm just like, man, this is incredible. I mean, like, this is like Charles Dickens. Like this is the stuff, But then just like to think about it, how it always gets framed, I guess, because it seems, I guess, as a waste of time, and that it's frivolous.
It was sold to us, like as if we should be ashamed of it or something.
Yeah.
Still, like, it's like that sense of sin that's built into us. It makes no sense or anything, but
Totally.
people still do that. But it was really heavy, I think, when we were growing up.
Oh,
Yeah.
It was very. And I think PlayStation helped because it was appealing to an older generation. Maybe that started to shift the waters. If you grew up with the PlayStation era, maybe you didn't have this kind of weird shame that we have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but no, you're right. I mean, I think that is a big part of it, and my parents were the same way. I mean, I love them; they were incredible. But it's just like, man, they hated. I mean, not hated, but they were just like put off by, the amount of video games that I played. And it was just like, I don't know. It's like, no. We had this great discussion in one of the early class meetings for the art history of video games, and like students, like sophomores in high school, being able to recognize the like playing games as this kind of like space, like creative mental space for like escape, and I thought that was just incredibly like bold, but also like very wise and mature of such a young person to recognize like that activity that I feel like is both active and passive simultaneously, to be like this space, like this safe space, to be able to imagine. And I was really impressed.
Oh, I love when you kill Death Adder. I love that he. Dang it, is it gonna happen? Oh, I want it to. I love his death animation.
Man, Golden Axe. It's funny. My wife and I mean, it was just one of those. Well, I grew up in a very small town in northern Kentucky, right on the river, and when I was growing up, it's just kind of always hard to like articulate, but it's like there were literally like just along the like 4 blocks that was kind of like the main avenue, were like 6 arcades, like 6 places you could go in, and there were a ton of cabinets. Here it is.
Yeah, it's cut off though, unfortunately.
I
love the idea of just throwing it as axe, the golden axe.
Just throwing up in the air.
Goes almost off screen.
we had one
impales into
spot in
his chest.
particular that was like a laundromat, and the proprietor, you know, she just kind of like knew, you know, what cabinets, like she just always wanted the new stuff in, so we would come in and spend money. But I mean, that's where I like played all of the Sega System 16 stuff, you know, Shinobi and
Try. Did you have you ever? I'm sorry. I want to try to see this. If he's never seen the ending of Golden Axe before,
really?
Try. Have you ever seen the ending of Golden Axe?
I mean, I
it's the best.
I got to
it's so stupid.
In the Genesis version, I got to the
last guy, right? Are you watching this ending?
I got to the new last boss that's in the Genesis.
It's
wait, they just like leave the temple and they go to the city?
No. It cuts to a scene of like a family playing Golden Axe in the arcade, and all the characters jump out, and they start chasing him across the city. Like that's the ending of the game.
Yeah,
amazing.
I know, right?
It was all a video game all along.
Yeah, it's completely nonsensical, and that's why it's funny because it's like, all right, you rescued you saved the world from Death Adder, and then it's like it was all a game, and then the characters jump out of the machine.
So does Golden Axe 2 take place in the real world?
No, but that would be brilliant if it did. It should have.
Yeah.
Maybe it does, and you just don't know it. Maybe it's like, some John Hammond out there made an island for barbarian warriors. that's where Golden Axe 2 takes place.
I'd like to think that.
Yes. I would
it.
love to get that Revenge of Death Adder board.
Oh man, I wonder if that'll ever get a core. Like, what is it? Like is it like System 32? Yeah, something like that. I would love that.
Oh man,
a lot of people would like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just like everybody wants that.
Yeah, I feel like
so good.
This System 32 might be possible.
I like this game is very much not great, but on a backloggery stream once, I don't know, a year or two ago, I just played it randomly and almost got to the end in 20 minutes or something. It's
wow,
so easy pretty much. I didn't quite finish, but I got so close. I think the last level might have been hard, but everything else was so easy. Watch me say that, and I'm going to have some trouble. But I've met my goal of beating 3 games today.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I thought while I was in Game Gear mode, I thought, why don't I try Ninja Gaiden, because I was so close to beating this a while back, and I don't think it'll be a lot of effort. So let's see what happens.
In 1 hour?
Maybe I can do 4.
I love Mr. turning Game Gear and Game Boy and Game Boy Advance into consoles.
Yes.
Because, Game Gear is basically a Master System. Game Boy Advance is like a sequel to the Super Nintendo. And Game Boy looks really good on a TV. Who knew?
Yeah.
I guess you guys did because you have consoleized ones.
Yeah, but even before then, the Super Game Boy was always my preferred way to play Game Boy. That's always kind of been the end game to me. Some people are okay, don't get me wrong, I think the Analog Pocket is going to be pretty amazing, and I think I'll probably play it more than I think I will.
Mm-hmm.
But that sound like an oxymoron. I think I will play it more than I think I will. But but in the same way that I thought I'm never going to play Switch in handheld mode, and I actually play it quite a bit in handheld mode.
I'm huge into handhelds, weirdly.
But see,
just
a lot
they're
of
so
people,
easy to just turn on.
The difference with Switch though is the am I hurt?
Nice choice.
How do you hurt this guy? I don't. But anyway,
standing in one place and swinging a club.
Oh, I think I'll wait for him to move his club back. Oh, he's defaying his belly.
So he's like King Hippo.
Yeah, basically.
Doesn't Classic Gaming Quarterly has the Golden Axe arcade PCB,
Yeah.
right? And this, yeah, that's right. Where is he? Get him in here, Chris.
He's in the thing. He just needs to join in the call.
But anyway, like the Analog Pocket, I'm sure it's going to be great and stuff. But like, what's so interesting to me about it is that a lot of people seem to have. And I'm not criticizing, by the way. I'm just saying it is interesting to me because I don't personally feel this way. A lot of people feel like handheld games, like they really want to play those in a handheld format. It's like, for example, one of the responses that we'll get is, on a video is like, well, for a Game Boy, well, why not just play your Game Boy games on emulator on your phone? It's like, it's not why not play your Game Boy games on a Raspberry Pi? It's why not play them on emulator on your phone? And it's like, to me, like there's nothing inherent about Game Boy games that like makes them like, I need to play this in a handheld form. Like, to me, the end game is always like, I want to display the game on a screen, like that, a big screen. Like that's my ideal for anything, whether it originated as handheld or not. And that's not to say there aren't some games that are great as handheld games. Like, a lot of RPGs, like just the grinding in them makes sense sometimes in a handheld. It's games like WarioWare where it's very, quick, simple games. Those are great handheld concepts, but there's nothing about it still that makes me feel like it should be on a handheld in the same sense that, like, some people might say that, an NES should be on a CRT, like it's, I don't know. Like that's, I don't know how y'all feel about that. Like, I don't feel like Game Boy games are better when you play them handheld.
I just like, well, I have a few, that I play, like Advance Wars. I always play it handheld and I take it with me because I get addicted to it. But yeah, I'm curious actually to see them on a screen so you can see everything, because you can't, at least on my I just had to avoid swearing. On my Game Gear, you can't see almost anything, even after I did the backlight mod. It's just kind of a blur. There's stuff going on, but I wouldn't be able to tell that this is going on necessarily.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I think it's cool to do those, mods where you can like put a really awesome screen into them and everything. I just don't have that in any of mine except for my Game Boy Advance.
See,
I guess I did the early mods to my Nomad and Turbo Express.
If you saw my video though, like I don't especially love the screen mods.
Yeah, I remember.
I get it. Yeah.
Oh, how you doing, Smoke? Pleased to see you again, my friend.
Hey, how you doing, Artemio?
Doing fine.
Got you on a little earlier. That was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I was reading you. Did you mention the mosaic thing that did you mention in the chat? I have it here in my notes, but I don't know if you mentioned it. Oh, about the pixel art and early mosaic from early civilizations.
Yeah, I was like, the last time I went to the San Diego Museum of Art, which was right before they closed for lockdown, they had mosaics there, and I tweeted something about that, and they liked that, I guess. But yeah, you look at mosaics, it's pixel art.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to
it. Yeah.
I was talking earlier in the stream about how I was looking at like my mom's cross stitch artwork recently. I'm like, this is pixel art. Like it's interesting when you think about like how relatable that is to like mediums like that, like mosaics.
For sure. No, absolutely. 100%.
I always liken the look of a CRT, like a PVM, a really nice CRT. Running an RGB signal. Lots of people are like, oh, it's too sharp or whatever. We didn't see it that way, but to me, it's like stained glass. It's like it's so.
And it's like a middle ground, right?
And it's interesting you bring that up, because one of the first things I remember talking to Corey about when I discovered a lot of the RGB masterclass stuff was when I was in college, when I was going to art school, all of the academics and every art history book when you would look at the Michelangelo's mural in the Sistine Chapel, it was all earth tones, and that's because like centuries of like incense being burned and all of that smoke going up to the ceiling had, and not to my knowledge, I didn't, I just figured they were always taking care of it. But like when I was growing up, you'd look at, reproductions of it in a book, and it was earth tones. And, you'd have all of these authors and critics. I mean, they had based their careers off, like Michelangelo, this like loving, these earth tone colors, and had no interest in colors outside of that, and then like they go up and they start like cleaning, the Sistine Chapel, and they're like, oh, this person's robe is like fuchsia. And so it's like all of that just gets scrapped, it's like, no, it's that's, that was a part of seeing it, but it wasn't the actual thing itself. And, it kind of did that for me, kind of going to RGB and like looking at a PVM and like getting to like see, in Sonic, like with Sonic running and like actually seeing like his ears wiggle. I was like, what? Like, this is incredible. And just that, just like one little pixel. And I mean, the art of that, and the art of like that sense of suggestion is just, I mean, it was just like, man, I hate that I missed that. Like, it's such a beautiful gesture and such like a little detail that is like, it really, I don't know. I love stuff like that.
I mean, good art sometimes goes beyond what the artist intended, right? It's how the viewer perceives it as well. So like, I think a lot of people grew up seeing, it's like scan lines, it's only scan lines, it's only composite, it's only on a CRT, it's only this, it's only that. But there are so many different ways to view and interpret that art, and I think it's fine however you saw it as a kid and however you want to view it today is totally fine. I mean, something I often think about is, when people are saying like, oh, like I didn't see pixels, I saw scan lines. Well, if you played Mario Paint, you could go in and make your own like sprite characters in it.
Yeah.
And, you draw them in with the little squares. And I would get graph paper and colored pencils, and I would like sit like with my note, with like RF video quality, but I would do my best to like play other Super Nintendo games and like figure out like how could I, I would look so closely to see like what the actual pixel structure was so I could convert it into Mario Paint. And it was always to me like, the truest form of these images, the original raw form that I just can't quite see because my TV's not good enough is much clearer, much cleaner. And don't get me wrong, I have an appreciation for composite. Some people think that like, oh, we hate like composite video. So I think composite video is fascinating, and in some games it really does create sort of a hidden depth to the image. But at the same time, like for my own personal plane, I usually don't choose it, but I think it's fascinating. I do have an appreciation for it.
Yeah, composite effects are really interesting.
Which is interesting.
Video artists use that, speaking of art. Back in like 80s, 90s video art that you'd see in galleries on a PVM, and they'd be doing all this really crazy stuff with composite effects.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I mean, Steve like personally delivers CRTs, or I don't know if he's done recently, but like, I mean, he's told me stories about, personally driving and delivering CRTs to like the Philadelphia Museum of Art.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they have so those video artists had rules about what it would be displayed on. That's why you see like PVM 2030s are really popular and the 2930s because it's like specifically designed for that by the artist, and so they still display it on that. I'm sure one day they'll stop, maybe, or
Yeah, I mean, every time I've ever gone and seen like a Bruce Nauman video, like in a museum, it's always on like a 2030. PVM.
And I had no idea until pretty recently that like video art was even a thing. Like, I mean, movies are art, right? Stuff can be on a screen and still be art. I never thought of it as a genre for like museum display. I just had no idea that was a thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I just got my new BVM has SDI digital input, and so I got this little box that can take HDMI 480i into it, and I want to look at.
Is it an AHA? Or what the system did you get?
This is which PV? I got a BVM 1916.
No, sorry.
This
is
the
converter. Yeah.
This is a JVS Pro H. This is like a $300 box. Got it for $40 on eBay.
That's
It was one of the. I wanted to get one that specifically did 480i because that's max.
I also have one SDI here that I love, and I used one of those converters a while ago. Please go ahead.
I thought you couldn't do 480i with SDI.
Yeah.
Really?
Some of them specify it. Most of them start at like 720p nowadays. It looks like.
Yeah, but back in the day when I was working on television, that's all we used. We used SDI for 480i.
Interesting. Well, because I was told that you couldn't, because I got a converter as well, and I have a BVM, but I never figured out how to get anything out of it. I've never. It's a BVM Core gave me, but I don't have another analog card, unfortunately. So I've tried to get something out of it. I just have not been able to figure it out. But I've also not really tried too hard because I mean it's not like a great condition BVM or anything. So
I was told that I can do custom video modes with my graphics card.
Yeah, probably.
In order to get interlaced 480i. I haven't actually done it yet though, so we'll see.
And now that you mentioned a while back about composite, and yesterday I was recording Shinobi Tree. You know the waterfalls that are in the first level, and they get these green tones and everything is transparent because of composite and only on composite video.
Right.
But I recorded them from the CRT, from a RetroTink, and the CRT on composite and the CRT on RGB. And every single one of those lost something. I didn't have the whole thing that I love about it from just one of them. If I had to choose, I'd go with the PBM with RGB. But I lost something on each one of those. And I was wondering, I've never tried the Mister with the composite filter on that particular scene on Shinobi Tree.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to ask about that.
You know that it has the filter,
right
for dithering. Yeah.
I was talking to Try yesterday about how you have to use like a dongle to like even be able to do composite from the Mister, which I didn't even know.
So I was confused though, because is it not the same one that you can use with like the analog NT or the NT Mini?
Yeah, because that's just like an adapter. I think the thing that you need,
right?
Is
but like, I mean, you're talking about like I was pretty sure that because Artemio, weren't we talking a while back about like like the NES core can do like the very particular analog characteristics of NES composite, and the Genesis core can do can't it?
Well, right now it's not designed to output composite. It's the Mister core for Genesis has an option to enable an algorithm that does the kind of the simulation of what composite video does over dithering, but just over dithering. It's selective, and it's very smart. It's very interesting, and it shows on Sonic, and it shows on Shinobi Tree.
Composite blend, that thing right there, right?
That exactly. You
have
to check it out.
One too. I don't know what the difference is though.
But it doesn't output composite. They could do that, but I don't know if there's something already in the works.
I was asking Porkchop about this a few weeks ago because this is when I just kind of found out that it didn't even just like natively support it. And he said it has something to do with the pixel clock. Like it causes speckles or something like that.
Yeah, it's a hard problem. Outputting that. There's converters out there. You can use any of those. But
yeah, Antonio
you-
Valena makes that composite and S video.
Right.
But I would love to check
adapter thing.
them on the vector scope and check how colors are transformed, because I have a few, not from him. I have the Super Emotion, okay, that does composite from RGB, but this is like 20-year-old technology. It does an amazing job. It looks great, but if you check it under the vector scope, it's completely wrong. Okay, it's like quantized. It's digital, the conversion of colors, and it gets into slots. It's very strange. And also I have this like I bought.
You realize
this
you
thing.
may be the first person to ever realize that about it, though.
Yeah. Probably, I don't know. Well, measure it probably. And I
Come
also
around to the
bought this
bathroom.
thing for when we're doing the composite color palette for the PC Engine. It's called the Down King 3, the Down King 2. It's a downscale converter. It instead of upscan converter, it's Down King, and it's this little box. I'm not recommending it, but its work is to grab RGB from DB15 and
Oh.
output composite and S-video.
Incredible.
Yeah, but it just scrambles colors. It's not perfect in any sense. It works. It looks decent, but it's not mapping in properly. Ironically, the Super Emotion from 20 years ago was more precise than the newest Down King 2 or whatever it's called.
Down King 2.
Yeah, Down King 2. I have to check on I'd love to check on Antonio. I probably buy one when I can, so I can check on the vector scope how things translate, because there was an intention on the signal, and probably they are converting it properly, and the consoles don't output proper color spec with the vector scope. And that's good, because we'll get something that's cleaner, more akin to RGB. Probably cleaner than the original console. But there's a range of things that we can select nowadays. We can choose to have something that's nicer to look at, or we can choose to have something that's proper or accurate according to the original hardware spec. And none are invalidated. We can choose, and that's the good thing, right?
No, absolutely. I agree. Yeah, I bought one of Antonio's. Like, it was one of the early Mr. Tajama. I have yet to use it. I still have to plug it up and try it. I'll probably try that this week. But
Yeah, I did a video on that when it first came out. It was a big deal.
yeah, I'm excited to. What are your thoughts?
I haven't actually used it. I just covered
Okay. Oh,
that
gotcha.
it existed. See, I don't actually have an arcade cab. I have like almost 70 PCBs now, but I just use them with a super gun. So Mr. Tajama doesn't really do anything for me in terms of like usefulness.
Yeah.
One day it will, when I get a candy cab or something.
It's amazing. If when you just place it there, it's amazing. The issue with me is that I have to take it out from my case, and it stays in the Mr. Gate like 3 months, and when I need it up here, it stays here 3 months. So I will eventually buy another one and leave it alone with the Mr. Gate, right? That would be
There's a decent sale.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And when things are better, shipping to Mexico, and you know how it is with Brazil. You had it worse, but you know how it is.
I just smuggled everything in myself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. But yeah, composite is really interesting. There's a video also by this.
Speaking of that, I spent Victor Valela a big box of stuff I brought in for him, and I labeled the box as microwave parts, and it got some without a text. I figured they're gonna open it up and be like, "What's all this junk?" And so I just put microwave parts, and I guess that's what they thought it was.
Good.
Yeah.
I guess shipping microwave parts is
like
legal.
Just $3,000 or $4,000 worth of stuff from that big fundraiser we did to give him a Mister.
Right.
And everybody started throwing in everything.
It was a big gamble, man.
Yeah. There was there was a scope in there. I mean, it was that was pretty awesome. He was pretty well set up.
Check out the moon on that Shinobi tree, how deformed it is.
Yeah.
Aspect ratios, man.
like an egg.
Well, I think Corey, it looks like Corey's stream is not the correct aspect ratio in general, though.
Oh, in general, I haven't noticed
it's too small.
It's too
like it's not filling his entire screen for some reason.
Yeah, it's not 4:3.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, it's probably set to 256 on Pixel Perfect.
Or just might be the capture card is not interpreting it correctly for some reason.
Could be. It could be, certainly.
The capture card could got stuck on like one of those arcade resolutions or something.
Yeah. And you saw that there's a patch for Shinobi 3 so that it restores the 6-button controller functionality and that kind of thing.
Oh wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Midget also made that. No wonder.
One of my favorite ROM hackers, if not my favorite.
Yeah.
Because of his troubleshooter.
Yeah, I imagine.
What's the story with the 6-button on Shinobi 3? Like, was it planned to support 6-button but doesn't or something?
It is simply hidden. It was removed from the release.
It's just a code, though, right?
Yeah. You can use a code or use the patch, and it's always open. He also added a few things more.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I have like both on Saturn and Genesis like put so little time into any games that either require or particularly usefully utilize
6 buttons.
6 buttons that I feel like I've never really gotten used to the XYZ buttons on Sega controllers, just because like I've just not put. Like I think hardcore supports it, but like just not in a useful enough of a way that I felt like I wanted to use the 6-button layout instead of just like toggling like the type 1, type 2 shot with the C button or whatever. Like I don't know. Like I've got some Saturn games, I think, that use it more heavily. I just haven't put much time into them.
Yeah, fighting's are the obvious choice, but that's not the case.
Yeah, and fighting games is not something I play a lot. And stuff like, on the Saturn, like, some of the games I've put the most time into there was like Panzer Dragoon 1 and 2, and like X, Y, and Z, all those buttons do is like zoom out the camera. So, and I like the camera on like the widest zoom in those games, so I just like hit the X button like one time when I start a level, and then I never need to press it again.
Yeah, I can imagine. I love the feel of the 6-button controller anyway, even if they are
I've gotten more used to it, but early on I definitely preferred.
The one that does use them that I do love is Beyond Oasis. I think that it's very useful there.
I could imagine that. I played that on Virtual Console, so.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I've not put much time into the actual. I don't own the Genesis version, like the actual cartridge, but I boot it on.
Comic Zone is another one that I do like.
Another one that I played on Virtual Console. So.
Did you finish it, Trey?
Yeah.
It's a tough game.
Yeah.
I
believe it's a 256 game.
Comic Zone, probably. I don't recall.
What are your guys' thoughts on Rolling Thunder 2?
I love the intro. I love the music. I was very impressed when the tracks that I loved from the Genesis version weren't in the arcade PCB.
See, I had no idea there was an arcade version of this until like well after this.
And have you checked the sound test?
No. Why?
It's nice. It's nice, and it's one of those that has an autoplay for the full thing.
Oh, okay.
And there's a band that plays the music while you're.
Oh,
just like
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, like
I remember seeing it, like seeing it.
Troubleshooter.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a total game over. I guess there's no continues in this.
Oh.
Like it takes so little time to get to the end.
Just as a
Like
heads
that-
up,
I don't know if that's like the final form of the final boss, but like I feel like I gotta go for it now.
Just as a heads up, like at let's see, probably like, well, no, it's saying live. We've been live for 10 hours 55 minutes. So I guess there is a cutoff on YouTube.
Yeah,
that it
they
will
don't
not
allow, right?
it will not save your stream if it's over 12 hours long.
So you kind of want to turn it off in time.
Right. It's saying 10 hours 55 minutes right now. So I feel like
So we need to try to be shutting it down by 12:10ish. 12:10, 12:15.
Well, I mean, like I feel like that's inaccurate, but I guess we didn't start until quarter after, right? So we won't go until 12:20. Like we were like I think that like we should like
I feel like
at 12 at
12:20
midnight we should start wrapping it up, and we give ourselves like 5 to 10 minutes to wrap it
5
up.
more minutes to
YouTube
finish
tells
whatever
me
we're
that
doing.
you've been live 10 hours and 55 minutes.
And 55. Okay, then it is correct. Okay, so like at midnight, then we wrap it up. You know, we like just get we. You know, like we just
but better be on the safe side anyway.
Right. We don't finish. We don't have to finish at midnight, but I mean, we start saying our good nights.
Yeah.
At midnight. That way it gets saved. Because I hate the fact that 24-hour marathon that we did,
Lost.
years ago was lost. You know, it's the only live stream that we've ever done that's been completely lost. And I mean, yes, it was 24 hours, but it was a great one.
Yeah.
Well, it was just mostly me banging my head against the final boss in Panzer Dragoon Order.
But it gets
I remember that clearly.
Yeah, that was a brutal one.
That was
Yeah, that was a
like
brutal one.
5 hours of the stream.
I think it was more than that.
I hate to say I think it was more.
That was.
It was all because I didn't understand how to level up your dragons, and like I would have saved time if I just like restarted the whole game and like actually leveled my dragons correctly.
Yeah. You didn't understand the dragon genes.
Yeah, it was a single run, and we had the luxury of understanding the game through several runs until we finished it.
Yeah. Yeah.
We had to reset it.
Corey, weren't you on when I did the Mr. Marathon? Yes, you were there.
Yeah.
Was Porkchop? I don't think was into it quite yet. Maybe. Trying to think of everyone.
I do remember that though.
That was a telethon though. This is a marathon. So
yeah. Like what is the difference? A telethon is like.
I had a TV audience there. We had celebrity guests. I had a bunch of video clips. I spent like a week getting video clips from TV marathons, and I had them pop up all throughout.
Oh, that's got something that says special there. Yeah, I should have probably just done a separate recording. But I don't know.
I used to do that, and then I stopped at one point because it crashed the stream, and then I never started recording them again.
Oh,
I just sort of left it up to YouTube.
Yeah, that's the thing I'd be most afraid of, is that something gets it would get messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love the 2-player co-op though in this. It's like when I played the first one in the arcade, I never imagined that a co-op would work so well for this game, but it does.
Yeah, it works amazingly well, and it's really interesting. I never thought of it as the mold that Shinobi copied, but it is.
Yeah.
Just because the setting is so different, right? But that's about it.
Right. Honestly, maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll play some Shinobi. I spent most of my day playing arcade games, believe it or not. I mean, that is my favorite thing.
Did you beat anything, Corey?
Yeah, well, I beat Ghouls and Ghosts in the arcade.
Well, I mean, knock something off your backlog is what I meant.
No, but it's okay. It's okay, you know.
As long as you're happy with what you played, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a good day. You know, honestly, it has not felt like 12 hours to me.
No, not at all.
It hasn't. I'm very surprised. It has not at all. And we're at $4,342.
Man,
awesome!
Dang.
Thank you so much,
I'm
everybody.
very, very surprised and impressed.
Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you.
It's incredible. I think it's incredible that you're doing this for the class and that you guys are hosting this stream.
Yeah,
to raise money for it, and that you did it.
Yeah,
I mean, when Corey told me about it, I was just like, oh man, that just makes so much sense and would just be so fun to do. I mean, it's, I mean, y'all are speaking like it's effort on our part, but I mean, to me, this is just fun.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it was a lot of logistics to get everything in place.
Yeah.
But I
appreciate it.
It only really took like a couple of days of really planning it, and I think I said to Artemio the other day, it's like I really just want it to just feel like comfy and like relaxed and just
it's been comfy, all right.
Even like some of the more technical discussion, everything, like it's just been really nice, just like I just want it to be like warm, I guess,
Yeah, it serves us all, right? These times need that kind of thing, man.
Hey, oh yeah, exactly. I mean,
I don't know if I told you, but you have audio filters for arcade cores.
I did. I saw that. I just saw that.
Check
today.
that out because Risha implemented them, and they're amazing. Because arcade PCBs, when you connect them to an audio system nowadays, they are unfiltered. And
right. Well, we talked about this a while back, but I was not aware that anything had been done about it.
This is
new. You can load them there. Check it out. You have arcade low-pass filters, and they simulate different curves for different kind of speakers. So if you want something that preserves most of the high range, you go with the lower one, the one that says 8 kilohertz. And if you want to cut from the beginning, you use the 2 kilohertz.
I'm gonna turn this up see if I can hear it, just so I can.
Because didn't you say that like our arcade games or arcade cabinets tended to use very specific speakers with kind of a limited range, I think?
Yeah, they use only a a single driver that's full range, right? Which is not true. It's a single driver.
Oh, that's a huge difference.
Yeah, it is.
Holy cow! So when I turn that on, man, I can hear it over my subwoofer a little bit. Like, so much more. Like when I turn it on.
Yeah, so many arcade games just sound horrible.
Yeah,
like when you hook the PCB up, they don't.
It's like so tinny.
Try the shrieky, overdriven.
I've never liked the arcade sound, like insofar as I've been able to hear it through MAME arcade collections, even up to now on Mister. But and we were talking about that, and you're like, oh yeah, our arcade games are like never emulated with like taking into account the types of speakers that they were designed for.
That's true, and Corey right now is using the 2 kilohertz one, which is the most aggressive one. You can use the 8 kilohertz one, which is the one that would go with the best quality speakers on our arcade cabinet. And Ace tells us in the chat that his cores, the one that he's worked on, already are filtered, and you don't need to apply any of these because he's an audiophile and he has an amazing ear, and he's detailed guy, perfectionist. But most cores are emulating the sound as the sound chip outputs, right?
Right.
And they are not necessarily simulating the way that the arcade PCB filtered the audio with the analog part, neither the speakers or the sound in the cabinet. And the idea was, since we don't have MD Fourier for this already, and for anyone in the audience that's out there and loves circuit PCBs and knows how to program for any of those, we would love to have you in the team to create an MD Fourier version for each PCB out there. That's my ultimate goal until I die, and because that's something that will take me forever. And I'm not good enough.
MD3 is the filter.
MD Fourier, I meant. Sorry, it's the software I made to measure audio accuracy
MD
from.
Fourier.
Yeah, MD Fourier. The idea would be to have MD Fourier running on each one of these PCVs and comparing those to the original arcade PCV and generating a filter. But since that was troublesome, Risha thought of future-proofing, and the filters can now be just text files that define what kind of filter you want.
That's awesome.
Obviously with some limitations, but that way you can use them as Corey is using them right now.
Yeah,
I guess next time I play
fantastic.
an arcade game on here, I'll definitely check with you about what filters I should be using, because I've never liked how arcade games sound emulated, and I've never like heard them in their natural environment like quite enough to like really know what they should sound like. So I mean that's kind of amazing. And is that something that MAME just like does not have at all?
They don't have it yet, but that doesn't mean they won't have it ever, right? There are other priorities, and it's also a small team, even though you think it's huge. It isn't. It's a small team, right? And there are priorities.
Why am I having so much trouble on this boss all of a sudden? At least there's a 1-up in the level.
Yeah, but
Artemio, I had a theory that I wanted maybe someone to test one day with MD Fourier. I have a theory that the Neo Geo 1-slot original big board, the MV1F, sounds better than the one MV1Cs, but it's just a feeling that I have, and I wanted to like see if that's true or if it's in my brain.
I'm guilty. I haven't finished the suite for Neo Geo and MD Fourier. I've been jumping between things. It's something I have in the top of my list. Mobius Strip found the way to get me a card to develop on the Neo Geo, and I might thank him deeply for that. And I still have it I have some basis for it, but I still need to learn a few things to be able to code in assembly the things that I need for MD Fourier and the Neo Geo. But that's the goal, yeah. Whenever I do that, you'll know.
Awesome.
I mean, does Neo Geo use like a lot of like cartridge-based audio hardware, or is it all like?
No, Neo Geo has it's a Yamaha, like the Genesis. Imagine that, but on steroids. It can generate FM, but it has this PCM. I'm just gonna say it's not really PCM, but it can play digitized audio, and it can play like MP3s of different qualities, and it also can work like a Super Nintendo in the sense that you have a ton of samples and you can mix them in real time. So it has those 3 kind of modes in which it could operate in a very fuzzy and layman terms, but that makes it very powerful, right? Because you could have like a ROM full with the music in high quality MP3 stream from the card, or generated in FM, or generated from samples.
Interesting.
Or very low quality MP3. That also happened. Metal Slug 4 and Metal Slug 5. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's crazy to think of MP3s. Like Metal Slug is.
Yeah, they are not MP3, sorry, but kind of, right?
Oh, okay.
Like compressed PCM or
but
something.
still, like, I mean, I do think though MP3s were kind of becoming a thing like around the time that.
Yeah,
because I mean, Metal Slug games are like a lot newer than you think they are.
Yeah, but the computing power is not there. It's I said MP3 just to put it in some context.
Yeah.
But no, it's a kind of 80 PCM.
I see.
Yeah, that was I got a kick out of when they were announcing Paprium and they said it has PCM audio, like the best arcade games of the 1990s. I was like, wait, they used the PCM because it was like wave files are huge, and you only had so much, ROM sizes that you could put on cabs back then. So they compressed the hell out of it and made a PCM.
Well,
but I mean,
80 PCM.
I think it's cool.
80 PCM, right? Because PCM is just wave. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 80 PCM can sound decent enough.
Oh yeah. It's the sound that we're.
Yeah, it's kind of how they compress it, right? Because it can be very low quality or it can be high quality. Yeah, but the thing is, as I was mentioning, Risha was really good at making this future-proof and adding those filters for sound.
Yeah,
it's the only place that you can have that.
It's awesome. Yeah, a lot of arcade boards, you know, they output speaker level audio too, and so then you've got you're taking a high to low conversion, and on top of all of that, it just doesn't sound great like when you're wearing headphones. I mean, it sounds great. It sounds fine on speakers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna play some.
Audio in arcades to connect it to a cabinet or a super gun can get messy if you don't stay with the mono. If you go into a stereo, it's like Konami had their own standards, and sometimes they even destroyed them and had them backwards. And like Seibu Kaihatsu had a different standard, and Sega had a different standard, even between System 18, System 32, and Naomi and System 32, sorry. And you have different pinouts, preamplified, non-amplified. STD also has line level or preamplified completely. Sometimes you need to do the volume control outside the PCB. Sometimes it's inside the PCB. You have to attenuate it. It's a mess. It's a fun mess, but it's a mess.
I discovered that working with that Naomi, just the JVS to JAMA converters. Like some have amplifiers, some don't. Some external amplifiers, but some are different. Some won't work, some will.
And Naomi is tame.
The audio to work. Just to get the audio to work on this thing, it was insane.
Naomi is tame, at least.
Yeah.
You have worse before that.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to hear you say how much trouble Naomi was, just because it's comparatively new. Like, I thought, it'd probably be streamlined or easier or something.
I avoided Naomi and newer just because it's hard to come up. It's hard to work into a standardized setup.
Yeah, Smoke. I mean, it is like my candy cab. I mean, it's like a disaster, and like it is a mess, man.
I have
my
Naomi nailed.
Makes a really cool new super gun that's like for more complex stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool.
I have my Naomi nailed to a three-ply wood.
Yes.
And just nailed there, and the cable's just routed because it has the GD-ROM, the NetDeem, the Capcom interface, the Naomi itself, of course.
Yes.
And an extra power supply, because if you use GD-ROM, you need an extra power supply.
Yeah.
And the 3.3 volt converters, and but I have it in like a huge board that I just swap in and out.
That's smart.
I say that it's crucifixed, but
it's your St. John's cross.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like Evangelion, right? That's how.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how the Naomi is tamed.
Man, so. Do you run the Raspberry Pi from your NetDem for your Naomi?
No, I run only discs so far. I'm adventurers like that.
Yeah, I'm curious to try it. Like I've just been eyeing a couple of NetDems, and just like ones that don't work, and just take a gamble and see if I can fix one and then give it a try.
One of the coolest things I ever saw was in at the iFix Retro Arcade. Jose Cruz had his Naomi 2 hooked up to a Mitsubishi Diamondtron, and it was just like the most stunning thing I've ever seen, like in video game world. It was just unbelievably good looking.
Yeah, getting the Naomi on a tri-sync monitor to be able to output VGA it is a gorgeous looking thing.
480p looks amazing, yeah.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Man, it is so good.
And
that big
have you ever tried that 40p signal into a Diamondtron PC monitor or something of the sort? Looks amazing. And they are cheap.
I just got this brand new VGA monitor last year. I think I tweeted about and made a video. and that's what I was testing it with was Dreamcast VGA, and it's just stunning. It's just
it is. It's so sharp.
It really looks like an arcade to me. That look of the late '90s arcade games, you know, in the cabinets at their best is how it looks.
That's awesome. Yeah. And there is a feel to some of that. I mean, I know we were talking like about like 3D, but some of those like, you know, that era of like Sega 3D fight. I don't know. I always just go back to like Fighting Vipers. There was just something about that art direction, man. I still like, I just adore it. Like there's just a nuance to it that I can't quite like articulate why I'm so like attracted to it. But for me, it just
it was kind of it right there at the end of the arcade age, maybe.
Yes.
That was the last things really that you saw in the original lineage of arcades before in most of places they just went extinct. And then they got booted up years later, you know, through the retro scene and stuff.
Right.
But for me, like, yeah, that was the end. The Tekken games were right at the very end of it. All of those awesome Sega late 3D style games and 3D games running at higher resolutions.
I love how when I put these the LPFs on, like I can just hear it coming out of my subwoofer, and it's kind of great.
That's cool.
Nice.
I'll have to mess with some of those.
Yeah.
I'm building a Q-Sound CPS. No, let's see. It's the Q-Sound unit from a Big Blue cabinet. I'm turning it into a boombox. It's one of my projects.
Dude, that is awesome.
It's and it has House of the Dead presentation speakers I got from a cabinet. That's gonna be the amplifier. Like my dad was gonna build it, and then he passed away in the middle of it. So I just need a woodworker basically to build the shell to hold it all together, and it will be complete. And then I wanted to have that be like the boombox for arcade games, you know, like have it set up.
That's a great idea.
Put the speakers up.
Oh, I thought you were gonna take it to parties.
Yeah. Oh yeah, take it to conventions.
Yeah. And Corey, did you?
I'd be the life of the party with that thing.
Yeah, you would. You will be. You will be. And as the Corey, what do you think about eSWAT arcade versus Genesis?
You know what? I never played eSWAT in the arcade. You know, when it was when it like before, like I played it like before this.
You played the Genesis version before.
I played the Genesis version first. You know, this is one that I always thought looked good, and I wanted the Genesis version because I thought this looked good. There's certain things I like about it, but there's also things that I liked about the Genesis version more.
I played through the Genesis version early this year, and I kind of loved it.
Yeah,
it's an interesting game, the Genesis version.
It is, but I mean, I like that his armor breaks apart in this, but he doesn't have the jetpack in this at all. I'm surprised that there's no jetpack at all.
No, there
is
isn't.
A Ghostbuster.
It's funny because I was at a wedding in the middle of the country, and there was nothing there, but
except for
drugstore that had eSWAT on arcade.
When was this?
Where was this? Sorry.
Yeah, or when was this?
Oh, this was like in 1992, I think.
Incredible.
Before the Genesis version came out.
Oh, jeez.
And that's where I knew the game. I played first on that place, and it was so strange that such a new game for the time was there. But I loved it, and it saved me from total boredom. So
yeah,
I had a special relationship with it. And when I got the Genesis version, I was so not disappointed, but confused because it was so different. I wanted the things that I saw in the arcade because Genesis is the arcade machine, right?
Yeah.
But they offered something that was more streamlined to a console experience.
Yeah. But in a lot of ways, this is pretty streamlined too. I mean,
yeah.
But we have thinking about same name, different game.
Yeah.
Is in the chat here. Joe just did a video on Contra,
Oh.
And the arcade game is the same kind of weirdness going from Contra Arcade to the NES.
Right.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
more
except
similar.
Contra is like one of those examples of like where the NES version is like so massively far and away better.
Yeah, like Double Dragon.
Right.
Yeah, I do have a theory though. Contra Arcade. I'm not gonna judge Contra the arcade game until I see it on a CRT because I want to see because eSWAT has this kind of look too. It doesn't
more
look
mute, right?
The color palette and stuff looks, it has that Sega 16 look to it or something.
Yeah.
I think it'll look really good on a CRT.
Yeah, but it's not just how it looks though. Like Contra just like feels bad to play in the arcade version.
But it's also very ugly, I think. Like looking at it compared to the Contra on NES. Like the arcade game to me is just something about it's like ugly.
Yeah.
Looking at it in it's the way it looks now. But I want to see it on a CRT. But check out his video, it's really good.
I will.
Wrestling with gaming is also here.
I think I've seen Contra arcade on a CRT. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, see this.
I have the
PC.
truck
It's
is
like
fine.
shaking.
Fine.
Like this, like you can hear it when that truck just like backed up. The monster truck here, you can like really hear that in the subwoofer. It's kind of great.
Nice. Vanessa brought up Bionic Commando NES versus arcade.
Oh yeah, that's another classic example.
That's I don't think there's anybody that would
they would choose the arcade over that.
Well, and there's Ninja Gaiden,
Yeah.
Same thing.
Absolutely.
Double Dragon.
Yeah. But with Bionic
Although
Commando,
Double Dragon's a good-looking game, it's in the arcade, and it's just the slowdown, I think, is its fatal flaw. I think it's a great arcade game. It's just unplayable.
And Ace mentioned something that's true, that Konami had this thing for making the arcade ports much different from the original release. It's true. Sega was more straightforward, but they did play this card with eSWAT and Alien Storm, where they kind of played with the ideas. And
I think it was on the Astro City mini core where you played Aliens. I always get these games.
Alien Storm. Or
Alien Storm, and that was the one where they had like the burger stand, or the burger truck in the opening. Like the opening of that game on the arcade version is amazing.
And have you noticed that can you go into the service menu on that replica?
Not sure.
Because if you do, there's this option to change what the burger truck says. So you can say that it says Artemio's Arcade or whatever you want.
Oh, really? So you can actually type in a special message.
Yeah, that's right.
Cool.
That's amazing.
That's crazy.
I love that game. I love it.
Man.
It's so much fun. It's one of those games that just puts me in a good mood.
That's another example where I feel like the arcade version is a lot better than the Genesis version. The Genesis version, even though I didn't really play the arcade version very much, I wanted the Genesis version because I loved Golden Axe so much. And I think that might have been even after Golden Axe 2 came out, and I felt that Golden Axe 2 was a big letdown. And I thought maybe because it was designed as a console game from the start.
Yeah, I do feel that we're focusing on the outliers to the situation. Most arcade games were a lot better in the arcade.
Yeah.
And maybe didn't realize it until you see them again.
Right.
No,
CPS2, oh man.
I always had that paradigm in my mind. I always thought arcade was always superior. And I'm wrong, of course, but that's what I thought.
And, I mean,
that's how I always thought too.
One of mine that's like controversial, I guess, is I prefer Turtles NES version over Turtles 2 NES. Just
a great game.
Just because, the arcade version is great. I mean, that's where I played it first. But I feel like with the for one, the smaller sprites, I feel like I can see more, and two, like it's got,
see more butts. Oh, because I thought we were going to talk about Simpsons.
But
I would agree that Turtles though is just a great game on the NES. But man, the arcade game's so good. That's one we need on Mister, but it's such a difficult one to do.
It's a difficult path. shortened with the Konami stuff that's being worked on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also the two like exclusive levels there in the NES version are like actually really good. I think.
My theory on those Turtles games is people are always like, oh, do you like Turtles in Time better or Turtles 4 or whatever? My theory is you have to play the Super Nintendo version, the Genesis version, and Turtles in Time in order to play the full trilogy.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way about Turtles, the arcade game, and Turtles 2 on the NES. They're really like two sides of the same coin. You know, like to get the full game.
Yeah.
And just some news. Sentient 6 tells me that Furtek is working on a TMNT core.
Oh, see, that's huge. That's huge. Like that's like
yeah, that's right. He's been scanning in those
yeah
Konami chips, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has been working on that.
That's what came out yesterday.
People don't
like
know.
the MX50 or whatever, or MX500. That was the game that came out yesterday. That is a game I'd never even heard about. I'll load that up real quick. What is it? It's an early Konami game that I had never heard about.
Yeah, so I collect Konami arcade games.
MX5000, sorry.
And people used to ask a lot about the Konami core, and what people don't know is that so Konami had lots of special chips.
Yes.
They've made it really difficult. It's why there weren't many clones of those games back in the day. There were some, but it was really rare. And it did a really good job at copy protection. Like we still haven't got it on Mister. Got full CPS2, stuff like that, but they're still working on Turtles. And each one of those games, I guess, Artemio, maybe you can talk about that, is going to require... It's not like you're going to have Turtles core and then you magically get Simpsons and Aliens and all that. Each one has special chips.
Ming has them as families, but in reality, just as Smoke says, they each one are different. They are like an iteration over their previous PCB where they add a new chip, compress a few customs, and the new iteration of the next Konami PCB used a different layout, and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the transition, I've got like, let me see, what do I have? Sunset Riders, Simpsons, and Turtles, and it's just like those board. I mean, you just like they're incredibly different one from the next.
Yeah, even though they are kind of similar, but they aren't. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it looks like if you looked at them in a glance, you're like, oh yeah,
a Konami board.
Right, but then you look at the detail, and you're like, man, these are wildly different.
Yeah, I like them. I like Konami hardware. I liked Konami.
You probably hate Fujitsu stuff then.
Yeah, I've changed a few
like
Fujitsu
Konami hardware. Yeah.
The real question I have,
like this is some of the cool stuff that lies ahead for Mister. You know, people talk about what's coming. Like one day when these cores start dropping. I mean, Turtles, Simpsons, X-Men, Captain America, Sunset Riders, Turtles 2. Like these are some of from a lot of people like the best games ever made, and they're still coming. You know.
Yeah.
Alien.
Oh
and
Aliens. Yeah.
We left behind an example, but what do you think about Shadow Dancer arcade versus Genesis?
Oh, see, I played the arcade one a lot before I'd played the Genesis version, and at the time when I got the Genesis version, I was disappointed with the Genesis version.
Yeah.
And now I've come to feel that the Genesis version is probably better.
Yeah, it aged better, right?
Yeah.
The arcade one does look interesting, though.
It is.
It is a good game. It is a good game.
It is.
But I fully agree with you, Corey. Completely.
So you were kind of let down by it at first?
Yeah. I also bought it on release date, and I was excited. I mean, I loved the game, but I expected the same huge graphics and the ninja shouting at the screen, right?
And there's like nothing that carries over except for like
the dog,
having the dog, and that he's like dressed in white instead. You know, like from the very first levels, like airport in the arcade version, and then it's just like a burning city in the home version.
I love the music in the Genesis version, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the music in Genesis is great.
And like the silly bonus stage, like I love the bonus stage.
Yeah, and the music in the bonus stage, the voices.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and did you like finish it and saw the I'm not gonna say what happens, but the game just goes into to be continued? You saw that?
I've beaten the game. I don't remember. I think I may have beat it on stream or came really close to beating on
Yeah,
stream.
you beat it. I think you did the hard. I think you either finished the hard loop or like basically finished the hard loop.
Yeah, it's no big deal, but if you play it like in defaults, it ends with a sunshine. It's and then it's the morning, and it says to be continued, and the title screen changes to Shadow Dancer 2.
Right.
And normal, and so on until you finish it in the hardest loop.
Okay, yes, I do remember that. I remember that it changed over to say, part 2, and then like how many times does it go through? Does it say like even 3 after that?
Three times, yeah.
That's cool. So it's like its own trilogy, kind of.
Yeah, I really like that. I think it won me over with that.
Yeah,
and the music.
Yeah, it's a good game, and it is. We had it at the arcade in the mall that I grew up near, but I never saw it anywhere else.
It was not that common.
Yeah,
I played through it. It was either earlier this year or sometime. I think it was earlier this year or sometime last year.
Yeah,
What?
Sorry?
I was really nervous about it for a long time though, because like I just thought the one-hit kills seemed too punishing. I mean,
it's not bad at all.
Yet. Yeah, it's not that bad once you get a handle on it. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, Sega CD. I didn't see what you selected, so it'll be fun.
The AE86 was asking for Sega CDs, so I thought I'd...
Nice. Soul Feast.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll play Soul Feast.
Dude,
I love
Wolf
Soul
Team.
Feast. Yeah.
We love Wolf Team.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sega CD.
Game creative staff. Wolf Team.
Yeah, just don't play Ernest Evans, please.
Yes.
I still am fascinated by that game though. Like I think it like I know everyone says it's bad, but every time I like boot it up on the EverDrive, I'm like, I don't know, it's kind of interesting.
Have you played the Sega CD version? Well, the Mega CD version.
We were just talking about. You mean Soul Dees?
Probably not. Yeah, probably the cartridge version.
You just try the Sega CD version because it has so much cinemas. And regarding that trilogy, play Annette Futatabi.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that Futatabi is incredible. I love
It-
it.
The gameplay is not that good, but I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really, I adore it. When I was in
That's the
Japan,
second
that's
one,
one
right?
of the ones
Annette
Jimmy
again?
Hoppo recommended me get.
That's the second one,
I saw
right?
Jimmy.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Annette Futatabi is the third one, and Ernest Evans is the second
Then
one,
El
but
Viento, and then
it's a prequel
Right,
to El
El-
Viento.
right.
Yeah.
I love El Viento.
Oh,
Wolf Team
me
game.
too.
What's that?
Is it a Wolf Team port too? Not Futatabi or Creation?
Yeah,
or what?
yeah, it's Wolf Team, of course. I love Wolf Team.
I have said, and I like to say this because I like to be kind of controversial. Pound for pound.
Sorry?
The Sega CD pound for pound has one of the best libraries in all of gaming. I like to just say that and then walk away.
Pound for pound.
What? And it's like, oh, but it really does. Like, you know, Super Nintendo has, 2,000-3,000 games or whatever.
Mhm.
It has some of the greatest games ever made, fantastic games, but it have 1,500 games that suck. The Sega CD, it only has maybe, less than 100 games, but they're so good. A big chunk of them.
Then the Super Graphics is the absolute champion ever.
Oh, yeah.
True. I mean,
I own one
yeah,
of the best libraries on earth. Then
I was playing Addons the other day.
Yeah, it's good.
I mean,
I love
it's
the
someone who
music in,
admittedly does
in
not
Battle
have
Ace.
vast experience with the Sega CD library. Like I've always said that the PC Engine CD library interests me so much more, mostly because like they were just putting regular platformers and action games and stuff on PC Engine CD, whereas like Sega CD games were, trying to be a little more experimental in a way that I'm not sure if it held up as much, but I mean that's just me. I don't have vast experience with it, but I just when I look at PC Engine CD games, I just find so much more that I'm like, ooh, that looks like something I would like, you know?
Yeah,
for sure.
And the library between the Japanese and American versions of Sega CD is different, very different.
Very hairy.
Uh-oh. You guys still there?
The
Okay.
Sega CD back in the day, to me, it was kind of this exotic, like, Lamborghini system. That I saw it once or twice.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing it at someone's house
Never
one
considered.
time.
You know, I also have a special relationship with it because I went as an exchange student to Portland, Oregon. And I saved all my money, and instead of going skiing, I bought a Sega CD.
I mean,
Of
that
course.
sounds like the right idea.
Of course, I would. I went to a store that's called Incredible Universe, and it was incredible, and it was a universe. And
Was it just easier or less expensive to get the system here?
no,
Or-
yeah, completely. It was impossible to get it here.
But you were able to get the games, or
Yeah, there were Sega CD systems here, but yes, I saved like $100, right? And you can imagine a 13-year-old carrying the Sega CD on the carry-on luggage, nervous, and the box of the Sega CD was in the registered, I don't know, briefcase or whatever it's called. And I was so nervous, man.
Is it still the Sega CD you own to this day?
Of course it is, and it's right here. Here's my baby.
I assume you've had to do
Beautiful.
some recapping.
I should. I haven't. And you know why I haven't? Because it's kind of I recapped the other ones that I got, but this one still works so well.
Yeah.
But I need to do
I
that.
just got mine recapped. Mobius recapped mine and swapped out the belt and the drive.
Yeah, I need to have that done on mine too.
I just want to say really
I
quick.
do battle with my Sega CD 1. The
Oh.
2 is just fine. It's just perfect. I haven't don't do anything to it. It just always works. The 1,
Yeah.
I must have 20 or 30 hours in that thing.
Nice.
It's just
Yeah, I have to recap it. I'm completely irresponsible not recapping this thing. Because they are time bombs. All
Yes.
systems with capacitors from that specific era
Yeah.
are time bombs.
I just want to take a quick second to say hello to Art of Nintendo Power, who's in the chat, who has like one of the
Oh, wow.
coolest
Oh, yeah.
Twitter accounts around, especially if you like, old Nintendo Power covers. I was just thinking about it because a friend of mine is, I talked about during last week's stream, but a friend of mine is selling a bunch of old Nintendo Powers for a friend of his. So he was talking to me about the Castlevania cover. So I pointed him towards your YouTube channel, and he's like, because he doesn't really follow games or anything like that, but he just thought that the Castlevania 2 cover of Nintendo Power was the coolest thing. And so he's kind of hooked on your stuff now after that. If you're still here. Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Awesome.
Excellent.
wrestling with Kingsman here. He just had a video come out. Maybe it's just for patrons, right? No, it came out today about the Winners Don't Do Drugs screen, the history of it.
Oh, really?
Awesome.
That's cool. Like, it's
William S. Sessions, or
yeah. Was he the head of the FBI at the time, or was he?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Let's see how I do with this. Yeah. Like this, it seems so tame now after like playing Dodonpachi, but it's hard in its own way,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Soul Feast is difficult, man. All right.
Especially since you cannot change your speed at all during the game. You got to commit to it, like in the options screen.
Yes.
Even though they could have easily made it. They could have done it if they wanted to.
I have an art installation on the 32X called Smokemonster Afterlife RPG. The original intention of this game was to be a 32x CD game, and I wanted to have a Red Book audio track. I never got around to that.
Have you heard the X68000 renditions of the tracks and the
In
with
this?
MT32? Yeah.
No, I love the music in this though.
You should totally check them. I'll post them for you. I made a no context synth about this.
Oh, I will definitely check that out. I really like this game.
A wolf theme special.
This is the
There
game
it
that I spent the most time with out of all the pack-ins for sure.
You got it on release?
I got it the Christmas of release, so like a month after it came out.
Well, that's pretty.
Yeah.
I call that release.
I mean, I had a friend who got it like launch day.
Wow.
But I had to wait because it's like it was too expensive to get it like to play $300 for a Sega CD. But a friend of mine, his dad was like really into the games too, so he would always like get the stuff like right away. This is the same friend who bought a 3DO on launch day.
Wow.
But he saved his money for like a year to buy the 3DO on launch day.
Yeah, it was so expensive.
Yeah. But imagine that. Imagine, I guess I lived it, but having the 3DO on launch.
When I got my Sega CD, the mom of the person I was staying with, because this was an exchange program, asked me, and I told her I wanted to go to the Incredible Universe, and it was like, I don't know, 30 miles away, whatever. and she took me, and I bought it. Of course, I didn't have my Genesis, and the family had a Super Nintendo. So I was just contemplating the box and the pack-ins and the manuals for Solfees, and then I ventured. I thought, what if I played this CD in the home system?
Oh,
these people, and I was terrified, right? Like, what if I damage it? But I want to test it.
Well, yeah, that first track though. I mean, and certain things they would play. And
And you played it, and it said you have to remove this CD from the system, or it will blow up your speakers.
Yeah. And then you go to the second track, and it's like, oh, like what is this?
Depending. If you have a sound system that skips data, you have that experience. But that warning was there because some CD players wouldn't skip the data track and would try to play it as if it's CDDA.
Yeah.
And they would just output garbage.
Yeah. I've
loud garbage.
I've heard it before.
Yeah.
Yeah. But man, I gained confidence and started listening to all the tracks. So I knew the music before I played the game.
Yeah, the music in this is really, really good.
Yeah, it's amazing, and you should check because the other version has the MT32 soundtrack and the Yamaha 2151 versions. Just listen to them because this is Motoi Sakuraba that made.
Okay.
Music.
You know what? Somehow I knew that. I think, but it's just not like something you think about that often. But
yeah,
it is.
Does it have its sound?
Yeah, with the cacophony of epic sounds.
The cacophony of epic sounds.
Which is like a good description of like what he would go on to do, but this is definitely not so. It's just, I mean, it's epic sounding. It gets really like intense. Like there's that, like towards the end, it's like the second to last level or something like that. It has a really good track, and you're kind of like blasting through this tunnel.
And the jazzy theme when you confront the huge spaceship.
Yeah,
I love that. I love those keyboards.
Yeah, bump bump bump.
Exactly.
Try you use that song in the Switchers video when you synced it up to like the lights, like the rotating light.
Oh yeah. So
I was like, oh, you should use this
it was
song.
a song that you recommended. I mean,
Yeah.
I've never played the game.
Yep.
I love that game.
Yeah.
Love the intro because it has this animation and they speak to each other in such an accent that I couldn't understand for years.
Well, yeah, like she has like an English accent.
Exactly.
And at the end, I love the ending because it makes almost no sense. And she's like, "It's all over, isn't it?" And the guy goes, "And it starts." And then it's like credits.
Yeah.
That's like that's the whole
man.
whole experience. But yeah, great game. Great game.
I still love what Sakuraba composed. I love his music.
Yeah.
I mean, I like his stuff too, but I feel like with a lot of his, like especially with his RPG soundtracks, like the first one you hear is like kind of good, and then like after that you're like, oh, like this sounds like rejected tracks from the last game of his I played.
I understand what you mean.
So it's midnight, so I'm gonna go ahead and swap over my speakers here.
I heard someone sound like a robot.
Yeah,
for a
Smoke
moment.
said something, but it got cut out. Right?
Sorry. Have you used MT32 Pi?
No, I don't. I want to build one, but I don't. Not yet. Thing is, getting the
I guess
components it's not easy here. I can. I don't know if everybody else has the same issue, but I can't hear you properly.
Yeah, it's like going faster. I don't know if it's like a speed difference. I'm just saying it's midnight, so we got to start winding up.
Oh,
we have
oh yeah, no, we should start now.
Yeah.
Well, it's midnight and Bowser fell down the pit, so.
Oh, you beat it.
Well, I just wanted to play something that I felt I could realistically do something worthwhile in, even though this is not exactly a backlog game or anything. I just wanted to finish on a high note. I could not, you know, I felt like my capability to make progress in games I was not already intimately familiar with had diminished because I did much worse overall my second run of Ninja Gaiden on Game Gear than I did the first. So, but I was right there at the end, but there's no continues, so it's a little punishing, but it's not a hard game at all.
Hang on,
I can be pretty easy, but just not today, I guess. But still, I met my goal. Three games beat. I did not intend for two of them to be PC Engine, although to be fair, one was PC Engine CD, so they were kind of different systems.
Yeah. Well, oh, hang on, let me uncover try there. 12 hours. That went pretty quick, I gotta say.
That went really quick.
Yeah, it did. It did. I started feeling a little worn down toward the end with Ninja Gaiden there, but you know,
we just got a donation of $210.
Oh,
wow!
What?
Get us up to 4,555.
Oh my gosh!
That's amazing.
So much. That is overwhelming. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun, and I'm so happy to see the community's enthusiasm for it. I think they really get what you're trying to go for here with this class, and you know it's awesome to see people have a positive impression of it.
Heck yeah! You'll have to share some photos like throughout the school year, then we can share them.
For sure. You know, and part of it too is to be able to use these to put on gaming. So one of the things when we kind of go through this like unit of kind of public to private and public again, like thinking about like the arcade, then the home console, handhelds, and then back to this other idea of public through like playing online. The students are going to be asked to create a big gaming event and choose games and kind of set up these like tournaments. So we'll be using the Misters for that as well. It's kind of a school-wide event.
Yes. So Art of Nintendo Power said to read the note on the donation. Is there a note?
Let me see. So Stephen Reese, I would love to also supply the class with some high-res scans of some original Nintendo Power artwork for them to be able to study. Man, thank you so much. I just sent you a message on Twitter, just the generosity of offering to do the high-res scans, and then you dropped that donation on us. Thank you so much. That means an awful lot, and definitely helps, you know, do some of the stretch goal stuff as, you know, purchasing some monitors and extra controllers. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean
Look
this.
forward to this dance. That's going to be awesome. The students will love that.
Heck yeah.
And it's not like you might have even secured a earlier. Might have secured like a little PVM for the class even.
That's true.
Oh yeah,
That's true.
Ooh, does
So-
that mean
I saw that.
So yeah, I mean, it sounds like good things are happening. I can't wait to hear how the rest of the year goes.
Yeah, and like maybe I could even pop on a stream one Sunday. You know what I mean? Just to
Totally.
like date. That
Oh
would be
yeah,
awesome. And,
yeah, because people would love to get an update on
absolutely.
on their investment, so to speak.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and I want to be able to share that. You know, I think that's one of the important things about all of this, and extending it, and I think showing also, the students that this is such a kind of like invested, giving community that that I've also experienced. Like coming from one of like the art world, in the sense of like competitiveness to the point of silence, which this is like the complete opposite, and even shown tonight. I mean, is just proven that point where it's just absolutely amazing. Your generosity, and so many people stayed in the chat, have watched all night. And all day. I appreciate it very much. It means a lot.
Classic gaming community, y'all are good stuff.
Yeah.
And some people are asking if you'll be able to share the course material or something apart from that.
Yeah, I can do that for sure. Absolutely. Like once I, get through some of the stuff, I can even show some of the results, the kids' work. And like I said, maybe I can jump on a stream with you, Corey, and
that's
try.
amazing.
And we could definitely. Yeah, I would, Vanessa. I would love to do that. I'll definitely record a video of a lecture, and then stuff with the curriculum for sure.
Yeah,
And
I
then
mean,
every-
I could probably come in and just like shoot some stuff too if you
That
ever
would be
wanted
really
that.
cool. Absolutely. Yeah, we got some fun lectures coming up, so perfect.
Awesome. Well, I think that's gonna do it.
Yeah.
And thank you all so much. Jeez.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody who participated today, and thank you for everyone for their generosity. I'm glad this was a success.
Yeah. This was good feelings.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Thanks to Artemio, Smokemonster, Pork Chop, John, Audi. I mean, everybody that joined in. Alan coming in the beginning was amazing.
Bob.
Having Frank on, that was, I appreciate it very much. Thank you for your time and to kind of push this effort. Again, it means a lot, that support.
Yeah, and thanks to the Mr. developers and community
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
make this possible.
Yes.
Extremely.
Yeah, Sentient, Trisha, everyone, Smoke,
Yes.
David, you all know
Definitely.
who you are. You make a great work. So thank you
Mhm.
very much.
Yep. And Smoke, that's one of the things, Corey, when I had mentioned, just like seeing the Mister as like a museum, he had mentioned, talking to you about that, and you kind of having those same kind of sentiments towards it. And I appreciate that. I think it's an important way to see it,
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So I saw some people asking if we were gonna be streaming. I guess today now.
Yeah.
Tonight. I doubt it. I'm probably gonna spend tomorrow, since I don't have to work on Monday. Probably gonna spend an evening with my family and my wife.
Yeah, you should have. you better do. And thanks to Ace too, that's been in the stream as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, then I guess we will see y'all next Sunday then.
Heck yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.